Chapter 201. The banknotes, hidden underground, were undoubtedly soaked and ruined by the flood, reduced to a pile of waste paper. However, in the center stood gold bricks resembling a small pyramid. Upon entering, before even turning on the lights, Zhou Shuwan was almost blinded by the light. She quickly switched on her flashlight, and when she saw the sheer number of small gold bricks, her mouth practically watered. She weighed a rather heavy small gold bar in her hand, her eyes crinkling with laughter. I never imagined I'd be handling so many gold bars one day. She roughly counted about 1,000 gold bars, about 300 stacked into a small pyramid shape. Besides, there was a white table piled high with commemorative gold coins and the like. Zhou Shuan thought for a moment and said, if we put all of these into our spatial storage, the gold will definitely be swallowed up. We take the remaining 300 gold bars back and put the rest into our spatial storage. Qi Mingyu also picked up a gold bar and examined it, asking, are you worried about using it later? Zhou Shuan smiled, yes, gold is a precious metal. What we found before were all jewelry, not many, so we didn't consider them. But now that we have so much, keeping some isn't difficult. If we really need it later, we can exchange it for supplies. Qi Mingyu nodded, okay, then let's store some. Zhou Shuan took out a backpack from her spatial storage and handed it to Qi Mingyu, who stuffed the 300+ small gold bars into the backpack, filling it to the brim. Zhou Shuan then put the rest into her spatial storage. Almost instantly, the spatial storage expanded rapidly. Zhou Shuan felt dizzy and almost lost her balance, quickly grabbing the platform for support. Qi Mingyu had already rushed over, supporting her shoulder, his brows furrowed as he stared at her. What's wrong? Zhou Shuan quickly pulled her consciousness out of the spatial dimension, took a moment to recover, and then shook her head. It's nothing. The space expanded too quickly, and my consciousness followed suit, so I'm a little disoriented. Don't worry about it. Qi Mingyu's brow remained furrowed, his grip on her arm continuing until he was certain her complexion had returned to normal. Only then did he relax, adding, next time you put things into the space, be sure to only put what you can handle. Don't be greedy. Zhou Shuan smiled good-naturedly. I know, don't worry. Because of the dizziness she had just experienced, she hadn't checked how much the space had actually increased. When they emerged from the underground vault, Zhou Shuan asked curiously, how did you know there was a bank vault here? Qi Mingyu pointed ahead, see that place? It used to be a construction site with rows of tin shacks. I lived there for 2 months, and every few days, I see bank armored trucks coming by. After observing closely, I realized there was a vault underneath. Later, after I joined the army, I came here a few times and knew it hadn't been relocated. I guessed that although it was underground, it was too far from the city center, and the road from the main road to here was badly damaged, making travel inconvenient. Besides, the building itself isn't very large, so it probably wouldn't be designated as an underground base. I came to check, and sure enough. Zhou Shuan frowned. You lived here? Was it when you were in school? High school. Qi Mingyu's father was a wealthy businessman who made a lot of money, which is why he bought a villa in the provincial capital. He lived with his father back then. How could he be living in a small tin shack on a construction site? Qi Mingyu ignored him and strode away. Zhou Shuan hurriedly chased after him, asking a couple more times, but he still didn't answer. She stopped asking and simply reached out to gently take his large hand. Qi Mingyu didn't turn around, but gripped her hand firmly. On the way to the car, Zhou Shuan remembered something. By the way, brother Yu, how did you know the main roads from the provincial capital to here were all washed away? Actually, the main roads in their J-City are still okay. Even if some sections of the roadbed were washed away, they could be bypassed from other places. Qi Mingyu said as he drove, the provincial capital is naturally low-lying. Our buildings were submerged up to 4 stories high, but theirs were submerged up to 5 or 6 stories. Plus, when the tsunami hit, they were closer to the east, so the central urban area was the main disaster zone. Countless buildings collapsed, so many roadbeds were destroyed. You been here before? Yes, after getting the air-conditioned uniform, I ran around to familiarize myself with the situation. Zhou Shuan couldn't help but admire him. This is probably the charm of soldiers. No matter what, they are always prepared for danger and have a clear understanding of their surroundings. Around 4 p.m., they returned to their apartment complex. Worried that the new tires might be stolen, storing them in their spatial storage was the safest option. So they drove to the area with the framed buildings first, stored the car in their spatial storage in a shady spot, and then took out 2 old bicycles, riding back home. Now that the temperature inside was too high and the air conditioning wasn't working, showering had become difficult for both families. The toilet area, previously hidden by a curtain, was expanded and converted into a shower room. A comfortable shower was out of the question. It was simply a matter of boiling some water, mixing it with cold water, and then quickly wiping oneself down behind the curtain. This basement was also stocked with supplies, so moisture control was crucial. Therefore, everyone had to stand in a large basin on the floor while showering. Finally, a bucket of dirty water was carried to the ground and disposed of somewhere. However, because of Zhou Shuan's spatial dimension, she had a designated area for household waste, with 2 water tanks for storing dirty water. So there was no need for the cumbersome process of carrying the heavy bucket upstairs. It would also easily reveal their residence. After returning, the two of them showered first. Once they changed into their pajamas and emerged refreshed, Zhong Tian had already set out a meal on the small table. "Mom, we ate lunch, we're not hungry yet. I know you haven't skimped on yourselves while you're out there. This is mung bean porridge that your grandma Peng and I made today. We froze the mung beans overnight, then cooked them directly. They're all split open, and we added rock sugar. It's delicious and cooling. Have a bowl to cool down." The whole family sat there waiting for them to tell them about what was happening outside. In front of Grandma Peng, they didn't go into detail about collecting supplies, only mentioning it briefly. "We found a steel factory, but we have too much stuff to carry. We could only take some lightweight machinery and some castings. We see if we can exchange them later." Then, they focused on the highway being repaired. Zhou Jianhai listened attentively and nodded. "Only when the roads are open, and we can contact other places will we not be an isolated island. Whether it's transportation or personnel relocation, we won't be hindered." Chapter 202. Many sections of the highway were washed away, and the repairs were very rough, making large-scale transportation impractical. However, if new tires become widespread, the roads will likely improve over time. Yes. For several days in a row, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu drove out. The next day, they went to an aluminum plant near Jay City. Jay City produces coal and aluminum, so there are several factories and mines in the surrounding area. Zhou Shuan and his group went to the one near Jian Mountain, which is considered the largest and most famous factory and mine in Jay City, located several dozen miles west of the foot of Jian Mountain. Because Jian Mountain is always guarded by troops, they deliberately took a longer route, using a side road to reach the aluminum plant. Even so, when the car reached a point where Jian Mountain was visible, Zhou Shuan was still shocked by the sight of the withered, layered mountains ahead. The once lush and verdant mountains were now clearly all dead. As far as the eye could see, there were only withered and fallen trees, and vast expanses of bare, unpainted rocks. Qi Mingyu was also shocked, even stopping the car. He gazed at Jian Mountain for a long time before letting out a bitter laugh. So this is the end of the world. Not only Jian Mountain, but mountains all over the world must be like this now. While they often saw withered trees in the city, nothing was as shocking as seeing such a desolate mountain range. In her previous life, Zhou Shuan didn't have access to air-conditioned clothing. She simply set off with her senior after the floodwaters receded. During the day, the temperature was too high, so they could only travel slowly at night. Later, as the temperature rose even higher, making nighttime travel difficult, they had no choice but to learn from others, and make their own cooling suits to force themselves to travel at night. Their homemade cooling suits were simple, long sleeves and trousers made from reflective fabric, with many small pockets sewn inside. These pockets contained various cooling items. Ice was used where available, and industrial ice crystals were used where none were available. Because of the high temperatures, solar power generated electricity normally, easily powering the refrigerators. Therefore, ice was sold at every underground base they reached. The temperature in the underground bases generally remained around 30 degrees Celsius, reaching a maximum of 37 or 38 degrees Celsius. Ice wasn't too expensive unless people were out and about, and few bought it. Zhou Shuan and her senior classmate relied on accumulating supplies to exchange for ice, as they slowly made their way north. A few blocks of ice would melt completely in a few hours. Before dawn, they needed to reach their next stop quickly, then wait for the day to pass before setting out again at night. Sometimes, if they couldn't buy ice, or the journey was too long to reach the next base, they had to stay put for a while, assess the surrounding conditions, and try to gather more supplies. Therefore, during the high temperatures of her previous life, Zhou Shuan had never seen daytime, and had never known that mountains looked like this during such extreme heat. It was so despairing. Zhou Shuan stared silently at the scene, then suddenly spoke. "We probably can't live on Jiyu Mountain any longer." Qi Mingyu turned to look at her. Zhou Shuan pointed to the dead trees on the mountainside. "There are too many dead trees. Look, after those huge trees collapsed, without soil to hold their roots, the slightest movement could cause them to slide down the mountain, pulling on those boulders and causing a landslide. The villagers living at the foot of the mountain are in great danger. In fact, after returning to J City in her previous life, she had heard about the landslide at Ji Mountain. Therefore, even though it was high altitude and had clean water sources, it couldn't be used as a survivor base. But she always assumed it happened during the flood season, a mudslide or landslide. She never imagined that Ji Mountain, unscathed during the flood season, would be so dangerous during the high temperature period. She paused, then continued, moreover, there are too many dead trees on the mountain. With such high temperatures, a fire could easily start if we're not careful. The fire will spread very quickly, and without water to extinguish it, it will inevitably engulf the entire mountain. No, this entire mountain range. At that time, Ji Mountain, which brought life to everyone in J City, would be reduced to ashes. Chi Mingyu turned to look at the mountain in front of him, and had to admit that Zhou Shuan's words made a lot of sense. He muttered, logically, with such danger, the higher-ups should have already made a relocation plan. Why hasn't anything happened yet? Zhou Shuan shook her head, glanced at the mountains again, and said, let's go. Let's finish today's work first. Chi Mingyu nodded. The two drove west for more than 30 kilometers, and arrived at the aluminum plant. This aluminum plant covered a large area, including not only the mining area, but also a large residential area. However, the residential area was low-lying, and the people living there had been quickly relocated during the flood season. The mining area was higher ground, and appeared cleaner than the steel plant they had visited yesterday. Zhou Shuan collected all the aluminum blocks and ingots piled up there, including those from the 3 production lines in the mining area. Because the terrain was higher, several large trucks parked in the factory area hadn't been flooded, although their tires were flat. Thinking they might be useful later, Zhou Shuan also stored them in her spatial storage. Yesterday, the spatial dimension absorbed over 700 gold bars, and a pile of pure gold commemorative coins, expanding its area considerably, estimated to be 700 or 800 acres, enough to hold anything imaginable. However, with the increased area, the collected resources seemed to decrease, occupying only a small space within the dimension. Above the mining area were mountains, offering a closer view of the withered mountain range. A stream once flowed through the mine, but it was now dry, revealing only the parched, cracked earth at the riverbed. Zhou Shuan thought for a moment and said, let's go. Since we're here, let's collect some dead wood, it'd be useful later. Chi Mingyu nodded. He took Zhou Shuan's hand, and led her up the mountain along a side path. As they walked, they collected all the dead wood they saw into the spatial dimension. From a distance, it wasn't visible, but upon closer inspection, the carcasses of many small animals, exposed to the sun, could be clearly seen beneath the dead wood at the base of the rocks. Toads, rabbits, birds, Chi Mingyu said. Since the apocalypse, we rarely seen animals. It seems these insects and animals all died during the floods. After being exposed to high temperatures and the sun, the flesh quickly rotted and dissipated, the bones turning black. Zhou Shuan had seen many of these in her previous life. She glanced at them calmly, and then looked away, gazing into the distance. This is a rocky mountain. Although there's a risk of landslides, the mountain is still quite sturdy overall. Shuan, have you thought about this? Chi Mingyu suddenly said. If all the mountains in the world became like this, lifeless, with plants disappearing and animals extinct, then the biological cycle would cease to exist. Where would people's future be? Would there even be a way out? Chapter 203. His tone was heavy, filled with confusion. Zhou Shuan couldn't answer this question either. In her previous life, she had barely survived for 8 years. By then, people had gradually returned to normalcy. Outside the survivor base was a living hell. But inside, it was a small society with a clear division of labor, where people could work to earn a living. At that time, people were full of hope for the future, believing that humanity could overcome nature. However, the ensuing massive earthquake destroyed everything. The survivor base, painstakingly built, became ruins, and countless survivors, like her, who had struggled to survive, were crushed into a bloody pulp. That devastating earthquake nearly wiped out the last survivors. Whether she was lucky or unlucky, she was on a mission with her base team when the earthquake struck. They were in an open area, and when the earthquake hit, they were lucky enough to survive, but they watched helplessly as the tall buildings of the base collapsed in the distance. Although she survived, the earthquake ultimately destroyed everything. They had no food, no aid, and while searching for sustenance in the ruins, they were discovered by Lin Yong and Wu Shanshan, who then murdered her. Her death was a result of both natural disaster and human error. She didn't know if the earthquake was humanity's final apocalypse, or if that massive earthquake had already wiped out humankind, leaving only a few survivors who succumbed to starvation and water deprivation. Or perhaps, after the earthquake, countless other natural disasters would follow. Standing on the mountain for a long time, Chi Mingyu finally took Zhou Shuan's hand. Let's go back. The atmosphere was somewhat somber after this setback. Zhou Shuan leaned back in the passenger seat, looking lost in thought. Chi Mingyu immediately regretted his earlier sentimentality, and quickly changed the subject. 1-1, we didn't collect much driftwood today. Why don't we come back here tomorrow to collect some more? It come in handy in the extreme cold. Zhou Shuan snapped out of her reverie, and suddenly smiled. Yes, what was the point of worrying so much? She had brought her family to where they were today, and no matter what the future held, as long as they were together, that was enough. And this man before her, after so long, seemed to be the one she believed she could walk hand in hand with for the rest of her life. Yes, coal will definitely be insufficient during extreme cold. Stockpiling dry wood is crucial. It can be used as firewood and also exchanged for fuel, she said. When I went to the underground base, my second uncle and the others told me that the price of dry wood is very high now. Some families, to save firewood, don't even use fire, they just break up compressed biscuits and eat them in cold water. They even peel and eat cacti raw. We can only be thankful that the existence of the Prophet allowed the government to prepare. Although it's still somewhat rushed, it has at least solved people's food and drink problems. Yes, if it weren't for the cacti, many families would probably starve and die of thirst, Zhou Shuan said. In her previous life, relief supplies weren't distributed for as long as in Jay's city. It depended on two factors: the stockpiling situation and relief capacity of each city, and the attitude of the governing body. Jay's city had a mayor Liu who was relatively compassionate towards the people, so from the flood season until now, relief supplies have been distributed every 3 days without interruption. However, the food in the relief rations has changed somewhat. Right now, the distributed compressed biscuits, aside from 2 of the previously used crushed biscuits, are all made from cactus, giving them a familiar bitter taste. Zhou Shuan and the others had discussed that Jay City's ability to distribute relief rations until now is likely due to the large amount of grain reserve salvaged during the floods, coupled with the city's small population and ample reserves. Furthermore, the production line for compressed biscuits was preserved during the floods, allowing for supply. The main ingredient in compressed biscuits is puff flour, which can be made from any grain. Now, with cactus as a staple food, there's no shortage of raw materials. Back at the mountain, the two recounted everything they had seen. Zhong Tiyun was also puzzled. If what Wanwan said is true, then Jian Mountain is indeed very dangerous now, but why haven't they relocated yet? Everyone shook their heads. Chi Mingyu said, it's time to collect the supplies in a couple of days. Let's go ask Xiao Xiao and Director Wu to see if they know anything. Zhong Tiyun nodded. Her and Zhou Jianghai's hometowns weren't far from Jian Mountain. The rivers flowing down from the mountain passed through their villages. For them, Jian Mountain held a deeper meaning. Therefore, she couldn't immediately accept the fact that Jian Mountain was completely barren. Zhou Jianghai patted her shoulder comfortingly. Don't worry, worrying won't change anything. It seems the outside is indeed relatively safe. How about we go take the 2 children to see it sometime? Zhong Tian subconsciously frowned. It's too dangerous, let's not go. Zhou Shuan, however, felt that letting her parents see the post-apocalyptic landscape would help them adapt more quickly, so she agreed. I think it's a good idea. Once Xiaoyu and I confirm a safe route, we go. Seeing that Zhong Tian still seemed worried, she added, Jiyu Mountain is close. Let's hurry, we can be back in a morning. Zhong Tian then looked at Grandma Pang and Mumu. Are Grandma Pang and Mumu going? Zhou Shuan nodded. They go together. There's room in the car. They can wear air-conditioned suits and be quick to get back. Chi Mingyu also nodded. It's good to go out and see the world. And so the matter was settled. The next day, Zhou Shuan and Chi Mingyu went out for another day, collecting driftwood on Jian Mountain. There were many stone quarries in the area. After collecting for a morning, seeing that they still had time, they changed their route and went to several more quarries. These were called stone quarries, but they were actually places where locals had previously mined illegally. Later, due to the severe situation, mining was prohibited, and many of these quarries were abandoned. Zhou Shuan then stored all the stones she hadn't hauled away after mining into her spatial storage. She drove along the winding mountain road to several houses before turning downhill. This time, their return journey was closer to the Jian Mountain scenic area. As they drove, Zhou Shuan suddenly noticed a patch of green on the mountainside in the distance. Now they were absolutely certain that all the mountains were dead. So why was there still green there? Were there still trees alive? She was startled and quickly grabbed her binoculars to look. Then she froze. Under the scorching, apocalyptic sun, she saw a vast expanse of green covering the mountainside in the distance. These green plants were hard and upright, some several meters tall, others only a few tens of centimeters, but they grew in clusters of 3 or 5, one next to the other, their sharp thorns pointing towards the blue sky. They stood on the exposed rock of the mountainside, like lone, courageous guardians in the apocalypse. These were cacti. Chapter 204. Zhou Shuan observed for a long time, and finally understood why cactus production in Jay City had suddenly increased so dramatically. This place was actually a base for cactus growth. But upon further reflection, she felt it made perfect sense. Large-scale cactus cultivation requires 3 essential factors: soil, water, and manpower. All are indispensable. While the soil in Jian Mountain wasn't ideal, it could grow crops, had the Tianyan Lake Reservoir, and was guarded by military troops. It was indeed the most suitable place in the entire Jay City for cactus cultivation. Qi Mingyu gazed at the dazzling green in the distance. So that's why the villagers of Jian Mountain haven't relocated. They need to protect this cactus. Zhou Shuan then asked, where do the villagers of Jian Mountain live? Are they all in converted underground parking lots? Qi Mingyu nodded as he drove. Yes. Jian Mountain is a famous 5A level scenic area in China, with many hotels and parking lots built there. It's easier for them to convert underground parking lots into bases. Moreover, it's a mountain range, so the temperature here is naturally lower than outside, and the temperature in the underground bases is also lower than in the city. And now, with such a large area of cacti planted, their lives are much better than down the mountain. If it weren't for the threat of landslides and high temperatures, living here would be quite nice, like a paradise. The villagers of Jian Mountain are much luckier than those down the mountain. They guard Jian Mountain, a treasure trove of abundant water resources, and have hardly suffered much since the apocalypse. After the high-temperature disaster, they have spacious underground bases to live in, and they even planted such a large area of cacti. What's most enviable is that Jian Mountain has the lowest mortality rate in the entire city. Even Zhou Shuan felt a pang of envy. Qi Mingyu continued, if the new tires weren't widely available, relocating such a large number of villagers would be incredibly difficult. Zhou Shuan then thought of the batch of buses that had recently been exchanged. It seemed that some people were in a rush to exchange them, perhaps because some Jian Mountain villagers needed to relocate. If that were the case, then those buses had served their intended purpose. A few days later, when they went to collect their supplies, Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan asked Director Wu about Jian Mountain. After asking a few questions, Director Wu didn't know much, only saying that an underground base had been built there, and the locals had all moved in, but because the water level was dropping too quickly, there was also a water shortage. He sighed, life is hard everywhere. He didn't seem to know anything about the cactus. Qi Mingyu casually echoed his sentiments. After leaving Director Wu's property management tent, the two looked around, and then went to Xiao Xiao's office. Xiao Xiao wasn't busy at the moment, and warmly welcomed them, offering them more hot tea. This was a rare treat these days. Whether it was a property management leader like Director Wu or a survivor from the lower classes, water was the biggest problem. Xiao Xiao even had high-quality tea. Zhou Shuan took a sip of tea and joked, your tea looks quite expensive. It's really different being a leader. I haven't had tea for almost 2 years. Xiao Xiao quickly pointed to the cabinet next to her. They were all gifts. There's another bottle exactly the same over there. You can have it if you like. Zhou Shuan waved her hand. Forget it. Even drinking water is difficult now. Where would I find extra to brew tea? Xiao Xiao knew that Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu's families were wealthy, far more so than his, and glared at her irritably. You and Xiao Yuji aren't here, otherwise, if you were willing to manage the security, I immediately make you both squad leaders. Then people would be chasing after you, offering gifts and tea. I'm just afraid you wouldn't want them. Zhou Shuan smiled without saying a word, politely declining. Xiao Xiao then changed the subject. Did you come here specifically to see me today, or is there something else? Qi Mingyu smiled. Since we were just checking in to see how you're doing as the security team leader, and you seem to be handling things quite well, we're relieved. Also, we wanted to ask you something. He then recounted the events at Jian Mountain. Xiao Xiao, as expected, knew the situation. She immediately waved her hand and whispered, very few people know about this now, and it's not allowed to spread. Zhou Shuan had already guessed. Is it because they're worried someone will steal the food? Xiao Xiao nodded. Currently, only those living in the underground base are given cactus seedlings. Even that's barely enough to ensure a supply. The survivors are entirely self-sufficient. There's no surplus to share with outsiders. Therefore, those evil forces hiding outside are also eyeing the seedlings covetously. Although the fact that Jian Mountain has a large area of cacti can't be kept secret. But we keep it a secret for as long as we can, Qi Mingyu said. There are troops stationed on Jian Mountain, so there shouldn't be any safety issues. But the key issue now is that due to the high temperatures, countless trees on Jian Mountain have fallen and dried up, making landslides very likely. If we're not careful, a forest fire could break out, which would be a catastrophic disaster for the survivors living there. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao immediately became worried as well. Xiao Yu, what you're saying is exactly what's being discussed at the higher-ups. But after all the discussions, they haven't found a good solution. Zhou Shuan pondered for a moment, then asked, can't we move the cacti? Xiao Xiao shook her head. Actually, people are easy to move. There are 20 or 30 buses at the service hall now, all equipped with new tires and generators. A few trips will be enough to move them all. The reason we haven't finalized the relocation yet is twofold. First, the cactus planting area is vast, and the roots are deep. We can't move so many cacti using just planting boxes. Several villages have contracted out farmland, which is then distributed to households according to population. So they're reluctant to abandon such a large area of cactus fields. Second, the locals don't want to move either. Jian Mountain has been doing well these past 2 years, and they've never been outside. They think this place is hell, so they're refusing to move. Given this, Zhou Shuan and Xiao Xiao had nothing more to say. They were just doing their duty by offering a reminder. Then we can only take more precautions, Qi Mingyu finally said. Xiao Xiao nodded. We're already overwhelmed with our own affairs. We can't afford to worry about them. Jian Mountain has always been under military control, so we don't know much about what's going on inside. Don't worry about it. Now I understand. In this apocalypse, no one is safe. We can only leave it to fate. Despite his pessimism, Zhou Shuan looked at him and said firmly, no, I believe fate is determined by heaven, but human effort is crucial. Xiao Xiao was stunned for a moment, remaining silent for a long time, seemingly pondering Zhou Shuan's words, before a smile appeared on his face. Zhou Shuan, you're right, human effort is crucial. Chapter 205. The next day, Zhou Shuan and her group went to Jian Mountain again, bringing both families with them. Mumu hadn't been on a long trip in a long time. Now, he would at most go with his father, sister, or Xiao Yu, either to feed the chickens behind the property management building, tend to the hydroponic vegetables, or go back to the rooftop to get something. Even going further, his family wouldn't let him go to the framed building, fearing he might encounter danger. So, this trip was like a breath of fresh air for him. He knelt and leaned forward in the car, looking back with great excitement. The car had air conditioning, keeping the temperature around 40 degrees Celsius, not cool. But for someone who had survived a year of extreme heat, it was a very comfortable temperature. Everyone was still wearing their air-conditioned suits, only their masks were open for easier conversation. Mumu looked excited. The adults, however, were very serious, each holding a weapon and scanning their surroundings with sharp eyes. Before getting into the car, Qi Mingyu, as the temporary deputy leader of the team, assigned tasks to everyone. He drove himself. Zhou Shuan watched the road ahead, Zhou Jianhai and Mumu watched the sides, and Zhong Tiyun and Mumu watched the rear. They were to immediately raise an alarm at any sound. He also distributed weapons to everyone, the kind of stun grenades Zhou Shuan had used before. They weren't as gory, but they were very effective in an emergency. Even Mumu got one, which he held tightly in his hand. Seeing the expressions of the adults around him, he thought for a moment, then abandoned his relaxed attitude of being out for some fresh air, his little face tensing as he carefully observed the movements behind him. This trip was just a family outing, so collecting supplies was secondary. Qi Mingyu then drove to the place where they had seen the large patch of cacti the other day. Halfway through the journey, when they finally saw the entire Jian mountain range, Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun were stunned by the sight of the barren, lifeless mountains. They stared, bewildered, when suddenly Zhong Tiyun wiped away tears welling in her eyes. Zhou Jianhai gripped her hand tightly. Mumu, a very observant child, immediately noticed her mother's distress, turning her head from the window to look at her worriedly. Zhong Tiyun smiled and shook her head. It's nothing. It's just too hot. My eyes are sweating. Zhou Shuan, who had been visiting these past few days, had gone from initial shock to a state of calm. She spoke softly. Mom, when we get there, let's all go down and take a look. Zhong Tiyun nodded, gazing silently at the desolate landscape outside. Grandma Pang sighed softly and patted Mumu's shoulder across the road. When they reached a bend in the road, Chi Mingyu stopped the car. After everyone put on their air-conditioned suits, they got out of the car and gazed into the distance. Zhong Tian suddenly exclaimed, "Look there. What a huge expanse of cacti." Looking out from here, they could see that almost the entire hillside was covered in cacti, a small portion of which were over 2 meters tall, resembling a towering forest from afar. "Mom, don't be sad. Although the other plants have died, we now have a new variety of cacti. Greenery won't disappear. Hope won't disappear." Zhong Tian gazed greedily at the vast expanse of green in the distance, nodding repeatedly, "Yes, cacti can bring this mountain back to life." Zhou Shuan paused, then nodded, "Yes, definitely." They stood there, looking at the cactus forest for a long time, before gathering firewood on the mountain path beside it. Grandma Pang grumbled as she picked up the firewood. "The transportation is really inconvenient, otherwise we could just gather enough firewood to burn. The underground base is short of firewood, it's so expensive there now." Zhou Shuan and Chi Mingyu exchanged a glance, suddenly realizing they stumbled upon a treasure trove without even realizing it. Although metals like aluminum and iron would be scarce in the future, firewood was also a scarce resource. Moreover, it was inconspicuous, and with their new tires, it was easier to explain where they got it. With their spatial ability, gathering firewood wasn't difficult. Zhou Shuan thought for a moment, and then asked in a low voice, "Would it be feasible to haul a truckload of firewood in an off-road vehicle?" Chi Mingyu nodded. "Firewood is lightweight, it's not difficult to haul." The main force for gathering firewood would still be Zhou Shuan, with her spatial ability. She called to Zhou Jianhai, "Dad, let's gather firewood this way." Zhou Jianhai quickly followed, reminding Mumu, "Stay close to the adults." Zhou Shuan and Zhou Jianhai turned to this side of the road, and began their frantic firewood gathering spree. She walked along the mountain path, bending down to touch the fallen trees at her feet, one by one disappearing from her grasp. Not only the tall, thick trees vanished, but even the branches and roots beside them were collected cleanly. Zhou Jianhai provided cover, bending down to pick up a few pieces of firewood while looking around for any movement. After 2 round trips on this side of the slope, there were no more trees around. Zhou Shuan then called her father to move to the side. They had originally planned to return by noon, but because of gathering firewood, they weren't in a hurry to go back. At noon, the 6 of them ate a simple lunch in the air-conditioned car. Each person received a box of self-heating rice, and 2 cans of fruit were opened and shared. Finally, 2 people shared a cactus. The raw cactus had a strong bitter taste, and everyone ate it with grimace. However, after eating it, they no longer felt thirsty. After a short rest, they resumed their firewood gathering work. Chi Mingyu, Zhong Tian, and Grandma Pang, along with Mumu, had gathered a lot of firewood by mid-morning, piling it all together. Grandma Pang was worried about how to transport so much firewood back. Chi Mingyu said, "Wanwan's family has a truck. We can use our SUV to pull the truck bed over." Grandma Pang was still a little worried. "The truck bed is big. Can the SUV pull it? What if there's a flat tire?" "It's okay, we just drive slowly along the way," Zhong Tian added. Grandma Pang finally relaxed and cheered up again. "Then we should gather as much firewood as possible. Even if we don't exchange it for other things, it'd be good for our own use." They worked until 4 in the afternoon, then packed up and left for safety reasons. Zhou Shuan was the last to get on the bus. After Grandma Pang and Mumu got on, she quickly gathered the large pile of firewood. Unlike Zhou Shuan, who had a spatial cheat device, they didn't gather firewood from the thickest and strongest trees. They gathered dry wood that was about a meter long and roughly the same thickness, easy to move, and good for burning. The next day, Grandma Pang wanted to go gather firewood again. Chi Mingyu chuckled in surprise. "Grandma, you've been gathering firewood all day yesterday. Can your body handle it?" The air-conditioned suit had sophisticated mechanisms and was heavy. Even he, a young and strong man, felt tired wearing it all day, let alone the elderly Grandma Pang. Chapter 206. Grandma Pang, full of energy, said, "What's there to be tired about? We can exchange so many supplies for firewood we collect all day. It's not tiring at all. We still need to rest for a few days," Zhong Tian chided. "Even a bunch of us in our prime get tired after a day of collecting firewood." "All right, then we rest at home." "Wanwan Xiaoyu, are you going out again today?" Zhou Shuan smiled. "We're planning to go to the provincial capital today." Grandma Pang, "Dad, Mom, you should take Mumu home and rest for a few days. It's not worth getting sick from overwork." "Okay then. We rest for a couple of days, Then we go again, Grandma Pang said with lingering enthusiasm. Mumu, come with Grandma. Mumu immediately nodded. I want to go too. Everyone in the room laughed. Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu then went to Jian Mountain to collect deadwood for several more days. With the help of their spatial abilities, they collected the wood extremely quickly, finishing off half the deadwood of the mountain in just a few days. Zhou Shuwan later tried using a soil collecting method to gather fallen trees from the mountain, but the area was too large, and the fallen trees weren't really part of the mountain, making it difficult to control. She only managed to gather a few trees before feeling dizzy and swaying, almost collapsing. Qi Mingyu quickly reached out to support her, preventing her from falling to the ground. Qi Mingyu carefully helped her sit down on a nearby rock. After a while, the dizziness and nausea subsided. Qi Mingyu's brow remained furrowed. Once her complexion improved, he asked, "Can you still walk? Come on, I carry you down the mountain." Zhou Shuan smiled weakly. "I'm not that delicate, I'm fine." Qi Mingyu stared intently at her, his face serious. "Wanwan, I've seen this twice already. Is the space causing any harm to your body?" Zhou Shuan's eyes flickered, and she suddenly said, "If the space really is harmful to my body, Xiaoyu, what should I do?" Qi Mingyu's brows furrowed, his expression grave, but his words were decisive. "Then don't use it anymore. The supplies we stockpiled are enough for our family of 6. As for fresh vegetables and meat, if we don't have them, we don't have them. We live the same way others do in the apocalypse. Besides, with abundant resources, we only live better than them." Through the air-conditioned suit, he gently stroked Zhou Shuan's head with his large hand, his tone softening. "Wanwan, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Don't feel responsible for ensuring your family lives as comfortably and prosperously as before the apocalypse. So even if the space damages your body, try your best to persevere. I believe your uncle and aunt love you and Mumu so much, they rather live like everyone else, eating cactus every day, than see your body damaged by the space." Zhou Shuwan let out a soft sigh and rested her head on Qi Mingyu's shoulder. She felt that her restless heart, which had been adrift for so long, finally had a place to settle. "Brother Yu." Thank you." Qi Mingyu paused, then smiled. Zhou Shuwan sat up straight and said seriously, "Brother Yu, actually, I was attacked because I tried to take things beyond my capabilities. I think it was because I was too mentally exhausted. I'd be more careful next time. It's been over 2 years, and I'm sure the space hasn't harmed my body." Qi Mingyu looked at her intently, as if trying to determine if she was lying. After a long pause, he nodded. "Okay, but tell me immediately if you feel unwell in the future." Zhou Shuwan smiled and agreed. Because of this, Qi Mingyu disagreed with continuing to collect deadwood. He felt that no matter what Zhou Shuwan said, it was because the time spent collecting deadwood these past few days had taken too long, causing her too much strain. They had collected deadwood from half a mountain, and most of it consisted of trees that had grown for many years on the Jian Mountain range. Tall, thick, and strong, each tree was equivalent to a pile of firewood. Therefore, Zhou Shuwan felt she had collected enough. She took out half to exchange for supplies, and stored the rest in her spatial storage, to be used later when needed. Zhou Jianhai had already gone to the underground base to inquire about the exchange price for firewood. They directly placed some deadwood in the frame building, and Zhou Jianhai and Qi Mingyu worked together, using a cutting machine and an automatic wood splitter to cut the deadwood into sections for easy loading onto the truck. After loading a truckload of firewood, they drove the SUV with the truckload to the underground base. The price had been agreed upon beforehand, negotiated directly with the base leadership by Xiao Xiao. Although the underground base had sufficient labor, it lacked air-conditioned clothing and transportation, preventing them from collecting driftwood on the mountain as freely as Zhou Shuwan. Therefore, they were consistently short of firewood and coal. Both Zhou Shuwan's and Qi Mingyu's families discussed the matter and decided that while they had ample supplies of various kinds, they hadn't stockpiled cotton for warmth before the flood. Therefore, they would exchange it for cotton with the base. Cotton is lightweight and couldn't be exchanged by weight. So, they traded 1 truckload of firewood for 1 truckload of cotton. Finally, they traded 5 cartloads of firewood for 5 cartloads of cotton. Xiao Xiao watched them deliver load after load, her eyes wide with amazement. "You guys are really capable. Such thick trees, you just carried them down from Jian Mountain like that?" Qi Mingyu glanced at her matter-of-factly. "We've been stockpiling for a long time. How could we have stockpiled this much in just a few days? We saved it up before exchanging it. Look at how many of us there are." "True," Xiao Xiao chuckled, realizing her question had been a bit silly. He patted Qi Mingyu on the shoulder, gesturing for him to move aside. "Xiaoyu, you and Wanwan now have air-conditioned clothes, an SUV, And a truck? Why don't we team up and start a small business? Although the truck's tires weren't made of the new material, with the SUV pulling it from the front, it didn't struggle much, so it could manage short distances. Chi Mingyu raised an eyebrow. What kind of deal? With Xiao Xiao's current status, it would be easy for him to mobilize a few trucks with new tires, and he had an entire patrol team under his command. Why would he need to cooperate with them again? This deal they mentioned must be something special. Xiao Xiao offered him a cigarette and whispered, "It's not convenient to talk here. Come to my office another day, and we discuss it in detail." Chi Mingyu glanced at Zhou Shuwan, who was directing people to unload firewood from the truck. Xiao Xiao nodded. "Take Wanwan with you." Chi Mingyu hesitated for a moment, then said, "I discuss it with Wanwan when I get back, and see what she thinks." Xiao Xiao almost rolled her eyes, but managed to hold back. Both families were very happy to have harvested several truckloads of cotton that weren't on their lists. When Zhong Tian brought up the matter of profit sharing, before she could speak, Chi Mingyu interjected, "Auntie, Grandma, and I didn't contribute to this, so you don't need to share. This is all yours." "How can that be?" Zhong Tian immediately said. Chapter 207. Although Zhong Tian and Zhou Jianhai had learned that Chi Mingyu already knew Zhou Shuan's spatial secret during their days of gathering drywood and firewood, the two had been troubled by this for some time and remained secretly wary. However, neither of them were the type to take advantage of others. They believed in giving what was rightfully theirs. "Why didn't you contribute? You and your Uncle Zhou both did a lot of work cutting and splitting that thick tree. So, you definitely deserve a share." Chi Mingyu's attitude was calm, with a slight smile. "It's my responsibility, as a junior, and as Shuan's boyfriend. If Aunt and Uncle Zhou feel bad about it, just give me a few bags of cotton, Grandma, and I won't need much." The cotton was for preparing for the extremely cold season. Zhong Tian frowned and looked at Zhou Jianhai. "Okay, Mom, let's do as brother you says." "It's fine." Zhou Shuwan had already agreed. She knew Chi Mingyu genuinely meant it. He was kind, generous, valued relationships, and didn't care much about material possessions. Besides, the Chi family had already stockpiled enough supplies for 2 people. Zhong Tian was in a dilemma. Chi Mingyu had already smiled and gone to talk to Zhou Shuwan, seemingly unconcerned. Zhong Tian wanted to say something, but Zhou Jianhai stopped her, waving his hand. "Let the children discuss these things themselves. Let's not interfere too much." "But..." Zhong Tian looked at Zhou Jianhai and suddenly understood what he meant. Chi Mingyu was helping as the Zhou family's prospective son-in-law. Her question was too polite, not treating him like family. She smiled. "All right, then I won't interfere." Chi Mingyu relayed Xiao Xiao's words to Zhou Shuwan. Zhou Shuwan asked, "Didn't he say what it was for?" "I reckon it's a batch of supplies that needs our help to transport." "But he didn't say what the supplies were, and I didn't ask in front of so many people." Zhou Shuwan weighed her options carefully. In her previous life, Xiao Xiao was the mayor of the entire survivor base. Maintaining a good relationship with him would obviously be beneficial for both families to establish themselves in the new base in the future. Moreover, Xiao Xiao was an upright person who had helped them many times, making him a trustworthy friend. It was difficult to refuse his request, both morally and logically. She hesitated for a moment, then said, "Then let's go and hear the details before we decide. If it's difficult, we won't accept." "Okay. Wanwan, your spatial ability absolutely cannot be exposed," Chi Mingyu instructed. Zhou Shuwan nodded, of course. "We only help them to the best of our ability." Although Xiao Xiao looked delicate, and like a naive college graduate, he was actually bold and meticulous. Zhou Shuwan and Chi Mingyu both knew the other party was bold, but they hadn't expected him to be this bold. When the two specifically went to him to ask what goods he needed help moving, he refused to tell the truth, only saying that he was helping move a truckload of extremely valuable goods, the kind that would cause a frenzy if they appeared, but there was absolutely no danger. Therefore, he needed to find a few of his most trusted people to do the job. This matter couldn't be known by a fourth person besides the 3 of them. Chi Mingyu and Zhou Shuwan exchanged glances, looking at each other in dismay. Xiao Xiao then pressed on, "Mainly, I really can't handle it all by myself. If you two join in, I give you both a quarter of the profits." Seeing the two still hesitating, she said, "Even this quarter would drive everyone crazy. I already been very generous." Zhou Shuwan smiled wryly. "You?" She finally nodded. After the 3 of them drove the SUV, loaded with cargo, to the destination Xiao Xiao had mentioned, the two finally understood why she had been so evasive and unwilling to tell the truth. They were going to a ruined factory. Devastated by the tsunami, most of the walls and buildings had collapsed, and the remaining structures were on the verge of collapse. From a distance, it looked like a dangerous building most people wouldn't dare approach. Xiao Xiao led the two through a gap in the wall with practiced ease. Qi Mingyu frowned slightly, protecting Zhou Shuwan as they walked behind. After entering, they went into the half-collapsed building. Stopping outside to check its sturdiness, Xiao Xiao inside urged them, "You two hurry up, time is of the essence." Although people's daily routines were still nocturnal, it was still more convenient to go out during the day. Therefore, in recent operations, both the Zhou and Qi families went out during the day. Xiao Xiao also deliberately waited until everyone at the base was asleep before setting off. Xiao Xiao was worried that the car would be seen if it drove back at night. Walking further into the building, turning a few corners, until reaching a very well-hidden underground entrance, Zhou Shuwan realized that the treasure Xiao Xiao had mentioned was hidden underground. Climbing down the stairs, they came to a door. Xiao Xiao simply opened the door, and light shone inside, revealing a room filled with guns. Zhou Shuwan had a premonition, but when it actually came true, she couldn't help but be shocked. She stared blankly at the entire armory, completely forgetting that once they were underground, they could remove the mask from their air-conditioned suit. Qi Mingyu removed the mask, scanned the armory from left to right, and then asked, "Where did you get all this weaponry, kid?" No wonder, Xiao Xiao said, she couldn't move it all by herself. Pistols, submachine guns, non-automatic rifles, semi-automatic rifles, fully automatic rifles, sniper rifles, anti-material rifles, light machine guns, general-purpose machine guns, heavy machine guns, recoilless rifles, rocket-propelled grenades, rifle-mounted grenade launchers, semi-automatic grenade launchers, automatic grenade launchers, torpedoes, and boxes of ammunition. A quick glance at the firearms alone revealed over 1,000. It would take half a freight truck to move them. Zhou Shuwan swallowed hard and asked Xiao Xiao, "Which bandit hideout did you raid?" But in reality, these weapons were well made, and could not possibly be possessed by bandits or gangsters. Xiao Xiao gave a bitter smile, and didn't hide anything. That's what Jiang Lin said before he died. Actually, the country predicted the tsunami, and issued an emergency evacuation order to the troops. At the same time, countless grain depots and weapons were moved. Jiang Lin was in charge of the weapons transfer. He paused before continuing, later, countless soldiers were killed or wounded, and of Jiang Lin's team, only he returned. He said they encountered the tsunami, and all their weapons and vehicles were destroyed. At the time, too many people died, so no one investigated further. It wasn't until he was interrogated that I realized he had been tortured too severely, and was delirious, muttering incoherently. The night before he was executed, I was watching over him, and I listened carefully before I realized he was talking about what happened during the tsunami. He killed a weapons transferring team during the tsunami, and he hid a whole truckload of weapons in a secret place. Chapter 208. Xiao Xiao pointed to what was in front of him. "These are all you see." Qi Mingyu looked at him. "Didn't you report this to your superiors?" Xiao Xiao coughed lightly and touched his nose. "At the time, I thought this was a big deal, and I couldn't be rash. I planned to report it later after I was certain. Later, I made a special trip here, and my thinking changed a bit. Things are too chaotic now. Even in the government office, there are several factions, constantly scheming against each other, fighting for power, weapons, and supplies. It's only Mayor Liu who's keeping things under control. Otherwise, how could ordinary survivors possibly receive relief supplies every day? I was thinking, even if I reported this, I wouldn't know who would benefit from the weapons. It's better to just leave them as they are, and take them out when there's real danger later. Maybe they can turn the tide." A moment of silence followed. Xiao Xiao added, "Don't worry, I won't go back on my word that the reward I'm giving you is a quarter. Even a quarter of these weapons is a very generous amount, several times more than the reward the former commander gave Qi Mingyu." Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuwan exchanged a glance, then Qi Mingyu asked, "Your weapons are perfectly safe here, why are you moving them?" Xiao Xiao pointed outside. "I heard a few days ago that a building not far from here collapsed. You saw this place when you came in, it's swaying precariously, and it could collapse at any moment. It's too much trouble to dig a tunnel out by hand to move them, and with so many people, word might get out. It's better to move them now." He looked at the two of them. "After thinking it over, I only trust the two of you. Besides, you two can afford to exchange for air-conditioned uniforms, you're capable, and you wouldn't turn your backs on me for such a small benefit." Zhou Shuwan snorted and pointed to the armory in front of her. "This isn't just a small gain. This is a rich treasure that would tempt anyone." Qi Mingyu pondered for a moment, then said, "We help you move them. A quarter is too much. We don't have any ambition to build our own power base. Divide these weapons into 10 portions, one for me and one for 1-1. Each of them would take 1/10 or 1/5. Xiao Xiao thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Okay, I appreciate your help. Qi Mingyu then led Zhou Shuwan to choose the weapons they wanted. Since they were few in number, the guns weren't as lethal as grenades and explosives, so they chose more of these. They also picked out 10 boxes of ammunition. After setting the chosen weapons aside, the three of them began moving them out. They had come down the stairs, and the path was difficult to navigate. Moving them up and down would take a long time, so it was no wonder Xiao Xiao needed help. Zhou Shuan, being a girl, was taken care of by the two men who let her carry the lighter loads. She wasn't one to fuss, and she carried everything up and down without slacking off. Later, they were so exhausted that the three of them sat on the ground to rest for a long time before starting to move again. It wasn't until around 10 p.m. that they had almost finished moving all the weapons. They first helped Xiao Xiao transport the weapons to the place he had found beforehand, also a basement, but closer to the city. After another round of busy work, it was 4 a.m. when the three of them finally collapsed into the SUV, panting heavily, utterly exhausted. The air conditioning in the car was on, and the temperature was just right. Xiao Xiao went to take off his air conditioning coat, panting as he did so. I'm not doing this to take advantage, but to pay with my life. Zhou Shuan smoothed her sweat-soaked hair, her breath unsteady. Just the three of us, doing so much, it's really too much. If she hadn't kept reminding herself that she'd get a generous reward after finishing, she wouldn't have been able to move an inch. Qi Mingyu unscrewed a bottle of water and handed it to Zhou Shuan. Xiao Zhao's eyes widened. Where's mine? Qi Mingyu glanced at her. Don't you have hands? Unscrew it yourself. There were several bottles of water nearby. Xiao Xiao angrily unscrewed a bottle for herself, muttering, Qi Mingyu, you're sexist. Zhou Shuan drank half a bottle of water in one gulp, and Qi Mingyu naturally took the other half and drank it all. Xiao Xiao, caught off guard, nearly choked on her water. Coughing a few times, she simply turned her face away, refusing to look at the two's public display of affection. After drinking some water, Zhou Shuan took out a few pieces of melted chocolate from her backpack, to replenish our energy. Xiao Xiao tore open the packaging, took a deep sniff, and said contentedly, I haven't had chocolate in ages. You guys are so lucky. 2 years into the apocalypse, and you still have these high-energy snacks. Looks like you've been out hoarding supplies quite a bit. You don't have time to go, Qi Mingyu said slowly, biting into a piece of melted chocolate. This was the truth. Xiao Xiao was speechless for a moment. For a fleeting instant, he even considered asking to join them in searching for supplies every day. He had the skills, and so many weapons. Together with Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan, it would be a powerful combination. They wouldn't have to worry about finding supplies. But then, he lowered his head and silently ate his chocolate. Like Qi Mingyu, he also had his ambitions and responsibilities. After eating a few pieces of chocolate, which slightly soothed their rumbling stomachs, the three of them got up and drove back to the underground base. From afar, the underground base was brightly lit, with many people moving around near the cactus area, and armed patrols on duty. Xiao Xiao told them to drop him off at a distance, to avoid alerting more people. The three of them prepared an excuse, and Qi Mingyu drove away with Zhou Shuan. They returned to the neighborhood, where the whole family was anxiously waiting. He'd been gone for a day and a night. They worried something might have happened. They were relieved to see the two of them return. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu were also starving, but they couldn't take food from their spatial storage in front of Grandma Peng. Fortunately, Zhong Tian had left them some food. They thawed frozen dumplings, cooked a large bowl, and ate it with a sour, hot soup, delicious and filling. The two of them happily ate a large bowl of dumplings before explaining what had happened. Zhong Tian exclaimed in surprise, This Lieutenant Xiao seems so shy, I didn't expect him to be so bold. Zhou Shuan, recalling her past life, smiled and said, Mom, he has a plan in mind, but he doesn't show it. He might even rise through the ranks in the future. The family had a tacit understanding. When she said this, Zhou Jiahai and Zhong Tian immediately understood that she was referring to Xiao Zhao's promotion to a high-ranking position in their past life. The couple felt slightly relieved and asked, How many weapons did they give you? Not too many, but enough for both our families. That's good. Weapons will definitely become harder to obtain in the future. Zhong Tian said, her voice brightening again, the fact that he remembered you two shows he trusts you. If he really does get promoted in the future, there will be many situations where he need your help. Maintaining a good relationship is very important. Chapter 209. After resting for a few days, Zhou Shuan and her companion resumed their work of stockpiling supplies. They traveled to the provincial capital and several neighboring cities, visiting copper wire factories, and stockpiling large quantities of copper wire, and stainless steel factories, and stockpiling large quantities of stainless steel products. They continued this work for half a month, before finally stopping to rest. It was at this time that a massive fire broke out on Jiyun Mountain, burning for days and nights without stopping. The mountain was covered with withered trees and dry grass, almost too fragile to be touched, and even the slightest spark could ignite a raging inferno. Zhou Shuan and her companion were right. Once the fire started, it was impossible to control. Jiyun Mountain wasn't a single mountain, but a deeply overlapping mountain range. If one mountain caught fire, another would inevitably be engulfed. The fire spread from one mountain to another, and then to the next, covering distances of tens of kilometers. From J City, the flames could even be seen burning along the northern horizon. Zhou Shuan and her family of 6, all dressed in air-conditioned suits, stood atop the property management building, gazing into the distance. Although wearing air-conditioned suits, everyone seemed to feel the intense heat of the raging fire. Grandma Peng asked in a trembling voice, "What about the people on Jiyun Mountain? Did they escape?" No one could answer. The villages on Jiyun Mountain numbered at least several thousand people, including the elderly and children. Without prior preparation, it would be very difficult for everyone to escape in such a short time. Zhou Jianghai suddenly said, "Perhaps we're all just guessing. Wan Wan and Xiaoyu already warned us a while ago that the dead trees on Jiyun Mountain could cause fires. Maybe they have other plans. But with only 20 or 30 buses, how can we possibly get everyone out?" Zhong Tian murmured. "Don't panic, everyone. Actually, if the villagers of Jiyun Mountain had stayed in the underground base, when the fire started, there would still be a chance of survival. Smoke rises, and the underground base is usually on the first or second floor. If the entrance is properly secured to prevent the fire from spreading, the chances of survival are high." Hearing this, everyone felt a slight weight lift from their hearts. After all, it involved thousands of lives. Even the most hard-hearted person couldn't remain indifferent. "Xiaoyu and Wan Wan, go to the underground base tomorrow and ask about the situation," Zhou Jianghai said. Okay. But in reality, the fire lasted for more than half a month before it completely stopped. When they went to ask about the situation the next day, no one could give a clear answer. "The people we sent haven't returned, and they didn't dare get close at all, they could only watch from afar." Xiao Xiao scratched her hair, looking haggard. "I went with them last night, and only got back this morning." "How is it over there?" Qi Mingyu asked. Xiao Xiao shook her head, her face heavy. "Jiyun Mountain is too big. Even if someone escaped and shouted, we wouldn't hear them." Emerging from the underground base, Zhou Shuan gazed at the raging flames in the distance, seemingly lost in thought. "What's wrong, Wan Wan? You seem preoccupied since yesterday," Qi Mingyu asked. Zhou Shuan shook her head. Actually, in her previous life, she had heard that Jiyun Mountain hadn't caught fire, but rather experienced a landslide. Countless dead trees, carrying large and small stones, tumbled down the barren mountain, damaging houses and roadbeds. But because of the high temperature, everyone stayed indoors, and no one was injured. Later, after the landslide subsided, the locals quickly relocated. Zhou Shuan had overheard a few snippets of news while visiting the survivor base, but hadn't paid much attention. There were also people who had relocated from Jiyun Mountain living in the factory's greenhouse. However, from beginning to end, she hadn't heard anyone mention the fire in the Jiyun Mountains. So what had changed? Why did a fire occur in this life? Silently walking back, halfway there, Zhou Shuan suddenly asked, "Did Xiao Xiao tell you the cause of the fire?" Qi Mingyu shook his head. "We couldn't even see any living people. How could we determine the cause of the fire?" Zhou Shuan paused for a moment before suddenly asking, "Brother Yu, do you think it could have been caused by us going to collect firewood?" Qi Mingyu was taken aback. Through the air-conditioned uniform and the dark night, he could sense her seriousness. "You mean?" Zhou Shuan looked into the distance. "I was thinking, we didn't specifically hide the fact that we exchanged firewood for several carloads of cotton at the underground base. Could someone have been envious and gone to collect firewood too? Since people are active on the mountain, it's normal for them to start a fire. Could that have caused a fire? Otherwise, why would everything be fine in this life when everything is on fire in the past? The only difference is their fire gathering." Qi Mingyu frowned deeply. "Wan Wan, don't think like that. It's perfectly normal for us to go up the mountain to collect firewood and exchange it for supplies. Besides, it's not just us who collect firewood, many other people do too. It's just because of you." He was always cautious outside, swallowing the word space, and continued, "It's just because we collected a lot. So, don't take the blame upon yourself, understand?" Zhou Shuan quickly smiled. "Brother Yu, don't worry, I'm not overthinking. It's just that I can't figure it out." "Can't figure out what?" "Wan, even if the fire was caused by someone gathering firewood on the mountain, it has nothing to do with you or us. Everyone has to be responsible for their own actions, but don't force yourself to take responsibility for things that aren't yours." Zhou Shuan nodded. "I know, Brother Yu, I didn't mean to take the blame. By the way, Brother Yu, don't tell my parents what I just said." "Okay." Qi Mingyu looked at her carefully for a couple more times, making sure she really understood what he meant, before nodding. The fire burned for more than half a month. When the air was filled with black burning debris, and the acrid smell could be smelled from afar even in the underground base, the fire finally slowly subsided. At the same time, good news arrived. Just as Qi Mingyu had guessed, the fire had been burning during the day, and almost everyone was in the underground base. Because the military had anticipated the forest fire, they had coated the outer perimeter of the underground base with fire-retardant paint and stocked it with dry rations and water. Therefore, when the fire actually broke out, the military acted swiftly, sealing the base doors tightly to completely prevent the fire from spreading inside. For the next 2 weeks, everyone remained inside the underground base. They only emerged after the fire subsided. There was no shortage of food and water inside. The only concern was that with so many people in the base, and the doors tightly closed, oxygen levels became noticeably low in the last few days, and some elderly people and children experienced discomfort. Therefore, even though the fire hadn't completely stopped, the people in the underground base eventually came out. Chapter 210. Besides the 20 buses Zhou Shuan provided, there were 33 buses gathered from other places, all heading towards Jian Mountain. It looked spectacular. These buses were all modified. The generators, wiring, tires, and even the internal air conditioning were specially designed to withstand high temperatures, using precious aerospace materials. That's about all the buses a city can have. Mayor Lu had already relayed the message to each base. Each underground base needed to accommodate around 80 to 100 people. The underground base in Dongyuan community is located in the old city area, where many residential areas lack underground parking, with only a few newly built apartment buildings having it. It needs to accommodate all the residents of the surrounding old city area, so the current capacity is already very high. Accommodating another 100 people would be quite a challenge. When they went to the underground base again, they unexpectedly saw Meng Mingwei. It had been almost a year since they last saw her. She had become noticeably thinner, more haggard, and pale. This is because they lived underground for so long without seeing sunlight. Most of the survivors are like this now, and Meng Mingyue's condition is actually better than many of them. What's different is Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu. Meng Mingyue's eyes widened as soon as she saw the two of them. "How come you two haven't changed at all? And Wan, I think you look even younger than before." She looked at them with considerable envy. Zhou Shuan waved her hand. "I think you're under so much pressure that your eyes are acting up. This year's high temperatures have tormented everyone. How could I be different and get younger? But you look radiant. So fair and rosy." Meng Mingyue pulled her up and down, then suddenly understood. Her eyes darted to Qi Mingyu beside her, and though her voice was soft, it was actually quite loud. "Oh, I know. It's because of love. Back then, I always thought there was something going on between you two, but you both insisted you were just neighbors, like siblings. How come after a year, you both changed your minds and are inseparable?" She had seen the two of them walking hand in hand. Xiao Xiao then told her they were together. Meng Mingyue, completely unaware of Xiao Xiao's thoughts, immediately gossiped, "One's too slow. They should have been together a long time ago. But she's so leisurely, not in a hurry at all." That's why she was joking with Zhou Shuan on purpose. Zhou Shuan blushed slightly and glared at her. "Don't talk nonsense again." Meng Mingyue giggled a few times before giving up. Qi Mingyu had been watching the two bickering with a smile, and only now did he ask, "Mingyue, what are you doing here?" Meng Mingyue was different from Xiao Xiao. The latter was a trusted confidant whom Mayor Lu had been grooming, and her status was extraordinary, allowing her free movement and control over vehicles and personnel. However, Meng Mingyue was merely a security team leader at the Siji apartment, rarely leaving the base unless on duty. The Siji apartment wasn't conveniently located, so she had never come here specifically. Meng Mingyue sighed, "Don't even mention it. The temperature is too high. The air conditioning at the Siji apartment can't handle the heat. It's been repaired many times recently. This time, the villagers of Jian Mountain are also relocating, so the higher-ups decided to disband the Siji apartment and everyone inside is being dispersed to various bases. I've been idle, waiting for assignments. Xiao Xiao chimed in. I already submitted the application to bring Mingwei here. Congratulations. Then we can see each other more often. Zhou Shuan said, then asked a few more questions about the Tsu Chi apartment. Mingwei shook her head. The survivors there, children without parents, elderly people without care, and some single women, are alright in the apartment. The management is strict, disciplined, and allocation is based on need. But once they're transferred to other bases, it's hard to say. She was also a woman in her 20s and a soldier, with strong empathy. She sighed softly, especially those children without parents. They all rely on relief food to survive. They're so thin and weak, they become like big-headed babies. It's really pitiful. The most crucial thing is that these people are clearly a burden, and those bases are unwilling to accept them. So we have to spread them out, with each base taking in about 100 people. Moreover, given the current situation, each base is under a lot of pressure, and it's impossible to free up half the space to accommodate all the women, children, and vulnerable people in the apartment. After much discussion, this is the result, Xiao Xiao said. The atmosphere became tense for a moment. What Xiao Xiao didn't say was that because the Tsu Chi apartment had been dissolved, the responsibility of providing voluntary aid to the vulnerable had been distributed to other bases. This led some higher-ups in the office to bluntly suggest in a meeting that once these people entered ordinary bases, they should receive supplies every 3 days, just like everyone else, without any special treatment. They were practically stating outright that these women and children were of no value in being rescued. Saving them would be a waste of food, and it would be better to let them fend for themselves. Mayor Lu was so angry he almost slammed his fist on the table and cursed, before he managed to suppress the resentment of those people. If this is the case for those in positions of power, imagine the plight of the survivors at the bottom. Everyone knows that the Tsu Chi housing complex only accepts women and children, and the relief food they receive is better than what is given to ordinary people. Besides essential survival supplies, women receive sanitary products, and children and the elderly receive milk powder, calcium supplements, and other nutritional products. The young and strong are suffering here, while those who contribute little get to enjoy the meager resources. Naturally, it's unfair, Meng Mingwei concluded. Although I know they're struggling, one person's strength is limited. If we're truly powerless, we can only turn a blind eye. Xiao Xiao comforted her. We can't do much. We can only do what we can. Like me, when asked for my opinion, I naturally said to accept more women and children, and in addition to the daily quota, I try to supplement it as much as possible. That's all I can do. No wonder you climbed to the position of base leader at such a young age. Your ideological awareness is very high. I need to learn from you, Meng Mingwei joked. They were both from the same military unit, and had a good relationship to begin with. Now, one held a high position, but there was no distance between them. Zhou Shuan thought of a popular saying online. It's me to feel pity, it's me to stand idly by, I empathize, yet I'm powerless. She sighed deeply, thinking of her past life, filled with hardship and displacement, and her senior. She wondered how her senior was doing now that she had reunited with her family. On the way back with the supplies, Qi Mingyu noticed her low spirits and assumed she was worried about those people. He took her hand and whispered, Wan, there's not much we can do. If you're really worried about those elderly people and children, we can donate some supplies after we get to the base. There wasn't much they could do, but at least they could donate something to ease their conscience. Zhou Shuan shook her head. I was thinking of my senior, the one I met in college, from the same hometown. She's a chivalrous and kind person. Before, I didn't know anything, and she taught me so much. I wonder how she is now. Chapter 211. Has she come home? Zhou Shuan smiled and said, yes, she bought a ticket and came back when the floods first started. Now her family is definitely reunited. If she stockpiled supplies beforehand, life shouldn't be too difficult. Qi Mingyu patted her head. Then there's even less to worry about. She has her parents by her side. No matter how difficult the situation, it will gradually pass. Zhou Shuan nodded yes. A few days later, a group of people arrived at the underground base near the Dongyuan residential area. As Xiao Xiao had said, he took over as many people as possible from the Siji apartment, a total of over 80 people. Only 4 or 5 families came down from Jiyun Mountain, all with elderly people and children, and they were all related. In an unfamiliar place, a large group is needed to make a difference. Because the city's buses were limited, they had to take turns transporting everyone. When it was time for the Zhou and Qi families to collect their supplies, they happened to meet this group of people at the underground base. The Tsu Chi apartment was filled with children and the elderly. The children ranged in age from 7 or 8 to teenagers, some about the same age as Moo Moo, but all were very thin, looking like dolls with large heads, just as Meng Mingwei had described. Several elderly people, nearing the end of their lives, spoke and walked with trembling hands, seemingly hungry and weak. Xiao Xiao, as the base manager, was busy arranging people. Meng Mingwei, having lived at the Tsuchi apartment for a long time, knew these people well, so she was also responsible for arranging reception. Having children of her own, she felt even more empathy. And Zhong, watching from the side, felt a pang of sadness. They look even thinner than Chun Chun did back then. I wonder if they get enough supplies. Uncle Zhong, however, was quite rational. The supplies from above are definitely enough. I heard they also have additional subsidies for milk powder and nutritional supplements. But how can these things compare to before the apocalypse? If Wan hadn't exchanged a bunch of nutritional supplements from other places, Chun Chun would definitely still be thin. The apocalypse is truly a huge challenge for a child's growth. Yes. And Zhong was very grateful to Zhou Shuwan whenever this was mentioned. It's all thanks to Wan. Uncle Zhong asked Zhong Tiyun and the others. Yesterday, the base released a message saying that people from the Tsuchi apartment will be coming today. The base doesn't have many supplies, and they encouraged everyone to donate. What do you think? Will you donate or not? Zhong Tiyun then asked, second brother, what do you think? Uncle Zhong's family was large, and they usually live frugally, so he was a little reluctant to donate. And Zhong spoke up, her voice lowered, Qian, De Tao, Dong, and I have discussed it. We donate, but we don't have much at home, so we can't donate much. Chun Chun still needs milk powder, so we donate some cactus powder and compressed biscuits. It's just a small token of our appreciation. These children have lost their parents and are growing up struggling. It's so pitiful. Zhong Tiyun glanced at her family and nodded. Wan and Xiao Yu mentioned this after they got back that day, and both our families agreed to donate. Many people at the base also want to donate. But many more don't want these elderly people and children to come, fearing that if they receive more supplies, they get less, and Zhong whispered. This isn't surprising. The base's supplies are limited. Although everyone receives supplies at fixed times, no one benefits excessively, and no one is disadvantaged. However, if the base has sufficient supplies, it can provide more jobs, pay higher wages, and provide additional benefits during holidays. When a group of elderly people and children who couldn't work arrived, they would have to receive extra subsidies, which would naturally take up everyone's welfare allowance. As they were talking, a commotion suddenly broke out ahead. Because everyone was gathered around watching the commotion, the Zhou family and the others were standing at the back of the crowd and couldn't see what was happening. Jiping and Shuetao, along with a few other young people, squeezed to the front to see what was going on. Jiping squeezed back and said, it's a family arguing. The higher-ups arranged for some children and elderly people to live next to their house. They don't want that. Everyone's living like this. Do they expect peace and quiet? Aunt Joan said. They're afraid the children will steal things and be difficult to discipline, Shuetao said. People living in the base have no privacy. All their supplies are kept in their own small spaces of 2 or 3 square meters. Things might be stolen if someone goes to the toilet or something. The base in the East Garden is strictly managed, with surveillance cameras everywhere. If someone is caught stealing, they will be sentenced to hard labor. However, that doesn't stop some people from taking the risk. The children at the Tsuchi apartment are all orphans. For a little food, they naturally disregard everything else. They haven't even started living there yet, and this has already happened, Grandma Pang sighed softly. The only places available now are in bad locations. In the middle of the road, next to the toilets, or near the entrance, the conditions are poor. The people living in these places are already complaining, and now with so many more people being put in, they're definitely not happy, Uncle Zhong said. Because of their relationship with Director Wu, their families were allocated corner units when the apartments were allocated, surrounded by walls on both sides, greatly improving their security and privacy. Both families were large, especially Qian with Chun Chun, who rarely went out. Always, someone would stay behind to watch the beds, so nothing was ever stolen. But other families were a different story. The commotion ahead grew louder, and soon, screams erupted. A fight had broken out. It turned out that the families living on either side of the road were trying to make room for the newcomers, and they were already unhappy about being squeezed in. They started yelling at the group of elderly people and children, but the other families didn't retaliate, so the two families started arguing. Then the men from both families, their tempers flaring, started fighting. However, after only a few exchanges, the patrol team quickly intervened and separated the two men. It was Meng Mingwei leading the team. She surveyed the situation with a dark face and shouted, "Lock them up first. Don't ask them anything. Release them when they calm down." With that order, the two men were taken away by the patrol team. The wives and elderly women of the two families were stunned and tried to cry out, but before they could utter a sound, Meng Mingwei twirled the pistol in her hand, coldly looking at them. "What are you shouting for? Disrupting base order, openly fighting. You be fine after a day in jail. Shout again, and you all be put in solitary confinement." Her words, coupled with her sharp eyes and expressionless face, genuinely intimidated them. The two families were immediately too frightened to utter a sound, staring helplessly at their patriarchs as they walked away. Meng Mingwei turned her head and saw Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu's group. The latter was smiling at her. She also gave a faint smile, which she quickly withdrew, her face stern as she surveyed the surroundings. "Disperse. Disperse. Don't gather in groups." Chapter 212. After dispersing the crowd and arranging for the children and elderly to make their bedding, she strode over. Zhou Shuan gave her a thumbs up, very authoritative. Meng Mingwei shook her head and smiled helplessly. "The base commander assigned me this task, so naturally I have to find a way to complete it." She then glanced around at the people. "Are these all your relatives?" Zhou Shuan nodded, pointing to Uncle Zhong and Aunt Zhong. "This is my second uncle and my third aunt. I have to trouble you to take care of them in the future." "Don't worry." Meng Mingwei was very cheerful, readily introducing herself to everyone. When they were alone together, Zhou Shuan asked about the base's electricity prices. "I heard from my second uncle today that because Jian Mountain burned down, there's a shortage of firewood, so people have to use the base's electricity for cooking. The electricity price has increased significantly these past few days?" Meng Mingwei nodded. "It's not just here, the entire J City is facing a firewood shortage crisis because of the burning of Jian Mountain. Before, although firewood had to be exchanged for supplies, and the price was much higher than before the apocalypse, it wasn't as expensive as electricity. Most people preferred to exchange for firewood to avoid paying electricity bills. But now the whole city is short of firewood and electricity consumption. The demand has surged, and our technology isn't up to par. These days, the solar-powered equipment is already struggling just to keep the air conditioning running. Adding the extra power for induction cookers, rice cookers, etc. would be too much of a strain." Zhou Shuan pointed outside. "I've seen quite a few people cooking outside in this heat over the past month. There are even more today. They need air-conditioned suits. Who among the ordinary survivors can afford one right now? But the base has people who cook and provide hot water for people outside. They give a small amount of supplies for each pot of water, not much, but it's a bit cheaper than using electricity. With temperatures exceeding 70 degrees Celsius, the ground temperature is even higher. While stir-frying is out of the question, warm water can be used to soak compressed biscuits. However, those who can afford the air-conditioned uniform generally look down on such a small amount of money and won't do it. Others who want to do it don't have the air-conditioned uniform. And those qualified to wear the base's air-conditioned uniform outside are on missions. They can't just sit there cooking and heating for others. Therefore, considering all these factors, not many people can cook using the high outdoor temperatures. But at the Tsuchi apartment, we never had to worry about cooking, Meng Mingwei continued. They're mostly elderly people and children living alone, unable to take care of themselves. We eat communal meals, and we have designated people to cook, so we can use the high temperatures to cook, which is quite good. Has Commander Xiao said anything about how the newcomers will eat? They also assigned someone to cook, just for these 70 or 80 people. It's simple. They just need a small room. They just need to be stricter with them. At the Tsuchi apartment, there was an incident where the cook used inferior ingredients. They secretly took back all the supplies that were supposed to be theirs. Zhou Shuan thought for a moment and said, "That's simple. Cooking always requires help. Arrange a chef, and the other helpers can be these elderly people and children, working in shifts, rotating every month or so, keeping an eye on each other, which will minimize theft." Meng Mingyue's eyes lit up. "Your idea is good. I go talk to Xiao, the base commander, later. Moreover, those who help in the kitchen should get a larger share of the hard-earned money. I'm sure the elderly people and children will be willing. Although single women are a vulnerable group, they are considered more valuable than the elderly and children. Therefore, other bases, when they have no other choice, prefer to accept women." This resulted in Xiao Zhao's base receiving almost exclusively elderly people and children, with no single women among them. The underground base worked for several days to settle the reception and, following Zhou Shuan's suggestion, set aside a room as a small kitchen specifically for the elderly and children. The base also collected a batch of donated supplies, mostly from families within the base who were financially secure. The Joe and Chi families discussed it and donated 50 Gene, 25 caddies of compressed biscuits, 20 Gene, 10 caddies of fresh hydroponic vegetables, 20 Gene, 10 caddies of small eggs, and 10 2-liter bottles of water. Although their donation wasn't the largest, it was the most nutritious of all the donated supplies. These days, it's difficult for anyone to get eggs and fresh vegetables. Due to excessive electricity consumption, the base received a new batch of high-capacity batteries within a few days. These batteries are different from the old ones. They're equipped with solar panels, allowing them to directly convert solar energy into electricity when placed outdoors, making them more convenient and efficient. Although these batteries are only enough to cook 2 or 3 meals with an induction cooker, they significantly alleviate the base's electricity shortage. Zhou Shuan discussed it with Xiao Xiao and exchanged 6 cart loads of firewood for 4 high-capacity batteries. Each of the Zhou and Qi families received 2. With a slight modification, the solar panels can be placed on the roof of the vehicles, ensuring the batteries are always fully charged, which is very convenient when going out. If the location of the underground safe house isn't a concern, the batteries can be modified so the solar panels are placed on the ground. This way, the batteries are sufficient for daily use underground, eliminating the need for Zhou Jianhai and Qi Mingyu to return home every few days to change the batteries. As Lunar New Year's Eve arrived, the temperature remained above 70 degrees Celsius. A year and a half had passed since the onset of the heatwave. But in my previous life, this time of year would have been the acid rain season. Judging from the current situation, the acid rain had likely been postponed. People were even poorer than last year, with scarce resources, but the underground base managed to procure some firecrackers to add some excitement. Families who could afford it prepared a sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner, a way of wishing for a better year ahead. The Zhou and Qi families spent New Year's Eve together in the underground safe house. With Grandma Peng present, the meal couldn't be too lavish. A few days earlier, Zhong Tiyun and Grandma Peng had racked their brains over the menu. A spicy smoked fish, a stir-fried chicken with mushrooms, a steamed pork rib, a clear stewed fish ball, a stir-fried tofu skin with greens, a steamed egg with scallions, a stewed tofu, a spicy stir-fried bean sprout, a cold vermicelli salad, and a canned tomato dish. 10 dishes in total, an exceptionally lavish spread. The tofu and bean sprouts were made from soybeans taken from the Zhou family's refrigerator a few days ago, sprouted by Grandma Peng. The remaining soy milk was eaten by everyone for breakfast. They usually drink soy milk made from powdered soybeans, which tasted bland compared to this homemade version. The smoked fish and frozen chicken were provided by the Qi family. They still had some fish frozen during the floods. The ribs and fish balls were also provided by the Zhou family. The rest were contributed by both families. Both families were generous, so the portions were quite large. Zhou Shuan also took out 2 strings of firecrackers from her spatial storage. Qi Mingyu and Zhou Jianhai took Mumu to the area below Building 5 to set off the firecrackers before returning for dinner. Chapter 213. The firecrackers were old stock from their previous home, which they stored in their spatial dimension when they were cleaning out. The 6 families from both households sat happily in the dimly lit basement, enjoying a large meal. Grandma Peng beamed, "Tiyun, you're so good at storing things. Your soybeans have been in the fridge for over 2 years, and they haven't gone bad. I went through so much trouble storing them, but they still got infested with bugs. I should learn from you." Except for Mumu, everyone at the table felt a little awkward. Qi Mingyu broke the silence. "Grandma, have some tofu. You stewed it especially well today. It's so tender and has a meaty flavor." He then placed a piece of tofu on Grandma Peng's plate. Grandma Peng said with considerable pride, "I stewed the tofu in the broth from cooking pork ribs, and then thickened it with cornstarch at the end. That makes it so flavorful and tender." She had trouble chewing and loved tofu. Zhong Tian quickly changed the subject. "That's right, Grandma Peng. I try to make it the same way as you, but the taste is always a little worse. And that spicy smoked fish, when I make it, I can always taste the smoke. I don't know how you make it. It doesn't taste smoky at all. It's fragrant and spicy, and it goes perfectly with rice." Moo, though small, loved spicy food and had already put several pieces of smoked fish into her bowl while speaking. This amused everyone. "You little rascal, eat slowly. There are only a few of us. Who's going to steal your food?" Zhou Jianhai said with a laugh. The ribs had been stewed for a long time. Even the bones were almost tender. Zhou Shuan picked up a piece of rib and was sucking out the marrow with relish. she thought the marrow was the most fragrant part. Seeing her eating with relish, Chi Mingyu picked out several more pieces of ribs from the large bowl in the middle, the meat almost falling off the bone, and placed them in her bowl, softly instructing, "Eat slowly too." Except for the first few months after her rebirth, Zhou Shuan had eaten like a mad woman. Later, having gotten used to good food and having a full stomach, she had never gone hungry again and began to eat politely again. But now, the way she was sucking out the marrow made her seem a bit like a wolf, hence Chi Mingyu's words of advice. Afraid she might choke, he thoughtfully poured her half a glass of drink. While eating, his attention was half on Zhou Shuan, which pleased Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tian. Halfway through the meal, Zhou Jianhai raised his glass. "Whether it's Grandma Peng or Mumu, it's New Year's Eve, so let's make an exception and pour half a glass of baijiu, Chinese liquor, for us to celebrate together." "Mumu, just a couple of small sips will do," Zhong Tian said, pouring Mumu only enough to cover the bottom of her glass, and then pouring Zhou Shuan a small, half glass. Grandma Peng, however, was a heavy drinker, and poured herself most of a glass. Chi Mingyu added, "Grandma, drink slowly, don't get a headache." Grandma Peng smiled and raised her glass. "Come on, let's wish each other all the best in the future, and peace and safety every year. May everyone overcome misfortune and have good luck next year. May the apocalypse end soon, and may both our families be safe and sound, eat and drink well, and be happy forever." Zhou Jianhai concluded. After the meal, everyone cleaned up the tables, chairs, and dishes together. The basement space was poorly ventilated, so when they cooked, they tried to keep the sleeping curtains tightly closed to prevent smoke from getting in. While waiting for dinner, several candles were lit to absorb the odors in the air. Zhong Tian said, "Actually, what we need most isn't batteries, but a machine that can automatically freshen the air. Maybe it will come someday," Zhou Shuan encouraged. In her previous life, this kind of new battery, developed only after the apocalypse, didn't exist. Gradually, the technological products needed in the apocalypse will appear. While Grandma Peng was away, Zhou Shuan put all the blankets and quilts from the 6 beds into her spatial storage, replacing them with new ones. Grandma Peng was pleasantly surprised to see this. "New year, new look. Xiaoyu and I went back to Building 5 and got a few sets from my house to replace them," Zhou Shuan said with a smile. Chi Mingyu nodded naturally, his expression alone conveying his trust. Grandma Peng praised, "Oh dear, they say people mature after they start dating. Xiaoyu has become so considerate since dating Wan. Xiaoyu has always been a thoughtful child," Zhong Tian quickly added. "I think your Wan is the more sensible and considerate one, saving you and Dahai so much worry." So, the New Year's Eve vigil ended with the two families praising each other's children. Later that night, Chi Mingyu seized the opportunity. When both families were gathered around the dining table watching past Spring Festival galas on their laptops, and Zhou Shuan came to her bedside to get something, he finally caught her and stole a kiss. Recently, apart from going to the base, the two had hardly spent any time alone together. Under several pairs of eyes, even a hug was a luxury. With the curtains obscuring the view, Zhou Shuan boldly turned around and returned his kiss. Chi Mingyu held Zhou Shuan's hand tightly, reluctant to let go for a long time. Zhou Shuan, worried about being seen by her family, tugged at his hand slightly before he whispered in her ear, his voice slightly hoarse, "Wan, Happy New Year." Zhou Shuan responded softly, "Brother Yu, Happy New Year." The feeling of secretly dating in front of the whole family, though shy and embarrassed, filled both of them with an indescribable thrill and sweetness. Just then, Zhou Jianhai casually called out, "Wan, open a can of food for Dad. Any snacks? Sunflower seeds, peanuts, or something? With the packaging, these things wouldn't spoil if stored properly." Zhou Shuan quickly agreed. Zhong Tian secretly glared at Zhou Jianhai. They were all experienced adults. The adults knew exactly what the young couple were up to, and wisely chose not to expose them. Zhou Jianhai, however, was determined to be the biggest spoilsport. After receiving a glare from his wife, Zhou Jianhai cleared his throat and continued, "Your Grandma Peng's teeth aren't very good anymore. See if you have any softer snacks." Grandma Peng quickly waved her hand, "I won't eat them, let Mumu eat them. Kids love snacks." "It's alright, Grandma Peng, we stocked up on snacks a lot back then. It's New Year's Eve, we should get together to watch TV, eat some sunflower seeds, and have some snacks." There were no oranges, but there were canned oranges. Zhou Shuan gave everyone a small bottle. Sunflower seeds, wafer biscuits, small bread rolls, hawthorn slices, soft candy, chestnut cakes, and vacuum-packed country-style eggs, spicy strips, nuts, etc. There was a wide variety, and both families enjoyed watching and eating. Having just eaten New Year's Eve dinner, they couldn't eat much more, so they all ate sunflower seeds. This New Year's Eve was very satisfying. Chapter 214. The next day, New Year's Day, the Zhou and Qi families, dressed in air-conditioned suits, went to the underground base to pay New Year's visits. The Qi family had no relatives there, but they had become familiar with Uncle Zhong and Aunt Zhong's families over the years, so they joined the Zhou family for the festivities. Since there were many of them, they brought some food and planned to eat lunch at the base and not return. Zhong Tian carefully selected several snacks. These are for Chun Chun as New Year's money. We don't give coins anymore, just some snacks. Chun Chun will definitely be happy. After the New Year, Chun Chun would be 3 years old. The last time they met, the little one was very healthy, with a chubby face, but he couldn't speak very well yet, stumbling and struggling to utter a few words. Zhong Tian immediately thought of Muumu's chubby and adorable appearance when she was little, how she always held Chun Chun in her arms, and didn't want to let go. Nowadays, most families aren't wealthy, and older children, like Zhou Shuan and Qiping, no longer receive New Year's money. However, Chun Chun and Muumu still enjoy special treatment. Grandma Peng stroked Muumu's head, smiling lovingly. After the New Year, Muumu will be 10 years old, a big boy now. The two families lived together, and Grandma Peng got up early that morning to give Muumu New Year's money along with the Zhou family. Most others gave him snacks. Only Qi Mingyu stood out, taking out a small toy gun and handing it to Muumu. After the New Year, you be a big boy. You practice shooting, and your aim is quite good. This gun is for you. From now on, you be the man of the family, protecting your father, mother, and sister, understand? Muumu was overjoyed. Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianhai exchanged glances for a moment before smiling and telling Muumu to thank Brother Yu. The gift was precious enough, but in Zhou Jianhai and his wife's hearts, Muumu was still just a child, and they couldn't quite accept Qi Mingyu's behavior of treating Muumu like an adult. Zhou Shuan, however, remained calm. She patted Muumu's head and then took the gun from his hand, saying, "You can keep it with me from now on. I give it to you when we practice." The Zhou family had only ever owned one handgun, the one Qi Mingyu had given to Zhou Shuan. The Zhou family usually practiced shooting at home, mostly using bows and crossbows. This apocalypse was more orderly than the last one. The government hadn't collapsed and had made many preparations for various natural disasters. Compared to the flood and heatwave periods when they were overwhelmed, the order was stricter because most survivors had been moved to an underground base, making management easier. However, the base had limited manpower and could only manage the security of the base and the surrounding area. They were powerless to govern the outer areas. Therefore, it wasn't just the Zhou and Qi families who possessed melee weapons. Many other survivors also had weapons, such as their own kitchen knives, axes, or daggers. The administration hall and the base turned a blind eye, strictly prohibiting fighting within the base, but otherwise ignoring it and unable to enforce it outside. The Zhou and Qi families only needed to be careful not to let anyone discover they possessed firearms. Muumu immediately made a request to her sister. "Sister, next time you and brother-in-law go out, you have to take me with you. I want to find supplies too, and I want to practice with my pistol." Zhou Shuan, who had just taken a sip of water, almost choked, coughing several times. "Muumu you." She glanced at Qi Mingyu, who was standing to the side with his fist to his lips, whether to hide a smile or feign a cough, and, not wanting to cause a scene, patiently said to Muumu, "Muumu, that's Brother Yu. Don't call him that, it'd make him feel awkward." The adults, not wanting to interrupt, changed the subject. Grandma Peng listened with a smile, wanting to make a joke, but worried that the young Zhou Shuan might be shy, so she tactfully turned away, pretending to be busy and not having heard. "Over there," Muumu was explaining, "little you became your brother-in-law just because you're dating him." "Who said that?" Both families were waiting to leave. Zhou Shuan secretly glared at Muumu a few times. "Don't call me that again." She then stood up, looking calm. "Let's go, it's getting late." As they climbed up from the underpass, Qi Mingyu reached out and pulled her up. She whispered, "Did you deliberately teach Muumu to do that?" Qi Mingyu looked innocent. "Muumu is so old, it's normal for her to have her own understanding of things." "Don't be angry." Zhou Shuan snorted twice. "I'm not angry." She exited the underpass, and Qi Mingyu continued pulling others up. When he pulled Muumu up as well, the latter whispered in his ear, "Brother-in-law, how was it? Satisfied?" Qi Mingyu smiled and ruffled her hair. "Good job, Muumu. I take you out to practice shooting another day." Muumu's eyes narrowed with joy. This was a secret agreement the two of them made last night while setting off firecrackers. He asked Mumu what gift she wanted most for the new year. Mumu had long coveted her sister's toy gun, and seeing this, she boldly whispered that she wanted one too. Chi Mingyu didn't refuse. In his mind, Mumu, now 12, wasn't a child anymore. She was ready for more intense and challenging training. The post-apocalyptic world was treacherous and chaotic. The earlier they prepared, the better. He had only one request, that Mumu address him as brother-in-law. It was just a form of address. Mumu felt no pressure at all. They didn't notice anything amiss in the underground safe house. But as everyone emerged and headed towards the underground base, they clearly sensed something was off in the air. Although people were used to being nocturnal during the high temperatures, they consciously changed this routine temporarily on New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve was still meant to be spent staying up late, which was more in line with the traditions passed down from their ancestors. Therefore, visiting relatives and friends on New Year's Day was also done early in the morning. Zhou Shuan gazed at the dark mass on the distant horizon and whispered, "Where's that fire?" Zhong Tian immediately gripped her hand tightly, looking in that direction as well. She could only vaguely see wisps of black smoke, no flames, and breathed a sigh of relief. The fire should be out. After such high temperatures, even with strict fire prevention measures, fires are still easy to start. This is the umpteenth fire since the Jiyun mountain range caught fire. Zhou Jianghai's brows furrowed deeply. Zhou Shuan pointed to the red scraps of paper nearby. It's because of all the firecrackers set off on New Year's Eve. Last night, Qi Mingyu and Zhou Jianghai went to set off firecrackers. The whole family, including Grandma Peng, repeatedly told them to set them off in an open area and to make sure all the sparks were extinguished before returning. Finally, still not entirely at ease, they specifically asked Qi Mingyu to bring a bucket of water and pour it over the burnt firecrackers again before they were satisfied. In this weather, a fire can easily start if we're not careful, Qi Mingyu said. The only saving grace is that most people live underground, so if a fire breaks out on the surface, they have a chance to escape. But if the base isn't careful, a fire underground could be catastrophic. Everyone fell silent. Chapter 215. They stood there for a long time before heading to the underground base. The people at the underground base had already noticed the fire on the horizon. Although not as terrifying as the one at Jian Mountain, it still caused widespread panic. When Zhou Shuan and her group arrived, some people in air-conditioned suits were standing outside the base, pointing and talking. Walking over, they heard them say, "We already sent people to investigate. We asked them what happened when they returned." Zhou Shuan and her group were checked at the entrance, their ID cards verified, before entering. When they received supplies last time, they had already said they would come here to celebrate the new year, just like last year. So, when Zhou Shuan and her group arrived, both families were busy preparing lunch. This year, because they had grown many cacti and exchanged a lot of supplies by making cactus powder, they were determined to have a well-fed new year. With their stock dwindling, the two families, who usually don't eat the canned pork they stockpiled, opened 2 bottles today, poured it all into the oil, stir-fried it, then added dry bean curd sticks, shiitake mushrooms, wood ear mushrooms, frozen meatballs, canned smoked fish, and hydroponic vegetables to stew. Finally, they placed the soaked sweet potato noodles at the bottom of the pot, constantly stirring to prevent burning. This is a stew that people in the Central Plains love to eat. For a more elaborate meal, they also steam fermented bean curd braised pork in a bowl, 3 parts fat, 5 parts lean, with a slice of pork and a slice of hawthorn cake stacked in a bowl, topped with large chunks of red fermented bean curd sauce, and steamed for 40 minutes. The aroma, once the lid is lifted, can waft for miles. At every feast, this fermented bean curd braised pork is the most eye-catching dish. During the Lunar New Year, around the 20th of the 12th lunar month, families who need to entertain guests or those who are particular about their food will steam a dozen or so bowls of fermented bean curd stew, freeze them, and then simply steam them when guests arrive. The result is a bright red color, rich but not greasy, tender and juicy, and extremely convenient. A must-have dish for the new year, stew, is often topped with a bowl of fermented bean curd stew, which infuses the entire pot of stew with the aroma of fermented bean curd and pork, elevating the flavor to another level. Therefore, when Zhong Tiyun took out a bowl of not yet fully thawed fermented bean curd stew from the bag she brought, her second aunt and third aunt, who were in charge of cooking, were quite surprised. This was made by Dahai before the new year using frozen pork. He made several bowls, but we couldn't bear to eat them. We brought a bowl up especially for the new year. The Zhou family's refrigerator hadn't been turned off, so this excuse seemed plausible. Auntie Zhong waved her hand hastily. Oh Tiyun, you're too kind. Pork is so expensive these days. Take it back for Wan and Mumu. Zhong Tiyun simply placed the bowl on the counter. The two children have eaten it for several meals already. Besides, if we make it now, they can still eat it later. Right now, besides canned pork, canned fish, and sausages, you can't eat any other meat. This is a way to improve your meals for the new year. Auntie Zhong stopped talking and started cooking even more diligently. The aroma of the pork belly exploded in the kitchen as soon as it hit the oil, attracting the attention of many families preparing lunch nearby. Some families, who didn't even have canned meat and could only eat compressed biscuits, couldn't help but swallow hard. My second aunt moved her body to the center, trying to avoid being seen by others. Zhong Tiyun stepped forward to help prepare the other dishes. Aunt Zhong remained silent until the stew was simmering until tender and fragrant, then pulled Zhong Tiyun aside and whispered, "Little sister, do you still have enough meat?" Before Zhong Tiyun could answer, she continued, "Chun Chun is really craving meat. Every time Qian Qian peels a sausage for him, he eats it without wanting to let go. Besides, he's still young. How will he get enough nutrition if he doesn't eat meat? I know you don't lack anything, but I can only shamelessly ask if you could exchange some for us? Just 2 jin for Chun Chun, so every 10 days or so, Qian Qian can cook him a few pieces of fresh meat to try." Zhong Tiyun didn't immediately agree, but said, "I have to discuss it with Dahai and Wan when I get back. Third sister, meat is so precious these days, and we don't have much. Wan and Mumu only eat it occasionally to satisfy their cravings. These days, both pork and chicken are very difficult to obtain. Not to mention beef and mutton." I know, and Zhong hurriedly said, "I'm just shamelessly bringing this up with you. Don't worry, you know my personality. Even when it comes to exchanging supplies, I would never let your family suffer a loss. Third sister, look at what you're saying. We're sisters, how could I take advantage of you?" Zhong Tiyun scolded playfully. Aunt Zhong wiped away her tears. "It's not that I'm being polite. It's just that when I thought about when we first came here, we had nothing, and your brother-in-law was gone. It felt like the sky had fallen. If it weren't for you and Dahai, and Wan's tireless help in getting us through this, how could we be living like this now?" Perhaps it was because of the new year, but Aunt Zhong, who was always somewhat sentimental, became even more emotional, and tears streamed down her face. Zhong Tiyun quickly offered some words of comfort, while her second aunt, already quite used to dealing with her sentimental third sister-in-law, shouted at the top of her lungs, "Third sister, come quick. The pot's burning. Come help. Oh dear, this precious meat can't be allowed to burn." Aunt Zhong wiped away her tears, hurriedly took the spatula, stirred it a few times, and then realized, "Second sister-in-law, this is a plate of stir-fried vegetables." The second aunt and Zhong Tiyun exchanged a smile. The Zhou family brought a bowl of braised pork with fermented bean curd, over 20 frozen steamed buns, and 10 red bean buns. 20 steamed buns weren't a lot, since there were 6 family members, and they would have to eat 6 of them. The rest would just be enough to ensure each person had roughly 1. Red bean buns are a must-eat for Chinese New Year. Several large pots of steamed buns, meat buns, and braised pork buns are made in the 12th lunar month. They don't need to be frozen. They're simply poured into large bamboo baskets, covered with a cloth, and taken out to steam or reheat in an electric griddle whenever needed. Served with a daily stew, they can last until the 17th or 18th of the first lunar month. These 10 red bean buns were especially for the younger generation and Chun Chun. The Qi family brought 3 jin of rice, cooking it in 2 rice cookers to ensure everyone had a bowl. If that wasn't enough, there were also white flour buns waiting. Their family originally had no rice or flour. This was rent paid by the Zhou family for their underground safe house. Although it was later reduced, they hadn't really used the initial allowance. They brought some this time as a New Year's celebration. When everyone received a bowl of hot stew, a bowl of rice, and half a bun in their hand, they ate with their heads down, some with tears in their eyes. This was the standard New Year's meal before the apocalypse, but now it's become a luxury. As everyone ate, reminiscing about the past, they finished the entire large pot of stew. Originally, there was already a lot of stew made today, and Auntie was planning to have it served again that evening. Chapter 216. While they were eating, Director Wu and his family arrived to offer New Year's greetings. This was an old custom since they moved to the underground base. With their own relatives and friends not around, they could only visit close neighbors and friends during the new year. They didn't bring anything special, just came to sit and chat, enough to make the new year festive. Last year, Director Wu and his family had also come. After exchanging greetings, Uncle Zhong politely asked, "Have you eaten? Please sit down, and have some stew. Several families are getting together today, so I specially made stew for us. Director Wu's family was one of the few relatively well-off in the underground base. Although they might not have fermented bean curd in their bowls, they had plenty of canned pork, and they had stew for lunch as well. He quickly waved his hand. We arrived early. Our family is small, so cooking is simple. We cook and eat in the morning, and don't have to worry about it until evening. Sister Fong chimed in. That's right. Cooking is difficult these days. It's always the same few dishes. I get worried every mealtime, not knowing what to make. Before, there were rice noodles, hot pot, spicy hot pot, and other 8 major cuisines, along with snacks and treats, a wide variety. But even then, it was easy to get tired of them. Now, it's mostly compressed biscuits, canned goods, hydroponically grown vegetables, and dried goods, a few things to rotate. As long as you're full, you don't care about the taste. Therefore, people also worry about what to do at mealtimes. Some less particular families just tear open a compressed biscuit package and eat a piece dry. That's how a meal goes. However, one thing needs to be explained. Because resources were greatly reduced after the apocalypse, most survivors lived frugally and gradually reduced their meals from 3 to 2 a day. They skipped breakfast, ate lunch an hour or two earlier, and ate dinner around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, thus saving a full meal. Although Director Wu's family was wealthy, they ate like most people, so they ate early. However, Uncle Zhong and Aunt Zhong's family were very particular about their food and still ate 3 meals a day. The Zhou and Zhong families also quickly finished their meal. After cleaning up the dishes, everyone sat together and talked about the fire outside. Director Wu, being well informed, already knew where the fire had started. He shook his head and sighed. I heard it's the Shuizen underground base on fire. The underground base is on fire. Everyone was surprised. Yes, I heard that too many people are using electricity these days, causing an overload and starting a fire. It's so dry now, there's hardly any spark. The fire spread from the kitchen and quickly ignited the beds, blankets, and everything else. What about everyone? Are they all right? Zhou Jianhai asked anxiously. Director Wu shook his head. It's not clear at the moment, but I estimate quite a few people have died. A fire broke out suddenly, and the underground base was packed with people. There was no way to escape, and a stampede quickly followed. That's one reason many people collapsed. Secondly, even if many managed to escape, the weather outside was so hot, coming to the surface without any precautions must have caused immense damage. I estimate that more than half the people in the entire base will be injured. Heat stroke is the leading cause of death during periods of high temperatures. Everyone had been enthusiastically celebrating the new year, trying their best to make this special first day of the Lunar New Year lively. Director Wu's words completely shattered their efforts, and for a moment, the atmosphere became very somber. Seeing this, Aunt Fong quickly changed the subject. This is a matter for other bases. We ordinary folks can't interfere. By the way, Wan Xiaoyu, you two have been dating for a long time now. Will there be good news after the new year? Zhou Shuwan was lost in thought about Director Wu's words, when the topic suddenly turned to her. She didn't react immediately, and after a moment of surprise, she heard Zhong Tian chime in. These days, we can't control young people. They all have their own ideas. We don't ask or urge them. That's right, my Dong. I've been urging him to find a girlfriend and get married for years, but he says it's already the apocalypse. Anyone who still wants to get married is a fool. Aunt Zhong, as if she had found a kindred spirit, immediately complained, it made me so angry, I didn't want to talk to him for days. Everyone looked at Xue Dong and laughed. The latter was a little embarrassed, his face slightly red, and he looked up to the side. When Zhou Shuan looked over, she met Qi Mingyu's gaze. The two smiled at each other, then tacitly looked away. Grandma Peng chimed in, I won't rush Xiaoyu. It's the apocalypse now. We need to ensure that any girl who comes to our family won't go hungry or suffer. So let's take it slow. Yes, if both children are willing, we adults have nothing to say, Zhong Tian said with a smile. Zhou Shuan was getting restless, and Qian immediately called out understandingly, Wan, help me look after Chun, he misses you terribly. Every time Zhou Shuan came, she would give Chun some snacks, so Chun liked her very much. Zhou Shuan quickly took the opportunity to leave. Qi Mingyu hesitated for a moment, then stood up and followed Zhou Shuan to play with Chun. Everyone wore beaming smiles. A few days later, the casualties at the Shuizen underground base came in. 112 people died in the stampede, 452 died from heat stroke, over 400 were injured, and more than 1,000 suffered organ damage from the high temperatures and were hospitalized. Whether they would recover and be discharged depended entirely on their individual constitutions. Current medical methods cannot completely cure heat stroke. The fire at Jian Mountain, although it destroyed the entire mountain range, resulted in very few deaths. Now, with so many casualties, the whole city was shaken. Even those who were usually indifferent to other matters became extremely cautious when using electricity and fire, fearing they might accidentally start a fire. The situation was special now. If a fire broke out, there was nowhere to run, and they could only endure it. Xiao Xiao also announced a series of fire prevention measures at the base, including specific times for electricity and firewood use, a ban on open flames outside the kitchen, prohibition of clothing that could generate static electricity through friction, and a complete ban on certain behaviors. The lives of the survivors were greatly affected, but they also felt much safer. However, the fire also revealed a hidden danger. While the survivors' large-scale relocation to an underground base was their only option under duress, the inherent safety hazards were deadly. Many felt that living in the underground base was no longer safe, and coupled with the numerous restrictions and extreme inconvenience of daily life, they all wanted to leave and find another place to live. But suitable places to live were only underground, and where were they so easy to find? Chapter 217. Someone thought of the cave dwellings near the mountains. Cave dwellings are warm in winter and cool in summer. This is common knowledge, everyone knows it. Moreover, the cave dwellings in Jie City are only found in the mountainous area near the Zhou and Zhong families' hometowns. Although that mountainous area belongs to the same mountain range as Jian Mountain, they are not connected, so the fire did not spread there. Seeing that many people in the underground base had applied to go and see the cave dwellings, and were willing to live there if they were suitable, Uncle Zhong and his family became somewhat anxious. Just as Zhou Shuan and her group came to collect supplies, they pulled them aside for a quiet discussion. The water tanks we stockpiled are all over there. Each of us has 200 or 300 tons of water there. What are we going to do? If they go looking for cave dwellings or natural caves, we definitely won't be able to hide it. The caves they had hidden were very deep, warm in winter and cool in summer, with a temperature 10 or 20 degrees lower than outside. That's why they were confident that even in hot weather, the water wouldn't completely evaporate, which is why they dared to leave it there safely. Now, every household is short of water. Uncle Zhong and Aunt Zhong's family even uses as little water as possible for washing, preferring to be a little unkempt themselves rather than waste water. Living this life of excessive water conservation is tough, but looking back, there's a sliver of sweetness. It's because they all know they still have hundreds of tons of water left, just inconvenient to retrieve in the high temperatures. They get through this, and then everything will be much better. Now, hearing that the water tanks might be discovered, they're all getting anxious. Zhou Jianhai looked at his daughter and promised, "We discuss it when we get back, see if we can drive over and check." Now, only the Zhou family has the ability to leave. Zhou Shuan didn't say anything at the time, only telling her father, and Qi Mingyu after leaving the underground base, that she had already put the stockpiled water into her spatial storage. Zhou Jianhai and Qi Mingyu both looked surprised. Zhou Shuan, however, was quite frank. "I went out to stockpile supplies at night, and happened to pass by that area. I thought about it, and realized that if the high temperatures evaporated all the water, all our hard work would be for nothing. So, I went over and took all the water tanks." Having lived together for so long, Zhou Jianhai, though initially helpless, could only accept that Qi Mingyu already knew about Zhou Shuan's spatial storage, secretly remaining wary. But Qi Mingyu was very shrewd. He had already had Zhou Shuan take away most of the supplies stored in the basement, leaving only a few boxes outside to avoid arousing Grandma Pang's suspicion. His reasoning was quite sound. "Since you stored all my supplies in your spatial storage, my aunt and uncle won't worry about me coveting them because of it." Zhou Shuan, She actually had no intention of forcibly taking Qi Mingyu's supplies. Qi Mingyu then said, "Letting you store the supplies is firstly to reassure you and my aunt and uncle, fostering greater trust between us. Secondly, because your spatial storage can preserve things, I feel safe keeping these supplies there, and I don't have to worry about them expiring or spoiling every day." This last reason swayed Zhou Shuan. Moreover, she had to admit that the first reason truly put her at ease. Not everyone would willingly entrust their entire fortune to their lover. Qi Mingyu's actions demonstrated his trust in her, and reassured her of his feelings. Therefore, Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tian finally stopped worrying about Qi Mingyu knowing about the space, but they both warned them that no fifth person, including Grandma Pang and Mu Mu, should know about its existence. Qi Mingyu also solemnly declared, "The more people who know, the more danger one faces. I will never tell Grandma." And indeed, this proved true in the future. He was very discreet in his actions. He claimed to have obtained some of the less plausible origins of the supplies Zhou Shuwan brought from others, saying he had traded them for them. As a result, Zhou Jianhai and his wife still trusted Qi Mingyu quite a bit. After hearing Zhou Shuwan's words, Zhou Jianhai hesitated for a moment, then said, although one meant well, the other party might not appreciate it. So let's not say we already moved them. Let's go back later, and say we moved them all to another place. Even among relatives, there is blood ties, but one must be mindful of boundaries and interactions. Zhou Shuwan nodded. That's what I thought too, Dad. That's why I haven't said anything. She looked at Qi Mingyu. When you wanted to dig a water tank in the community to store water, I knew it was because it was inconvenient to go and move the water tanks, so you simply found another way to store water, which is indeed very convenient. That's why I didn't tell you about it. In front of his future father-in-law, there were many things he couldn't say, so Qi Mingyu just smiled and nodded. It's nothing, I'm very grateful to you. I originally estimated that the water tanks there would lose half the water. I didn't expect that they would still be full. Water is so precious, this is like gaining countless resources. Zhou Jianhai was satisfied with the other party's answer. Avoiding his father-in-law's watchful eye, Qi Mingyu took Zhou Shuwan's hand and whispered sweetly, I have a guardian angel silently protecting me. Zhou Shuwan glared at him, but couldn't help smiling. More than half a month later, Zhou Jianhai told Uncle Zhong and the others about moving the water tank. He also told them that because the cave was cooler and located in the mountains, the water didn't evaporate as quickly. Almost no water had evaporated. Uncle Zhong and the others were very happy. Jipeng hesitated several times before finally asking Zhou Jianhai, Uncle, what do you think about us moving to that cave? Jipeng was one of the more thoughtful young people in the family. Upon hearing this, everyone around fell silent, looking at Zhou Jianhai with a mixture of tension and anticipation. They were thoroughly tired of living in the underground base, and now, worried about fire, they, like many others, wanted to move out and live separately. Zhou Jianhai shook his head. If the electricity problem can't be solved, then I suggest you stay here. You all been there, it might be a little cooler than the city, but you still need air conditioning to maintain a suitable temperature for human survival. But it's a natural cave, undeveloped. Bathing, washing, toileting, all these things will be problems. And cooking. His words dampened everyone's spirits. Besides, it's in the mountains. To be honest, mountains are full of dry wood and grass, making them extremely prone to fire. You won't be able to escape. Everyone shuddered, immediately recalling the massive fire at Jian Mountain a while back. It was a raging inferno, turning the entire sky red, and it took almost half a month for the fire to subside. If people lived there, wouldn't they be burned to ashes? They finally abandoned the idea of moving out. Chapter 218. From January to May, numerous large-scale fires occurred, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. Now, the entire city has only one hospital. Both hospitals are underground, relying on medical equipment and medicine salvaged with great difficulty, along with a few surviving medical staff, to barely establish a lifeline for the survivors. Because Western medicine relies entirely on machines for diagnosis, traditional Chinese medicine is becoming increasingly popular. However, the frequent fires and the large number of deaths and injuries have overwhelmed the already small hospitals. Even the Zhou and Qi families, who had never been to a hospital before, knew about it. Therefore, Zhou Shuwan was somewhat surprised when she learned that Qi Mingyu had returned from the hospital that day. Are you injured? Sick? Why did you come back from the hospital? Qi Mingyu's expression was normal. She said casually, I went to take care of some things, and I'm done. What did she go to the hospital for? Was it to exchange supplies with hospital staff? She glanced at him again, but saw nothing. Qi Mingyu continued, I found a well-known traditional Chinese medicine doctor at the hospital, and told him I needed to pay tuition to have him teach Wan and me medicine. The whole family was surprised. Zhong Tiyun had already heard her daughter say that they should take this opportunity to learn medicine, so that they wouldn't be caught off guard if their family members got injured or sick. She reacted quickly and happily said, That's great. If you learn medicine, both our families can benefit. But isn't it a bit late to start learning medicine? Zhou Jianhai hesitated. Traditional Chinese medicine is best learned early. You're starting halfway through, so you might encounter many difficulties. Zhou Shuwan gazed at Qi Mingyu, remaining silent for a long time, something flickering in her bright almond-shaped eyes. When the two spent time together privately, she had mentioned wanting to study traditional Chinese medicine. Her spatial storage was filled with countless Chinese herbs and remedies. Her family, including Qi Mingyu and Grandma Peng, consisted of 6 people. Zhou's father was skilled in repairs, Grandma Pang in cooking and animal husbandry, and Zhong in planting, and she and Qi Mingyu were both skilled in martial arts. This setup was quite complete for the post-apocalyptic world, but they lacked the most crucial element, medical skills. In the past 2 years, their meals had been good, their nutrition abundant, and they exercised daily, so even when they got sick, it was usually just a cough or a cold, which they could easily overcome with some medicine. But in the post-apocalyptic world, anything could happen, and having a skilled doctor in the family was invaluable. Zhou Shuan had long wanted to learn traditional Chinese medicine (TCM). When the underground base was being established, she had studied under an elderly TCM doctor for a while. However, this doctor was too old and in poor health. After the base was completed, he had been bedridden and recuperating. In the past 2 years, he had become increasingly frail, barely able to get out of bed, let alone teach others. So, the matter was put on hold. She had also said she wanted to find another TCM doctor to study under, but hadn't found a suitable one yet. Unexpectedly, Qi Mingyu had quietly arranged it all. She smiled silently at Qi Mingyu, then turned to Mu Mu, who still looked bewildered. Since Mu Mu has been idle at home all this time, why not take him to study with us? How much he learns depends on his own abilities. Yes, I think that's a good idea. Grandma Pang spoke up first. Actually, I thought about it a few times. If the apocalypse doesn't end, Mu Mu is at the age where he should be learning things. It's not good for him to just stay at home and study on his own. Studying traditional Chinese medicine is a good option. Whether in peacetime or the apocalypse, everyone needs doctors. This profession will never be obsolete. Mu Mu will have a skill when he grows up. Old ginger is spicier. Grandma Pang rarely participated in the conversation, but she was always quick to understand, and her timely suggestions were always insightful. Zhou Jianhai couldn't help but praise her repeatedly. Tiyun, none of us think as far ahead as Grandma Pang. Now that you mention it, it's good that Mu Mu is learning traditional Chinese medicine. Zhong Tiyun also agreed that her youngest son should learn more skills, but hesitated. Would the doctor be willing to teach just one child? Teaching one is the same as teaching two. As long as they provide enough resources, why wouldn't they be willing? Qi Mingyu laughed. I already arranged it with Dr. Zheng. He works 3-day shifts, so we go to the hospital to see him when he's resting at home during his day shift. Do all the medical staff live at the hospital? Zhou Shuan asked. Qi Mingyu nodded. Yes, because the hospital is built underground, it has no shortage of water or electricity, making it more comfortable than other bases. Besides, there aren't enough air-conditioned suits for the medical staff to use for commuting, so the hospital has set up a living area at the back specifically for the medical staff and their families. He paused, then added, however, the hospital is currently too small and overcrowded, so their living area is also small, just like here, with each person allocated a living area based on their number of people. That's convenient. We can just go directly to the hospital. No sooner said than done, the matter was settled. 2 days later, it was Dr. Zheng's shift change day. Qi Mingyu, Zhou Shuan, and Mu Mu put on their air-conditioned suits and drove to the hospital together. Now, because the area planted with cacti on the ground is expanding, the patrol area is also increasing. Combined with Xiao Xiao's connection, the Dongyuan residential area is now within the patrol area, greatly improving the safety of the Zhou and Qi families. Only then did Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu dare to leave their families behind and run outside. Sitting in the passenger seat, Zhou Shuan handed Mu Mu a bag of cookies, then looked at Qi Mingyu thoughtfully. Brother Yu, I feel like you're hiding something from me. Qi Mingyu was somewhat surprised. What do you mean? You really went to the hospital to see a traditional Chinese medicine doctor? She seemed a little skeptical. Qi Mingyu couldn't help but smile and glance at her. She was indeed perceptive. However, there were some things he didn't want to say right now, so he said, I tell you in detail another time. It's not convenient to say it now. He glanced at Mu Mu in the rearview mirror, who was also listening with wide, curious eyes. Zhou Shuan didn't press the matter, but instead asked, So you met this Dr. Zheng by chance? Qi Mingyu shook his head, paused for a moment, and then spoke, Actually, I don't want to say too much in front of Grandma. This Dr. Zheng is from the same village as my mother, so we're related. He's a cousin beyond the 5th degree of kinship. I even saw him a few times when I was little. His family has a long tradition of medicine. His grandfather and father were both barefoot doctors in the village. Later, he went to a vocational school to study medicine and was assigned to work at the town hospital, and later transferred to the city hospital. Chapter 219. I was actually there on other business, but I didn't expect to run into him. I trust his medical skills, and since you always wanted to learn from a doctor, I mentioned it to him, and he agreed. After they got together, Chi Mingyu rarely mentioned his parents. Zhou Shuwan knew it must be a wound in his heart, something he didn't want to talk about in front of others, so she was very considerate and never asked. She had heard since childhood that Chi Mingyu's handsome appearance was inherited from his beautiful and elegant mother, but because of marital discord, his mother abandoned him early on and remarried in the south, never returning to see her son again for many years. Now, hearing him mention his mother so openly, she hesitated for a moment whether to follow up with more questions. Chi Mingyu noticed her hesitation and smiled. What's wrong? He seemed to be in a very good mood. Zhou Shuan no longer hesitated and asked casually, are they relatives on your mother's side? Then it seems they take good care of us. Chi Mingyu nodded. Yes, although we haven't seen each other for many years, he still recognized me and called out my name immediately. Brother Yu, Zhou Shuan said softly and gently, have you heard anything about your mother all these years? Chi Mingyu paused, glanced at her quickly, and smiled slightly. You were going to ask me that? Yu hesitated. He focused on the road ahead and said calmly, I only know that she remarried and had another son and a daughter. That's all I know. We haven't been in contact since she left. When I met this Uncle Zheng this time, he only said one thing, that the family my mother remarried into seemed to be doing business in the south, a very large business, and that she was a wealthy woman enjoying a very comfortable life. Since she's enjoying life and has plenty of money, what's wrong with keeping in touch with her ex-husband's children? Does that mean she should cut ties with her ex-husband and their son too? Zhou Shuan couldn't understand. Seemingly sensing the pity in Zhou Shuan's eyes, Chi Mingyu simply reached out and ruffled her hair, not bringing up the topic again. Suddenly, Zhou Shuan took 2 chocolates out of her backpack, giving one to Moo Moo and tearing open the wrapper of the other to his lips. Have something sweet. It seemed that whenever she was feeling down, she always offered her a piece of chocolate. The Zhou family aunt and uncle doted on their child. Would they really deprive her of a piece of candy? Why did Wanwan think chocolate was the most delicious food? After eating the chocolate, he couldn't help but chuckle. Wanwan, in your heart, is chocolate the most delicious food in the world? Zhou Shuan was peeling a piece of chocolate for herself when she heard this, and casually replied, of course. You don't know, in my past life, I was starving every day, and having a piece of chocolate was like going to heaven. Her words stopped abruptly, and the act of peeling the chocolate abruptly ceased. Chi Mingyu's eyes flickered, the veins on his hands gripping the steering wheel bulged slightly, but he still smiled calmly. Ex-roommate? Former roommate? How could she be starving? Zhou Shuan suddenly came to her senses and continued, it's my former roommate, Zhao Shanshan. Her family was poor. Her grandmother raised her by collecting recyclables. We were close back then, and she often told me that chocolate was the most delicious food in the world. Chi Mingyu knew Zhao Shanshan. Wanwan's former college classmate and roommate had questionable character. She was having an affair with Wanwan's ex-boyfriend, Lin Yuang. Chocolate is indeed an essential high-calorie food for wilderness survival. In extremely cold and snowy weather, a piece of chocolate can save a life. He changed the subject. Zhou Shuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly started talking about the benefits of chocolate. Moo Moo also joined in the fun, and the atmosphere in the car immediately improved. Seeing them chatting animatedly, Zhou Shuan secretly wiped the sweat from her forehead and repeatedly warned herself that she must remember to be careful with her words and never easily utter the words past life again. Chi Mingyu seemed to glance at the beads of sweat on her forehead unintentionally. The hospital and the service hall were on the same line, not far from each other. It took about half an hour to drive there, not too far. Entering through the hospital's underground entrance also required identity verification and a body search. Even from outside, you could see countless people in air-conditioned suits queuing up, slowly going in. Zhou Shuan had guessed the hospital would be crowded, but once she got down to the hospital lobby, she saw people everywhere. There were patients lying on the floor, family members pulling and screaming for doctors. Some were sobbing uncontrollably over body bags, and others were desperately pleading with doctors to save their sick children. It was utter chaos. Moo Moo had never seen anything like it before, and instinctively took 2 steps closer to Zhou Shuan. Zhou Shuan turned to look at him. Are you scared? Although Moo Moo was indeed a little scared, he popped out his chest and said loudly, I'm not scared. Mom and Dad both said when we came out that I'm a man, and I protect my sister. As he spoke, he bravely stood in front of Zhou Shuan, trying to shield her from the passing crowd, just like Chi Mingyu had done. Zhou Shuan was deeply moved. Chi Mingyu also praised her, good lad. He had been here once before and knew the shortcut, pointing to a less crowded path ahead. Go this way, you can get to the family residential area at the back. The entire hospital was chaotic, filled with noise, cries, and screams. Even at the residential area, the commotion was still considerable. Zhou Shuan looked at the people going about their work with normal expressions and thought, this is probably what they mean by familiarity breeds contempt. Being in this environment every day, even the most sensitive and thoughtful person would be hardened up. Arriving at Dr. Zheng's house, she was told by Dr. Zheng's son that his father hadn't returned yet. A group of fire victims had been brought in that day, and they were short-handed, so his father couldn't take a break and was helping out. It would probably be a while. Since she was already there, she naturally had to wait patiently. Their task today was to study. So, the three of them settled down and waited. More than an hour later, Dr. Zheng returned, dragging his tired body. Seeing Qi Mingyu and the others, he looked apologetic. Xiao Yu, there was an emergency today. Sorry to keep you waiting. It's all right, uncle. How is it over there? Did another fire break out somewhere? Qi Mingyu asked. Yes, I heard that someone was secretly cooking food over a wood fire and selling it. Because he had been hogging the kitchen, he angered everyone and was restricted to cooking for only 1 hour. So he secretly cooked rice at his own place, and then, accidentally, it started a fire. Chapter 220. Everyone fell silent. Zheng Chong, the son of Dr. Zheng, couldn't help but say, it seems this family isn't short of supplies. Otherwise, who would have enough surplus to support a restaurant these days? Dr. Zheng didn't comment on others' affairs, only looking at Zhou Shuan. Xiao Yu, is this the neighbor you mentioned? Qi Mingyu nodded, then pointed to Mu Mu and explained his desire to learn traditional Chinese medicine together. Dr. Zheng didn't object, especially after Zhou Shuan offered to add another person's tuition. He had no reason to object. He was now over 60 years old, his son was 30, and he had a grandson and granddaughter, the grandson being 14 and the granddaughter only 10. Including his daughter-in-law, wife, and a daughter in her late 20s, the 7 of them relied entirely on his earnings as a doctor, living a rather frugal life. Therefore, when Qi Mingyu proposed learning traditional Chinese medicine from him, he immediately agreed. On one hand, it was to help the younger generation of his family. On the other hand, it was to provide more income for the family. Doctors' salaries are high these days, but it's too much of a strain for the whole family to rely on just one salary. Besides Qi Mingyu and the others learning medicine, Zheng Chong is also studying it. As a member of a family with generations of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, Zheng Chong has never been interested in medicine since childhood. After graduating from university, he became a bank clerk with a permanent position, and his work went smoothly for several years. His wife was also a bank clerk. But he never expected that the apocalypse would one day arrive, leaving the couple without a job, unable to do physical labor, and forced to stay at home unemployed. Dr. Zheng's daughter, Zheng Ying, also disliked the hardships of studying medicine and went into e-commerce after entering the workforce. After the apocalypse, her e-commerce business failed, forcing her to return home and rely on her father for survival. However, she had absolutely no talent for medicine, so Zheng Chong had to learn from her. Dr. Zheng looked solemnly at the 2 adults and 1 child before him. Traditional Chinese medicine also depends on talent. Generally speaking, men have higher aptitude than women, and children tend to progress faster than adults. Therefore, among the 3 of you, Mu Mu is the most suitable to learn. Qi Mingyu replied, Uncle, we know. We don't expect to become famous teachers. We just want to be able to diagnose and prescribe medicine for our own family members when they have minor ailments. Dr. Zheng nodded. All right, let's begin. On the first day, Dr. Zheng only taught the most basic theory and then took out a book. This contains diagrams of human acupoints and various basic TCM knowledge. You should finish reading this book over the next few days before coming here. Adults don't learn step by step. They can only study diligently on their own, thoroughly understanding the material in the book. The teacher is only a supplementary role. However, I only have this 1 copy. It's for Chong. You see, there was electricity at home, and a printer in his spatial storage. Making a copy wouldn't be a problem. Zhou Shuan said, then we borrow it for 2 days, make the copies, and return it. Okay. They had spent the whole morning there. The rest required a solid grasp of the basics before they could continue. Just then, it was lunchtime for the Zheng family, so Zhou Shuan and the others tactfully took their leave. These days, no one would invite outsiders to eat at their home, so Dr. Zheng gave them a few more instructions and let them go. After returning home, Zhou Shuan first scanned the entire book and then printed 3 more copies. She also retrieved all the books on traditional Chinese medicine from her spatial storage and placed them in the underground safe house. Qi Mingyu saw this and picked up a book in surprise, flipping through it. Wan, you're really prepared. I'm quite curious what treasures you stored in your spatial storage. Zhou Shuan smiled helplessly. Actually, I didn't intentionally hoard books. I just happened to come across a few bookstores and collected them all. I figured if humanity's lineage were to end, I could still serve as a spark. The last sentence was somewhat of a joke. Qi Mingyu, however, seemed thoughtful. Actually, the city's libraries all have upper floors. In an emergency, they could really move all the books to the upper floors. And the museum, Wan, I think we should go too. That's possible, Zhou Shuan nodded. But we're just a small 4th or 5th tier city. The museums don't have many artifacts. If it were the provincial capital, an ancient city, or the capital city, I would have gone to collect them long ago. Collect as much as you can. Zhou Shuan then found the traditional Chinese medicine videos she had collected, marked them, and planned to watch them slowly later. Mumu was a patient child. Although she usually had classes for him, it was only reading and math, and he finished his tasks in 2 or 3 hours a day. Besides exercising and studying, he was quite bored and couldn't help but want to play games on his phone. After starting to learn traditional Chinese medicine, he became busy, studying with his sister and brother-in-law every day. He was young but quick-witted. In terms of memorization, neither Zhou Shuan nor Qi Mingyu could match him. He remembered acupoints, especially the human body, the fastest and most accurately. This earned him praise from Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianhai. I think Mumu really has a talent for learning traditional Chinese medicine. Grandma Peng even specially made 2 extra poached eggs for Mumu every day to help him develop his brain power. Mumu studied even harder because of this. Gradually, visiting Dr. Zhang's house every 3 days became a routine. The tuition fees for the 3 children were nothing to the Zhou and Qi families, but they greatly helped the Zheng family. After half a year, the Zheng family's previously somewhat thin grandchildren had grown taller and heavier. Because of Mumu's participation, Dr. Zhang's grandchildren are now also learning medicine from him. After another New Year's Eve, the high temperatures that had lasted for almost 2 years finally showed signs of subsiding. On the first day, when the temperature dropped a few degrees, no one felt it. But as the temperature dropped a few degrees each day, gradually falling from over 70 degrees to the 60s, and then to the 50s, the survivors couldn't help but weep with joy. At 50 degrees Celsius, people who have lived in equatorial desert regions for generations are already adapted to such high temperatures. Having endured a year of floods and 2 years of extreme heat, the survivors' physical condition had also changed dramatically. 50 degrees Celsius was nothing to them. They could even go out for walks at night without air-conditioned clothing. When the temperature dropped to 45 degrees Celsius, and people stepped out of the underground base under the midday sun without air-conditioned clothing, countless people wept under the blazing sun. For over 600 days and nights, they had hoped and longed for countless times. The extreme heat disaster was finally coming to an end. Chapter 221. When the temperature dropped to 50 degrees Celsius, the basement became quite chilly. After discussing it, the Zhou and Qi families decided to move back to their apartment building. Their air conditioning was sufficient to keep the temperature comfortable. Before moving, Zhou Jianhai and Qi Mingyu had their solar panels replaced and repaired. They had anticipated that these devices wouldn't last long, so they had stocked up on extras. They also thoroughly cleaned the house inside and out. Then, they chose an auspicious day to move. On Zhou Shuan's first night back home, she made sure the whole family took a long hot bath. For so many days in the underground safe house, they had only had simple wipes and wiping, never a proper shower. Zhou Shuan, being a considerate girlfriend, went to the Qi family's bathroom and placed 2 clean wooden tubs filled with hot water. Qi Mingyu chuckled in surprise. Wan, you really are like Doraemon, you have everything. Did you stock up on this hot water too? Zhou Shuan nodded. My water heater and faucets were incredibly useful during the floods. Okay, then thank you very much. And thank you on behalf of my grandma. The Qi family lived in the Dong family's house, which had old-fashioned decor and an old bathtub, so Zhou Shuan simply placed 2 new tubs there. Grandma Peng never paid attention to these minor details, so there was no need to worry about her asking questions. A few days later, the temperature dropped a few degrees to the 40s. A few more days passed, and it dropped to the 30s. The Zhou and Qi families, who were originally going to turn on the air conditioning, stopped using it. In just 2 months, the temperature plummeted like a rocket, dropping rapidly from the 70s to the 20s. At this point, the relocation from the underground base wasn't completely finished. Fearing unrest and stampedes, the underground base was implementing a phased relocation system. People from one area moved today, people from another area moved tomorrow, regardless of the amount of belongings, given only one day. Even if they had to stay up all night, they had to finish moving. Tomorrow it would be the next area's turn to move. Therefore, the temperature dropped rapidly. The first people to move were still wearing short sleeves, almost shirtless, but by the time the last group left, they had to put on jackets, otherwise the temperature would be too cold. This weather is really strange. It's not normal at all. Everyone was happy about the temperature drop, but as it continued to fall, panic began to rise. They worried that the temperature would suddenly plummet, and people would suddenly go from high temperatures to extreme cold. That would be incredibly difficult to adjust to. Fortunately, the temperature eventually settled at 26 degrees Celsius and didn't move further. 26 degrees Celsius is also the most suitable temperature for human survival. After moving back home, the survivors, without even bothering to tidy up their homes, immediately joined the search for supplies. They had been trapped underground for 2 years, and their supplies were almost gone. Food and water were now hard to find outside, but clothing, toilet paper, blankets, furniture, and other necessities were still needed. So recently, not only was it lively outside, but the neighborhood was also bustling. Like in Joe Shuan's building, not only had the 2 new downstairs residents moved back, but the families who had moved out long ago had also returned. The Zhou and Qi families hadn't bothered to hide their chicken-raising partnership, and within a few days, Aunt Zhang from the 3rd floor came knocking on their door with her grandson. Knowing Zhou Shuan was not to be trifled with, she didn't go to the Zhou family first. Instead, she knocked on the Qi family's door. When Qi Mingyu opened it, she immediately called out to Grandma Peng inside, "Oh, Grandma Peng. It's been years since I've seen you, and you don't look old at all." 3.5 years into the apocalypse, Grandma Peng was already 68 years old, but she still had a rosy complexion and was full of energy, showing no signs of age. On the other hand, Aunt Zhang, having lived away from home for several years, eating and drinking very little, had become skin and bones, her once plump body now thin. Her cheeks were deeply sunken, her legs were extremely thin, and only a flat, empty belly remained, a reminder of her former fullness. Grandma Peng didn't recognize her at first glance, but when she heard her distinctive loud voice, she realized who she was and exclaimed in surprise, "Xiaofan, you become so thin. You suffered these past 2 years, haven't you?" After the flood, the houses were uninhabitable after being submerged. Everyone had originally planned to let them air out before moving, but nature didn't give them a chance. The temperature quickly soared to unbearable levels. When the underground base was built, Aunt Zhang and the others moved there directly from their original resettlement point. So, they hadn't seen each other for over 3 years. Aunt Zhang couldn't hold back her tears. Wiping them away, she nudged her grandson, "Oh, Grandma Peng, you have no idea how much suffering we endured. My husband died, my son died, and all that's left is me, my daughter-in-law, and this little troublemaker." Grandma Peng was shocked and took a few steps outside. "What happened? Didn't you go to the resettlement point?" Aunt Zhang shook her head, cursing loudly, "It's all because of this damn fate. We had nothing to eat or drink when we went out, so my husband and son had no choice but to go and retrieve corpses to earn some hard-earned money. But who knew the water was so poisonous? They all contracted diseases while moving the bodies, and without money for treatment, they just starved to death." Grandma Peng sighed, "How pitiful." Seeing this, Aunt Zhang took the opportunity to walk towards the door. "Grandma Peng, let me tell you, we were really pitiful out there." Before she could finish speaking, Qi Mingyu blocked her way. He looked down at her, his tone calm and assertive. "Aunt Zhang, since the apocalypse, we also suffered several home invasions and robberies. Therefore, we no longer welcome strangers into our home. If you have anything to say, please say it outside." These blunt words made Aunt Zhang's face flush red and then pale. She immediately retorted, "How can you talk like that, child? Grandma Peng, look at your grandson. He's a soldier. How can he treat ordinary survivors like this?" Grandma Peng, initially moved by seeing her old neighbor, hadn't thought much of it. But after hearing Qi Mingyu's words, she suddenly realized what he meant and softened her voice. "Xiaofan, what my Xiaoyu said is true. Not only are you suffering outside, but we're living in constant fear at home too. We're truly terrified. In the apocalypse, there are all sorts of people." Aunt Zhang gritted her teeth, wanting to say something more, when a voice suddenly came from behind. "Aunt Zhang, why is only Kai Kai here? Where's Momo? The Zhang family should have another granddaughter." Aunt Zhang's face was a little pale. She gripped Kai Kai's hand tightly and managed to squeeze out a sentence. Mo is such a naughty child. She got tired of being locked up in the base and ran away and got lost. Chapter 222. Grandma Pang was quite surprised. Lost? Xiaofan, didn't you go look for her? Aunt Zhang patted the dust off Kai Kai and muttered, Look for her? What's the point? She's just a money loser. Lost is lost. In this heat, who would go out looking for her? Ignoring the strange looks from others, she put on a smiling face and looked at Grandma Pang. Grandma Pang, I heard you raise chickens. My Kai Kai is too thin. How about we exchange some eggs? I offer some supplies to exchange for some eggs. How about that? Zhou Shuan stood at the door, looking indifferently in that direction. Her eyes, like a sharp ruler, swept over Kai Kai from head to toe. Kai Kai's clothes were old and faded from washing. Even though the temperature had dropped, he was still dressed rather thinly, as if he had taken the clothes with him when he went to the base. The thick clothes left at home must have been completely submerged by the flood and then exposed to the high temperatures for 2 years, becoming utterly ruined and unwearable. Aunt Zhang was dressed more presentably than Kai Kai. Could it be that the Zhang family had fallen so low that they couldn't even afford to buy their child a warm set of clothes? Grandma Pang hesitated. Xiaofan, it's not that I don't want to exchange it for you. It's just that we've eaten a lot these past few days, and we don't have much left. She did feel sorry for Kai Kai, but having been neighbors for many years, she knew Aunt Zhang's greedy nature and knew that her offer of an exchange was likely just an attempt to take something for free, so she simply refused. Aunt Zhang's expression changed. She glanced coldly at the Qi family's house and sneered. Grandma Pang, now that you moved to the 6th floor, you started looking up too. You're turning your back on your old neighbors. Grandma Pang was a little angry. It's the apocalypse now, everyone's struggling. We feed my chickens with our daily rations of compressed biscuits and vegetables. If it weren't for a strong wind, these hens would grow up and lay eggs. Several families downstairs had gathered, all listening intently. Grandma Pang finally snapped back angrily. My eggs? What's wrong with me keeping them for myself? Why do I have to exchange them for yours? Am I crazy? She then told Qi Mingyu to close the door. Qi Mingyu, a grown man, didn't want to interfere in such trivial family matters, so he let Grandma Pang talk and then decisively closed the door. Before closing the door, he gave Zhou Shuan a wink, signaling her to also close her door and avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Zhou Shuan didn't need his reminder. She had opened her door to help the Qi family. Once the Qi family's door closed, hers closed as well. Aunt Zhang was left stunned outside the door for a while before she finally snapped out of it, stomping her feet and muttering a few curses before reluctantly pulling Kai Kai's hand and dragging him downstairs. No sooner had she reached the bottom than Qi Mingyu and Zhou Jianhai appeared simultaneously, as if by unspoken agreement, and reinstalled the iron gate at the 6th floor entrance. They had removed the gate when they moved, as it was blocking the way, and were waiting to reinstall it in the past few days when someone couldn't resist causing trouble. Invite your grandma over for dinner tonight, Zhou Jianhai said to Qi Mingyu after the gate was installed. The two families had lived together for so long and were quite familiar with each other. Qi Mingyu readily agreed. Okay, Uncle Zhou. Besides a sumptuous meal, Zhou Shuan also cut peaches into chunks, boiled them, and pickled them like canned peaches. After dinner, she gave everyone a bowl. Freshly cooked, the peaches were very flavorful and soft, perfect for Grandma Pang whose teeth weren't very strong. Grandma Pang exclaimed with delight, You even have canned yellow peaches. Yes, we have 2 children, so we stocked up on snacks, Zhong Tian replied with a smile. Actually, living in the underground safe house, they hadn't really neglected their stomachs. The fresh vegetables were all pre-cooked, and the meat was frozen. Pork, chicken, beef, and more were plentiful. The noodles were dried and then frozen, so the texture wasn't affected. The dumplings and buns with various fillings were also frozen. Basically, everything they brought out was already prepared, so Grandma Pang couldn't think of anything else. With Qi Mingyu covering for them, they made their way through smoothly. Grandma Pang, you don't need to cook so often anymore. Just come eat with us when it's mealtime, Zhong Tian warmly invited. We've been living with you for almost 2 years, and Dahai and I feel really bad about it. Grandma Pang retorted sharply, Nonsense. Our 2 families might become in-laws someday. Why be so polite? That's right. If the 2 children get along well, they really might become in-laws. Please don't be so polite with us. Zhong Tian immediately seized on her comment. Grandma Pang was speechless for a moment. Everyone then burst into laughter. The temperature was just right, perfect for both building houses and planting vegetables. A few days later, When they went out again, many families had set up stalls at the intersections of several neighborhoods. Some had extra quilts and thick clothes, some had compressed biscuits, some had freshly grown vegetables, lush and green, looking very tender, and some had their own cacti. Such a scene had been almost non-existent for the past 2 or 3 years. Zhou Shuan and her mother came out for a while, then stood there, dumbfounded. Zhong Tian immediately said, "Come on, let's browse around and see if there's anything worth exchanging." Women, no matter what, always love shopping. So Zhou Shuan accompanied her mother. These stalls looked lively from afar, but upon closer inspection, the quality was generally poor. The people setting up these stalls were clearing out their surplus, or temporarily unwanted goods to exchange for items they needed more. There was even one stall where 100 yuan bills were laid out directly on the ground. A huge, bright red pile, quite a sight to behold. But the crowd only looked at them as if they were rare treasures, chuckled a few times, and then walked away. These days, banknotes only have a tiny bit of value when used as kindling, otherwise, they're just worthless paper. The man, dressed in a suit, appeared to be in his 40s, and looked like a successful person from before the apocalypse. However, his suit was now wrinkled and ripped, and he wore sneakers covered in mud, as if he had just finished a day's work and was now setting up a stall. Faced with the scorn of the crowd, he could only plead desperately, "Please, everyone, can anyone give me some medicine? I have a child at home, only 8 or 9 years old, who's sick, and we can't afford a doctor." Zhong Tian whispered, "These days, if you don't pay enough money to the hospital, who will treat you?" Zhou Shuan walked over. Zhong Tian quickly called out, "Wan Wan," and followed. The middle-aged man, seeing Zhou Shuan, looked hopeful. "Young lady, do you want all this money? I give it all to you. I just need a few packets of ibuprofen. My child has had a fever for days, and it won't go down. I really have no other choice." Chapter 223. Zhou Shuan glanced at the banknotes, but didn't pay them any attention. She simply squatted down and asked, "I want some jade. Do you have any?" The man was taken aback at first, then overjoyed. "Yes, I have some. Back in the day, He stopped talking and kept saying, "I keep them all at home. I almost threw them away when I was cleaning out the other day. Wait here, I go back and get them for you right now. Little girl, please don't go." He even forgot to pack up his stall, and ran towards his home. Zhou Shuan smiled slightly, and waited there with her mother, feeling at ease. Zhong Tian asked curiously, "Wan Wan, how did you know he had jade at home?" Zhou Shuan pointed to the stall on the ground. "Mom, look, he has so much cash, it must be hundreds of thousands. Someone who kept so much money at home before the apocalypse must not trust the financial system. That's why he kept all his cash at home. Other investment methods are risky, so I guess he might have hoarded a batch of jewelry and gold at home, waiting to preserve its value." Zhong Tian nodded repeatedly. They didn't wait long before the man returned, followed by what seemed to be his wife, carrying a child. Girl, open this and take a look. These are all top-quality pieces. I bought them at a high price." He ran up, panting, and without waiting for anything else, shoved the heavy box into Zhou Shuan's hands. Zhou Shuan opened it, and saw a pile of gemstone jewelry, and a small pile of gold bars. She closed the box, looked only at the child in the wife's arms, and asked, "What's wrong with him?" "We went to the hospital, and the doctor examined the child, and said it was a viral infection. The conditions are so basic now, they couldn't even figure out what virus it was. The child has a persistent high fever, and the hospital doesn't have any fever reducers anymore. They're just using physical cooling methods. We had to come out and find some ourselves." The wife sobbed, tightly holding her feverish, flushed child in her arms. The child was delirious from the fever, eyes half closed, mouth slightly open, warm tears welling up, visibly misty. This was a high fever. Zhou Shuan tried to take the child's pulse. She had been studying traditional Chinese medicine for over half a year, and although she wasn't yet skilled enough to prescribe medicine, she could diagnose simple colds and fevers. The couple looked at her with suspicion and uncertainty. After taking the child's pulse for a while, Zhou Shuan took out a small bottle of ibuprofen suspension from her backpack. "Give this to the child first." Thank you. The couple were very surprised that she had a whole bottle of ibuprofen. They thanked her repeatedly, and quickly poured the appropriate amount down the child's throat. There were very few medicines available on the market at the time. This was partly because many medicines were submerged during the floods, and partly because the floodwaters were so toxic that everyone suffered from severe bacterial infections, fever, vomiting, and diarrhea. As a result, antipyretics, antidiarrheals, and anti-inflammatory drugs were all sold out. Doctor, you're a doctor, right? Please save my child. Please. The middle-aged man suddenly knelt down before Zhou Shuan. Oh, please don't do this. My daughter has only learned a little pulse diagnosis, but she doesn't know how to treat patients, Zhong Tian said anxiously, quickly pulling Zhou Shuan away. Zhou Shuan remained calm. After a moment's thought, she said, I take this box of jewelry. In return, I give you a bottle of ibuprofen and a few boxes of common anti-inflammatory drugs. I can't treat you, but you can take these medicines to the hospital and ask a doctor how to take them. Okay. After a brief hesitation, the couple agreed. Regardless of whether they could cure the illness, the lack of medication was the reason why doctors were helpless against most illnesses these days. Anyway, it didn't matter what kind of virus it was, as long as they had anti-inflammatory drugs. The commotion they made had already attracted attention. Zhou Shuan then said, Let's go, I go back and give you the medicine. The child's fever would at least temporarily subside after taking the ibuprofen. The couple followed Zhou Shuan and her daughter, not even bothering to pack up their stall. At the corner, Zhou Shuan pulled 2 boxes of anti-inflammatory medicine and a box of cough medicine from her backpack. These 2 anti-inflammatory medicines contain half a strip of various common antibiotics available on the market. The cough medicine is a gift from me. Pack your things and don't delay, go to the hospital quickly. Okay, thank you. The couple thanked her repeatedly. The father carefully put all the medicine boxes in his arms, then picked up his child and hurried away with his wife. Zhou Shuan's medical skills were rudimentary, but she felt the anti-inflammatory and cough medicine she had given her were appropriate. When she told Zhou Jianghai about it back home, he was excited. Wow, Wan, you can even prescribe medicine by taking pulses. Zhou Shuan smiled and shook her head. I'm not sure myself. Traditional Chinese medicine is profound and complex. I feel like I only just begun. It will take many more years to master it. It's alright. It's just a minor headache or fever at home. No need to go see a doctor, Zhou Jianghai reassured her. The jewelry they traded for a few boxes of medicine had served its purpose. Zhou Shuan placed it in her spatial storage, expanding the space by several hundred square meters. There's a shortage of medicine everywhere these days, but after the flood, the virus has intensified, so regular anti-inflammatory drugs aren't as effective, Zhong Tian said. I wonder if the higher-ups have come up with a solution. Zhou Shuan didn't reply, instead taking Mu to look at medical books. Mu was now practicing acupuncture, her hands very steady, not at all like a teenager. They only went to Dr. Zheng's every 3 days. Fortunately, Zhou Shuan had everything in her spatial storage, finding several mannequins for the 3 of them to practice locating acupuncture points. A few days later, Zhong Tian visited Grandma Pang and returned excitedly saying, Grandma Pang told me that a new market has been set up in Xiguan, with lots of people trading. Xie wants to take her to see it. Why don't we go too? Sure. Let's see if they have any supplies we don't have, and exchange some, Zhou Jianghai immediately said. These days, supplies on the market are becoming increasingly scarce, and their family wasn't worried about them expiring, so they naturally wanted to check it out. There were very few cars on the road. Everyone was either walking or riding their old bicycles or tricycles. The Zhou and Qi families contributed 1 tricycle. Qi Mingyu rode it, with Grandma Pang and Mu on the back. Zhou Shuan and her parents rode 2 bicycles. Zhou's father took Zhong Tian, and Zhou Shuan rode one by herself. Even bicycles weren't easy to exchange these days. The neighbors were incredibly envious when they saw the 2 families bringing so many bicycles. Chapter 224. The 2 families arrived at the Xiguan greenhouse. The conditions were rather basic. Some were using leftover stalls, while others, lacking space, laid out mats or sheets on the ground and displayed their supplies. The small greenhouse was bustling with activity. Zhou Shuan and her family of 6 walked together, looking around but not finding anything they particularly needed. Moreover, to be honest, most of these were private stalls. People were selling whatever they had in abundance, in small quantities. Zhou Shuan also saw 2 stalls selling coal ash, some still recognizable as coal briquettes. It was probably rotten from being soaked in floodwaters, then completely dried in the high temperatures before being sold. The quality was alright though. The Zhou family had a lot of coal, so she glanced at Qi Mingyu. Do you want some? Qi Mingyu's stockpile of coal was only enough for him and his grandmother for 2 years, not much, so he went up to ask about the price. The owner was a rather thin, elderly man in his 50s, hunched over. Perhaps exhausted from hauling such a large pile of coal ash, his voice was hoarse. He gestured with his head up. I only trade for food. Coal is expensive now. 10 gene of coal for 1 gene of compressed biscuits. That price wasn't cheap. Coal is heavy. Even if compressed biscuits are heavier than regular food, they can't compare to the weight of coal. If you wanted a ton of coal, you need 1,000 gene of compressed biscuits. Nobody could produce that much. In extremely cold weather, coal needs to be burned day and night. A ton of coal would only last a little over a month. But with compressed biscuits, you only need to eat about 100 biscuits a month to get enough nutrition and energy. Uncle, this is way too expensive. Zhou Shuan couldn't help but complain. How much are you planning to buy? The old man seemed to know his price was outrageous, and his attitude was very polite. He pointed to the tricycle behind him. This is what my wife, son, and I hauled out in many trips. Is this all you have? Or do you have more at home? Qi Mingyu asked. They would definitely need it during the extreme cold period, and the price would only be higher then, so Qi Mingyu wanted to stock up. The Zhou family's resources were the Zhou family's. If his own family also had sufficient supplies, even if the two families lived together in the future, there wouldn't be any issue of one taking advantage of the other. He could be more at ease. Upon hearing this, the old man knew a big deal had come. He quickly stood up and said, "Yes, we have more at home. This is exactly 1 ton of coal, and we have several more at home." Judging from his words and actions, he seemed to be from a nearby village, otherwise, he wouldn't have so much space to store coal at home. Qi Mingyu thought for a moment, and then said, "Then I take 4 tons of coal. Is delivery included?" "Yes. Yes." The old man was overjoyed, nodding repeatedly. "My family runs a coal briquette factory. These are all coal briquettes we stockpiled before, waiting to sell them. But then the apocalypse came, and they were completely ruined. They're still usable, aren't they? Where do you live? My son and I will deliver them to your door." They didn't have a car, but they could deliver by tricycle. A few trips would be enough. Qi Mingyu then said, "I don't have that many compressed biscuits. If you only want food, I have other things we can discuss." They talked in hushed tones, and Zhou Shuan joined in the bargaining. In the end, the 4 tons of coal ash were sold for 100 gene of compressed biscuits, 100 gene of canned fish, 100 gene of sweet potato noodles, and 100 vacuum-packed roast goose. The old man was overjoyed to receive so much food at once, his face beaming with delight. Afraid of wasting his time, he hurriedly asked, "Where do you live? Perhaps I can have my son come with you." He then called out to a young man selling coal briquettes and other odds and ends at another stall, Xiao San, come quick." Qi Mingyu replied, "It's all right, I give you an address, you can just deliver it there. I bring the promised food over then." Okay. After they had passed, Grandma Peng asked, "Xiao Yu, we need so much coal briquettes, will we be able to use it all?" Qi Mingyu smiled and explained the coal shortage during the extreme cold period, adding, "We have enough food, and it's always good to have some other supplies on hand." Grandma Peng was slightly relieved. "Then where will we put all this coal ash?" Qi Mingyu glanced at Zhou Shuan and said, "Don't worry, Grandma, I have a place to store it, it's safe." "That's good." They walked to another stall, where they saw delicately embroidered hair clips. Zhou Shuan thought, who has the time or inclination to wear such impractical things these days? She looked up and, upon seeing that slightly familiar, thin face, paused, then looked closer before exclaiming in disbelief, "Senior?" Zhang Jiao looked up and saw an unexpected person. Zhou Shuan. "Senior, what are you doing here?" Zhou Shuan was very surprised. Zhang Jiao lives in a neighboring city. Before the apocalypse, it was said to be an hour's drive away, but after the apocalypse, with transportation disrupted, it's not a distance that can be reached easily. Furthermore, the other person was extremely thin, with sunken cheeks, looking emaciated. "What happened? You didn't find your parents?" A tear rolled down Zhang Jia's cheek, but she quickly wiped it away, offering a slightly bitter smile. "Zhou Shuan, it's really nice to see you." Because of this small accident, the two families' shopping trip could no longer continue. Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianhai both knew that in their daughter's dream, it was this Zhang Jia who had been taking care of their daughter's journey north, and had even taken her in for more than half a year. They were also grateful to her. Seeing her condition, Zhong Tiyun knew something bad had happened, so she quickly said, Wan, since she's your senior, you two should have a good chat. We go with Xiaoyu and Grandma Peng to other places." "Okay." Zhou Shuan helped Zhang Jia pack up her stall, and the two went to a less crowded area outside the Shiguan shed to talk. Zhang Jia, her face haggard, sat on the edge of the road and whispered, "Zhou Shuan, I came to J City because I wanted to seek refuge with you. But I didn't know your address, and I didn't know where to go by boat, so I was assigned to a resettlement point. I had no supplies at the time, but luckily the government here distributed supplies every 3 days, which allowed me to barely survive. Later, during the high temperatures, I heard that you had built survivor apartments here, so I went there. After the survivor apartments were disbanded, I returned to the resettlement point. Now that the weather is nice, I was thinking of exchanging for more supplies, so I crocheted some hairpins and flowers to sell. I never expected that, by sheer coincidence, I would run into you. Her few words conveyed the hardships and bitterness she had endured along the way. Zhou Shuan was puzzled. Senior, you came to J City so early? Where are your parents? Where are your brother and sister-in-law? Could it be? Had something happened to them? Chapter 225. She couldn't stand being alone at home, so she left her hometown? Zhang Jia saw through Zhou Shuan's suspicions and sneered. No, they're all doing well. At least, they were alive and well when I escaped. Escaped? Zhang Jia gazed at the distant horizon and the crowds walking on the road, and sighed softly. When she finally returned home after all her hardships, her whole family was overjoyed, including her brother and sister-in-law. Her mother even wiped away tears, saying she would pretend she would never see her again, and that she would cry every night when she thought of her. She also told her that if she didn't come back, she and her father would personally go south to fetch her. She was deeply moved at the time. Because of the information from her junior, and the extent of the disaster she had witnessed along the way, the south, being low-lying, was much more severely affected than the north. She tried her best to persuade her family, went to the supermarket to buy a lot of food, and also bought a lot of medicine, alcohol, etc., from the pharmacy. Initially, her parents and siblings were reluctant, feeling that while some supplies were acceptable, there was no need to hoard so much. Later, they couldn't persuade her otherwise, and she ended up stockpiling a large amount of supplies at home. However, every time they returned home and saw the piles of supplies in the living room, her father and brother would shake their heads and sigh. Zhang Jia herself was similar to her mother in personality, generous in both her dealings with others and in spending money. But her brother and father were rather stingy. Adding to this, her sister-in-law, who liked to stir up trouble, strained their relationship for a while. Fortunately, the torrential rains didn't stop, the floodwaters kept rising, and things became increasingly expensive. Countless people in the neighborhood's WeChat group were complaining that even at high prices, supplies were still unavailable. Father and brother-in-law were overjoyed. But to Zhang Jia's utter surprise, one day, driven by greed, her brother-in-law and sister-in-law sold off more than half of the abundant supplies without consulting their family, earning 10 times their initial purchase price. The couple were practically delirious with happiness that night, hiding under the covers. They reasoned that the flood wouldn't last a year or two, they only needed to keep 6 months' worth of supplies, selling the rest at a high price. The government couldn't remain indifferent indefinitely. The current high supply levels indicated the entire city was submerged, preventing supplies from reaching other areas. They figured if they waited patiently, the government would take action soon. They hadn't consulted their family because they were selfish. They wanted to keep all the profits from the sales. While they were moving supplies, they used the excuse of Zhang Jia's mother being sick to send Zhang Jia and his parents to the hospital. Upon returning from the hospital, Zhang Jia discovered that 2/3 of the supplies were missing. Zhang Jia's parents also verbally abused their son. But Zhang Jia's brother stubbornly insisted on his ways of making money. At this point, the family was helpless. However, what Zhang Jia's brother and sister-in-law didn't expect was that the flood would last so long. After 6 months of flooding, when their supplies began to run low, they started to panic. But the large sum of money they had earned was now worthless in the bank, unable to buy anything. Including their young nephew and niece, there were 7 people in the family to feed. Zhang Jia's sister-in-law began to openly and subtly resent Zhang Jia, complaining that she ate too much and that she, being a girl, always occupied the house. She deliberately skimped on Zhang Jia's portions whenever she cooked. Zhang Jia wasn't known for her good temper, so naturally she argued with her sister-in-law. After many arguments, her brother started to dislike her too. One time, during a particularly heated argument, her brother actually slapped her. Although Zhang Jia's parents scolded their son, the seeds of discord between Zhang Jia and her brother and sister-in-law were sown. Not long after, Zhang Jia's sister-in-law became obsessed with finding her a husband, going door to door to persuade young men in the neighborhood. Soon, the whole neighborhood knew that Zhang Jia was desperate to get married. When Zhang Jia found out, she cried uncontrollably and confided her grievances to her parents. To her surprise, her parents, who had always doted on her, also joined in, urging her to hurry up and get married so someone would support her in the future. With resources so scarce, she was wasting food by staying at home. At the time, Zhang Jia was listening to her father's words in the living room, while her mother sat silently beside her, clearly tacitly agreeing. Her nephew and niece were playing nearby. Her brother and sister-in-law were angry and hiding in their bedroom. For the first time, she felt so acutely that she was merely a passerby in this family, not a true member. Later, one evening, she overheard her brother and sister-in-law talking. They had contacted a wealthy, divorced man in his 40s from the next neighborhood. He had a son and a daughter, plenty of resources, and wanted a young wife to care for his children. Her brother and sister-in-law wanted to sell her for a high price. She thought long and hard, knowing that asking her parents for help was useless. The family was starving. If they knew that selling her would bring in more resources, they would definitely agree, claiming it was to find her a lifelong home. So she decided to run away. The family had a kayak, which she had insisted on buying when she returned. Now, because of the boat, her brother and father occasionally went out to transport supplies, providing some income. Zhang Jia showed no mercy. In the middle of the night, she secretly took half the food from the kitchen and then went downstairs with her kayak. In the darkness, she paddled and cried, but afterwards, her heart felt cold and hardened. She knew that even if she starved to the point of begging, she would never return home to eat a bite from her parents, brother, or sister-in-law. After much hesitation, she decided to come to J City to find Zhou Shuwan. Although they hadn't crossed paths much in this life, she inexplicably felt an overwhelming trust in her, as if they had known each other in a past life. But she had been too naive then. After expending tremendous effort to reach J City, she discovered she didn't even know his address. The food she brought from home was almost gone. Desperate, she joined a large group of relocated people at a resettlement center. And so it has been until now. To be honest, aside from the initial period of her escape, when she encountered some unpleasant things, the past 2 years at the survivor apartments, filled with women and children, have been relatively comfortable. The distributed supplies were enough to cover her basic needs. The reason she was so thin was because she had recently suffered a serious illness. Without money for treatment or medicine, she had to stay in bed for a month and pull through. Zhou Shuwan had never imagined she had such an experience. Holding her hand, she felt both heartache and sorrow. "I thought you were doing well at home. When I thought of you occasionally, I felt you must be reunited with your family." She couldn't continue. In their past life, they had traveled all the way north, just to see their family and reunite with them. Chapter 226. Unexpectedly, their experiences in this life were completely different. "Senior, you should contact me," she said. However, she understood Zhang Jia's meaning. When she arrived in J City, communication had been cut off. How could she contact her? Zhang Jia was lucky. She had arrived in J City safely. Zhang Jia smiled bitterly. "Actually, I came here entirely out of sheer courage. I only became afraid halfway there. Fortunately, I encountered a unit helping with the evacuation of disaster victims, and I followed one of them to the suburbs. I wasn't the only one who wanted to come to J City. A few of us at the resettlement site discussed it and decided to come together. At that time, everything was submerged 3 or 4 stories high. The area was deserted. When we were tired, we rested on the boat. When we were hungry, we ate on the boat. We carried only dry rations. And we were very careful not to drink the poisoned water or let it touch us. We traveled together. Among the group was someone with extensive wilderness survival experience. He advised us to wear a windproof jacket on the boat to cover our heads and faces. Looking back, it was this very action that ensured our safe arrival in J City. Once there, everyone there had relatives or family, so they dispersed. I was desperate, so I followed a relocation team to the resettlement point." Zhang Jia said, her eyes welling with tears, a glimmer of light appearing on her weary face. "I was actually lucky. Along the way, I met only kind people, and every time I felt hopeless, a turning point would appear." She smiled at Zhou Shuwan, "Just like now, when I was really struggling and thinking about exchanging for some supplies, I met you." Zhou Shuwan's eyes flickered slightly, and she looked at her earnestly. "Senior, you said you were seriously ill. Are you better now? I have some medicine here, and I also know a very skilled doctor. If you're still not feeling well, we can go see him and have him take your pulse." "No need. I feel completely recovered. I can eat and sleep well. You see how thin I am now, because the illness drained all my energy." Seeing this, Zhou Shuwan didn't say anything more, and instead asked where she was living now. Zhang Jia pointed to the nearest high-rise building. The resettlement community up there is called Mingju Community. It used to be a high-end community, but the occupancy rate was too low before the apocalypse, so it was all allocated to survivors who had nowhere else to go. Is it one house per person? No, the house I was given was a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment, which is 4 rooms in total. During the flood season, there were many people, so 4 families were crammed together. I shared a bedroom with a girl. Later. She paused, then continued, later, there were far fewer people. This time when we went back, each family had its own bedroom, and the living room was a common area, so it was quite convenient. We heard that a market had opened downstairs for trading supplies, so we all tried to bring our unwanted items there to see if we could exchange them for something. When I was in school, I learned how to make hair clips from a girl in my dorm, and I happened to have a bag of yarn with me, so I gave it a try. Zhou Shuan nodded. Okay, I go with you to take a look later. Zhang Jia hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. Forget it, Zhou Shuan. Everyone's short of water these days, and no one looks presentable. Our place is filthy and chaotic too, you better not go. She had just seen Zhou Shuan's family. They were all clean-cut, their faces refreshed, their eyes bright and composed, clearly people who didn't lack resources. Zhang Jia felt somewhat ashamed in their presence. However, this was also one of Zhang Jia's strengths. Although she was imprisoned, and at the very bottom of society, she wouldn't be jealous of those better off than her for no reason. She still tried to put herself in their shoes. She and Zhou Shuan were actually similar in some ways, which was why they had become such close friends in their past life. Zhou Shuan said without hesitation, you came to see me, and there's not much I can do, but it's necessary for me to get acquainted with you. This will make things easier for me later, and I can come visit you. Zhang Jia then fell silent. Zhou Shuan and Zhang Jia headed back to the stall they had just visited. They hadn't walked far when they ran into Qi Mingyu and Zhong Tiyun, who had already finished shopping. The group decided to go see Zhang Jia together. Zhou Shuan didn't say much, only a brief introduction. Zhong Tiyun then took Zhang Jia's hand and sighed, poor child, Wanwan has been talking about you at home all this time. We never dreamed you come to J City. It's so hard to keep in touch after the apocalypse, otherwise we would have met long ago. Zhang Jia shook his head and smiled. Auntie, I suffered so much, but I always met helpful people. It's good to meet helpful people. Otherwise, you're just a child, not much older than Wanwan. It's heartbreaking to hear. Once downstairs, Zhang Jia said somewhat embarrassedly, I forgot to mention, I live on the 13th floor, so I need to climb up to the 13th floor. Grandma, uncle, aunt, you all. You were assigned such a high floor. This building is about 17 or 18 stories high, so the 13th floor isn't low. I'm young, so I deliberately chose a higher floor, Zhang Jia said quite magnanimously. Grandma Pang definitely couldn't climb up to such a high place. Qi Mingyu then said, then Grandma and I will wait downstairs, you two go up. He looked at Zhou Shuan seriously. Be careful. Zhang Jia had already noticed that the exchange of glances between the two of them along the way was quite unusual. As they walked up the stairs, with Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianhai behind them, Zhang Jia whispered, Wanwan, was that man your boyfriend? Zhou Shuan's cheeks flushed, but she nodded generously yes. We're neighbors, and we got together after the apocalypse. Zhang Jia's tone became somewhat envious. That's wonderful. I noticed his walking and standing style was quite unique. Is he a veteran? She had lived in the survivor apartment for a long time, and there were many soldiers there, so she was quite familiar with some of their characteristics, and immediately noticed Qi Mingyu's difference. Zhou Shuan nodded. Yes, he used to be in the army, but he was discharged during the floods. You saw it yourself, he has a grandmother at home, and he came back to take care of her. Zhang Jia responded, a person who knows filial piety can't be a bad person. I think he's much better than that Lin Yuang. Zhou Shuan was taken aback, suddenly realizing that she hadn't thought about Lin Yuang for a long time. Actually, when she was reborn, she hated Lin Yuang with a vengeance, wishing she could kill him with her own hands. But after handing him over to the local underworld boss, and returning to help her family cope with the apocalypse, she had almost forgotten about him. Chapter 227. Could it be that she's so happy and content now that she's forgotten the deep-seated hatred she once felt? Thinking this, she smiled. Lin Yuang, I haven't thought about him in ages. That's good. As they spoke, they reached the 13th floor, all slightly out of breath. Zhang Jia unlocked the door and invited them up. Zhong Tiyun insisted on coming up with Zhou Jianhai because she felt that since Wanwan's parents weren't around, she and Wanwan's father, as elders, should come and see their daughter's classmates' living conditions. Otherwise, it would be too cold. She certainly wouldn't care about others, but after hearing her daughter's past stories, and knowing how much Zhang Jia had helped her daughter, she and Zhou Jiahai felt even more grateful. Upon opening the door, they saw that, as Zhang Jia had said, the place was cramped because 3 families were sharing the apartment, and there was no water or electricity. The living room was indeed in poor condition, with clutter piled high with miscellaneous items. A faint stench wafted from the adjacent bathroom. This was normal in the post-apocalyptic world, with clogged sewers and insufficient water for flushing toilets. Unpleasant odors were common. Zhang Jia invited the family to her bedroom. She lived alone, so the room assigned to her was the smallest secondary bedroom, furnished with a bed, the bed itself, the windowsill, and all sorts of belongings. There was only empty space beside the bed. The space inside the bed was also crammed full of boxes containing supplies. Zhang Jia's cheeks flushed slightly. "I'm sorry you had to see this. No one can come into my room." Before Zhou Shuan could speak, Zhong Tian skillfully chimed in. "That's how it is now. Our family is the same. We have a large family, with food, drinks, supplies, and a child, so we have even more stuff. You see, next time you come to my house, there's nothing embarrassing about it." Zhou Shuan chuckled. "The underground base is even more cramped than here. Some don't even have beds. They just sleep with sheets on top of their supplies. In this society, just surviving is enough. We don't ask for anything else." Zhang Jia's blush faded slightly. She reached over and took a few plastic stools from a cardboard box nearby. She opened the door and invited everyone to sit down. Moo Moo sat on the outermost seat, curiously looking around. He was sturdy, with a handsome face, a real cutie. Zhang Jia couldn't resist gently pinching his cheek. Moo Moo didn't flinch, but sat upright, his eyes fixed on the ground, a sight that made everyone laugh. Although conditions were limited, Zhang Jia was a very shrewd girl. The supplies in the room were plentiful but not messy, all neatly arranged. They chatted for a while, and then Zhou Shuan first tried to take Zhang Jia's pulse, then said softly, "My medical skills aren't very good right now, but I think you have symptoms of anemia, vitamin deficiency, and other signs of malnutrition." Zhang Jia was initially surprised that Zhou Shuan could diagnose illnesses by taking a pulse, then sighed, "It's not just me. 9 out of 10 people are malnourished these days. Eating only compressed biscuits every day, how could they not be malnourished?" Zhou Shuan looked around thoughtfully. "Senior, don't you grow any cacti?" Cacti are heat and drought resistant, with strong vitality. Although the temperature has dropped, the cacti in their yard are still growing very lushly. But here, there are no cacti to be seen. Zhang Jia gave a wry smile. "I was sick before, so I traded some of the cacti I grew for food. It's alright, we have some extras at home. We transplant a few for you next time. Although cacti aren't very tasty, they can fill your stomach and quench your thirst, so it's still good to grow a few yourself," Zhou Shuan said. Zhang Jia paused, before speaking, when Zhou Shuan interrupted her. "I know what you want to say, you're probably just embarrassed to take something for free. Let me tell you, I'm not giving you these cacti for free, I'm just lending them to you. You can return them to us after you transplant them. Cacti grow very quickly, they can be propagated and transplanted in just a month or 2. The other party said this deliberately to ease her psychological burden. Zhang Jia didn't know what to say for a moment, only gripping Zhou Shuan's hand tightly, her eyes slightly moist. They talked for a while longer, then the Zhou family of 4 got up to say goodbye. They agreed on a time to meet again, and Zhang Jia insisted on seeing them downstairs. Zhou Shuan and the others couldn't refuse her, so they followed her downstairs. When Zhang Jia returned after seeing them off, she found 2 packs of sausages, about 10 packs of compressed biscuits, a box of chocolates, 2 boxes of iron supplements, and 2 boxes of vitamin tablets piled on the bed in the bedroom. The items weren't many, but they were sent with great care, all things Zhang Jia could currently use. This Zhou Shuan. Zhang Jia almost burst into tears. Suddenly remembering something, she quickly locked the bedroom door and carefully hid the supplies under the bed. She then covered them with a cardboard box. Zhou Shuan, carrying only a backpack, couldn't keep too many supplies, only putting away what Zhang Jia needed most urgently. On the way back, she seemed somewhat absent-minded. Qi Mingyu noticed but remained silent. That evening, he arranged to meet Zhou Shuan downstairs. It was currently the most pleasant time of year since the apocalypse, and many people were taking a walk downstairs. Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan walked in the square behind the residential area, and he slowly asked, "Aren't you very sympathetic to your senior?" Zhou Shuan nodded subconsciously, then sighed, "I really didn't expect her to be in such a sorry state. I really want to help her, but I don't know how." Because of her spatial ability, she couldn't invite her to stay with her. Moreover, she understood the saying a little kindness is appreciated, but too much can breed resentment, which was different from helping relatives. Especially her second uncle, third aunt, and cousins. They were all able-bodied families. She and her parents had only helped them a couple of times, and they were able to manage on their own, needing no further assistance. Right now, those families had countless tons of water and gasoline stored in her spatial ability. She could exchange any one of them for supplies, and live comfortably. But Zhang Jia was all alone, a solitary college student. How to help her was the biggest problem. Qi Mingyu thought for a moment. Didn't you say your senior was chivalrous? How are her skills? Zhou Shuan replied. She does know a few moves. We used to travel together. She already had a foundation, and she's improved a lot since then, whether it's archery or martial arts. She clapped her hands. That's right. I didn't think of that. We should have taught her archery first. Her senior had some talent for archery. If they could teach her archery, she would not only have the ability to protect herself, but also a valuable skill. Yes, we can introduce her to Mingwe then. It won't be a problem for Mingwe to arrange for her to be a member of the security team. Qi Mingyu smiled slightly, seeing that she understood his meaning. The salary of a security team member is very high. Zhang Jia is only one person. If she can work in the security team for a long time, she can accumulate a lot of supplies. Chapter 228. Zhou Shuan first stored the 4 tons of coal slag Qi Mingyu had requested into her spatial storage. Then, after agreeing on a time to meet Zhang Jia again, Zhou Shuan loaded the prepared supplies into her tricycle and rode there with Qi Mingyu. While waiting downstairs, Zhang Jia saw Zhou Shuan bring so many supplies and hurriedly refused. Zhou Shuan, why did you bring so much? No, I can't accept this. Take it back quickly. Senior, I didn't say it was a free gift. Look, this looks like a pile of supplies, but it's all what you urgently need right now. Here are 2 buckets of purified water, 2 buckets of protein powder, 2 packets of soy milk powder, 2 packets of lotus root powder, and a bucket of homemade cactus powder. These can be used for breakfast and dinner. These are some compressed biscuits, several packets of dried shiitake mushrooms, dried tofu skin, 2 bundles of sweet potato starch, and this bundle of vegetables that were just hydroponically grown at home. I noticed you're running low on oil, so here are 2 small buckets of cooking oil. There was also a bulging black bag, the contents of which were unclear. Zhou Shuan leaned close to her ear and whispered, these are sanitary napkins, toilet paper, and a few packs of sanitary pads. Enough for you for 6 months. Zhang Jia was speechless for a moment. You even thought of this. In their past life, the 2 of them hadn't prepared enough supplies, and these essential items for women ran out, causing them a lot of trouble every time. How could Zhou Shuan forget that pain? She smiled at Zhang Jia, then pointed to the last package and whispered, I tell you what this is when we get upstairs. The 3 of them carried everything upstairs in one trip. Qi Mingyu didn't go into the bedroom, he remained in the living room. Zhou Shuan then pulled Zhang Jia aside, and recounted what she and Qi Mingyu had discussed. She then opened the last package, which contained a bow and 200 arrows. Seeing Zhang Jia's surprised expression, she said, Senior, I teach you how to draw a bow today. Practice a lot. We don't have many bows and arrows, but I also tell you how to make your own. You can make your own if you need more later. Zhang Jia nodded hurriedly. Okay, Zhou Shuan, I definitely learned well. Zhou Shuan held her hand. Don't call me Zhou Shuan anymore, Senior. Just call me Wan Wan like my parents do. Okay. Zhang Jia looked at the supplies filling the bedroom, then looked up at Zhou Shuan earnestly and said, Wan Wan, consider these supplies a loan. I pay you back after I become a member of the security team and earn a salary. Zhou Shuan nodded slightly. Okay, I'd be waiting. She then taught Zhang Jia how to shoot arrows. After talking for a while, she said goodbye to Qi Mingyu and left. On the way back, Qi Mingyu rode his tricycle, looking up at the sky. Wan Wan, when do you think the acid rain will come? Zhou Shuan shook her head. The timeline now was completely different from her previous life. In her previous life, the acid rain came a full year earlier. So she couldn't say for sure whether the acid rain would come or if some other natural disaster would occur. She only remembered that after the high temperature subsided, it didn't rain for a long time. People desperately hoped for rain, but unexpectedly, it did rain, but it was acid rain. It happened during the day. Most of the survivors were out earning a living and collecting supplies, while the temperature was suitable. They were completely unprepared for the acid rain. Countless people were burned, some even suffering severe corrosion all over their bodies. They writhed on the ground in pain, too weak to stand up, and ultimately died in the acid rain. Her mother in her past life, Moo Moo, died in the same way. Zhou Shuan clenched her fists slightly. "Let's discuss it when we get back," she said softly. Qi Mingyu noticed the change in her tone, glanced at her, and nodded. "Okay." Turning a corner, several thin figures suddenly emerged from a corner, holding daggers or kitchen knives. The leader, his eyes bloodshot, glared at the two. "Don't move. You two get off the tricycle." Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu were startled. "Get off." There were 5 or 6 of them, and they had already surrounded the tricycle. This area was relatively secluded, almost deserted. No wonder these people would hide here to rob someone. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu slowly raised their hands and got off the tricycle. "Hurry up." The leader pushed Zhou Shuan, but Qi Mingyu narrowed his eyes, swiftly grabbing the man's arm and pulling him down with a powerful jerk. The man dropped the dagger, letting out a painful howl. "Boss!" the other shouted, rushing forward. Zhou Shuan had already kicked down 2 men. Qi Mingyu subdued the leader, then used his long legs to subdue the remaining men. Within minutes, 5 or 6 men wielding daggers lay on the ground, groaning in pain. They were all thin, skin and bones, their faces fierce and numb. Zhou Shuan hesitated, then picked up the dagger, turning it over in her hand, her gaze darkening. "Mercy, heroine! Mercy, heroine!" The leader, quick-witted, immediately sensed Zhou Shuan's murderous intent and cried out incoherently. 2 of his teeth had been knocked out by Qi Mingyu, and blood trickled from his mouth as he mumbled his pleas. The others, bewildered, simply echoed their leader's cries. Zhou Shuan gripped her dagger tightly, coldly watching them. However, she hesitated. If this were right after the apocalypse, she would have killed them without hesitation to prevent future trouble, but now, she hesitated. "Wanwan, tie them up and take them to the police station," Qi Mingyu said. Zhou Shuan nodded without much hesitation. "Okay." She understood perfectly well that Qi Mingyu didn't want her hands to be stained with blood. In the past, she would have scoffed at such a thing. But now, she herself didn't want to kill anyone for a robbery. There were many ways to punish these robbers. Sending them to the police station for hard labor was the most painful and effective. Unconsciously, the anger she felt slowly dissipated. Perhaps, this was the influence of her family and Qi Mingyu. She took out nylon rope from her backpack, and Qi Mingyu used military techniques to tie all the people together. The police station was a bit far, but fortunately, the resettlement point was nearby. There was a patrol team at the resettlement point. They took the people to the patrol team before returning. A few days later, a major event occurred. The distribution of relief supplies in J City, which had been ongoing for 3 years, was stopped, completely halted. People were confused, then panicked. In the 2 years before the apocalypse, many people still had stockpiled supplies at home. A quick search in supermarkets or department stores would usually yield some food. Therefore, there was no shortage of supplies. Chapter 229. But by the 3rd year, their supplies were gone, and they exhausted all the supplies available outside. Most of the survivors' only hope was the government-issued relief food. And now, even that's being stopped. Isn't this just watching people die? These are the exact words of Aunt Zhang downstairs. After failing to exchange her food for eggs at Grandma Peng's last visit, she'd been watching the Zhou and Qi families go upstairs with sarcastic remarks, occasionally making snide comments. If she weren't wary of the 2 families' ability to bring down the Dong family, she, her daughter-in-law, and grandson were now the only ones in her family, powerless to confront them. She would definitely have given them a good dressing down. Now, she could only hide behind them and chatter away. The Zhou and Qi families, including Grandma Peng, didn't take her seriously or pay her any attention. They treated her like a goose flapping its wings aimlessly. The Zhou and Qi families had plenty of supplies. Everyone in the neighborhood knew that. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu were both exceptionally skilled in martial arts, a fact known throughout the neighborhood. Therefore, people both respected and feared them, and rarely dared to provoke them. No sooner had Aunt Zhang come to borrow eggs than someone visited both families, revealing all the things Aunt Zhang had done at the base. It turned out that when her husband and son were alive, things were actually quite alright. Aunt Zhang was somewhat shrewish, but she didn't bother anyone. However, after her husband and son died one after the other, leaving only her and her daughter-in-law with their child, they were constantly bullied and faced shortages of supplies. When their grandson fell ill, they had to sell off their last remaining possessions to buy medicine. After her grandson recovered, the family relied on relief grain to survive. So one night, While everyone was asleep at the shelter, Aunt Zhang secretly threw her granddaughter into the floodwaters below the residential area. Children have weak immune systems, and although the security team quickly found her, the granddaughter had already died from her illness. Aunt Zhang's daughter-in-law was devastated. Aunt Zhang herself feigned madness, claiming she didn't know what had happened. This rumor came from a neighbor who lived in the same house as the Zhang family. They insisted that Aunt Zhang's gaze towards her granddaughter had been strange for days, always menacing, and that she wouldn't allow the granddaughter to eat. Her daughter-in-law, a weak-willed woman, only secretly fed her daughter some compressed biscuits and tacitly condoned her mother-in-law's abuse. After her granddaughter died, Aunt Zhang went around saying that her granddaughter had wandered off and gotten lost while playing. It's unclear whether she said this deliberately to lessen her guilt. Afterward, Aunt Zhang conceived a way to make money. Her daughter-in-law was in her early 30s, quite attractive, and although thin after the apocalypse, she was still presentable, so she went around the resettlement areas setting up matchmakers, looking for single men or middle-aged men who looked wealthy. How much supplies would the man have to offer for his daughter-in-law to sleep with him for one night? Her daughter-in-law resisted a few times, but she was severely beaten and eventually acquiesced. Thanks to her daughter-in-law's sacrifice, the family actually fared quite well. Later, during the extreme heat, they moved to an underground base. The underground base had stricter discipline, especially regarding the practice of selling daughters and daughters-in-law for money, which was strictly prohibited. The daughter-in-law resisted again, and Aunt Zhang scolded and hit her a few times, quickly attracting the attention of the security team. They arrested Aunt Zhang and put her in solitary confinement, disciplining her for several days before releasing her. Aunt Zhang suffered a bit, and then dared not have any more mischievous thoughts. However, without her daughter-in-law's sacrifice, the family of 3 struggled financially. Aunt Zhang developed a shameless nature, frequently going to familiar people's homes to borrow supplies. If they refused, she would cry and throw tantrums, insisting on getting them some money before she was satisfied. Her neighbors living nearby, as well as her former neighbors, who went to the same resettlement center, were harassed and tormented by her multiple times. But she couldn't very well complain to the security team every day about such trivial matters. She could only suffer in silence. Fortunately, Aunt Zhang could only take a small amount, half a compressed biscuit, half a bowl of water, and the like. After hearing Zhong Tiyun's words, Zhou Shuan frowned. "How do you know all this?" Zhong Tiyun replied, "Several families moved to the same resettlement site as them, so naturally they know everything. That's why we need to stay far away from the Zhang family. They're incredibly vicious. We can't afford to mess with people who would even throw their own granddaughter into poisoned water." Zhou Jianhai frowned. He hadn't heard anything when his downstairs neighbor came over to chat. He'd been too embarrassed to listen. He'd gone upstairs to feed the chickens. "Then why didn't you call the police? Killing one's own granddaughter should at least warrant a sentence of hard labor. Call the police. This is all just speculation. There's no evidence whatsoever. And about her forcing her daughter-in-law to sleep with someone else, her daughter-in-law didn't even complain. How could anyone else intervene?" Zhong Tiyun said. Zhou Shuan remained silent. She recalled her past life. During the acid rain season, she had returned to the neighborhood, but none of the families downstairs had returned. Therefore, she knew nothing of the Zhang family's situation. Wan, what are you thinking about?" Zhong Tiyun called twice before she snapped out of her reverie. Zhou Shuan asked thoughtfully, "Mom, what does Aunt Zhang's daughter-in-law look like?" Zhong Tiyun replied, "She's quite beautiful, with an oval face, a pointed chin, long eyelashes, and a beauty mark below her lip, very distinctive." Zhou Shuan dredged up a rather alluring figure from the depths of her memory. It seemed she had a son with her at the time. Could it be her? Hearing about Aunt Zhang felt strangely familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere in her past life. "What's her name?" Zhong Tiyun thought for a moment, then said, "I forgot her surname, but I usually hear the Zhang family call her On. On, Shui Wuwen. It really is her." Zhou Shuan was filled with emotion. So she was also an old neighbor. It's just a pity that back then, they didn't recognize each other, and neither knew the other's identity. Zhou Shuan sighed softly, her expression a mixture of sorrow and joy. A few days later, the issue of stopping the distribution of relief food escalated even further. Countless survivors gathered outside the government office to protest, trying to force the government to resume distributing relief food. None of the Zhou family members came downstairs. They only watched the gathering crowd from their vantage point. Zhong Tiyun murmured, "The government office has been providing relief grain for 3 years already. They've gone above and beyond. Does the government just give us grain for free? It's normal that they're out of reserves now." "It's not their fault," Zhou Jianhai said, somewhat sympathizing with the protesters in the street. No rain now, they can't grow crops, they have no food or water. If the government doesn't provide relief, are they just supposed to wait to starve to death? Wanwan, when do you think the acid rain will come? Chapter 230. Zhou Shuan shook her head. The timeline is completely different from what I remember, but if it still follows the same sequence of natural disasters, then acid rain could come at any time. Mumu was reading in the next room. She took out several backpacks from her spatial storage, exactly the same as the one she always used. She started filling the backpacks with relief supplies, including compressed biscuits, water, chocolate and other food, medicine, bandages, small bottles of alcohol, and an acid rainproof raincoat. This acid rainproof raincoat was something she had specifically bought online before the apocalypse. It could be folded into a very small piece. But when unfolded, it was a raincoat with an integrated mask and helmet, hanging long down to her ankles. After packing the backpacks, she took out several pairs of acid rainproof boots from her spatial storage. Dad, Mom, from now on, whenever we go out, we must carry this backpack with us. It contains supplies for any emergencies. Especially if it suddenly rains acid, we must immediately take shelter inside a building. Even if there's no time, we must put on our raincoats. That will at least buy us a few hours. She had seen the seller's description when she bought the raincoat. It could withstand tens of thousands of exposures to acid rain, so she figured it would last for a while. Zhou Jianghai and Zhong Tiyun both nodded solemnly. Zhou Shuwan then pointed to the boots on the ground. Our ordinary shoes can't withstand the corrosion at all, so we wear boots from now on. Zhong Tiyun tried them on first. The size was perfect. Knowing her daughter had specifically bought them for her, she smiled with relief. Wanwan, you planned everything so well, so don't worry about Dad, Mom, and Mumu getting hurt. With your protection, we survive well in the apocalypse. Zhou Shuwan responded softly. She looked at Zhong Tiyun, feeling a flood of words she wanted to say, yet unsure of what to say. Acid rain. That was the period in her past life when her mother and Mumu perished together. She had many worries, and wanted to tell her mother and Mumu not to go out. But this period was indeed the mildest and most suitable in terms of temperature during the year since the apocalypse, perfect for going out to see the post-apocalyptic world and experience real sunshine. Moreover, the acid rain lasted a long time, about 2 years in her past life. The acid rain didn't fall continuously, but rather suddenly for a few minutes, half an hour, or even several days and nights. It was completely unpredictable. In her past life, the country was completely unprepared, so until the end of the acid rain season, they had no way to prevent the weather. She wondered if this situation would change in this life. She suddenly thought of a possibility. Dad, Mom, I just suddenly realized that the reason the relief food distribution at the service hall has stopped might not be because there's not enough food, but because they're building a new base. A new base? Zhou Jianhai asked. The kind of base you went to during the acid rain period? Zhou Shuwan nodded. The survivor base she went to in her previous life was quite different from the underground base in this life. The underground base was just a temporary shelter, made by slightly modifying existing buildings like parking lots to avoid the high temperatures. The environment in those bases was very poor, just for the necessary survival of humans. But the survivor base was like a completely new community. High-rise buildings, factories, hospitals, schools. In the survivor base, the order of life was almost the same as before the apocalypse. With ample water and electricity, jobs available, production underway, and a secure supply of goods, the people enjoy a high happiness index. In her previous life, after enduring extreme cold in the base, she ventured out to find work, taking on various jobs such as factory assembly line work, restaurant service, and street cleaning. The wages were low, but with the added relief food, she managed to survive peacefully in the apocalypse. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel a sense of longing. Wanwan, this kind of base sounds like a brand new city. If we could really move there, not only would we be safe, but life would be incredibly convenient. Zhou Shuwan nodded. Yes, that's why I suspect the relief food distribution has stopped, because the government is building a survivor base. They're concentrating all their resources there, and this old city is temporarily neglected. That makes sense. Zhou Jianhai nodded repeatedly. Although J City isn't a large city now, it once housed hundreds of thousands of people. After the apocalypse, the government can no longer control such a large city. But if a new community is built, the water and heating pipes will be newly installed, so there won't be any pressure on supply. Then let's work hard to move to the new base, Zhong Tiyun said. Zhou Jianhai said with some regret, our house was nicely renovated inside and out. with heating systems in the basement, tempered glass on the top floor, and insulation. Zhou Shuan said, "Dad, don't worry. I originally planned to move to the survivor base as soon as possible, but I still renovated the house because I was afraid that we wouldn't know how to install the equipment we bought. Now the workers have installed everything, and you learn how to. Even if we take all the equipment over there, you'd be able to install it just the way it was." Also, the sudden hailstorm occurred at a time different from when the apocalypse began in my memory. I was worried something might go wrong, which is why I insisted on renovating. It's a precaution. In my previous life, the highest temperature during the extreme heat wave was 65 degrees Celsius, and humans could survive in air-conditioned rooms. But in this life, the temperature has risen by a full 10 degrees. Who can guarantee that nothing unexpected won't happen during the extreme cold? Yes, Wanwan is right. Renovating the house is necessary, but we also need to be prepared to move at any time, Zhong Tian said. Zhou Jianhai nodded. It's alright. With Wanwan here, moving all our belongings won't be a problem. Zhou Shuan smiled and took the remaining 2 backpacks and 2 pairs of boots. Mom, have Mumu try on his shoes to see if they fit. I bought them based on an estimate of his size, so I don't know if they fit. I go next door and take the backpacks and boots over. Okay, go ahead. You're going to Dr. Zheng's every 3 days now, so you should be on guard. Zhou Shuan then handed the items to Qi Mingyu. Qi Mingyu took them and examined them for a while before smiling slightly. Wait here. He went into the bedroom where supplies were stored and came out a short while later, carrying several bags. Upon opening them, he found they contained full-body acid rain protection suits. He carefully felt them to check the quality. Qi Mingyu then said, "In return, I didn't prepare many acid rain protection suits, only 5 sets. 2 sets for me and Grandma, and the remaining 3 sets are for you." To be honest, the suits Qi Mingyu prepared were not suitable for putting on very quickly. They weren't as convenient as the ones Zhou Shuan bought, which could be put on from head to toe and then buttoned up. Chapter 231. However, its quality is very good, making it suitable for working in acid rain conditions. Zhou Shuan knew his intentions and didn't refuse, accepting them all. Okay, then consider it safekeeping. Our 2 families will definitely be together most of the time in the future. Qi Mingyu's eyes flickered, and he gently grasped her hand, whispering, "Wanwan, I've been wanting to discuss something with you." Zhou Shuan was still examining the acid rain protective clothing, then touching the inside of the boots, and casually said, "I was thinking about something between us." "About us? What?" Zhou Shuan suddenly understood, staring blankly at him. Qi Mingyu smiled slightly at her. "Wanwan, it's been almost 2 years since we started dating. I think it's time to consider taking the next step." Zhou Shuan was a little surprised, then raised an eyebrow. Are you proposing to me?" Qi Mingyu coughed lightly. "I know this isn't romantic, but I sincerely want you to seriously consider our future, okay?" He launched a gaze attack, his gentle yet slightly aggressive eyes fixed on her. Zhou Shuan's face flushed slightly, and she quickly turned her head away, finally saying after a long pause, "Well, I think about it." A pleased smile bloomed on Qi Mingyu's lips. "Okay, I wait for your reply." Zhou Shuan grabbed a few bags and went out. From behind, she appeared calm and composed, but upon closer inspection, she had even forgotten that she could put bags in her spatial storage, revealing a degree of panic, nervousness, and shyness within her. Thinking this, Qi Mingyu felt even more pleased. Zhou Shuan is independent, and doesn't need to seek emotional support from him. Whether sad or happy, she can handle it quickly on her own. Moreover, when they're alone, she doesn't hide her physical desire for him, direct, bold, passionate. This always makes him feel like she's using him as a tool to satisfy her needs, not a lover she cherishes. Therefore, he's always felt insecure. He feels like he's dispensable to Zhou Shuan. Even without him, she'd be more comfortable and at ease living with her family. Now, with him and her grandmother added to the mix, she has to be careful around her grandmother when using her space. Qi Mingyu had actually wanted to propose to her since the heatwave ended, but he was worried about scaring her away, so he patiently waited for so many days. Today, after hearing her plans and learning that her family might relocate at any time, he felt that if they didn't solidify their relationship, she might grow wings and fly away at any moment. That's why he blurted it out, and her reaction didn't seem as indifferent as he imagined. The young couple were caught up in a bittersweet romance, while back in the government office, a riotous protester was nearly out of control. Xiao Xiao stood in Mayor Lu's office, her face grave. "Mayor," she said, "we must come up with a solution immediately. Otherwise, ignoring it will only embolden them." Mayor Lu hesitated. "They're just civilians," he said. Are we going to shoot our civilians? Not shoot, but deter. Xiao Xiao braced herself on the desk, staring at Mayor Lu. Mayor, she said, this isn't peacetime, and those people outside aren't civilians from before the apocalypse. A degree of militarized management will help maintain peace. Mayor Lu glared sharply at Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, watch your words. Xiao Xiao had no choice but to stand up, clenching her fists, and gaze at the shadowy crowd outside the window. Mayor Lu was a diligent and benevolent mayor, but he was too concerned with his reputation, which made him hesitant in his actions. Xiao Xiao, however, possessed the youthful vigor characteristic of young people. Having been besieged for nearly a day, he felt utterly humiliated. They had already analyzed the situation. The existing food reserves were simply insufficient to sustain the city's survivors for several years. However, according to the prophecy passed down from above, the natural disaster would last at least 3 more years. Therefore, they had to optimize their strategy. Establishing a new base was imperative. Only survivors who could relocate to the base would continue to receive relief supplies during the crisis. Currently, the administrative hall was powerless. As far as they knew, many coastal and southern cities were completely wiped out after the tsunami, and very few surviving cities were able to provide free relief supplies for 3 years, like theirs. But these things obviously couldn't be told to the indignant demonstrators outside, and even the establishment of the base was being carried out secretly. Since there was an unexplainable reason for stopping the relief supplies, they had to resort to certain coercive measures to earn the survivors' respect and love. By evening, the demonstrators outside had not dispersed and were showing signs of escalating. Xiao Xiao stood outside the conference room, listening to the high-ranking officials' heated discussion inside. But he couldn't make a decision. After much hesitation, he strode out. The people outside were becoming increasingly arrogant, and the armed soldiers and police guarding them were almost overwhelmed. Xiao Xiao gritted her teeth, raised her gun, and fired 3 shots into the air. The angry, clamoring, and dejected crowd froze for a moment, then fell into complete silence. A silence so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The high-ranking officials in the meeting were startled, and one leader immediately asked, "Who fired the shot?" Xiao Xiao stood on the platform, her gaze sweeping across the crowd, and immediately shouted, "All soldiers, listen up. Load. Raise your weapons." From inside the hall came Mayor Lu's furious roar. "Xiao Xiao, how dare you?" Xiao Xiao remained unmoved. The soldiers standing in a row in front of the service hall hesitated, exchanging glances. Listen up. After the underground base disbanded, Xiao Xiao was now the captain of the security team in the service hall. The soldiers no longer hesitated, loading their guns in unison, then raising them high, the dark muzzles pointing at the crowd. The previously silent crowd erupted into chaos, some even hastily stepping aside to avoid the guns. A few troublemakers were about to raise their fists and shout further criticisms of the government pointing guns at civilians. But before they could speak, Xiao Xiao interrupted them. Xiao Xiao sternly ordered, "Look carefully. Drag out those instigators, those dangerous elements deliberately creating chaos, one by one, and shoot them on the spot." Her last 2 words were spoken with unwavering resolve, their echoes reverberating far outside the service hall. The troublemakers quickly shut their mouths and quietly lowered their outstretched arms. Mayor Lu's character, you all heard it clearly these past few years. He withstood immense pressure and persisted in distributing supplies for 3 years, all to ensure the survival of the greatest number of people. Chapter 232. Under the threat of countless black gun barrels, the demonstrators remained silent. Xiao Xiao's voice carried even more clearly. For the past 3 years, you all been essentially supported. But now, when real difficulties have arisen, it's precisely the time for us to unite and strive to save ourselves. Instead, you've been incited and manipulated by some with ulterior motives to come here and demonstrate. Who among you dares to say that you don't currently have a month's worth of food stored at home? Don't you have a few cacti? The crowd fell silent, but some lowered their heads uncomfortably. Xiao Xiao was telling the truth. For 3 years, the government had continuously distributed supplies, and later, cacti were added. They had all stockpiled some compressed biscuits, just in case. Now, with the distribution of supplies stopped, they could still survive for a few months thanks to their previous food stockpiles and cacti. So, we haven't run out of supplies yet, but some people are already itching to vent their anger and panic. Xiao Xiao looked at the bowed crowd and said earnestly, the difficulties are only temporary. The temperature is suitable now. The cacti are still growing normally, and Mayor Lu is trying to find ways to grow more grains and vegetables. So, please be patient and offer suggestions. We will do our best to ensure everyone has enough to eat. Humph. That sounds nice. Everyone knows the government is abandoning us ordinary people. They're giving limited resources to officials. A voice suddenly shouted from the crowd. Xiao Xiao looked over. The light was dim, but she could still make out a very thin and short middle-aged man. His clothes were dirty, his hair was half-length and looked like it hadn't been bathed in a long time, his hair was tangled, and his face was filthy. He looked like a homeless person on a pre-apocalyptic street. Only someone like him dared to get to the heart of the matter even under the threat of a gun. Xiao Xiao said calmly, "There's nothing you can do, if you don't believe me. Many people from other places have come to J City in recent years. You can ask them how well our government is doing. There were quite a few people like Zhang Jia who came from other places. Some came to visit relatives and family, others came from southern or coastal cities. Their hometowns were low-lying and severely affected by tsunamis, so they all fled inland. J City's relatively high elevation made it attractive to many. Furthermore, J City had consistently distributed supplies without interruption, attracting many to seek survival. Therefore, after Xiao Xiao said this, no one else could say anything more. Some people started turning back, and slowly, the people blocking the entrance to the service hall gradually left. Only a few, still giving Xiao Xiao and the armed soldiers a fierce look with hidden glints, reluctantly left. Xiao Xiao said, "Have someone keep an eye on those people. Arrest them immediately if anything seems amiss." "Yes, sir." Before she could finish speaking, Mayor Lu's secretary rushed out of the office and ran to Xiao Xiao, his face covered in sweat. "Lieutenant Xiao, you gone too far. You practically forced them to rebel. So reckless." Mayor Lu's secretary, surnamed Song, was 40 years old and usually very composed. This was the first time Xiao Xiao had ever seen him so furious. He smiled at Secretary Song. Secretary Song stamped his foot. "You can still smile. Mayor Lu is furious. They're already in a meeting to see how this is going to be handled. And Mayor Lu wants you there immediately." Xiao Xiao had no regrets now that he had done it. He had taken a risk, but he had thought it through carefully before deciding to do so. Hesitation only leads to trouble. Mayor Lu was good in every way, except that he cared too much about his reputation. This made him somewhat timid, further emboldening those with ulterior motives. Secretary Song led him into the conference room. In front of the mayor, deputy mayor, and military leaders, Xiao Xiao saluted, but didn't say a word of admission of guilt. Mayor Lu felt annoyed just looking at him, waving his hand repeatedly. "Get out of here. Stay home for the next few days, and reflect on your actions." That meant he was to hear the organization's decision. Xiao Xiao didn't say a word, turned, and left. At this time, the people in the service hall hadn't left work yet. They were at their workstations, seemingly busy, but actually secretly watching Xiao Xiao's movements and seeing him out of the service hall. Someone whispered, "This Xiao Xiao, he really has the spirit of a soldier." Xiao Xiao went outside and looked up at the starry sky. After the scorching heat, he hadn't looked directly up at the starry sky like this in a long time. The air quality was generally worse than before the apocalypse, and even the stars looked somewhat hazy. Xiao Xiao suddenly felt a sense of relief. It was good. If he really was fired, then like Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu, living with his family would be quite carefree. The next day, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu learned that Xiao Xiao had been sent home to reflect on his actions. Ming Mingwei had gone to their house and told them about it. Finally, she sighed and said softly, "Sigh, I never expected that Xiao Xiao, who usually seems so quiet, is actually someone who can accomplish great things silently." So many leaders, including the mayor, hesitated to take action, but he stepped forward without a word. "What is this? He got what he asked for?" As she spoke, she became somewhat angry. Qi Mingyu frowned slightly. "What's the higher-ups thinking now?" Ming Mingwei shook her head. "I only know that some people at the meeting suggested directly removing him from the military, while others suggested a disciplinary action. There's a shortage of talent right now, especially young people. Xiao Xiao is outstanding in every aspect. I think Mayor Lu is very angry, but he still values talent. There's nothing we can do about this. We can only wait for news," Qi Mingyu said. Thinking that Xiao Xiao must be very depressed at home, the group suggested visiting him. Having known each other for so long, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu didn't know where Xiao Xiao lived. They only knew that his parents were alive. He had a younger sister in her early 20s, and a grandmother who was nearly 70. His grandmother had difficulty walking, and his parents took good care of her at home, rarely leaving the house. For their first visit, they naturally needed to bring some gifts. Zhou Shuan brought a can of milk powder and a box of canned oranges. Qi Mingyu brought a box of milk and 2 buckets of lotus root starch. Ming Mingwei, however, was quite familiar with Xiao Xiao and didn't need to be so polite, but she still brought a bag of bread, some compressed biscuits, and some canned meat. She peeked at the gifts Zhou Shuan and Xiao Xiao had brought and shook her head. I'm not as wealthy as you two, these are supplies I've been given. She was a squad leader in the security team, and her salary wasn't low. Zhou Shuan noticed that the bread and beef jerky packaging were very new and asked, were these specially processed at a factory? Although the packaging was new, there was no clear production date. Chapter 233. Meng Mingwen nodded. Yes, I don't even want to think about what kind of meat these jerky are made of, as long as it's edible. Now, almost all animals are extinct, pigs, cattle, and sheep can no longer be raised on a large scale. But there's one thing that's become abundant. Zhou Shuan remained silent. Qi Mingyu, however, took out a bottle with interest. When was this made? What kind of meat is in it? Meng Mingwei shook her head. It only started about a month ago, and it tastes pretty good. Qi Mingyu then said, then I exchange a bottle with you later, and take it home to try. Sure. Meng Mingwei readily agreed. You guys have so many good things, I can try something new. I'm getting tired of eating these two kinds of food every day. Xiao Zhao's house wasn't far from the service hall, on the 7th floor of an apartment building with an elevator. It wasn't too high, and there was no danger of flooding, so it was just right. Zhou Shuan and the others went upstairs. The Xiao family warmly welcomed them. After chatting for a while, when Zhao's parents warmly invited them to stay for dinner, they quickly stood up and firmly said their goodbyes. Xiao Xiao saw them off. Everyone walked silently in the neighborhood. After a long while, Xiao Xiao finally spoke. You came all this way, and didn't even eat, taking all your things for nothing. Those aren't for you, they're for Grandma. Meng Mingwei said. Xiao Xiao could only give a wry smile. Alright, then thank you. The supplies Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu brought were all nutritious products, suitable for the elderly, so he earnestly thanked them. Qi Mingyu looked at him. Regretful? Xiao Xiao snorted. Regretful of what? I, Xiao Xiao, never hesitate when I do something. Once I'd done it. Besides, if that situation had dragged on any longer, the angry crowd would probably have lost their temper and stormed into the service hall, while those old men were still hesitating, unsure whether to give the order. People were taking a walk in the distance. Xiao Xiao fell silent. Meng Mingwei then said, even so, you need to be aware of your situation. If it weren't for Mayor Lu protecting you, you would already be disciplined. Xiao Zhao's eyes flickered, but she remained silent. Zhou Shuan said, it's good to rest at home. You've been busy outside for so long. You have elderly parents at home, so consider this a vacation and spend time with them. Xiao Xiao smiled slightly. Okay, I treat this as my vacation. Qi Mingyu patted his shoulder. It's not convenient today. If you're really not feeling well, come to my house. I have some wine, I have a drink with you. Xiao Xiao, as the head of an underground base, wasn't short of wine at home. Hearing this, he glanced at him. You can drink at home. But he changed his mind and said, okay, only your grandma is at home. Let her go to Wanwan's house, and we drink until we drop. Meng Mingwei covered her mouth and laughed. You have to invite me too, Xiao Yu owes us both a drink. Xiao Xiao was taken aback. Meng Mingwei then playfully glanced at Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu, saying, they're living the real paradise now, oblivious to all the outside conflicts, just enjoying their own happy little life. Xiao Xiao immediately understood. He felt a sudden pang of pain, a tightness in his chest. He tried to keep a nonchalant smile. Well, you two, when did you propose? You didn't even tell me. That's so unfair. Qi Mingyu glanced down at Zhou Shuan and smiled slightly. Not yet. I'm still waiting for Wanwan's approval. His proposal was so ordinary, so simple, just spoken so naturally. Zhou Shuan turned her head away, pretending to look at the scenery by the roadside, not hearing their conversation. Stop pretending. Anyone can see you're a happy little woman now. Meng Mingwei pulled her closer, tapping the undisguised blush on her cheek. Zhou Shuan glared at her, her gaze soft and lacking any intimidation. Meng Mingwei laughed heartily. Qi Mingyu watched the two girls playfully bickering, hearing Xiao Xiao's strained but earnest blessing. Xiao Yu, I wish you and Wanwan a long and happy life together. Qi Mingyu turned to look at him, nodding earnestly in return. After seeing the three off, Xiao Xiao gazed at the distant horizon and let out a long sigh. He should finally let go of his feelings completely. Lately, he's really been unlucky, down on his job, and down on love too. Zhou Jianghai and Zhong Tian finally learned of Qi Mingyu's proposal. Unlike Zhong Tian's joy, Zhou Jianghai was more thoughtful and meticulous. He looked at Qi Mingyu, said Mumu away, and asked directly in front of Zhou Shuwan, "Xiao Yu, I've seen how good you've been to Wan these past few years. You're a very responsible man, and I feel very reassured in trusting Wan to you. But my only concern is this. Now that it's the apocalypse, what will you do if you two have a child after you get married? Will you just let her be born and suffer?" Shang Tiyun, who was initially overjoyed, was immediately stunned. Yes, what if Wan got pregnant? This is the apocalypse, where every day is uncertain. And Chun Chun from her third sister's family has suffered so much these past few years. She's seen it all and often feels heartbroken. Not to mention their own child. Mumu is already so big, and she still worries about her all the time. Zhou Shuwan had never discussed this topic with Qi Mingyu before, so upon hearing this, she looked at him, wanting to know his answer. Qi Mingyu sat upright, legs slightly apart, back straight, his expression calm. "Uncle Zhou, I already thought it through. If Wan agrees to my proposal, we won't have children for now. We talk about it after the apocalypse ends. It's difficult for an adult to survive in the apocalypse, let alone a young infant. Also, pregnancy and childbirth carry certain life-threatening risks and greatly reduce a woman's immunity. I don't want Wan to take that risk." Zhou Jianghai's expression softened. The fact that he thought of this showed he truly cared about Wan. Qi Mingyu continued, "Actually, I already had a tubal ligation when I went to the hospital before. So, you don't need to worry about that." A tubal ligation? Everyone present was shocked. Zhou Shuwan was also taken aback. Meeting his gentle gaze, she suddenly remembered something and asked, "Is it the time you went to the hospital on business, but wouldn't tell me?" Qi Mingyu nodded. "Yes. At the time, I was worried that the hospital's conditions would deteriorate, and they might not even be able to perform minor surgeries like tubal ligation, so I specifically went to inquire and had it done. Then, I unintentionally ran into Uncle Zheng." Zhou Shuwan was overwhelmed with mixed feelings, and didn't know what to say. She had always been pessimistic about their future, taking things as they came, and not thinking too much about what would happen later. Chapter 234. But the other party was constantly thinking about their future. "Xiao Yu, you child, you didn't even discuss it with us." Shang Tiyun was also moved, sighing softly. "If your grandma knew, she might have a problem with Wan. Which elder in the family doesn't long for the next generation to be born?" Although Grandma Pang was a very open-minded elder, she was no exception in this regard. "It's okay, I didn't tell Grandma about this. If she really asks later, it'd be because I have a health problem. I was injured while on a mission in the army before. Uncle, Aunt, don't worry, I won't let Grandma have a problem with Wan. He was able to think of these things proactively, and even avoid future conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law by blaming himself. Zhang Tiyun then shook hands with Zhou Shuwan's hand. Wan, you didn't misjudge him. Xiao Yu is a good man." Zhou Jianghai's expression softened considerably as he looked at Qi Mingyu. "All right, Xiao Yu, since you consider the potential conflicts ahead of time, you genuinely want to live with my Wan. To be honest, in this apocalyptic world, I'm really worried about her marrying into another family. We originally planned for the four of us to live together in the apocalypse. But since you two are destined for each other, I'm willing to let her have someone by her side to understand and accompany her. Just one thing." He looked at Qi Mingyu with a rather serious attitude. "You must remember the promise you made today. You can't have children before the end of the apocalypse. No matter what dangers or difficulties you encounter in the future, you must show the responsibility and commitment of a true man." "I will." "Good, then I agree to let my daughter marry you." Zhang Tiyun's eyes welled up with tears, and she nodded. "I agree too." Of the four people present, only Zhou Shuwan remained silent. The other three all turned to look at her. Looking into Qi Mingyu's gentle, affectionate, and expectant eyes, Zhou Shuwan slowly nodded. "I agree. But I have one condition." "Go ahead." "As long as I can do it," Qi Mingyu said patiently and sincerely. Zhou Shuwan looked at her parents. "Even if we get married, I have to take care of my parents and Mumu, and you have to take care of Grandma. So, our two families will continue living together, as if we were still in the underground safe house, not separated." Qi Mingyu nodded. "Okay, that's what I think too." The wedding was a low-key affair. They simply invited relatives and friends from J City to have a meal at their home. The older generation of the Qi family had all passed away, and Qi Mingyu's parents were both working elsewhere, so the Qi family had no relatives or friends. The Zhou family, however, had several relatives, including Uncle Zheng and Aunt Zheng's families. They also invited their friends Xiao Xiao, Meng Mingwei, and Zhang Jia. After much deliberation, Zhou Jianhai decided to invite Director Wu and his wife, Sister Fang. With so many people, 4 tables were set up. Chi Mingyu and Zhou Jianhai were very generous, providing chicken, pork, and fish, all prepared in various ways, including steaming, stir-frying, and stewing, besides the essential supplies that couldn't be displayed. The 4 tables were overflowing with food. Each person also had a large bowl of rice. To be honest, at this time, families without vacuum-packed rice hadn't eaten rice or noodles in a long time. Eating hot, steaming rice felt like eating an endless delicacy. They ate until their heads were practically glued to the table. Zhou Shuwan and Chi Mingyu offered toasts, and sat down to eat as well. After the sumptuous lunch, they skipped the traditional wedding night pranks, simply serving melon seeds and snacks, and putting on a heartwarming movie. Everyone in the room ate snacks and watched quietly. This was a warmth that everyone hadn't felt in a long time. Aunt Zhong, watching the movie, wiped away a few tears and whispered, "It feels like I'd gone back to before the apocalypse." No one said a word. Finally, Uncle De raised his glass again. "Today is Wanwan and Xiaoyu's big day. Let's not say anything discouraging. Come, let's raise another glass to the newlyweds." Zhou Shuwan and Chi Mingyu sat on the sofa, looking at each other, their hands tightly clasped together. Xiao Xiao sat in the chair opposite, watching silently, then lowered her head and downed her glass of wine in one gulp. Today, Zhou Shuwan's attire was simple, but she had dressed up carefully. Chi Mingyu wore a black suit, while she wore a red dress, with a simple floral wreath in her hair, looking absolutely stunning. Her skin seemed to glow. Chapter 235. Although Xiao Xiao had adjusted her mindset, she still couldn't help feeling a pang of sadness, only managing to barely control herself. After the wedding, Zhou Jianhai rushed out to find work. The temperature had remained in the 20 Celsius for over 3 months, and many shops, including some factories, had reopened. However, these shops were now only selling the most basic supplies, such as compressed biscuits, canned goods, and clothing. The 2 factories he owned also produced compressed biscuits and canned meat. Several men in the neighborhood were going to work at the compressed biscuit factory together. Hearing this, Zhou Jianhai couldn't resist, and went home saying he wanted to find work too. Zhong Tian had already found a job, growing vegetables in a greenhouse. Originally, she had refused the job during the high temperatures, and her position had been taken. But after all, she had skills, and she had a capable daughter and son-in-law behind her. So, Director Wu was very accommodating. When the vegetable greenhouses were rebuilt, Zhong Tian came to his door, handed him a bottle of liquor, and was officially hired. Furthermore, the greenhouses are no longer located on the property management building, but instead occupy the only and largest basketball court in the community. This is where everyone in the community relaxes and takes walks in the evenings. It's much larger than the rooftop of the property management building, but considering the unpredictable acid rain, Director Wu decided to build a brick building on the basketball court. It's a very simple brick building, with a roof and walls, but it doesn't need to be as airtight as a house. It just needs to be able to withstand acid rain. So, for the first 2 months, brick buildings were being built throughout the community. The bricks they used were salvaged from the areas where the tsunami destroyed and collapsed the frame buildings. They collected the broken bricks, scraped off the cement on both sides, and reused them. This way, expenses can be minimized. The property management is also struggling financially, and the labor force is essentially working for free. The number of days each person works is recorded, and the harvested crops will be used to pay for their labor. Therefore, there's no shortage of manpower. Zhou Jianhai went for a few days, and, hearing that some people had gone to factories outside, he was eager to go as well. He and Zhong Tian were both very practical. Although Zhou Shuwan had stockpiled many supplies in her spatial storage, people can't just stay at home eating and drinking. Supplies will eventually run out. They are at the prime of their lives, so they need to go out and work to earn more money for a more secure future. Zhou Shuwan knew her father's thoughts, so she said, "Dad, haven't you seen Director Wu's plans?" Zhou Jianhai was taken aback. Zhou Shuwan then said, "I went to the construction site the other day, and there was a large area that had been converted into a pigsty. He wants to raise pigs? But where can you find piglets these days?" Zhou Jianhai asked, puzzled. Zhou Shuwan pointed to the ceiling and laughed, "Dad, although we don't have piglets now, we have chicks. I reckon Director Wu wants to exchange some eggs for chicks, so we can raise chickens on a large scale." Zhou Jianhai was surprised, then sighed, "I really admire Director Wu. Whatever he does, he genuinely cares about our community. Yes, he's got a good head for things. Whether it's setting up vegetable greenhouses or growing cacti, he always thinks ahead of others. If they raise chickens later, won't the wages be even higher?" Zhong Tiyun was also very happy. Currently, their chickens and the Qi family's chickens are laying eggs normally, so they can still give away some. Besides, it's better for everyone to have some than just them. That way, their two families are safe and won't attract jealousy or malicious intent from outsiders. Zhou Xuan nodded. I also support our community being self-sufficient. So, Dad, not only you, but also Grandma Pang, don't need to go out to find work. Just help the community build the chicken farm. Uncle Zhong, Mom, and Aunt Zhong are growing grains and vegetables. The vegetable leaves feed the chickens, and the chicken droppings are used as fertilizer. It's a virtuous cycle. Okay, Dehai, then you don't need to rush to find work either. Just like me, working near home is great. Close to home, safe, and the salary isn't bad. Zhou Jianhai nodded repeatedly. He hesitated, then asked, should I approach Director Wu directly, or wait until they come up and talk about raising chickens? Zhou Xuan chuckled, Dad, you're too eager. Of course, we should wait for Director Wu and the others to come to us, so we can make our requests, right? Zhou Jianhai suddenly realized, scratching the back of his head, somewhat embarrassed, look at me, I'm so silly, so silly. Since the weather was suitable, Zhou Xuan decided to hatch another batch of chicks for her family. She also had some fertilized goose eggs stored up, so that the geese could guard the house later. So, she placed a few goose eggs under the mother hen's belly. She didn't use an incubator, instead, she found some eager mother hens to do the task. When Qi Mingyu came to find her, she was squatting there, preparing special food for the mother hens. Qi Mingyu walked over with a smile. Mumu said you were on the rooftop, so I guess you were doing this. Zhou Xuan smiled and glanced back at him. Why are you here? Although she had already held a simple wedding with Qi Mingyu, she hadn't completely moved into the Qi family home. Qi Mingyu didn't mind. The two of them would stay at the Qi family's house for a couple of days every now and then at the Zhou family's house for a few days. Anyway, they all lived on the 6th floor, with 2 iron gates blocking the entrance to the building. The two families could simply merge into one. Now they were practically living in a safe underground house, sharing meals from the same pot. One day after their wedding, Qi Mingyu deliberately brought back several large black bags from outside, filled entirely with frozen meat, emitting cold air. Pork chops, pig's trotters, and beef, among other things. It weighed over 100 pounds. The other 2 bags, however, contained fresh fruit. Strawberries, pomelos, apples, grapes, and 7 or 8 other kinds. Grandma Pang was very surprised. Her first instinct was to look around. Seeing the doors and windows were tightly closed, she hurriedly asked, Xiao Yu, where did you get this? How come you still have so much? Qi Mingyu replied in a low voice, Wan and I got this through special channels. It cost a lot of supplies. Our supplies weren't enough, so Wan and her parents contributed 2/3. Grandma Pang was astonished. There are still people who can afford to hoard this kind of fruit? Grandma, no matter what, the privileged class will never worry about these basic necessities. We just occasionally treat ourselves to something nicer. Okay. Xiao Yu, since the Zhou family paid the majority, you should let Wan take it back to their house. Why did you take it all back to ours? You're the son-in-law, you can't take advantage of your father-in-law like this. Qi Mingyu was both amused and exasperated, and could only explain, Wan has already taken some back from their house. This is about 1/3 of it. That's good. Grandma Pang was relieved, then thought for a moment and added, I think Wan is the pillar of her family. She can't become estranged from them just because she's with you. Chapter 236. From now on, our two families will eat from the same pot, so there's no need to be so particular about supplies. But Xiao Yu, you must be responsible as a son-in-law. Be observant, work hard, and take good care of Wan and Mumu, understand? Grandma Pang swallowed the rest of her words. She was getting old, and in recent years, more and more elderly people had fallen ill and passed away. She might suddenly fall seriously ill and leave us. At that time, Xiao Yu wouldn't be able to rely on his own parents, and Wan's family would be his closest relatives. Therefore, she didn't object to the two families living together. The longer they lived together, the deeper their bond would become, and the Zhou family would treat Xiao Yu like their own son. This was a good thing for Xiao Yu, whose family ties were not strong. The Zhou family are all sensible, and Wan is capable. They won't mistreat her little Yu after she leaves. Qi Mingyu, unaware of his grandmother's thoughts, simply smiled and said, Grandma, don't worry, I know what to do. He peeled an orange for Grandma Pang. Grandma Pang had bad teeth, so oranges and bananas were the only fruits she could eat without difficulty. She ate a few segments of orange and then sighed, Fresh oranges are still the best. Eating canned oranges for years isn't as good as this. Chi Mingyu smiled gently at Grandma Pang. Nani, please eat more if you like. Wanwan and I have discussed it. When we settle down somewhere in the future, we plant a whole patch of fruit trees, so we can eat whatever we want. Planting fruit trees was to give the fruit in their space a source, preventing suspicion. Grandma Pang was somewhat surprised. Are we going to have to move? Chi Mingyu didn't hide anything, nodding. We won't move for now, but if the government builds a new base later, we move with it. Grandma Pang looked out from the balcony. Although the temperature was pleasant and there were many people walking around outside, the sky was gray and gloomy, devoid of trees and greenery. It looked like an apocalyptic scene. She whispered, I wonder when the apocalypse will end, and whether my old bones will be able to live to see it. Chi Mingyu's heart tightened, and he quickly grasped her hand, his voice firm. Grandma, you will definitely live to see the end of the apocalypse. Wanwan and I are still waiting to take care of you in your old age. Grandma Pang looked at him with loving smiles. Silly child, with Wanwan taking care of you, Grandma has nothing to worry about. This was just a momentary sigh from the old woman. Seeing the deep reluctance and worry welling up on Chi Mingyu's face, she quickly changed her tone and smiled. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. I'm still waiting for Wanwan's good news. Chi Mingyu had never had a chance to talk to his grandmother about this. Hearing this, he hesitated for a moment, then sat down on a stool and looked at Grandma Pang. Grandma, there's something I never told you since I retired from the army. I was injured during a special mission. Although it's not serious, the doctor said it might affect my ability to have children. What? Grandma Pang was greatly shocked. Chi Mingyu hurriedly said, Grandma, the doctor said my injury won't affect my IVF, so after the apocalypse ends, I discuss IVF with Wanwan. Grandma Pang felt a little better, but her face was still pale. Xiaoyu, why didn't you tell Grandma? Chi Mingyu smiled and said, I don't think it's a big deal. Besides, it's the apocalypse now, which is actually better. We don't have to worry about Wanwan getting pregnant. You saw Chun Chun from Aunt Joan's family. She's so young. She suffers so much after the apocalypse. If it weren't for the extra milk powder and supplements we got, she wouldn't be growing up as well as she is now. Grandma, I don't want my own child to suffer like that, so I think it's best to wait until the apocalypse is over before having children. Grandma Pang felt a little better, a blush creeping onto her face. After thinking for a while, she nodded. What you said makes sense. I also feel sorry for my great-grandson. I was just thinking that while I'm still young, I could help you take care of the child. Chi Mingyu quickly interjected, Grandma, you definitely live to be 100. In the future, Wanwan and I will have to rely on you for everything. Grandma Pang showed loving eyes. With a smile, she gently patted Chi Mingyu's hand. All right, I must listen to my grandson. She then asked with some concern, Xiaoyu, have you told Wanwan that you have to undergo IVF? Do her parents know? Chi Mingyu nodded slowly. Before the wedding, I told Wanwan everything, and Wanwan also told her parents-in-law. They are very open-minded. They think that in this apocalypse, it's best not to have children if possible. That's also because they care about their daughter. Grandma Pang felt relieved, then added, speaking of which, this is something our Pang family has wronged the Zhou family. Xiaoyu, you must treat Wanwan well. Chi Mingyu nodded without hesitation. Okay. Grandma Pang smiled again. I was just giving you unnecessary advice. You two are so inseparable, I don't need to say anything. However, since ancient times, only men who cherish their wives can achieve great things. Those who abandon their wives and children halfway through never end well. She swallowed the last word. She thought of her son. She sighed softly, although you never said it, I know that your decision to give up school and enlist must be because your father did something to wrong you. Your injury and inability to have children are also his responsibility. Xiaoyu, he is a cautionary tale for you. No matter what happens in the future, you must stay together with Wanwan, treat every child equally, and fulfill your responsibilities as a husband and father. Chi Mingyu nodded earnestly. Zhou Jianhai didn't wait long before Director Wu came to discuss exchanging eggs. He really wanted to start a chicken farm. Actually, I'd like to start a pig farm and a chicken farm together, but where are we going to get piglets? After thinking about it, only you and the Qi family can spare some fertilized eggs to hatch a batch of chicks, which will grow to maturity in 3 months. Life in our neighborhood will be a little better. Director Wu's attitude was very sincere. The Zhou and Qi families naturally wouldn't refuse. They agreed that each family would collect 100 eggs and deliver them to the property management office together. Director Wu knew the two families weren't short of supplies, but he still exchanged them for a very generous amount. promising that Zhou Jiahai and Grandma Peng would definitely have positions once the chicken farm was up and running. Qi Mingyu didn't really want his grandmother to go out to work, but Grandma Peng was very excited when she found out. Like all elderly people her age, she couldn't stand being idle. She felt useless just sitting at home waiting to be fed, so she felt she had to seize any opportunity to work. Zhou Shuan also advised him, when the time comes, ask Director Wu to arrange some easy work for Grandma. If others work a day, Grandma can work half a day. Grandma's used to being busy, she'd definitely feel uncomfortable staying at home doing nothing. Chapter 237. Besides, it's right inside the neighborhood, very close by, and my dad goes with me every day, so there's no fear of anything going wrong. Qi Mingyu nodded in agreement. The two families now have a total of 16 hens and 1 rooster. They can harvest about 16 eggs every day. Adding what they had saved before, they accumulated 200 eggs in just half a month. They delivered them all to the property management office. The Zhou family was also hatching chicks, but they contributed several hens and 2 incubators. The property management office also exchanged several incubators from other places. The chicken farm was up and running. Grandma Peng was the first in the entire neighborhood to start hatching eggs and raising chickens, so she and Zhou Jiahai were among the first batch of workers at the chicken farm. By the time the first batch of chicks hatched, it was already the end of August. The Zhou family's chicks had also hatched long ago, fluffy light yellow, chirping adorably. Besides the 20 chicks that hatched, 3 goslings also hatched at the same time. From the moment they were born, it was obvious that they were a bit larger than the chicks. They would snatch food and bully the weaker ones. Zhou Shuan felt that if it weren't for wanting geese to guard the house, she definitely wouldn't have wanted to raise them. She had never really liked the geese's bullying nature. Now the whole family was extremely busy. Every 3 days, Zhou Shuan, Qi Mingyu, and Mumu had to go to Dr. Zheng's to learn traditional Chinese medicine. After returning, they had to do homework every day, practice acupuncture and pulse diagnosis, identify Chinese herbs, and memorize medical texts and prescriptions. They were incredibly busy. In addition, their daily training couldn't be neglected. Mumu also had to follow online courses to study academic subjects. By age, he's now a first-year junior high student, and basic subjects like physics, biology, and chemistry need to be introduced. But he's grown up now, and doesn't need someone to look after him at home. The family can go out with more peace of mind. Xiong Tiyun, her second uncle, and her third aunt are still busy at the vegetable greenhouse. Zhou Jiahai and Grandma Peng are busy at the chicken farm. The first batch of chicks has only hatched a few days ago, so their task isn't heavy, just checking the incubating eggs and looking after the dozens of newly hatched chicks. With a new batch of chicks at home, the two are quite experienced, and know how to feed and water them. Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan are the most idle in the family. Fortunately, the security guards at the community gate have been re-established, and the two have been invited to join the rotating shifts. One is the team leader, and the other is the deputy team leader. They don't need to be at the gate every day, they just need to show their faces every day or two. The family of 6, except for Mumu who is still a student, all 5 have jobs, all near their home. Everyone in the neighborhood envies them. Although the wages in the neighborhood aren't very high, perhaps not as high as those working in factories or shops outside, the proximity to home and the safety are advantages that make them better off than many other families. Uncle Zhong's family, except for Shui Tao, who is skilled in archery and works as a gatekeeper in the neighborhood, Shui Dong and Jiping, who are unemployed, discussed it and took some expensive liquor to the meat cannery, where they stayed. Working at the factory requires 3 shifts, with meals and lodging provided. They get 2 days off every month before returning home. Aunt Joan's family, and Xiufei were all in tears, but in times like these, no one would stay at home and relax. Everyone is desperately looking for opportunities to work and earn money. So, they were simply heartbroken, but none of them offered to let the 2 young children stay. After Zhou Shuan learned of this, she discussed it with Qi Mingyu, then took out 2 acid raincoats from her spatial storage and sent them over. She also gave them some instructions on what to do while out. Prepare a backpack and carry it with you at all times, even when you go to the toilet. In the backpack, bring the acid raincoat, compressed biscuits, water, alcohol, bandages, medicine, etc. If an emergency occurs, don't panic, take shelter in a building. Qi Peng and Shui Dong, who had both studied archery and martial arts and possessed some self-defense skills, nodded emphatically upon hearing this. The day after seeing the 2 off, Xiao Xiao came to say goodbye. He said he was going on a long trip and didn't know when he would return, So he came specifically to tell Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu. Zhou Shuan's eyes flickered, but she remained silent. When she escorted him downstairs to a secluded spot, she approached him and whispered, "Xiao Xiao, tell me the truth. Are you going on a secret mission?" Xiao Xiao was taken aback, then laughed. "Why would you think that? I was just feeling down at home, so I contacted a former comrade from the army. We're going to go find supplies together." Zhou Shuan smiled. "Sure, Xiao Yu's been staying home anyway. Take him with you. You should trust his skills, right? He'd be a huge asset when we're out and about." Xiao Zhao's smile faltered. Qi Mingyu had already noticed something amiss in Zhou Shuan's words, and raised an eyebrow at Xiao Xiao. Feeling uncomfortable under their gazes, Xiao Xiao finally asked awkwardly after a long pause, "Wan, you two are newlyweds. Are you really willing to let Xiao Yu leave you behind to go find supplies with me?" Zhou Shuan smiled nonchalantly. "I stay home to take care of my parents and grandma, while Xiao Yu goes out to find supplies to support our family. I think this division of labor is just right. What's there to be reluctant about?" Xiao Xiao was completely defeated, giving the two of them a resentful look. "I'm not as thick-skinned as you two. I won't argue with you." Zhou Shuan took a step forward, observed her surroundings again, and then asked in a low voice, "Xiao Xiao, tell me the truth. Are you in charge of the construction of the new base?" A look of surprise flashed across Xiao Xiao's face. Zhou Shuan knew she had guessed correctly. After learning that the government was going to build a base some time ago, she had been paying close attention to the activities in the service hall, but after thinking it over, she felt that Mayor Lu would probably send one of his trusted confidants to supervise the construction of the new base. After thinking it over, she felt that it could only be Xiao Xiao. Wan, how did you guess?" Xiao Xiao simply admitted it. Zhou Shuan smiled and said, "It's not difficult. I think Mayor Lu definitely wouldn't trust anyone else to do this, and since you're currently at home after being disciplined, it's no big deal for you to go in his place." Xiao Xiao smiled wryly, looking at Zhou Shuan's eyes, unsure whether she was praising her meticulousness or regretting that such a clever person wasn't her spouse. Zhou Shuan continued, "Since you're overseeing the construction of the new base, I'd be shameless and make a request. If the houses in the base can be exchanged, please let us know in advance. We exchange them for the same resources as others, but we like to pick a good location first." Xiao Xiao nodded. "Don't worry, I already thought of that. I reserve a few houses for you and Mingyu's family." Chapter 238. Zhou Shuan sincerely thanked them. Because of the need for secrecy, Xiao Xiao didn't tell the two of them where the new base would be built. However, Zhou Shuan knew the location. In her previous life, she spent the years following the major earthquake in the survivor base. But if she could, she felt she still had feelings for the Dongyuan residential area and hoped to spend more time there. Time flew by, and it was early September. By this time, almost half a year had passed since the high temperatures ended. The acid rain season that people had been worried about hadn't arrived, so the survivors who had been hesitant to go out completely relaxed, and the streets were bustling with people, regaining some of their former prosperity. Zhou Shuan visited Zhang Jia twice more, and after the latter made progress in archery, she introduced her to Meng Mingwei. Meng Mingwei and she already knew each other. Zhang Jia lived in the survivor apartments. Meng Mingwei, who maintained order there, often ran into her, and they became acquainted. However, making friends in the apocalypse is difficult, especially when one is destitute and helpless while the other is a legitimate member of the security team. Therefore, the two weren't close. At Zhou Shuan's wedding, they recognized each other immediately upon meeting. After Zhou Shuan introduced them, they realized how small the world was. Zhang Jia was a very chivalrous girl. At the survivor apartments, she often took care of the elderly living alone and children. Zhang Jia had a good impression of her, and upon learning she was Zhou Shuan's friend, she was even more willing to take care of her. So, after learning archery for a while, Meng Mingwei recommended her to her security team. Now that the underground base is gone, the security team's tasks have shifted from underground to above ground. In the main urban area, where there are many survivors, they all have patrol duties. The patrol hours are longer, the tasks are heavier, but the pay is a third more than before. The security team's pay was already high, and a third more would be enough to make most people envious. Within 2 months, Zhang Jia, who had no family to worry about, recovered. When Zhou Shuan saw her again, she noticed that the sunken areas of her cheeks had filled out, her hair was black and shiny, and she looked much better. She quickly handed Zhou Shuan a bunch of food. Wan, I'm so glad you came. I was just about to go to your house to find you. This is the supplies I gave you. I share half with you. There was oil, canned meat, compressed biscuits, and a bundle of 10 packs of instant noodles. Zhou Shuan hurriedly tried to decline, but the other woman deliberately put on a stern face. Don't be polite with me. I took so many supplies from you back then. I can't just take them for free. I have to pay you back little by little. Seeing her serious expression, and knowing her temperament, Zhou Shuan hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay, then I won't be polite with you either, but you don't need to give me so much all at once, you can pay me back slowly. You should also stock up on some for yourself. She put half of the things she was holding back. Zhang Jia knew that she was taking care of her, so she didn't try to persuade her further, but instead took out 2 cans of meat and handed them to her. Meat is expensive now, we received a lot, I can't finish it all by myself, you can take it back for your uncle, aunt, and Mumu to try. Zhou Shuan took them, looked at them, and saw that they were also simply packaged cans, exactly the same as last time, so she asked, is this the kind of canned meat that's most popular on the market now? Pretty much. There's only one cannery in Jay City that produces it now. I haven't bought any, but I heard it's not expensive. Most survivor families can afford it. Seeing Zhou Shuan still staring thoughtfully at the can, she smiled and said, I know what you're thinking about. You must be wondering what kind of meat this is, right? Zhang Jia laughed. Actually, we all guessed it. It's definitely rat meat. Since the heatwave, we haven't seen any insects or animals, but rats won't go extinct. We saw them twice at the Tsuchi apartment, but they disappeared quickly. Rats have evolved, they become smaller, but they reproduce more easily. I heard from the elders that the rats must have hidden underground to escape the heat. Zhou Shuan opened the can, smelled it, and remained silent. In her recollection, rat meat appeared after the survivor base was established. Several new production lines were built, and researchers studied rats, leading to a continuous production of canned rat meat. People ate compressed biscuits year-round. While they could fill their stomachs and suppress hunger, they undeniably contained very little nutrition. Many survivors relied solely on compressed biscuits, becoming extremely emaciated, losing their hair, and developing sallow skin, barely surviving. These were typical symptoms of malnutrition. It wasn't until later, with the appearance of canned rat meat, that things became clear. Although it sounded unpleasant, it contained abundant protein, significantly supplementing human nutrition. People were temporarily relieved of the famine. At the time, a group of people at the survivor base were specifically responsible for raising rats. Unable to find work, she took a job for 2 months. The scene of those densely packed people was still vivid in her memory. Just thinking about it made her chest tighten. So, when the family tried to taste the canned food, she refused to eat a single bite. Don't overthink it. Eating meat is a luxury these days, Zhang Jia said. Zhou Shuan remembered why she had come to find her and asked, You're in the security team now. Have you been issued weapons? Zhang Jia shook her head. I'm not a full member yet, just a temporary worker, so I use a rather old bow and arrow set. But Captain Meng always carries a pistol. There was a hint of envy in her voice. Zhou Shuan encouraged her, It's okay, you get a pistol once you become a full member. Zhang Jia sighed softly, 1-1, if I had met you earlier and listened to your advice, my skills might not be much worse now. She started too late. Even if she wanted to catch up now, she was far behind the other security team members. So, getting in was a fluke. Meng Mingwei had pulled strings because of Zhou Shuan. But staying and becoming a full member would be very difficult. The security team is short-staffed, so don't feel pressured. Mingwei and brother, you are both from the military. You can learn from them, and you pick up the skills faster. Zhang Jia nodded seriously, okay. Besides, I think the security team is quite dangerous. I hope you save up enough supplies for a while, and then consider changing jobs, Zhou Shuan said. Our community has started growing vegetables in greenhouses, and is planning to set up a chicken farm. Your community has a large population and plenty of space, so you definitely achieve self-sufficiency soon. It would be even better if you could find a suitable job in your community then. Chapter 239. Zhang Jia shook her head, not optimistic. Our community is a resettlement site. Most people are relocated from elsewhere and don't know each other. The property management is also overwhelmed, just trying to avoid mistakes. We don't have anything like the hydroponic vegetables your community did before. Besides, I really like the work of the security team, it makes me feel very safe. Zhou Shuan understood what she meant and nodded. Okay, see what suits you best. Just then, Meng Mingwei arrived. She had specifically arranged to meet the two of them at Zhang Jia's place today. Upon meeting, she hurriedly apologized. I had an urgent mission, sorry I'm late. Being late deserves punishment, but we punish you later. You need to tell us first. Why can't you just send a message directly? Why do you have to make us all gather here to talk? So mysterious. Meng Mingwei peeked outside, saw no one, then closed the bedroom door tightly, adding, "Next time we should find another place to talk. I thought Zhang Jia lived alone, which would be more secluded. But several families in one house isn't safe enough. Then let's go to my house next time. We can talk on the rooftop, or go to Xiaoyu's rooftop. Grandma is old, she rarely goes upstairs except to feed the chickens," Zhou Shuan suggested. Meng Mingwei smiled and nodded, "Okay. Actually, there's nothing to hide about this. It's just that I think you're probably embarrassed to let others know." She whispered something in their ears. A few days ago, when she was on field duty, she passed by a high-rise building that had been swept by the tsunami. Several rolls of toilet paper fell from one of the dangerous parts of the building. She risked going up to take a look and found that a room was filled with toilet paper, sanitary napkins, and other feminine hygiene products. There's a huge quantity, enough for the few of us to use for a lifetime. And the best part is, the building is tall enough that the floodwaters didn't reach the top, and because it's a dangerous building, no one dared to go up. So no one discovered it for so long. Zhang Jia was also in her prime, and desperately needed sanitary products. She was currently using a batch that Zhou Shuan had secretly sent her. Once she started working in the security team, the women would receive an extra toilet per month, which was considered an extra benefit for women. But if she didn't become a permanent employee, this benefit would be lost, and she would have to worry about her sanitary products again. So upon hearing this, she immediately nodded, "Okay, I'm willing to go." Zhang Jia couldn't transport that many sanitary products by herself, so she thought of her two good friends, who were also kind and good people. Zhou Shuan hesitated for a moment, then said, "Let's go check it out first. If it's too dangerous, I think we should be cautious." Meng Mingwei nodded, "I know the difference. I was really nervous when I went up there. If I hadn't stockpiled too much, I wouldn't have gone. But after I went in, I found that although it looked dangerous from the outside, the structure inside was quite sturdy and wouldn't collapse anytime soon. The building was flooded for over a year after the tsunami, and then there were 2 years of high temperatures, but it's still intact. Okay, let's set a time to go check it out together." Qi Mingyu insisted on going with Zhou Shuan after learning this. Zhou Shuan, however, felt uneasy about Qi Mingyu going to the chicken farm for half a day every day, and insisted on going with him whenever he was home. But every 3 days, they had to go to Dr. Zheng's. And every few days, they had to take turns working the security guard duty at the community gate. Therefore, Zhou Shuan didn't want him to miss the rare opportunity to spend time with his grandmother, so she refused. Qi Mingyu knew her skills and resourcefulness, and after much hesitation, he finally agreed. Zhou Shuan, Meng Mingwei, and Zhang Jia set off. The place Meng Mingwei mentioned wasn't too far, about a half-hour drive from Dongyuan community. This was also why Meng Mingwei wanted to find Zhou Shuan, just like the reason Xiao Xiao had approached the two of them before. The Zhou and Qi families had trucks with new tires and generators, making hauling goods a breeze. Zhou Shuan drove, while Meng Mingwei and Zhang Jia kept watch. Half an hour later, Zhou Shuan parked the car next to a building that could almost be called ruins. This was the place that had been ravaged by the tsunami. Countless high-rise buildings collapsed, leaving only a few dilapidated structures standing precariously, a truly horrifying sight. Zhang Jia's voice trembled slightly. "Captain Ming, you dared to go up here alone?" Zhou Shuan said, "She's brave. It's not surprising she dared to go up. What I find strange is that even thugs and gangsters don't set foot in such a remote place. What are you doing here?" Unexpectedly, Meng Mingyue's face flushed slightly. She coughed lightly, changing the subject. "I had something to do." "Okay, let's think about the most convenient way to transport the things down." Carrying them down one trip at a time wasn't practical. The 3 of them, after all, weren't as strong as the men. Carrying them down from over 20 floors, like that, they'd probably be exhausted and unable to move after just a few trips. "Then let's use a hoist basket to lower it down," Zhang Jia suddenly asked. "We don't have ropes long enough," Meng Mingwei said. Zhou Shuan asked, "How much?" Meng Mingwei said, "The whole room is filled with toilet paper and sanitary napkins. I think even if we lower it down, it'd be difficult. We can't move it all at once. We have to make several trips over several days." Zhou Shuan said, "Then let's go up and check the situation first." She stood on the first floor and looked inside, agreeing with Meng Mingwei. Although the building looked shaky and unsafe from the outside, the internal structure had few cracks, so it shouldn't collapse midway. Going out to search for supplies always involves some risk. When the 3 of them finally climbed to the 22nd floor, the door facing the road was closed. Meng Mingwei went forward and opened it. "Last time I came, these doors were all open. I was worried someone would see us, so I locked this door with wire. Opening it, they saw that the living room was indeed filled with sanitary products. It was probably because the original owner of this house was a hygiene products merchant, and they had stockpiled a whole house full of hygiene supplies. Unfortunately, their fortunes didn't last long. When the tsunami hit, they either perished or fled. Zhou Shuan carefully examined the quality of the toilet paper. After 2 years of high temperatures, the paper wasn't too brittle and could still be used. The sanitary napkins were basically flawless. The hygiene products here were enough for the three of them to use for a lifetime. Then, the next question was how to transport them down. Zhou Shuan stood on the balcony and looked down. It was very high. Standing there, she could hear the howling wind below. Zhang Jia, who was afraid of heights, called out to her in a trembling voice, "Wan, don't stand so close. Be careful not to fall. The wind is too strong up there." Chapter 240. Zhou Shuan waved her hand. "It's okay, I be careful." She looked out the window and said, "I think we can only try using pulleys." Pulleys? Yes, we used them before when moving cars or heavy items upstairs in the neighborhood, but the buildings here are too tall. Even with pulleys, we still have to carry them down several floors at a time. That's fine too. It'd save us a lot of trouble, as we won't have to climb up and down like dogs. Meng Ningwen nodded repeatedly. Wan, are your pulleys at home? Do we have to go back? They're in the truck in the back. I go down and get them. You guys wait here, Zhou Shuan said. It's too tiring for you to carry them up alone, Wan. I go down with you, Zhang Jia offered. Meng Ningwei insisted on going down as well. Zhou Shuan didn't refuse. Okay, let's go down then. They went down to see where the stairs below would be suitable for installing pulleys. The pulley Zhou Shuan mentioned was something Qi Mingyu had prepared beforehand. When they moved from the underground safe house to the surface, Zhou Shuan stored all of Qi Mingyu's supplies in her spatial storage. The pulley was included. So, after going downstairs, she first opened the truck door, where a simple pulley was placed, which needed to be moved up and installed. The three of them worked together, carrying and lifting, and finally made it to the 22nd floor. Meng Ningwei breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, my apartment building isn't that high, otherwise I'd be exhausted climbing every day. Zhang Jia smiled wryly. Although she didn't live that high, her current place was also on the teens, not low. When there's no electricity to power elevators in buildings, human life becomes extremely inconvenient. Zhou Shuan directed the two women to install the pulley at the top of the stairs. Then, they securely tied bundles of toilet paper together with rope, hooked them onto the pulley's hook, and slowly lowered them to the 17th floor. Once all the toiletries in the apartment had been moved to the 17th floor, they repeated the process, moving the pulley from the 22nd floor to the 17th. Fortunately, with the pulley, they hardly had to exert any effort. These simple household pulleys were easy to install. The most strenuous part was carrying the pulleys down. After about 3 hours, they finally moved all the toiletries to the first floor. Then, they loaded them onto the truck behind them, making trip after trip. By the time they drove back, it was already afternoon. The three women were exhausted, drenched in sweat, and all they wanted was to get home and take a hot shower. But halfway there, Zhang Jia suddenly pointed ahead, his expression wary. Wan, look. Zhou Shuan looked ahead and saw a woman, upper body naked, sitting in the middle of the road, covering her face and weeping. Meng Ningwen murmured, strange, how come there's someone here? The area they were walking on was devastated by the tsunami. Some roads had collapsed, so it was sparsely populated, and no one would live here. Zhou Shuan frowned slightly. They were now closer to the woman. She could clearly see that although the woman looked disheveled, upper body naked, revealing beautiful skin, with bruises and wounds, and even her hair was messy. Her hair and body were remarkably clean, clearly indicating she wasn't lacking in water. In the city center, survivors were still trapped in a water shortage crisis. People wouldn't use water to wash their hair or bathe unless absolutely necessary. Many people even shaved their heads completely to save water. Zhang Jia had long since cut her hair into a buzz cut. But the woman weeping before her had long, smooth, and lustrous hair, quite different from the survivors in the inner city. Zhou Shuan looked around, and could vaguely see people hiding behind buildings. In her past life, she had seen too many honey traps like this, so without hesitation, she stepped on the gas and drove off. Stop! Help! Help! The woman cried, looking up and stretching out her arms for help. But Zhou Shuan pressed the accelerator even harder. The car sped towards the woman like a roaring train. The woman was startled and tried to wave, wait. But seeing that the car showed no sign of stopping, and was heading straight for her. She scrambled and rolled away from the front of the car at the last second. When she looked up again, all she was greeted by was a cloud of dust and car exhaust fumes. Her carefully applied makeup was now completely ruined. The men who had been hiding behind her emerged, weapons in hand, and couldn't help but curse. What's wrong with that female driver? She didn't stop at all, and she even tried to kill someone. The others joined in the cursing. The woman scrambled to her feet, looking utterly disheveled, and was quickly pulled aside by one of the men, his large hand shamelessly kneading her soft flesh. The woman seemed used to this treatment, lowering her head and remaining silent. "It's all right, if this doesn't work, we hook a bigger one next time," the man said. Meanwhile, Zhou Shuan stepped on the gas, almost hitting the woman head-on. Fortunately, at the last moment, the woman managed to dodge. Even so, Zhang Jia and Meng Mingwei, sitting nearby, were startled. For a long while, neither of them spoke. But they had already seen the scene behind them in the rearview mirror. After what seemed like an eternity, Zhang Jia finally whispered, "If I hadn't been lucky enough to encounter only good people along the way, my fate probably wouldn't have been much better than that woman's." In the apocalypse, women, due to their physical limitations, were relegated to the weak or subservient to men. In government-controlled areas, this unequal status wasn't as pronounced. But in the chaotic, lawless zones, women's fates were particularly tragic. Zhou Shuan had seen far worse fates, so she remained silent. Meng Mingwei comforted Zhang Jia, "It's all right. From now on, you're a member of the security team, armed, and most people won't dare mess with you. When on missions, try to stay with your team. Don't easily venture into the outer city." Meng Mingwei nodded emphatically. Because of this incident, the atmosphere among them was rather somber. When they were almost at their apartment building, Zhou Shuan spoke up, "Let me take you back. I can also distribute the toiletries while I'm at it." Zhang Jia hesitated. "My place is crowded and noisy. There's not enough space." Meng Mingyue's family was also crammed together, and space was limited. Zhou Shuan offered, "Then leave them here for now. I return them to you when you move to a more spacious place." Zhang Jia quickly thanked her. "Okay, Wan, then I won't stand on ceremony." Chapter 241. Meng Mingwei suddenly clapped her hands. "Oh dear, why did you go through all this trouble? If you wanted to move, there's an opportunity right now. There's a vacant apartment in the building near the service hall. I go ask. The rent probably won't be cheap, but you got so many sanitary products today, exchanging some will be enough. Sanitary products are currently being sold at inflated prices. So, although today's supplies weren't as plentiful as usual, like gasoline or mineral resources, it was still pretty good." Before going, Meng Mingwei had already agreed that she would take 4 portions of the room supplies, and Zhou Shuan and Zhang Jia would split the remaining 6. She brought the 2 of them along, not only to stockpile supplies, but also to take care of her friends. So, taking only 1 extra portion was already very generous. These sanitary products were a bonus for Zhou Shuan, but for Zhang Jia, they were a lifesaver. The 3 of them agreed to help Zhang Jia move once she found an apartment. Then Zhou Shuan drove them both home. When they arrived at Meng Mingyue's apartment building, Zhou Shuan suddenly glanced at her. "Thank you, Mingwei." Meng Mingwei pretended not to notice, looking down as she unloaded bundles of toilet paper from the car. "What are you thanking me for?" Zhou Shuan laughed. "I know you too well. You must have known you had a stockpile of sanitary products there, right? Saying you scraped a few rolls of toilet paper down from upstairs. That's a really lame excuse." Meng Mingwei couldn't help but glare at her, then smiled sheepishly. "So it was that obvious. You figured it out right away." Zhou Shuan nodded, then shook her head. "I don't think my senior noticed. I know you wanted to take care of her, but you were afraid of hurting her pride. So you came up with this idea." "No, not exactly." Meng Mingwei interrupted her, gazing at the distant horizon, and whispered, "I have a very good impression of Zhang Jia. Back in the survivor apartment, she would use her meager food and water to care for the elderly and children, and she would bravely stand up for them when they were bullied, without fear of trouble. Since the apocalypse, apart from soldiers, I rarely seen such chivalrous people, especially women, so I wanted to help her like you." She looked at Zhou Shuan and smiled. "Don't laugh at me when I tell you. I did discover the house where the sanitary products were stored during the flood season, right after the tsunami, when we were all out rescuing people. That's when I discovered that the house was actually filled with sanitary products. That area was severely damaged, and I didn't know who the original owner was. It's difficult to move supplies during the flood season, and it's even more difficult after the high temperatures. I only had a few chances to go out, so I didn't disturb anyone. After the heatwave subsided, I went back a few more times, and felt the building was still quite safe. Zhou Shuan asked with some confusion, "Then why didn't you ask your family to help with the move?" Meng Mingwei smiled faintly. "My family lives with my grandparents, uncle, and aunt. I'm their only daughter, while they have 2 boys, so my grandparents always favor them. My parents are honest and are often bullied. I'm rarely home, so if I see them being bullied, I stand up for them, but when I don't see them, I don't know how much they suffer at the hands of my uncle and aunt. Shuan, you might not be aware of my family's situation. My dad broke his leg during the tsunami and hasn't fully recovered. My mom's health isn't good either. She gets sick frequently, so we can't rely on anyone else in our family. My uncle and aunt are even less reliable." She let out a slow sigh. "So even though I knew there were supplies, I didn't have a vehicle, and I didn't want to ask my aunt and uncle to help them take advantage. So I had to ask you in Zhongjia." Zhou Shuan had heard Xiao Xiao mention Meng Mingyue's family situation once, but only vaguely, knowing that her parents weren't in good health and that they couldn't rely on anyone else. Now, hearing her own account, she understood exactly what unable to rely on anyone else meant. "Don't feel guilty. My parents can't help, so I had to ask others to help carry things. I didn't trust anyone else. Xiao Xiao doesn't need these things either, so I didn't ask him. Just the 3 of us girls are helping Zhongjia." Meng Mingwei had been in the army for a long time. Exposed to the wind and sun every day, her skin was slightly dark, but her eyes were very beautiful. When she smiled like that, she had a kind of heroic beauty, like a soldier. Zhou Shuan then suggested, "Why don't you and your parents move out of your house?" Meng Mingwei shook her head. "We currently live in my parents' house, but we have to take care of my grandparents. Before the apocalypse, my aunt and uncle came back from out of town and have stayed ever since. I wanted to move out with my parents before, but they absolutely refused. My dad is worried about my grandparents, and my mom is worried about their health. If we move out, I have no one to rely on. Every family has its own troubles." Zhou Shuan felt tongue-tied, unsure how to comfort her. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Then you could try finding jobs for your parents, the kind that includes room and board. That way, they have something to live on, and they won't have to suffer from your aunt and uncle's mistreatment at home." Meng Mingyue's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. She had some connections in the government, so finding her parents some low-maintenance jobs wouldn't be too difficult. The amount of money earned was secondary. The most important thing was that her parents could escape her grandparents' favoritism and her aunt and uncle's exploitation, and live a more comfortable life. As for herself, she had long wanted to leave that home. Zhou Shuan carefully advised, "Don't be too hasty. Don't show your true colors at home. Find a job first, then slowly move your stockpiled supplies out, and then try to get your grandparents and aunt and uncle to agree to your parents going out to work." Meng Mingwei nodded repeatedly. I know, Wan. I'm not in a hurry. I think about it carefully when I get back." Based on this, she also asked Zhou Shuan to temporarily hold her supplies until she rented a place outside. Then she could move them all there, avoiding the watchful eyes of her grandparents and aunt and uncle. Zhou Shuan, of course, could only agree. When she finally returned home, travel-worn, it was already 2 in the afternoon. She hadn't eaten anything while driving, but when she got upstairs, Grandma Peng brought her a large plate of dumplings, which she wolfed down. Grandma Peng smiled and said, Slow down. You must be starving. You should bring some food with you next time you go out." With meat, vegetables, rice, and noodles at home, Grandma Peng felt very content and at peace. Qi Mingyu was also very distressed. Seeing the beads of sweat on her forehead, he ladled her a bowl of dumpling soup. "Drink slowly." Zhou Shuan then told the whole family what had happened. Zhong Tian nodded repeatedly. "Mingwei and Zhang Jia, whom you know, are both good people. You should get to know them better. Mingwei walks with a sprightly gait. She's from the military, after all. I never imagined her family was going through such hardship." Chapter 242. Grandma Peng said, "Next time, we can have both children come over for a meal. We gained quite a bit this time. We should thank them." "Okay. I tell them next time we meet." Meng Mingwei was efficient, and quickly found Zhang Jia a new apartment. It was on a floor above the government office, very safe, with only 2 apartments per floor. The apartment Meng Mingwei found was on the 7th floor, not too high or too low, 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom, perfect for Zhang Jia. Although the rent wasn't cheap, Zhang Jia had a batch of hygiene products, and using some of them would cover the rent. Meng Mingwei not only found an apartment for Zhang Jia, but also used her connections to find jobs for her parents at the compressed biscuit factory. Her father had difficulty walking, so he worked sitting down on the assembly line. Her mother worked in the biscuit-making workshop, which wasn't particularly strenuous. When Ming Mingwei came to see Zhou Shuwan, her complexion was noticeably different, and she smiled more, seemingly very content. Grandma Pang and Zhong Tian both adored her personality, showering her with concern and offering her snacks and a can of fruit. Zhou Shuwan quietly asked, "Are your grandparents, uncles, and aunts willing to let your parents go out to work?" Ming Mingwei sneered, "Just ask for a higher salary. My aunt and uncle are incredibly lazy and unwilling to work. My grandparents are even less willing to let their youngest son and daughter-in-law suffer. So, it's only natural that my parents, as the eldest, go out to earn a living to support the family. I didn't even tell my parents. After they went to work, they made several trips to move all the supplies we had stockpiled, including our clothes, household items, etc. Although I didn't want the house to be given away for free, at least you won't have to go back and suffer." Ming Mingwei pointed to herself as she spoke. "I served in the army for so many years. Luckily, when the higher-ups learned of the impending apocalypse, they dispatched troops to various regions, and that's how Xiao Xiao and I returned home. But in the past few years, almost all the supplies I earned have gone into feeding my aunt and uncle's bottomless pit. I'm fed up, and I don't want to argue with them anymore, so it's better to separate." Zhou Shuwan admired her for enduring so much before separating from her awful relatives. Ming Mingwei smiled bitterly. "Actually, Xiao Xiao tried to persuade me a few times, but I couldn't accept it before. I always felt that life would be difficult after the apocalypse, and I might lose my life at any time. My father is too filial. If he really had to leave my grandparents, he would be heartbroken. So I just let things slide. But, seeing how your family lives, and then seeing how our family lives, I increasingly feel that we really should make a change." Ming Mingwei, a former soldier, had the courage and wasn't completely brainwashed by her family to help her relatives, but she was simply caught up in the situation and couldn't get out of it for the time being. Zhou Shuwan added, "Even so, you need to be careful of your aunt and uncle causing trouble. Your parents work in the factory and earn a good amount each month. They'd probably be eyeing it." "Don't worry, Wan, I thought it all through," Ming Mingwei said, looking at the large family bustling in the kitchen with a hint of envy. "That's why, Wan, I always thought you're lucky. Your parents are independent and won't be bullied. Not to mention Xiao Yu. Even your great-grandmother is understanding and dotes on you." Zhou Shuwan paused, then smiled. "Perhaps it's heaven's way of compensating me for my misfortune. So I'm not pitiful either?" Ming Mingwei glared at her. "You're getting a good deal, and still acting innocent." After seeing the other person off, Zhou Shuwan sat there reflecting on her words, feeling truly lucky in her life. Another half-month passed. That day, Zhou Shuwan, Qi Mingyu, and Mu Mu had just returned from Dr. Zhang's house. They had studied late that day, returning home after 5 p.m. The weather was as gloomy as ever. Zhou Shuwan frowned as soon as she left Dr. Zhang's house. Qi Mingyu immediately asked, "What's wrong?" Zhou Shuwan shook her head. "I can't really explain it. Let's hurry home." She suddenly had a bad feeling. Qi Mingyu made the siblings sit down and fasten their seatbelts, then stepped on the gas and drove home. When the car reached a wide road, a few raindrops suddenly fell from the windshield. Mu Mu, having never experienced the horrors of acid rain, was initially delighted upon seeing the raindrops, exclaiming, "Sister, it looks like it's raining." Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu, however, looked utterly alarmed. The raindrops, upon hitting the glass, emitted a terrifying plume of smoke, leaving corroded marks on the glass. Qi Mingyu reacted quickly, immediately turning the steering wheel and exiting the road. They had encountered buildings along the way, but now, on this relatively wide road, the surroundings were quite open. The most urgent thing was for them to find shelter. "You two sit tight." This was truly the worst possible time. Zhou Shuwan gripped Mu Mu's arm tightly, searching for shelter amidst the billowing smoke of the acid rain. Meanwhile, screams erupted from the crowd still on the street, followed by frantic running, panic, and groans. The crowd grew larger as they descended the highway. Qi Mingyu's car couldn't move fast either. Aside from the replaced tires and generator, all the other parts of their car were original, and couldn't effectively withstand the acid rain. With this delay, they could hear the corrosive hissing from the roof. Mu Mu was terrified, huddled tightly beside Zhou Shuwan, too afraid to move. The acid rain hadn't arrived yet, so everyone had lowered their guard, but they hadn't expected it to come with such a torrential downpour. Pedestrians who couldn't find shelter quickly were covered in corrosive wounds from the acid rain, screaming in agony. Mu Mu even saw 2 people fall to the ground and never get up again. Acid rain poured down on them relentlessly, quickly corroding their clothes, then their skin. Even after the two men were reduced to bloody, mangled pieces, and could no longer make a sound, the rain continued. This all happened in just a few minutes. The acid rain was terrifying. Someone even saw their car and desperately rushed to pound on the door. Open the door. Let us in. Open the door. Open the door. They surrounded the car, pounding on the windows with their fists, and scrambling to climb inside. The corroded car windows were on the verge of shattering. Brother Yu, there are too many people. We have to get out of here, Zhou Shuan shouted, knowing Qi Mingyu was a retired soldier and naturally empathetic towards the vulnerable, amidst the clamor. Chapter 243. Qi Mingyu gritted his teeth, stepped on the gas, and flung everyone out of the car before speeding away. Those who were thrown to the ground cursed a few times, then never got up again. Muumu's gaze was glued to those people, unable to look away. Zhou Shuan quickly took out the acid raincoat Qi Mingyu had prepared from her spatial storage, and helped Muumu put it on. Muumu, fasten it yourself. Only then did Muumu look away, and clumsily put on the acid raincoat. Zhou Shuan didn't put it on herself first, but instead took out a blanket, also acid rainproof, and placed it directly on her head to block the acid rain. This way, if the car hood were to be corroded, the blanket would provide support. After helping Muumu, who was dressed, stand up and hold the blanket, she put on the acid raincoat herself, and then helped Qi Mingyu put on the one she had bought. The acid rain suit she bought was very easy to put on. Just wrap it around the front and back, then put on the hood. After driving for another 10 minutes or so, they finally arrived at a cluster of buildings, the very same Xiguan shed where they had first met Zhang Jia. But this was a common trading place. The acid rain had started suddenly, and with so many people, they were all crammed under the sheds. However, these sheds couldn't withstand the corrosive acid rain, and soon some of them started leaking, causing those hiding underneath to scream in agony. The crowd immediately descended into chaos. More people grabbed basins, backpacks, plastic bags, and other items, balancing them on their heads, and ran towards the surrounding high-rise residential buildings or apartments. There were so many people that they were all jammed at the entrances, making it impossible to get through. Zhou Shuan looked around and made a quick decision. Brother Yu, I think there's a cluster of abandoned buildings ahead. Let's go there. We can't get up here, it's too crowded, and we're likely to get hurt. Okay. This delay had already corroded several small holes in the car hood above them. Muumu suddenly cried out in pain. A coin-sized cut appeared on his wrist. Zhou Shuan, without time to treat his wound, shouted, Muumu, don't cry. Stand over there, and make sure your hand is against the blanket. Don't let go. He was actually wearing a full acid rain suit, but because he had to hold the blanket up, he couldn't escape the acid rain. The acid rain is extremely corrosive. Even just a small drop made his wound burn, like someone was constantly pouring chili peppers into it. However, he gritted his teeth and did as his sister instructed. Zhou Shuan then went to Qi Mingyu's side and held the blanket up. Qi Mingyu pressed the accelerator harder, but due to the acid rain, visibility was poor. He reassured her, don't worry too much, Wan. We're both wearing acid rain suits. Even if the car gets corroded, we be fine. Zhou Shuan replied, looking at the windshield. Fortunately, they didn't have to worry for long. 7 or 8 minutes later, Qi Mingyu finally parked the car in front of an abandoned building. There were people hiding inside. If no one was there, Zhou Shuan could have stored the SUV in her spatial storage to minimize the damage. But with everyone watching, she had to leave it for now and park the car on the side of the road. Luckily, Qi Mingyu was a skilled driver. With a few reverse maneuvers, he parked the car at the junction between two abandoned buildings, where a protruding platform provided shelter from the acid rain. They finally had a place to stand after getting out of the car. From there, they still needed to walk along an open path to get into the building. Zhou Shuan took out 3 pairs of acid rain boots, and all 3 of them put them on. Qi Mingyu pointed to the area below the platform. Look, there's a window over there. Let's not go down there. It's safer to climb up from here. If they walked, they would have to walk 200 or 300 meters in the open to get into the building. The terrain here was low-lying, and the ground was filled with acid rain pits, emitting a misty haze. It looked terrifying. Muumu kept shaking her head. Sister, I'm too scared to go over there. Zhou Shuan agreed to climb from the platform to the second-floor window. Qi Mingyu was about to climb further up. But Zhou Shuan opened the car, pretending to retrieve something, and brought out a ladder. Qi Mingyu placed the ladder against the wall, with the platform above providing cover. They climbed the ladder and entered through the window. This was the second floor. Qi Mingyu went up first, and after Zhou Shuan helped Muumu up, they discovered that the area was also crowded with people. Chi Mingyu was both protecting the latter and warily guarding against the group of people. These people had just fled here for refuge. Some had wounds on their faces and bodies, while others had legs corroded by the acid rain and were howling in pain. Others had managed to dodge in time and were unharmed, but they were greedily eyeing the raincoats worn by Chi Mingyu and his companions. However, seeing Chi Mingyu's demeanor, which suggested he was quite skilled, they dared not make a move. Zhou Shuan slowly took a dagger from her backpack, deftly twirled it a few times in her hand, and then tucked it into her waistband. She then took out 3 bows and arrows, giving one to Chi Mingyu, keeping one for herself, and giving the last, slightly smaller one, to Mu Mu. Mu Mu had always practiced crossbow shooting, but in the past year, she had also started practicing bow and arrow. When the 3 bows and arrows were revealed, the greedy gazes of the men finally changed. These 3 people, including the boy, could actually draw bows and shoot arrows. They instinctively took a few steps back, no longer openly staring at the 3, but only glancing at them out of the corner of their eyes. This intimidated them. Chi Mingyu pointed upwards. "Let's go up." "Okay." There were too many people here. It wasn't convenient. Zhou Shuan also agreed to continue upwards. This building was an abandoned, unfinished structure. The windows on all sides were not installed, and occasionally, when the wind carried acid rain in, people would get wet. Zhou Shuan and the others didn't find it much quieter until they reached the 4th floor. There were very few people on this floor. They found an empty room to go into, because the windows couldn't protect against the acid rain. Zhou Shuan took out a mat and some clothes, and they sat together in the corner farthest from the window, silently waiting for the acid rain to pass. Mu Mu suddenly sniffed. "Sister, when do you think the acid rain will stop?" Zhou Shuan shook her head. In her past life, the first acid rain wasn't this intense, and it didn't last long, only about an hour and a half. Not many people were injured. But gradually, the acid rain became more frequent and lasted longer, greatly affecting people's travel and daily lives, hence the name acid rain season. But this life is so different from her past life. Zhou Shuan wasn't sure when the acid rain would stop. Mu Mu asked again, "I wonder how Mom and Dad are doing at home." Zhou Shuan's heart tightened slightly. This was her biggest worry. At this time every day, Zhong Tian was busy in the vegetable greenhouse. Chapter 244. "It's alright, Wan. Mom and Dad are in the neighborhood. Dad and Grandma should be home by now. Mom usually works at the vegetable greenhouse, which is surrounded by brick walls, so it should be safe," Chi Mingyu quickly reassured her. Zhou Shuan nodded. "Yes, and they always carry backpacks when they go out. Even if there's an emergency, the things in their backpacks should be enough." Chi Mingyu nodded, then gently patted Mu Mu's shoulder. "Mu Mu, don't worry too much. We go back once the acid rain stops." Mu Mu nodded vigorously, then grinned. "Sister, brother-in-law, my hand hurts." He had a small cut on the back of his hand from the acid rain. Zhou Shuan quickly took out a tube of medicine, a bottle of iodine, and alcohol swabs from her backpack and treated Mu Mu's wound. After treating his wounds, she carefully bandaged them, instructing, "Acid rain is extremely corrosive. These kinds of wounds will leave scars, Mu Mu. Be careful, and let the wounds heal on their own." Mu Mu nodded hurriedly. Zhou Shuan then turned to Chi Mingyu. "Let me see your hands." Although Chi Mingyu hadn't made a sound while driving, a few drops of acid rain had leaked from the roof. He was wearing an acid rain suit, but his hands were on the steering wheel, so he had no way to avoid it. However, he could endure it. Chi Mingyu smiled sheepishly and held out his large hands. On the backs of his hands, there were 3 or 4 small wounds each, now deeply corroded, the flesh inside a bloody mess. Mu Mu bit her lip and quickly opened the iodine bottle for her sister. Zhou Shuan carefully treated Chi Mingyu's wounds, who endured the burning pain, beads of sweat seeping from his temples. His hands were always Zhou Shuan's favorite, knuckles distinct, large, warm and dry. Wherever she went, having such hands holding hers gave her a sense of security, making her feel neither lonely nor afraid. After bandaging the wound, Zhou Shuan looked at him with a slightly wistful gaze. "It's alright, it doesn't hurt. We're men, we're not afraid of this little pain, right Mu Mu?" Chi Mingyu said to Mu Mu with a smile. Mu Mu immediately nodded, puffing out her chest. "Yes, sister, brother-in-law and I aren't afraid of pain." Zhou Shuan couldn't help but smile. It was over 20 degrees Celsius, and sitting in this drafty room, it was a bit cold, and she didn't feel safe. They had specifically chosen a secluded place when selecting the house. Zhou Shuan thought for a moment, and then said, "How about we set up a small tent? A small tent wouldn't take up much space, it could even fit in a backpack, and it would be easy to explain. She said this to explain to Moo Moo. Chi Mingyu thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, it's almost night. If the acid rain continues, we'd probably have to spend the night here. It's good to open the tent so we can get some rest. Moo Moo was excited and surprised. Sister, brother-in-law, you even brought a tent? Yes. How can we go out without being fully prepared? She reached into Chi Mingyu's bulging backpack, quickly pulling out a small, folded tent, emptying half the backpack. That's because Zhou Shuwan had stored the rest of the backpack's contents in her spatial storage. Currently, only Grandma Pang and Moo Moo at home are unaware of Zhou Shuwan's spatial storage. Zhou Shuwan, her parents, and Chi Mingyu had all discussed this issue. They all agreed that the fewer people who knew about the space, the better. Although Grandma Pang and Moo Moo were trustworthy, Moo Moo was still young and her personality was not yet formed. If she let it slip, it would be a disaster. After all, there was a distance between Grandma Pang and Zhou Shuwan. If anything happened, Grandma Pang would definitely protect Chi Mingyu's interests first, just like Zhou Jiahai and his wife would definitely protect Zhou Shuwan's interests. Therefore, Zhou Shuwan avoided revealing any flaws in the spatial arrangement to the two of them. The tent she took out was a typical outdoor tent. It was easy to set up by simply unfolding it and securing the four corners. She then took out something folded into a small square, resembling a picnic blanket, from her backpack. When she unfolded it, Moo Moo realized it was an inflatable mattress. Zhou Shuwan then magically produced a small air pump from her backpack. Moo Moo's eyes lit up even more. Chi Mingyu inflated the mattress and placed it inside the tent. The three of them crawled inside, immediately feeling less cold. The sounds of rain and screams outside seemed to recede somewhat. The three of them felt a sense of security, and simultaneously let out a long sigh. Zhou Shuwan took out a few slightly warm meat buns from her backpack. Eat. Moo Moo, being young, didn't think of such details. Seeing the fragrant meat buns, she happily accepted and began to eat. A short while later, Zhou Shuwan placed several cans of treasure porridge, a few boiled eggs, and some sausages on the inflatable mat. Dinner was thus resolved. This was the first time Moo Moo had spent the night away from home since the apocalypse. To soothe his nervousness, Zhou Shuwan specially brought him a small piece of butter cake topped with fresh strawberries, yellow peaches, kiwis, and other fruits. These kinds of sweets were rare after the apocalypse. Even at home, Moo Moo seldom got to eat them, and he ate them with great relish. Zhou Shuwan patted his head with satisfaction, then looked at Chi Mingyu questioningly. The latter shook his head, stretched out his large hand, and gestured for Zhou Shuwan to sit down. Zhou Shuwan moved closer to him. Chi Mingyu half embraced her. Wan, if we really have to spend the night here, we need to keep watch. Okay. With people outside, especially with many others seeking refuge upstairs and downstairs, they certainly couldn't sleep soundly. Chi Mingyu started to speak, then suddenly stopped. Footsteps came from outside, followed by several noisy voices. Uncle, I told you they had tents. Look, they really do. A hoarse voice, its tone distorted, shouted. At least 5 or 6 people entered. Zhou Shuwan quickly crawled out of the tent, weapon in hand. Chi Mingyu followed closely behind. Standing before them appeared to be a large family, men and women young and old. The man called Uncle was very tall and burly, though somewhat thin due to the ravages of the apocalypse, but he looked like a formidable figure. Beside him stood 2 men of similar age, one tall and one short. Standing beside him was a boy of about 17 or 18, presumably the one with the hoarse voice. Gentlemen, we have an elderly person at home who can't stand the wind and is also injured. We need to borrow your tent for a bit. How about it? Please do us a favor. The uncle asked directly. Behind him stood several women, among whom was indeed an elderly woman about the same age as Grandma Pang. Chapter 245. Since they dared to expose the tent, they must have already anticipated the various situations they would face. Zhou Shuwan glanced at them, her voice cold. No. What? The uncle, also short-tempered, instantly turned from a smile to a vicious one, pointing a finger at Zhou Shuwan and saying menacingly, "Little girl, don't push your luck. I'm only speaking politely because you two are so young, otherwise you'd be waiting for my fists." Chi Mingyu frowned slightly, glancing indifferently at the man. He wanted to interrupt the insulting words, but seeing Zhou Shuwan's expression, he knew she wanted to vent her emotions. So he didn't move, simply standing there quietly. The other 2 men standing with the uncle also laughed loudly. "You 2 weaklings, trying to bargain with us. You're really asking for trouble." The one with the hoarse voice also laughed loudly. The old man behind them coughed at the opportune moment. Young lady, you're young and strong. Why don't you let me use the tent? Don't worry, we return it once the acid rain stops. Zhou Shuwan was amused and annoyed. So this whole family, from top to bottom, were like bandits, always trying to take advantage of others. She smiled coldly. What, do you think I'm easy to talk to? Grandma, I see you're quite angry. You don't need the tent for wind protection at all. You? The old lady was furious, pointing at her and yelling, where did this ill-mannered wild girl come from? Second aunt, don't lower yourself to the level of this wild girl, you only make things worse. Let me teach her a lesson. With that, the uncle strode forward, his large, fan-like hand slapping towards Zhou Shuwan. Sister! Moo Moo, who hadn't been allowed to leave, shouted with wide eyes. But the next second, Zhou Shuwan had already kicked her uncle in the face. Watch out! Uncle! The other side cried out. The uncle was stunned, rolling on the ground before realizing what had happened. Then, enraged, he jumped up, his face contorted with rage. You wild girl, I kill you! He charged forward. Zhou Shuwan felt she hadn't had a proper fight in a long time. Without using weapons, she exchanged blows with the burly man. She had been trained by Qi Mingyu for over 3 years, and was completely different from the half-baked fighter she was when she was first reborn. This uncle actually knew some kung fu, otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to forcibly take someone's tent. However, he was no match for Zhou Shuwan. Finally, after being punched countless times in the face, Zhou Shuwan kicked him to the ground again. 2 front teeth were knocked out, and a mouthful of blood spurted out, startling everyone. The other men who had angrily charged forward were easily dealt with by Qi Mingyu, who was standing by, and were now lying on the ground groaning in pain. The commotion attracted the attention of the other survivors, who had taken refuge. When they saw Zhou Shuwan kick the burly man several meters away with a single kick, they were all horrified. The once arrogant family had completely changed their expressions. All the men they could fight with were on the ground. Only the young man with the hoarse voice remained standing. Zhou Shuwan glanced at him indifferently, and the hoarse-voiced man immediately took a few steps back, stammering, I didn't. Beautiful sister, please don't be angry, we leave now, I'm sorry. Although he was the youngest, he was also the most pragmatic, helping his family out with bows and scrapes. The other onlookers, upon meeting Zhou Shuwan's gaze, quickly dispersed. The room instantly became a forbidden zone. No one dared to step inside. Zhou Shuwan had fought with someone, venting her frustration and feeling much better. Qi Mingyu walked over with a smile, looked her up and down, and nodded. Not bad, your kung fu has improved greatly. Zhou Shuwan's strength was certainly no match for a man's, especially against the nearly 1.9 meter tall burly man. Before, Zhou Shuwan would have definitely lost, but now, with Qi Mingyu's guidance, she knew how to use skillful force. However, she wasn't unscathed. She had been punched in the cheek, her lip was slightly bruised, and her forehead was scraped. Qi Mingyu had just resolved to stand by and watch, but now he felt sorry for her and pulled her into the tent. Don't move, let me treat your wound. It's nothing, we practiced before, of course we all get a few cuts. Zhou Shuwan didn't seem to care much. Qi Mingyu, however, didn't hesitate, applying iodine and telling her to get an ice pack to apply to the wound. Keep it on, otherwise when the bruises fade tomorrow, you scare your parents to death when you get home. Zhou Shuwan had no choice but to obey his orders. Once they were out of Mumu's sight, Qi Mingyu lowered his voice and asked, Are you hurt anywhere? Should we draw the curtain so I can check you out? Zhou Shuwan secretly glared at him. No need. Qi Mingyu frowned, grabbed a blanket, and was about to hang it up. Zhou Shuwan quickly said earnestly, It's really nothing, if it were serious I would definitely ask you to take a look. Qi Mingyu already had first aid experience, and now he was learning acupuncture, pulse diagnosis, and bone setting. Although he wasn't fully trained yet, he could handle minor wounds without issue. Hearing her say this, Qi Mingyu reluctantly nodded. Okay, it's not convenient today, I go back tomorrow. Zhou Shuwan smiled at him, and then said, I don't think the acid rain will stop tonight. We should be prepared to stay here all night. Mumu, will you join us on night watch? Mumu, seeing her sister injured, felt resentful for not being able to help, and quickly nodded. Okay, sister, I keep watch too. After a pause, she added, Sister, next time we encounter bad guys, I want to go out and fight them. I learn skills from you and brother-in-law every day, I can beat them. Mumu had indeed laid a foundation, but lacked combat experience. Zhou Shuwan knew what he was thinking, so she nodded. Okay, next time if the opportunity is right, your brother-in-law and I will let you practice too. But you have to promise me you won't act rashly and fall into someone's trap. Moo Moo nodded quickly. That night they were divided into 3 shifts. Moo Moo was on the first shift, from 10 p.m. to 1 a.m., Chi Mingyu was on the first shift from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., and Zhou Shuan was on the second shift from 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. The early morning hours are when people are most likely to be sleepy, so they wanted Chi Mingyu, who was the most skilled among them, to conserve his energy to deal with any unexpected situations. Chi Mingyu used a military method, scattering some small nails on the floor where people entered the room from the outside. These nails could both injure someone and easily make noise. They could detect any movement immediately. Chapter 246. At 10 o'clock that night, Chi Mingyu went to the window, looked out, and shook his head. No, the rain is still heavy. We definitely can't go back tonight. Faintly, he could hear low sobbing coming from downstairs. Someone who had been severely corroded by the acid rain must have died. Moo Moo hugged Zhou Shuan's arm tightly. Zhou Shuan stroked his back and whispered, "It's okay, don't worry, my brother-in-law and I are here." Moo Moo nodded, gripping the dagger in his hand even tighter. It was given to him by his sister earlier, for his night shift. Chi Mingyu walked over and said, "Wan on, let's get ready and go to sleep, to recharge." Zhou Shuan responded. She had learned deep sleep techniques from Chi Mingyu in the military, and by consciously adjusting her breathing, she quickly fell into a deep sleep. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Moo Moo gently woke Chi Mingyu. Chi Mingyu immediately opened his eyes, his face clear and alert, showing no signs of drowsiness. He gently patted Moo Moo's shoulder and whispered, "You sleep. Keep your voice down, don't wake your sister." Zhou Shuan slept beside him, her breathing heavy. Moo Moo responded with a soft sound, then whispered, "Brother-in-law, the noise downstairs got even louder just now. It sounded like they were arguing about something." "Okay, I go check it out. Don't worry about it." After Moo Moo fell asleep, Chi Mingyu tucked him and Zhou Shuan in, then went outside, zipped up the tent, put on his night vision goggles, and walked out via a path free of traps. The 4th floor was nearly deserted. Because Zhou Shuan had previously displayed her power and intimidated others, those who had been on the 4th floor had moved to other floors, not wanting to be in the way. Chi Mingyu reached the stairwell, listening to the commotion below. It seemed one of the men in the family had been injured, and the brother's wife, having some ointment and compressed biscuits, was unwilling to share. The man's wife became very angry and started arguing with the other man. The argument escalated, and they began to fight. Then, the men from both families joined the fray. In the apocalypse, humanity's callous nature was quickly exposed. Because Chi Mingyu and his companions had stayed in their own underground safe house during the high temperatures, and hadn't gone to the underground base, they were unfamiliar with this kind of argument. But in reality, to others, these squabbles over a compressed biscuit or a tube of ointment were all too common. Insignificant. Chi Mingyu listened for a moment, then prepared to go back, when suddenly he saw a head peek out from the stairwell. The person wasn't carrying any special equipment, only the blurry light of a lighter as they ascended the stairs. They walked stealthily, clearly intending to do something bad. He didn't notice Chi Mingyu immediately. It wasn't until he climbed a few more steps that he vaguely saw a dark figure. He was so startled he almost screamed. Looking closer, he met Chi Mingyu's cold eyes. He hurriedly bowed and stammered, I was just passing by, Chi Mingyu didn't say a word, simply standing there, calmly watching him walk past before going up to the 5th floor. The man was too frightened to look up at Chi Mingyu's face. Chi Mingyu's eyes flickered as he looked at the man's bulging waist. He didn't move, just stood there waiting. About half an hour passed before a sound finally came from the street. The man from before had come down again in the dark. Chi Mingyu remained completely hidden in the darkness of the stairwell, his breathing barely audible. The man reached the 4th floor and headed towards the room where Zhou Shuan and the others were. He was extremely cautious, one hand on his waist, pulling out a sharp dagger. Chi Mingyu followed stealthily. As the man peeked into the doorway, Chi Mingyu swiftly grabbed him, like a hen seizing a chick, covering his mouth with one hand and clamping his other around his neck, dragging him out. Then he kicked him down the 4th floor stairwell. He dislocated the man's jaw. The man only let out a muffled groan before tumbling down the stairs. Chi Mingyu coldly said, "Get out." The man struggled to his feet, clutching his jaw, and fled in fear. From the moment Chi Mingyu saw him, he knew the man was there to steal. He probably knew someone was staying in a tent on the 4th floor and thought there might be supplies inside, so he decided to try his luck in the middle of the night. He went back, but didn't go into the tent. He just sat down and closed his eyes to rest. Perhaps word had spread that the man had been kicked down the stairs, because no one dared to go upstairs until 3 a.m. When it was time, he woke Zhou Shuwan. Zhou Shuwan asked what had happened, and he gave a brief explanation. Zhou Shuwan wasn't surprised. When we took the tent out, I knew we were too conspicuous. The people sheltering from the rain here have nothing, so naturally they try to take advantage of us. But we're not pushovers, and we won't let them bully us. Okay, I'm going to sleep now. Be careful. Wake me up immediately if there's any noise. Qi Mingyu gently stroked her cheek. Zhou Shuan nodded and whispered, Are you hungry? Would you like a bowl of hot wontons? The wontons had a mild smell, and eating them in an open space wouldn't let the aroma reach the downstairs neighbors. Qi Mingyu thought for a moment, and then nodded, Okay, I have a bowl then. Zhou Shuan then took out 2 bowls of wontons, and a small plate of pan-fried buns. The dinner hadn't been very filling, and both of them were a little hungry, so they wolfed down a bowl of wontons and a few pan-fried buns. Qi Mingyu then went to sleep. Zhou Shuan, like Qi Mingyu, sat outside the tent, keeping watch. She took some bamboo from her spatial storage, and began whittling it into bamboo arrows. A dim light shone nearby. This was something she was used to doing in her previous life. Even in the dim darkness, she didn't find it difficult, simply whittling away. The order of her past life was far more chaotic than this one. The apocalypse arrived suddenly, catching the government completely off guard. Countless deaths and injuries occurred, and numerous criminal gangs emerged, constantly fighting and vying for power. Back then, Zhou Shuan made arrows at night, and went out to scavenge for supplies during the day. Around 4 in the morning, her hands suddenly stopped moving. She keenly heard extremely faint footsteps outside. She sat there motionless. A moment later, someone peeked out. She flicked the arrow she had just sharpened, and it flew out, grazing the man's forehead. The man was startled. When he looked up, he met Zhou Shuan's cold gaze. Go quickly. His legs went weak, and he hurriedly pushed the people behind him. Several people didn't dare to breathe, and the faint footsteps faded into the distance. Until 5 in the morning, Zhou Shuan encountered 3 groups of people, all of whom were frightened away by her bamboo arrows. Qi Mingyu set an alarm clock to go to sleep, and woke up promptly at 5 o'clock. Chapter 247. The weather outside was just beginning to lighten. The acid rain that had been falling all night seemed to have finally subsided a bit. Qi Mingyu emerged from the tent, and saw Zhou Shuan whittling bamboo arrows. A small bundle of already whittled arrows lay beside her. In the dim light, her figure appeared strangely serene and peaceful. It was strange. Qi Mingyu had never seen such an aura about her before. He walked over, his face showing disapproval. Wan, whittling like that can easily hurt your hands. Let me do it next time. He lifted Zhou Shuan's hand to examine it, and sure enough, there were several small cuts. Zhou Shuan shook her head. My cuts are nothing compared to yours and Mumu's. How are you? Does your hand still hurt? The burning pain from the acid rain would take several days to subside. Therefore, Qi Mingyu's wounds must still be quite painful. The other person shook his head. It's nothing serious. He looked towards the door and asked, How was the night? Were there many people? Zhou Shuan smiled slightly. Well, you could say it's like the younger generation surpassing the older. 3 groups came tonight, but I scared them all away. She picked up a sharpened bamboo arrow with her fair fingers. Qi Mingyu couldn't help but laugh. He had already seen several arrows lying near the door. Alright, there's still some time before dawn. Go and get some sleep. I wake you up when it's light. The acid rain hadn't stopped, so they couldn't leave yet. Zhou Shuan had been on guard for several hours, and was indeed tired, so she didn't stand on ceremony, nodded, and stood up to go into the tent. Qi Mingyu asked her to bring out a bundle of bamboo, and then sat down in the spot where Zhou Shuan had been, whittling bamboo arrows. He wasn't as skilled as Zhou Shuan at it, but he wasn't a complete novice either. He was just a little slower, and the bamboo tips he whittled weren't as perfect as hers. After entering the tent, Zhou Shuan glanced outside and saw his handsome face. His brows furrowed as he carefully compared the arrows she had whittled. She smiled, then looked at Mumu. The little boy, sleep-deprived, was sprawled out, fast asleep. He was covered with a blanket, which Qi Mingyu must have put on him earlier. After thinking for a moment, she took out 2 more blankets from her spatial storage, 1 for each of them, and went to sleep. When she woke up again, it was already 8 in the morning. People downstairs were also up and about, making a lot of noise. After listening for a while, Zhou Shuan realized that the people downstairs were cursing the heavens. The acid rain hadn't stopped even at this hour. She folded the blanket and placed it aside, then crawled out of the tent. She saw Chi Mingyu helping Moo Moo sharpen arrows, occasionally giving him pointers. Seeing she was awake, he smiled slightly. Did the noise downstairs disturb you? Zhou Shuwan rubbed her head, not quite fully awake. She shook her head. You should be awake by now, it's getting late. Are you hungry? Moo Moo nodded honestly. Hungry. Chi Mingyu had just given him a sausage from his backpack. But then, thinking Zhou Shuwan had a proper meal, he hadn't given him any compressed biscuits. Now, Moo Moo was starving. Zhou Shuwan smiled. Last night, she and Chi Mingyu had each eaten a bowl of wontons in the middle of the night, and Moo Moo was asleep, so they hadn't bothered him. She said, come eat in the tent. When Moo Moo crawled into the tent, he found a small table on the inflatable mattress, with steaming hot soup on it. He was taken aback, somewhat surprised. Sis, where did this come from? Before, at home, he could use the excuse of having stock in the refrigerator to fool her, but that wouldn't work now. Moo Moo was older now, not as easy to fool as before. When Zhou Shuwan took out the breakfast, she had already prepared her reason, saying, Moo Moo, this concerns my life, so no matter what you see, don't ask, understand? Keep it all to yourself, don't tell anyone. Moo Moo was a little confused. Zhou Shuwan didn't say much, handing him the steaming hot buns. Eat. Moo Moo took them, and while eating, he noticed the neatly folded blankets beside him, something he had been wondering about since waking up. He wondered when his sister and brother-in-law had gotten these two blankets, and where they had gotten them from. Just like the meal on the table in front of her. While Moo Moo was still puzzled, Chi Mingyu continued, Moo Moo, you must remember what your sister said. At home, don't discuss this with Dad, Mom, Grandma, or anyone else. Otherwise, your sister will be seriously injured, and we might never see her again, understand? Moo Moo's eyes widened in surprise. Remember what your sister said. No matter how unreasonable something seems, don't ask about it. Like the other day, when you asked about ancient people cultivating immortality, those taboos described in novels really exist. Some things you should only observe, never speak of. Moo Moo understood immediately. Sometimes when he was bored, he would listen to novels on his phone, especially stories about mortals cultivating immortality. The fantastical plots captivated him. He had asked his brother-in-law about the meaning of taboo back then. So, he immediately understood how serious his sister's words were. Perhaps his sister possessed immortal magic? Could she conjure blankets and food? If he asked these questions, would his sister be injured? Or would her magic disappear? Moo Moo tightly shut his mouth, warning himself never to say such things carelessly again. Seeing Moo Moo's serious expression, Zhou Shuwan looked approvingly at Chi Mingyu. After all, he was a grown man, he knew what boys longed for most, and how to grasp their weaknesses immediately. They finished their meal, and before they knew it, it was past 10 in the morning. But the acid rain continued. Moo Moo grew impatient. Are we going to have to wait here for days? Chi Mingyu then turned his gaze to Zhou Shuwan. Zhou Shuwan had already guessed that the other person knew about her past, so she didn't hide anything and nodded. Sometimes, acid rain does last for days, but that's rare. She only witnessed it once in her previous life. But that was 6 months after the acid rain disaster began, and people had experienced it several times by then, so they were well prepared for going out, and there was no chaos. But now, Zhou Shuwan looked up and saw that Chi Mingyu, like herself, had a worried expression. If everyone was trapped here, without supplies or rescue, then eventually, people would lose their minds and do cruel things in order to survive. Zhou Shuwan bit her lip. She was not only worried about their current situation, but also about her parents and Grandma Pang at home. If her parents were indeed trapped in the vegetable greenhouse, it would be difficult for them to stay for several days. Had they braved the rain to go back? Were they injured on the way? Was it safe for them to stay at home? Chapter 248. If it rains for a few more days, the roads will be completely corroded, right? Chi Mingyu asked. Zhou Shuwan nodded. Yes, they'd be riddled with holes, and the damage will be even worse. And that's not even the worst part. I'm worried that when we go out after the acid rain stops, there will be corpses everywhere. Corpses corroded by acid rain for days, and nights would have no flesh left, only black and white bones. Zhou Shuwan felt a pang of fear thinking of her mother, and Moo Moo's tragic fate in her past life. Moo Moo was sitting next to her, and she affectionately patted Moo Moo's head. Moo Moo was also worried about her parents. Sister, are we just supposed to wait here? Yesterday's acid rain was too heavy, the car was corroded too, and the journey back would be too dangerous. Zhou Shuwan was anxious, but she nodded rationally. Yes, we must wait until the acid rain stops before we can go back. Chi Mingyu was also worried about Grandma Pang at home, but he felt the neighborhood was still safe, especially with the rotating staff and Director Wu and others around. If Grandma Pang and the other two had already returned home, their refrigerators were full, and there were 2 iron gates blocking the entrance to the building. They could easily survive for a few days. The real fear was that they might be trapped outside due to unforeseen circumstances, or in a situation like theirs, which would be truly dangerous. Don't worry too much, we go back once the rain subsides. If you're worried that the SUV won't make it back, we get another car. Zhou Shuan had many vehicles in her spatial dimension, which had remained safely there since the flood began, unaffected by the floodwaters and high temperatures, so there was no need to worry about the tires. Zhou Shuan nodded. The third day. The acid rain continued to fall, showing no sign of stopping. From their angle, the underground roads were corroded into deep pits, and even the windows directly exposed to the acid rain, and the ground near them were riddled with holes. Mumu pointed to the ground in the distance. Sister, is that a dead person? Zhou Shuan squinted and looked. There was indeed a corpse on the ground, its face unrecognizable. Judging from its posture, it seemed to have tried to run this way, but collapsed halfway, and never got up again. Zhou Shuan looked outside the room. A group of people had gathered there, all slumped on the ground, middle-aged men, women, the elderly, and children. At first, they tried to conceal themselves and avoid this floor. However, after being trapped here for 3 days, and with their meager food supplies exhausted, the evil in their nature was unleashed. Robberies were happening everywhere, upstairs and downstairs. The 4th floor was the quietest, and some shrewd individuals slowly moved there, hoping to rely on Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu, 2 capable fighters, to avoid attacks from the others. However, when everyone was exhausted from hunger, their attention turned to Zhou Shuan and her companions. These past few days, Zhou Shuan and her group had been very cautious. They ate in their tents, consuming only bland food. However, they looked fine, showing no signs of hunger. The outsiders assumed they had hidden a lot of supplies in their tents, believing that raiding them would fill their stomachs. Extreme hunger made them forget everything they had done before, and their eyes gleamed with a greedy glint as they looked at Zhou Shuan and her group. For the past few days, Zhou Shuan, Qi Mingyu, and Mumu have been taking turns sleeping day and night. One person must stay awake, strictly guarding against any noise outside. The others try to replenish their energy during rest periods. Even during mealtimes, one person eats outside, while the other 2 eat inside, then come out to relieve that person. They can't hold on much longer. Qi Mingyu suddenly said, while eating steamed buns on the 3rd night. Zhou Shuan nodded and looked at him. What do we do? She meant, should they use firearms to scare them away, or shoot them with bows and arrows? Qi Mingyu hesitated slightly, then said, let's use guns first. As long as it has a deterrent effect, that's fine. Because among the crowd gathered outside were children about Mumu's age, and even 2 children younger than Mumu. The children's parents were also shrewd. They had sent their children in to tentatively beg for food. Their tearful, haggard expressions were truly heartbreaking. Mumu felt sorry for them, and quietly asked her sister if they should secretly give some food to the children. But Zhou Shuan refused. She told Mumu seriously, if we give them food now, it's like putting ourselves in extreme danger. They're already eyeing us, and once they find food, they rush at us without hesitation. Mumu, there are only 3 of us, but so many of them. How long can we hold out? There's acid rain outside, where can we escape to? Qi Mingyu also earnestly warned Mumu, Mumu, we can help others, but only within our capabilities. After the apocalypse, everyone is struggling to survive, so you must carefully consider the consequences of helping others before deciding whether to help. Things are different now than before the apocalypse, so you must assume the worst of everyone outside, understand? Mumu nodded emphatically. Since the apocalypse, he had been well protected by his family, and had barely seen the darkness outside, except for the occasional times he was robbed while searching for supplies, during which he had shot at the thieves. But during the high temperature period, he had stayed at home and had completely forgotten about that kind of danger. This was a kind of on-site learning opportunity. Around 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, accompanied by the sound of acid rain corroding the ground outside, another mother came with her child, standing cautiously at the door. She said to Zhou Shuan and the others, girl, please have some compassion. Please give us some food. My child is starving, please, I don't need much, just a compressed biscuit, please. Her face had deeply sunken eye sockets and a haggard expression. Her child was frighteningly thin, like a bobblehead. Zhou Shuan met the child's large, thin eyes, and shook her head. I'm sorry, we don't have any food either. I have a child here too. But you don't look like you're short of food at all. The mother, rejected outright, couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out. Another middle-aged man hiding behind them poked his head out and shouted, "You say you don't have any? Dare we check your tent?" If they're carrying a tent, they must be carrying food. Zhou Shuan glanced at him coldly. The man quickly shrank back and then incited the others. "Look everyone, they have food, but they're reluctant to share it. Don't be afraid, just rush into the tent. It's definitely full of supplies." Chapter 249. The crowd immediately stirred. The mother closest to them, holding a child of about 10 years old, glared at them with eyes full of resentment. Why won't you share your food? Just one bite, and we can survive." In the aftermath of the apocalypse, all the survivors were too well protected by the government, so even questioning seemed so ridiculous. Zhou Shuan didn't say much, directly pulling out her pistol and firing a shot at the man who had just instigated the attack. With a gunshot, the man was struck right between the eyebrows. He stared in disbelief, then collapsed to the ground with a thud, never to rise again. The others were initially shocked, then shouted, "They have guns! They have guns! Retreat! Retreat!" The others scrambled to retreat. Even the mother holding the child, who had been closest, hurriedly retreated all the way to the stairwell entrance. These people might not be inherently evil, but having been trapped here for days without food or water, they've been driven to desperation, and have no choice but to plunder to survive. Zhou Shuan felt that if she were in their situation, she probably wouldn't be any more noble. But she wasn't a saint. She couldn't risk taking all the food her family had stored in her spatial storage, and putting herself and her companions in danger just for the sake of unrelated people. Therefore, she didn't want to kill them all, she wanted to make an example of them, to intimidate them. Once the crowd had receded, she and Qi Mingyu exchanged a glance. They both knew the biggest challenge was yet to come. A pistol and a dead body wouldn't completely scare away people starving to the bone. As long as the acid rain continues, and as long as they remain trapped here, the danger will not disappear. She said to Moo, "Go and rest later. Your brother-in-law and I will keep watch." Moo gritted his teeth, his face pale. "No, sister, I want to stay with you. Sister, I've grown up. I can protect myself, and I can protect you." His archery skills were actually quite good, he just lacked opportunities to practice. Looking at his earnest eyes, and feeling Qi Mingyu gently squeeze her hand, Zhou Shuan nodded. "Okay, let's go together then." There was nothing to do these past few days, and no opportunity to train. She and the other two began carving bamboo arrows, and now they had put them all from their spatial storage into the tent. They could easily reach them from the outside. Each of the three had an arrow. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu also each carried a knife. Just in case the crowd rushed forward, they would have to fight in close combat. Worried about an upcoming tough battle, Zhou Shuan stuffed the two of them with tiny steamed buns she had made earlier. They were quick to eat, one bite at a time, and filled with meat for a quick energy boost. After eating, they sat there on guard. Suddenly, they heard rustling sounds outside. Qi Mingyu whispered, "Someone's coming." Zhou Shuan frowned. "Can you smell it? There's a burning smell." Qi Mingyu's sharp eyes snapped to the outside. "Oh no, they're going to set it on fire." Set it on fire? But how could they find firewood in this abandoned building? Without time to think, Zhou Shuan saw flames spreading near the doorway. She immediately jumped up, grabbing 2 fire extinguishers from the tent, actually, from her spatial storage. Put it out. They absolutely couldn't let the fire spread in this building, or it would be a death sentence. As the fire grew, Zhou Shuan and the others smelled the stench of burning corpses. They're burning corpses. Qi Mingyu's lips tightened as he grabbed a fire extinguisher and put out the fire on the several bodies burning near the entrance. Those watching from the stairwell exclaimed in surprise. They even have fire extinguishers. These people who dared to use corpses as a fire source were incredibly audacious, and their eyes lit up at the sight. It seemed that the tent was well stocked with supplies. They had everything. They exchanged glances, and one of them shouted, "Damn it, we're going to die here sooner or later. Might as well have a good meal before we die." A dozen or so men leaped up and rushed towards Zhou Shuan and the others. Their plan was perfect. Once the corpses were ablaze, even the bravest person would feel terrified, and with the help of the fire, they could then storm in. 2 adults and 1 child. If they could kill even 1 person, their chances of winning would greatly increase. Moreover, some of them possessed some rudimentary martial arts skills, easily scaling the wall to enter. One of them, wielding a kitchen knife, miraculously dodged 2 of Zhou Shuan's attacks. Qi Mingyu was putting out the fire, while Zhou Shuan stood guard nearby with her knife. The man was incredibly fast. After dodging Zhou Shuan's knife, he dashed towards the tent, where Moo was. Zhou Shuan shouted, "Moo Moo." A gun appeared in her hand in a flash. She immediately pressed the trigger, but Moo Moo was faster. While his sister and brother-in-law went to put out the fire, Moo Moo's task was to hold the line with his bow and arrow. At that moment, he saw nothing but the man who had broken in. As he rushed towards them, Moo Moo aimed and swiftly fired an arrow. The arrow pierced the man's chest. The man faltered, and Zhou Shuan's bullet arrived just in time, striking him in the back. The man swayed a few times and collapsed. Qi Mingyu praised, "Well done, Moo Moo." With the fire extinguished, he drew his knife and engaged the dozen or so men who had charged at them. Zhou Shuan joined the close combat. Moo Moo stood guard from the rear, occasionally firing a stray arrow. The three of them coordinated flawlessly, and 7 or 8 of the dozen or so men fell to the ground in the blink of an eye. The remaining few hesitated, unsure whether to continue charging forward and become casualties. Just then, someone below shouted, "The rain has stopped. The rain has stopped. We can leave." This was followed by deafening cheers and jubilation. Zhou Shuan listened outside. Indeed, at the critical moment, the acid rain had stopped. She exchanged glances with a group of people. One of them immediately dropped the large stick he had found and stammered, "The rain has stopped. We can leave." "I'm sorry, I had no choice. My child is so hungry." He didn't look at the others, took a few steps back, then turned and frantically ran downstairs, calling out his wife and child's names. Let's go home." Most of them had come out to exchange supplies, and had taken refuge here when the acid rain struck. The others hesitated, but hearing the cheers from upstairs and downstairs, they hesitated for a moment and ultimately retreated. Zhou Shuan's palms were sweaty. Chapter 250. People left one after another. Zhou Shuan and the other two rested for a while before going into the tent to pack their things. They also wanted to get home as soon as possible. After storing everything in the tent in their spatial storage, they folded the tent up and stuffed it into Qi Mingyu's backpack. Zhou Shuan and Moo Moo also carried their bulging backpacks and went downstairs together. They stepped over the corpses at the entrance, and only when they went downstairs did they realize that one person was still there. It was a middle-aged woman, sitting beside a corpse, her expression numb. That must be her husband. An arrow was stuck in the corpse's heart. It was the arrow Moo Moo had shot during the fight. When the woman saw them come out, her expression changed several times: anger, resentment, and fear. Moo Moo immediately grabbed Zhou Shuan's hand tightly. Zhou Shuan gently patted the back of his hand, then led Moo Moo downstairs without looking to the side. Qi Mingyu walked in front. The woman seemed to be struggling with her thoughts. Seeing them about to go downstairs, she finally mustered her courage, pulled the arrow from the man's chest, and lunged at the three of them. "I fight you to the death." Her voice was hoarse, and her eyes were bloodshot. This was from not eating or sleeping for days and nights. Zhou Shuan abruptly pulled Moo Moo aside, her longbow pressed against the woman's neck. The woman didn't dare move. Zhou Shuan coldly stared at her. "We don't want to kill you, nor do we want to kill your husband. This is all your own fault." She tightened her grip slightly, and the sharp string cut a gash in the woman's neck. A trickle of bright red blood flowed down. The woman winced in pain, glaring at Zhou Shuan with gritted teeth and resentment. "We had no choice. No food, no water. Waiting here means certain death. He just wanted to give me something to eat. We have 2 children at home. I don't know how they are." As she spoke, perhaps thinking of her children, large tears welled up in her eyes. Zhou Shuan released her. The woman collapsed to the ground. Zhou Shuan looked down at her. "Your man tried to kill us to steal our supplies, but we killed him in retaliation. Our feud with him is over. If you only want revenge for your man, and don't care about your children, then our weapons will show no mercy. Killing is the easiest thing to do, leaving no future trouble." The woman shuddered, quickly taking a few steps back, stammering, I beg you, I have elderly parents and children at home. My husband is already dead. If I die too, my parents and children won't survive." Seeing that she had finally come to her senses, Zhou Shuan coldly said, "If you want to live, that's fine. We leave each other alone." The woman's lips trembled. She glanced again at the man lying there, and finally lowered her head. Out of the stairwell, the three of them turned on their flashlights, carefully illuminating the path ahead. From ahead, they could hear people's cries of pain. Those who had rushed out earlier were now retreating in disarray. Because the acid rain had been falling for so long, it had corroded almost all the roads, leaving them riddled with potholes, and filled with accumulated acid rain. The survivors had been so focused on rushing outside that they hadn't considered the puddles on the ground that they had all been injured. Zhou Shuan and her companions were wearing acid rain-resistant boots, so with a little care, they weren't afraid. The people hiding downstairs looked at their gear with envy and resentment, but no one dared to go out, and no one went up to steal their equipment. Qi Mingyu checked the condition of the off-road vehicle and nodded. It can still hold up. The tires were made of a new material, resistant to acid rain. Even with holes in the hood and windows, they could still drive back. Without delay, they got in the car and quickly left the place that had trapped them for 3 days. After driving for half an hour, they finally arrived home. At the entrance of the residential area, the person on duty was Xue Tao. As soon as Xue Tao saw them, her eyes reddened. Wan Xiaoyu, you're finally back. Come home quickly, uncle. Zhou Shuan's heart tightened. What happened? Xue Tao's eyes were red. It was the day the acid rain started. Uncle and Grandma Peng were just returning from the vegetable greenhouse when it started raining. People were running wildly on the road. It was chaotic everywhere. Grandma Peng fell, and Uncle, trying to protect her, fell himself and broke his leg. Luckily, they were both carrying backpacks. The two of them had put on acid rain-proof raincoats beforehand, so they weren't too badly corroded by the acid rain. However, my uncle's leg was broken, and he couldn't move. Grandma Peng couldn't hold him back either, and the two of them had been in the acid rain for too long. Later, when my aunt saw that they hadn't gone home, she put on her acid rain-proof raincoat and went out to look for them. After finding them, but not being able to get my uncle, she came to my house to find me and my dad. Thanks to you, we happened to have an acid rain-proof raincoat, so we quickly put it on and went out with my third aunt. That's how we managed to carry my uncle home. Zhou Shuan listened, feeling as if countless ants were gnawing at her heart. Brother Yu, let's go back quickly. Qi Mingyu's expression was also grave. He immediately stepped on the gas, and the car drove into the residential area. Xue Tao had a shift to complete and couldn't leave. He could only watch worriedly in the direction they had gone, then think of his injured mother at home, and sighed deeply. Zhou Shuan practically ran home. The downstairs neighbors all knew about Zhou Jianghai's injury. 2 families saw Zhou Shuan return, and a hint of sympathy flashed across their faces, but no one said a word. As soon as she opened the door, a strong smell of ointment wafted out of the house. Zhou Shuan's voice was hoarse. Dad, Mom. Zhong Tiyun, looking haggard, came out of the bedroom and rushed over to greet the 3 of them. Wan Mumu, Xiaoyu, you're finally back? Are you hurt? Let me see. Mumu, how are you? Did you get caught in the acid rain? She grabbed the youngest, Mumu, and looked her over. Seeing no wounds on her face or body, she finally felt relieved. Then she looked at Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu. They were both alright. She couldn't hold back anymore, and tears streamed down her face. Wan, you're finally back. These past few days had been very difficult for Zhong Tiyun. Zhou Jianghai had broken his leg, and Grandma Peng was injured. Zhong Tiyun had been taking care of the 2 of them, while worrying about the 3 who hadn't returned. She hadn't been eating or drinking well, and was exhausted. Mom, where's Dad? How is he? Zhou Shuan asked anxiously. Zhong Tiyun then pointed to the bedroom. Your dad can't move his legs, and it's raining so we can't get a doctor. Luckily, we have plenty of medicine at home, and we used everything we can for him. Wan, you both studied medicine, so you know more than your mother. Go and see him. Chapter 251. She looked at Qi Mingyu, seeing the suppressed anxiety in his expression, and knew his worry. She immediately said, Xiaoyu, don't worry. Your grandma also fell, but she fell on Wan's father, so it wasn't too serious. She just has acid rain-induced cuts on her face and hands. Qi Mingyu then asked, where is my grandma? Zhong Tiyun pointed to the second bedroom. She's been staying here for the past few days to make it easier to take care of her. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu exchanged a glance, and the latter said, you go see Dad first. I check on Grandma and come over. Zhou Shuan nodded and hurriedly went to the master bedroom with Mumu. Zhou Jianhai had just had his dressing changed, and was sweating profusely from the pain. Suddenly seeing the door open, he assumed his wife had come to check on him again, so he forced a smile and said, Tiyun, I'm fine. I wait for Wan and the others to come back. His words trailed off. Wan, Mumu, you're back? He was a little excited, quickly looking his daughter and son up and down. We just heard someone outside shouting that the rain had stopped, and we thought you might be back. We didn't expect to see you so soon. Dad, how are you? Cousin Tao and Mom said you were hurt. Mumu rushed over. Zhou Shuan quickly stopped him. Mumu, let your sister check Dad's injury first. Mumu quickly stood still and nodded. Yes, check the injury first. After this trip, Mumu was visibly more mature than before. Zhou Jianhai immediately noticed this. He sighed, knowing that his daughter and the others must have had a tough 3 days away. Not wanting his children to worry, he smiled and downplayed the injury. Actually, I just fell and hurt my leg. I didn't expect that at my age, I'm so fragile. It made your grandma Pang feel guilty for a long time. Zhou Shuan pulled back the blanket, carefully examining her father's leg. It was his left calf, wrapped in thick bandages. Once the bandages were removed, a swollen, red wound, as large as a steamed bun, was revealed. Mumu immediately stopped talking, biting her lip tightly. Zhou Shuan's hand trembled slightly. Not only his leg, but also his face, hands, and wrists bore corrosive acid rain marks. These were caused when he accidentally removed his acid rainproof clothing while patting Grandma Pang's clothes. Wan, how is it? Zhong Tiyun, following behind, saw Zhou Shuan taking Zhou Jianhai's pulse and hurriedly asked. Zhou Shuan shook her head, her face grave. We can't treat Dad's wound at home. We need to go to the hospital. We need to go now. We can't delay any longer. Although she and Qi Mingyu could treat simple wounds, she believed that fractures should be left to the most professional doctors. The hospital wasn't closed either. They had acquaintances like Dr. Zheng there. Zhong Tiyun was a little nervous, stammering, Wan, Mom, did I delay? Look at me, without you coming back, I felt lost, just waiting like an idiot. Mom, it's alright. As long as Dad's bones aren't dislocated, he heal quickly. It's just that if we don't take good care of him at home, Dad might be left with a disability. In peacetime, a disability can affect the rest of one's life. Not to mention in the precarious world of the apocalypse, if someone's legs are immobile, even escaping becomes a major problem. Zhong Tiyun took a breath. Okay, then let's go to the hospital now. Qi Mingyu had already seen Grandma Pang come in, and upon hearing this, nodded. I also agreed to go to the hospital immediately. Wan, Dad and Grandma will go together. How's Grandma's injury? Zhou Shuan hadn't even had a chance to visit Grandma Pang yet. Qi Mingyu shook his head. I don't think the fall is too serious, but she's probably getting old and was a bit frightened, so her stomach isn't feeling well. She's been dizzy and vomiting, so we're going to the hospital for a checkup too. Yes, a checkup will put your mind at ease. Zhong Tiyun was already dressing Zhou's father. We're all going, Mumu will come too. We stay at the hospital for the next few days, so the two patients at home can rest easy and recover. Qi Mingyu carried Zhou's father on his back. Zhou Shuan carried Grandma Pang on her back, and Zhong Tiyun and Mumu carried bags and bags as they went downstairs together. A neighbor downstairs saw them and asked in surprise, Where are you going? Zhong Tiyun forced a smile. The kids are back, and we were worried, so we took them to the hospital to check on Dahai and Grandma Pang. Without waiting for a reply, she hurried downstairs. The family of 6 could usually squeeze in, but with 2 patients, it was impossible. After arranging for Zhou Haijiang and Grandma Pang to sit in the back, with Zhong Tiyun in the back to take care of them, and Mumu in the passenger seat, Qi Mingyu drove. Zhou Shuan then whispered, You guys go ahead, I catch up with you soon. Sister, I'm going to lie down in the back. Don't leave us, it's too dangerous, Mumu said. Zhou Shuan was surprised, then relieved. Mumu seemed to have grown up overnight. Yes, Wan, let's go like this. Mom is worried about you being alone. Everyone except Mumu and Grandma Pang knew that Zhou Shuan wanted to take out a car from her spatial storage and drive it. However, Qi Mingyu knew the roads were riddled with acid rain potholes, and no one knew how long a car's tires could withstand it. Visibility was poor at night, and she was anxious. What if something happened? She would regret it immensely. Wan, you sit there and hold Mumu, just squeeze in. Yes, sister, I'm not heavy at all. Mumu quickly got out of the passenger seat. Zhou Shuan was amused by his words, her eyes filled with tears. She sat there holding Mumu, and they went to the hospital together. Although the high temperatures had ended, and everyone at the underground base had moved to the surface, only the hospital remained underground. Dr. Zhang and his colleagues, who were hospital family members, had moved out. Fortunately, Zhou Shuan and her family were frequent visitors, and had become familiar with the hospital staff, so they were admitted smoothly. Following emergency procedures, they first took x-rays for Zhou Jianhai and Grandma Pang. Zhou Jianhai had a leg injury. The x-ray showed that his shin bone was indeed broken. The ER doctor said the wound had been treated fairly well, and there was no need to worry too much. Grandma Pang had been vomiting and dizzy, and they were worried it might be a concussion from hitting her head. An x-ray was taken, but nothing serious was found, so they weren't told to worry too much. The doctor prescribed medication to regulate her stomach. The hospital had doctors and equipment, but it lacked medication, especially painkillers, anti-inflammatory drugs, and fever reducers. But Zhou Shuan had all of these in her spatial storage. She had stockpiled some herself, and Qi Mingyu had also stockpiled a lot, all safely stored there. Now, seeing the doctor's difficulty in saying he could only prescribe medication, but the patient's family would have to find a way to obtain it themselves, as the hospital was currently unable to prescribe some medications, Zhou Shuan simply nodded. "Doctor, please just prescribe the medication, we figure out the rest ourselves." Chapter 252. After getting the prescription filled, Zhou Shuan asked Qi Mingyu to stay in the ward to take care of her father and Grandma Peng while she went to get the medicine. Getting the medicine meant finding a secluded spot to retrieve the medicine from her storage space. Qi Mingyu was a little worried about her. "I go with you. You saw it when we came here before. Some of them hide in the shadows, specifically robbing patients' families of the medicine they worked so hard to find. It's impossible to guard against them. Since even the hospital is short of medicine, its value is even more questionable. Therefore, many people take the risk, specifically hiding near hospitals to steal medicine." Zhou Jianhai, who had just moved and was sweating profusely from the pain, also said, "Yes, Wan, let's see how you go with you. Don't worry, your mother and Mumu are here, we be fine." They were quite safe inside the hospital. The wards were packed, but Zhou Shuan knew that humans always had privileges, so she quietly asked the doctor if 2 patients could share a private room, offering to pay a high price. The doctor gave her a deep look and then approved a VIP room. So now it was just her family in the room, with 2 beds. Zhong Tiyun and Grandma Peng also advised, "Yes, Wan, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Let's see you go with you. Don't worry, we have weapons. There won't be any problems for a while." Mumu, having just gone through a fight, was brimming with confidence and nodded, "Sister, it's okay. I protect Mom, Dad, and Grandma." Zhou Shuan agreed, "Okay, let's go and come back quickly." As they drove out, they easily spotted people spying on them in the parking lot and near the buildings. Qi Mingyu, adept at intelligence gathering, explained to Zhou Shuan while driving, "They're noting our license plate number. If we come back, they know we have drugs in our car." Zhou Shuan frowned. These people will stop at nothing. Currently, the government is severely understaffed, especially after Xiao Xiao led a large group to establish the base. Even fewer people remain to maintain order. The government also noticed their authority was gradually declining, and for various reasons, they decided to establish the base. Qi Mingyu chose a secluded road and drove towards the suburbs. In an open area, after confirming that no vehicles or people were following them, Zhou Shuan began taking out medications from her spatial storage: painkillers, anti-inflammatory drugs, topical medications, oral medications, Western medicine, traditional Chinese medicine, prepared Chinese medicine. She gathered a whole bunch. After thinking for a moment, she took out some bandages, alcohol swabs, plaster casts, crutches, from her spatial storage. Qi Mingyu was surprised. "You prepared everything very thoroughly," Zhou Shuan explained. "I went to 2 hospitals and a research institute, and found quite a few good things there. These are just scraps, not worth much." "A research institute?" Zhou Shuan then briefly described the medical supplies and equipment she had found, and Qi Mingyu looked thoughtful. "What is it?" Qi Mingyu looked at Zhou Shuan. "With the resources we have now, it's impossible to survive all the prophetic apocalypses. We need rare and precious items to exchange for transportation that will allow us to survive." He paused, then continued, "Although the prophet didn't explicitly say an earthquake would occur, based on experience." Zhou Shuan interrupted, "An earthquake will definitely happen." Qi Mingyu was taken aback and looked at her. Zhou Shuan looked into his eyes, and said earnestly, "An earthquake will definitely happen. So we must be fully prepared." Qi Mingyu didn't speak. Zhou Shuan smiled at him, and for some reason, her smile suddenly made Qi Mingyu feel a pang of heartache. He looked ahead, and after a long pause, asked in a low voice, "Wan, are you in the same situation as that prophet?" After so many years together, Qi Mingyu's presence felt as natural as breathing to her. She nodded gently, "Yes, didn't you already guess?" Qi Mingyu's breath hitched slightly, and after a long while, he asked again, "So you witnessed the earthquake afterward?" "Yes, I should have lived longer than the prophet you captured. In my previous life, I spent 8 years in the apocalypse, and I even managed to escape the devastating earthquake, but..." Her smile faded, because after the earthquake, the world became ruins. The few of us who survived had no food or water, so we had to fight amongst ourselves. I was injured, and after finding a compressed biscuit, I was attacked from both sides. And then, when I opened my eyes, I was back. This was the first time she had told Chi Mingyu about her previous life so clearly. Chi Mingyu lightly gripped the steering wheel and whispered, "So, did you acquire your spatial ability because of your rebirth? That prophet had one too?" Zhou Shuwan shook her head. "I don't know either. Brother Yu, didn't you know I used to have a birthmark on my face? Right here on my temple. After the earthquake, someone stabbed me in the temple. I suspect that my birthmark turned into a spatial dimension." "Who?" Zhou Shuwan was taken aback. "What? Who killed you?" Zhou Shuwan gave a bitter smile. "Lin Yuang, my ex-boyfriend." Chi Mingyu stared ahead at the road, only repeating the name Lin Yuang heavily in his mind. Zhou Shuwan seemed to guess his thoughts, and comforted him. "It's okay, it's been a long time for me. Besides, I already avenged most of my own grievances." She then told him about hiring the local gangsters in S City to break Lin Yoyang's leg. She explained further, "I did initially intend to finish him off with a single blow, but after much thought, letting him die a quick and painless death would be too easy on him. It's better to let him linger, suffering bit by bit, that will lessen my hatred. Lin Yuang is inherently a very self-centered and arrogant person. If he loses a leg in this cannibalistic apocalypse, he struggled to even survive, let alone commit any evil deeds. If he's lucky enough to survive these 8 years, I definitely meet him again after the earthquake. That will be his death day." Zhou Shuan's voice was cold as she finished the last sentence. Chi Mingyu extended a large hand and gently, tenderly grasped hers, whispering, "Okay, I help you then." Zhou Shuan nodded. When they reached the road leading to the hospital, Chi Mingyu cautioned, "Be careful, an attack could happen at any moment." Zhou Shuan already held her bow and arrow in her hand. There. Chi Mingyu had already seen a chain blocking the way ahead. Chapter 253. As soon as someone got out of the car to untie the iron chains, they would inevitably be caught in a heavily fortified trap. Zhou Shu looked around, and then simply opened the window above her head and stood up. She took out her gun, aimed at both sides of the rope, and fired. Her aim was extremely high. After 2 astonishing shots, the iron chain snapped. Chi Mingyu stepped on the gas and sped away. Those who were holding weapons and tools and waiting in the shadows were dumbfounded. It took a long time for someone to react, and they hurriedly drove after him. But they hadn't gone far when a bullet shattered the window, and the driver was shot directly in the forehead, instantly dying. The car swerved out of control on the road as if it were drunk, the passenger screaming in terror. The car scraped against a building and then overturned. The passenger was crushed under the car, covered in blood, unconscious. The other men lying in ambush watched everything unfold, their palms sweating. Their leader took a deep drag on his cigarette, then stubbed it out. "Go investigate, find out who owns that SUV. They have a gun, and their marksmanship isn't bad. Could it be someone from the government office?" "Yes, boss." The ambush had clearly failed. Another shooting and car accident had occurred. Soon, the police would arrive. They couldn't linger any longer. The group expertly disposed of their trap and sped away in their car. This was a large ambush. They encountered 2 smaller incidents in the parking lot, but upon seeing the gun in Zhou Shuan's hand, those men vanished without a trace. Zhou Shuan only wanted to rescue the people, and didn't want to linger with these men. As the car stopped and she was about to get out, Chi Mingyu suddenly stopped her. "Wan, wait a moment." Zhou Shuan looked at him questioningly. Chi Mingyu said, "The car is already in this state. Wait a moment, I remove all 4 wheels and the engine. We don't need this car anymore." Zhou Shuan immediately understood his meaning. He was worried that firing the gun earlier would attract the attention of someone with ulterior motives. She nodded. "Okay, I help you." Chi Mingyu had already had this idea when Zhou Shuan fired the gun, so he parked the car at the very back. Zhou Shuan took out a rather worn-out tent, the perfect size to fit the car inside. Chi Mingyu crawled under the car and quickly removed the 4 wheels. Zhou Shuan then stealthily entered his spatial dimension. Chi Mingyu then disassembled the engine, battery, and other intact parts from the car. Only half an hour had passed. Some had been trying to seize the supplies, but were deterred by Zhou Shuan's gun, while others, hiding in the shadows, continued to spy. Seeing no movement from inside the tent for a while, they became curious. They wondered what the 2 people inside were doing. Zhou Shuan and Chi Mingyu always wore masks when they went out. After putting all the parts into their spatial storage, the 2 quietly slipped away through the wall, leaving behind only a nearly broken-down car and a tent. Leaving aside the frustration and surprise of those who finally found them, and discovered the tent was empty, Zhou Shuan and Chi Mingyu emerged from the other side of the parking lot. Both had bulging backpacks on their backs, and their clothes had changed from black to light-colored casual wear. They wore baseball caps and even white sneakers, completely different from their previous appearance. Besides her backpack, Zhou Shuwan also carried a pair of crutches. Qi Mingyu carried 2 cots and mattresses. They arrived at the entrance of the underground hospital, had their identities checked, and only after entering did they both breathe a slight sigh of relief. Why were there so many deaths after the apocalypse? It wasn't just natural disasters, many were man-made. Medications were plentiful. Zhou Jianhai was quickly put in a cast by the doctor, and instructed to stay in the hospital for a few days for observation. If his condition didn't worsen, he could be discharged and cared for at home. Grandma Peng also had an X-ray, and was diagnosed with a mild concussion. She was also hospitalized for a few days for observation, receiving medication and 4 fluids, and recovered quickly. Although Zhou Shuwan hadn't stockpiled many 4 fluids, it was enough. She even took out several bottles of protein for the elderly woman to receive to supplement her nutrition. The doctor was quite surprised, looking at Zhou Shuwan for a long time before silently adding the protein to the prescription. Zhou Shuwan had been busy from the night before until the next morning before finally letting out a sigh of relief. Although the ward was small, it was family, so there was no need to be shy. Zhong Tian had already set up 2 cots and a thick mattress, filling the small ward to capacity. Wanwan, you and Xiaoyu have been busy, lie down and rest. Zhou Shuwan shook her head. Mom, you're even more tired taking care of 2 patients at home. You lie down and sleep for a while. I make something for Grandma and Dad. Currently, only 1 canteen operates in the hospital, selling only compressed biscuits and porridge made with canned meat. If patients don't want to eat that, they have to find another way to cook. However, the hospital strictly prohibits the use of electrical appliances. There's only 1 communal kitchen where you can exchange supplies for electricity, bring your own pots and pans, and make some simple meals. Zhou Shuwan knew that everyone in the hospital, adults and the elderly alike, needed to eat well. So she pretended to go out for a short while, and when she returned, she was carrying a thermos. It was bulging with food. Too tired to eat much, Zhou Shuwan had prepared steamed buns and vegetable soup. Only the 2 patients ate something lighter. The 4 of them ate steamed buns filled with meat. Grandma Peng felt a little guilty. I'm getting old, I'm useless now, I can even trip and fall while walking. I fell right into a big ditch. If it weren't for the sea blocking my way, I probably wouldn't just have a broken leg. Even Zhou Jianhai, in his prime, broke his leg, showing how hard they had fallen. Although Grandma Peng's fall wasn't too serious, she was covered in bruises and swelling, and had suffered quite a bit. Grandma Peng, please don't say that. Now that our 2 families are one, there's no one closer to us in the world, so it's only right that Dahai takes care of you. Zhong Tian quickly comforted her. These words were the most appropriate to say. Grandma Peng's guilty conscience eased somewhat, but she still grumbled, a trip to the hospital, I don't know how much supplies it will cost. Not only does it make Dahai suffer, but it also keeps you all from having a peaceful time. Grandma, you should just focus on recovering. Don't think about anything else. Having an elder in the family is like having a treasure. If you live a long and healthy life, we can enjoy your blessings. Zhou Shuwan gently shook Grandma Peng's arm. Grandma Peng had never had a daughter or granddaughter in her life, and Qi Mingyu was particularly precocious, having not experienced what it felt like to be pampered in a long time. This gentle shaking of her arm softened her heart. Chapter 254. Oh my, look at this sweet talker, much better than my rascal. Grandma Peng said fondly, holding Zhou Shuwan's hand with a beaming smile. Ever since Zhou Shuwan became her granddaughter-in-law, Qi Mingyu's standing in Grandma Peng's heart had plummeted. After the family finished eating, a doctor came to examine the 2. After confirming that both of their conditions were improving, Zhong Tian and the others were very happy. The doctor looked at Zhou Shuwan, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Miss Zhou, I have something I'd like to discuss with you privately. Zhou Shuwan was taken aback. The doctor who came to check on her today was the same doctor who had seen her yesterday, a man, about 37 or 38 years old, wearing glasses, with a refined appearance, surnamed Xiao. Qi Mingyu spoke up immediately, Doctor, please talk to both of us. He felt the doctor's gaze towards Zhou Shuwan was strange, so he quickly added, Oh, okay. Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu followed the doctor out. Dr. Qiao didn't take them to the doctor's office, but instead went to a secluded spot nearby. After looking around to make sure no one was passing by, she finally spoke, Ms. Zhou, I noticed you took out several bottles of protein without even blinking, as if you had some on hand and didn't need them. To be honest, my wife is pregnant this year, but she's extremely malnourished and in very poor health. She's currently receiving intravenous fluids at home every day to maintain the pregnancy. But the hospital doesn't have many medications left, and even the 4 fluids are only vitamins and glucose. I'd like to exchange some bottles of protein with you. Is that alright? Dr. Chiao's tone was hesitant, but her eyes were full of expectation. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu exchanged a glance before Zhou Shuan said, Dr. Chiao, there's a severe shortage of both medications and 4 fluids right now. We only managed to get a few bottles of protein by chance. It's not enough to exchange for them. She paused, then added, besides, to be honest, as you've seen, we have an elderly person in our family who's almost 70. They can't afford to stop getting nutrition. Dr. Chiao was very disappointed, and after a long pause, he said softly, oh well, alright then. Zhou Shuan apologized softly again, before going back with Qi Mingyu. After taking only 2 steps, she turned back hesitantly and asked, Dr. Chiao, you said your wife is several months pregnant, and how long until she gives birth? This question seemed to indicate a softening of the situation. Dr. Chiao immediately perked up and hurriedly said, she's almost 8 months along. We really don't need much, just 3 bottles, no, 2 bottles will do. Generally, if a patient is hospitalized and urgently needs nutrition, the hospital will recommend 5 or 6 bottles for 1 course of treatment. A bottle of protein infusion is quite expensive. A full course of treatment can cost several thousand yuan. Therefore, even in peacetime, many families are reluctant to undergo this treatment. But Dr. Chiao is now willing to exchange it for protein, which shows that his wife's condition is truly not good. Or perhaps, he is simply a loving husband and father who cares deeply for his wife and children. Zhou Shuan feigned reluctance and said, we have 2 extra bottles. Let's go back and discuss it with our families, and then we give you a definitive answer. Okay. Dr. Chiao nodded hurriedly. Zhou Shuan didn't ask him what he wanted to use to exchange for the protein, nor did Qi Mingyu. Zhou Shuan hadn't stockpiled much protein. She'd just seen it at the hospital and casually put it all into her spatial storage, about 40 bottles. Exchanging 2 or 3 bottles wasn't much. After returning home, Zhou Shuan told her family about it. Everyone was very sympathetic. Ever since Zhou Shuan's marriage, Zhong Tiyun had thought of Zhou Shuan whenever she heard the word pregnancy. If Qi Mingyu hadn't had the foresight to have a tubal ligation at the hospital, they would be the ones with headaches now. Zhong Tiyun quietly asked Zhou Shuan about the amount of protein in her spatial storage and nodded, agreeing. Then let's exchange 2 bottles. Once a woman is pregnant, she definitely suffer from malnutrition, especially in a post-apocalyptic world with scarce resources. It's easy to imagine how difficult it will be for her. It's one thing if we don't see it normally, but now that we encountered it, let's do a good deed and help out. Zhou Jianhai also agreed. When Dr. Chiao came again in the afternoon, Zhou Shuan told him that she could only exchange 2 bottles. More than that was out of the question. Dr. Chiao was already overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. Thank you so much. My wife and I are extremely grateful. Thinking of something, he quickly asked, what do you want to exchange for? Zhou Shuan thought for a moment and then asked, what can you exchange for? Dr. Chiao hesitated for a moment and said, actually, I don't have many supplies at home. We live entirely on my salary, but before the apocalypse, during the floods, I stockpiled some oxygen cylinders while evacuating supplies. I wonder if you need them. How many? Zhou Shuan immediately became interested. 2 bottles of protein for 5 oxygen cylinders. How about that? Dr. Chiao gritted his teeth. Zhou Shuan then thoughtfully asked, you're a doctor, you must have a lot of medical supplies stockpiled, like 4 tubing and syringes. Do you have many of those? She hadn't stockpiled much of these. Dr. Chiao nodded repeatedly. Yes, not much, but I can spare a little for you. Zhou Shuan considered for a moment and said, then I give you 3 bottles of protein. You spare me a few canisters of oxygen, 2 boxes of 4 tubing and syringes. How about that? Okay. Dr. Chiao agreed through gritted teeth. These were all things he and other doctors had secretly hidden at home during the chaos of the floods, when they were moving supplies. Nobody knew. Now, using them as an exchange to help his wife with her pregnancy was a good deal. A few days later, Grandma Peng's illness was almost cured. She had suffered a concussion, but after taking medication and resting well, she recovered quickly. However, the acid rain wounds on her body were irreversible. They slowly scabbed over, but her skin would never fully recover. But, as long as she was alive, these small wounds were nothing. Not just her. This acid rain came unexpectedly. Zhou Jianhai, Mu Mu, and Qi Mingyu all had wounds from the acid rain corrosion. Zhou Jianhai had 7 or 8 small wounds on his face, all now scabbed over, making him look rather frightening at first glance. Moo Moo and Chi Mingyu only had wounds on the backs of their hands, which posed no problem. After this incident, people finally understood the horrors of acid rain. Zhong Tian repeatedly warned Zhou Shuan and the others, "You two are going out to study traditional Chinese medicine every 3 days. You must be very careful in the future. It wouldn't be worth getting injured for this nonsense." Zhou Shuan nodded. Chi Mingyu also solemnly told Grandma Pang, "Grandma, please don't go to the chicken farm. What if you get trapped outside if it rains acid again?" Grandma Pang knew she was in the wrong and remained silent for a long time. Zhou Jianghai's leg would need at least 3 months to heal, so going to the chicken farm was definitely out of the question. Chapter 255. Fortunately, the chicken farm now has over 100 chicks that have all grown up, and will soon start laying eggs. The farm has also hired new staff, so there's no shortage of manpower. When Chi Mingyu mentioned it, Grandma Pang didn't say anything, only the next day when she couldn't help but lament, "Not going to do the job means losing a wage. What a pity." Seeing that she was still determined to go to work, Zhou Shuan couldn't help but smile and persuade her, "Grandma, it's not that we don't want you to work. It's just that your health isn't what it used to be. You can't do it anymore." In the beginning, everyone agreed to let you go out to work because the acid rain hadn't come yet, and the high temperatures had just ended. "We all been cooped up at home for 2 years, and no one can stand it. Saying you should go out to work was really just to let you relax. Now it's been 2 or 3 months, and the acid rain is so dangerous, you should stay home. Our newly hatched chicks and goslings should be laying eggs soon, and they need to be carefully cared for." This was the truth. Grandma Pang could only nod, sighing softly, "I'm old, no longer useful." Zhou Shuan then leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Actually, Grandma, after the chickens and geese you raise at home lay eggs, we can't eat them all. We can take more and exchange them. That's like a reward. And it doesn't take much effort." Grandma Pang's eyes lit up. That made sense. Since they were hospitalized this time, their plants and livestock were left unattended, so they entrusted them to Uncle Zhong and Aunt Zhong, asking them to come over from time to water and feed the chickens and collect the eggs. They promised not to work for free, giving 5 eggs from the collected eggs each day as payment. Although Uncle Zhong and Aunt Zhong kept saying it was too much, they were still very happy. The two families have also started raising chickens together, but they're still young and haven't fully grown yet. It'd be at least 2 months before they start laying eggs. 5 eggs a day, divided between the two families, is enough to make a dish and provide some nutrition for the family. Seeing Zhou Shuan making Grandma Pang beam with joy, Zhong Tian handed Zhou Jianhai a small piece of apple, saying in a low voice, "Look how well Wanwan has made Grandma Pang smile. I was worried that with her temper, she wouldn't get along with great-grandma." Zhou Jianhai, however, had always had great faith in his daughter and replied, "What are you saying? My daughter is better than anyone else at everything." Zhong Tian gave him a reproachful look, but seeing the thick cast on his leg, she couldn't say anything more. She picked up the apple and fed it to him herself. The trip to study traditional Chinese medicine has been temporarily suspended for the next few days. Fortunately, they're both at the hospital. They can just tell Dr. Zheng about the situation. Upon hearing that both the Zhou and Qi families had members hospitalized, Dr. Zheng quickly prepared some food and visited them in the wards. He carried a small bag of compressed biscuits and 2 canned goods. Canned goods were a rarity these days, so bringing such a gift showed how much the recipient valued him. 7 days later, Zhou Jianhai and Grandma Pang were discharged from the hospital together. Grandma Pang was fine, but Zhou Jianhai needed to continue recuperating. Since exchanging for nutritional protein, Dr. Zheng, the orthopedic surgeon, had been even more dedicated to his treatment. Before his discharge, he repeatedly reminded him, "Be careful at home. For the next few months, absolutely do not overexert your legs, otherwise, if your bones don't heal properly, you walk with an uneven leg for the rest of your life." Zhong Tian repeatedly assured everyone that she would take good care of the patient. On the way back, she announced her decision, "Wanwan is right. I rushed out to find work partly to earn more supplies, and partly to clear my head. Now that your father is like this, how can I be at ease? I temporarily quit my job at the vegetable greenhouse, and focus on taking care of your father at home." The others naturally agreed. Zhou Shuan even said with a smile, "Mom, you and Grandma can take good care of our chickens and geese. Exchanging the eggs will definitely bring in a good amount of supplies." Zhong Tian was busy taking care of Zhou Jianhai at home, but she could certainly take good care of the chickens and geese in her spare time. She nodded quickly, "I'm good at that. You don't need to worry about it. Your grandma and I will handle it." Mumu quickly added, I help too. Okay. Once the eggs are exchanged for supplies, you get a share too, Zhong Tian said with a smile. So, only Zhou Shuan, Qi Mingyu, and the gatekeeper remained at home. Everyone else was essentially unemployed. Upon arriving home, they chatted with their downstairs neighbors and learned that Xuetao, Jiping, and the other young people were worried about people trying to steal Zhou Shuan's chickens and geese, so they had arranged to sleep there that night. There were people at home almost every night. Her second aunt and third aunt would frequently come over to help feed the chickens, taking great care of them. At the end of the conversation, one of them exclaimed, Tiyun, you met some really good relatives. These days, whose relatives aren't a bit of a jerk? You'd be lucky if they didn't empty your house. Zhong Tiyun replied politely. Upon entering the house, she found both homes spotless. The chickens and geese on the rooftop were flapping their wings and quacking happily, looking quite spirited. Downstairs in the kitchen, the eggs and goose eggs collected over the past 7 days were neatly arranged in bamboo baskets. Now, in addition to the dozen or so chickens they initially raised, the Zhou and Qi families had hatched about 30 more than 20 hens, and 7 or 8 roosters. So now they had a total of 37 hens, laying an average of about 35 eggs per day. There were also 3 geese, 2 females and 1 male. The geese were very intelligent, able to guard the house and yard. As the geese grew larger, Zhou Jianhai removed the cages on the rooftop, letting the chickens roam freely in the largest bedroom. With the geese watching over them, they didn't dare to venture out and remained well behaved. Besides the 30-odd eggs they harvested daily, they also collected 1 or 2 green-shell goose eggs. With so many chickens and geese, the daily food intake was enormous. Fortunately, the Zhou family had hydroponic vegetables to supplement their income, and they also had stockpiled pet food. Every day, they would take out a few bottles, chop them up, and mix them with chopped leaves. The chickens and geese ate this, and they laid a lot of eggs. Besides these, Zhou Shuan also stored the fish intestines and swim bladders from the fish caught at the reservoir in her spatial storage. She fed them along with the pet food every day, alternating feeding times. Therefore, the chickens and geese from the Zhou and Qi families grew exceptionally well, taller, stronger, and laid more eggs than the chickens in the farms that only ate chopped leaves. This was also why Zhong Tian believed that she and Grandma Pang could earn a considerable amount of resources by managing the chickens and geese at home. Just as the family was looking around, Xuetao received the news and rushed over. Auntie, Wan, I. Xuetao knocked on the door, tears immediately streaming down her face. My mother. She seems to be very sick, she's dying. Chapter 256. What happened? Zhong Tian was startled and immediately looked at Zhou Jianhai sitting on the sofa. Although he was also anxious, he was powerless to help, so he hurriedly said to Zhong Tian, go and see. Mom, I go too, Zhou Shuan added. So Zhong Tian and Zhou Shuan went to Aunt Zhong's house with Xuetao. On the way, after hearing Xuetao's description, the two understood what had happened. It turned out that 7 days earlier, during the acid rain, Aunt Zhong had also been caught in the acid rain on her way home. She was wearing acid rainproof clothing, but she almost slipped and had to brace herself against a nearby telephone pole. Her hands and arms were severely corroded by the acid rain. After returning home, she applied her usual ointment, but it didn't improve. Last time she saw Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu returning at the entrance of the residential area, she wanted to ask for some medicine, but seeing how worried they were about her aunt's husband, she swallowed her words, thinking she could visit them the next day. Unexpectedly, the whole family had been hospitalized. They didn't have a car, so going to the hospital was inconvenient. Zhong Tian was also worried about the cost of medical treatment and resolutely refused to go, so it was delayed. Zhou Shuan didn't know what to say. Zhong Tian couldn't help but complain, "De Tao, you're the eldest in your family. Your father is gone, and your mother sometimes gets confused. You know that, so why do you let her do whatever she wants?" Xuetao's eyes were red. "Auntie, I know, it was my fault this time. Sai, let's go see her quickly." Seeing her grown nephew crying so hard in front of her, Zhong Tian didn't want to say anything more, so she sighed. Upon arriving at Aunt Zhong's house, the two were immediately struck by a foul stench. Zhong Tian frowned and rushed to Aunt Zhong's bedroom. Qianqian, Xuedong, and Chun Chun were all there, their eyes red from crying. Aunt Zhong lay on the bed, her eyes tightly closed, her face ashen. Zhong Tian was startled and rushed over, calling out, Third sister? She reached for Aunt Zhong's hand, only to find both hands wrapped in bandages, emanating a pungent stench. She was extremely anxious. "It's so serious." Why didn't you go to the hospital immediately? Zhou Shuan followed, unwrapping Aunt Zhong's wounds to examine them. The acid rain-corroded wounds covered a large area, extending from her palms and the backs of her hands all the way to her arms. The wounds were now black and oozing pus. Her brows furrowed deeply. Third Aunt's wound is infected. She needs surgery to remove the necrotic tissue and drain the pus. Xue Dong's lips trembled. Will my mother have to have her leg amputated? Zhou Shuan shook her head. I can't determine the extent of the infection, so it's hard to say. But what we need to do now is get third Aunt to the hospital immediately. Okay, we take her right away. Aunt, Wan, we need to borrow your car, Xue Dong said immediately. Zhong Tian waved her hand. Come on, I go with you. She glanced at Zhou Shuan, knowing that the other woman, like herself, had been at the hospital for a week, taking care of Zhou's father and Grandma Peng, and was already exhausted, but now she still needed to make the trip to the hospital. Wan. Her expression was apologetic. Zhou Shuan didn't refuse at all, immediately nodding. Mom, I go with you. I have some medicine in my backpack. We might need it. I take some medicine from home too, Qianqian said hastily, standing up and running out. They quickly packed up. Xue Tao carried Aunt Zhong on his back, and Xue Dong carried several bags of medicine. They all went out together. Qianqian, holding Chun Chun, wanted to go too. Zhong Tian thought for a moment, and then advised her, Qianqian, there are many patients in the hospital right now. It won't be good for the child to eat and stay there. You should just wait for news at home. If Mumu weren't so old now, their family certainly wouldn't feel comfortable letting her stay in the hospital for 7 days. Not to mention Chun Chun is so young. Xue Tao glanced at Qianqian, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Qianqian, then you should go to your second uncle's house and squeeze in. I'm worried about you taking the child home alone. If Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Shuwan went to the hospital together, then only a few men would be left in the Zhou family, and it wouldn't be convenient for Qianqian to stay there with the child. At Uncle Zhong's second uncle's house, there were Yuxuan and Xiafei, all women of similar age. Squeezing in at night wouldn't be a problem. Qianqian nodded, wiping away her tears, and hugged Chun Chun even tighter. Zhou Shuwan went downstairs to get her car, while Zhong Tian went home to get a few changes of clothes. When she came down, Qi Mingyu followed, bringing 2 cots and mattresses. Xue Tao took Qianqian and Chun Chun to Zhong's second uncle's house. Xue Dong carried Zhong's third aunt to the car. Qi Mingyu held Zhou Shuwan's hand tightly, and said in a low voice, Be careful. Grandma, Dad, Mumu, and I are waiting for you at home. Don't worry, I take good care of Dad. Zhou Shuwan nodded vigorously. Zhong Tian also hurriedly told him, Xiaoyu, I'm entrusting your dad and Mumu to you. Qi Mingyu nodded in agreement. Mom, don't worry. After taking Aunt Zhong to the hospital for a checkup, it was confirmed that the infection was caused by improper wound treatment, requiring immediate surgery. However, the hospital didn't have any effective antibiotics available, and the family would have to find them themselves. Everyone knew about the hospital situation before they arrived, so they didn't say much, only asking the doctor what antibiotics were needed. The doctor said somewhat hesitantly, regular antibiotics definitely won't work, we need higher-level antibiotics. He named a few. These should all work, but we have to try them to know. The antibiotics he mentioned were the kind of high-end antibiotics that ordinary households wouldn't stock up on. Xue Tao was very disappointed, because none of the medications they brought were what the doctor mentioned. Zhou Shuwan then took out 2 purple package boxes from her backpack. Doctor, how about these? These 2 boxes of antibiotics weren't the ones the doctor had mentioned, but they were antibiotics she had found at the research institute. Sure enough, the doctor frowned at the first sign, then immediately nodded. Yes, this should be the highest level antibiotic we know of right now. Even hospitals rarely have it. It requires special channels to purchase. He hesitated for a moment, glancing at Zhou Shuwan, but didn't ask a question, immediately saying, with the medicine, the surgery can proceed. I arrange it right away. The others were relieved. The preparations before and after the surgery took a total of over 2 hours. During the surgery, they were informed that because Aunt Zhong's right index and middle fingers were severely infected, amputation was necessary, and an informed consent form from her family was required. Xue Tao and Xue Dong's eyes immediately reddened. After a long while, urged by the medical staff, Xue Tao nodded vigorously, his eyes still red. Chapter 257. After the doctor re-entered the operating room, Xue Dong covered his face and began to sob softly. Zhong Tian's eyes were also red and swollen, and she said resentfully, Your mother's stingy nature. She wasn't satisfied with just suffering once. she had to suffer again. Although losing 2 fingers wasn't too serious, it would definitely greatly affect her quality of life in this apocalyptic world, especially since she was using her right hand. Zhong Tiyun felt that this could have been avoided, but ultimately, due to the patient's ignorance and the family's negligence, such a serious consequence occurred, and she felt incredibly frustrated. Zhou Shuan comforted her. At least Auntie's life is no longer in danger. I leave her a few cans of milk powder to supplement her nutrition, and she gradually get used to it. Zhong Tiyun sighed deeply. The next day, when Auntie finally regained consciousness and learned that 2 of her fingers had been amputated, she cried bitterly, holding Zhong Tiyun's hand and sobbing incessantly. Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Shuan stayed to care for their sick family members for 2 days, but worried about them, they said goodbye and arranged with Xue Tao to pick them up in a week after their discharge. Back home, Zhou Jianhai and Grandma Peng were in much better spirits than before, and Mu Mu was also training. Qi Mingyu was taking good care of them. Zhong Tiyun then explained the situation, and the whole family sighed. Actually, Aunt Zhong's situation was entirely unavoidable. Xue Tao and Xue Dong are inexperienced. Their true colors are revealed in crucial moments, Grandma Peng sighed. Who says otherwise? Zhong Tiyun looked thoughtfully at Mu Mu, and after a long while, she replied. Uncle Zhong also came to inquire about Aunt Zhong's condition, and after learning about her situation, he repeatedly stamped his feet in dismay. De Tao and Dong Dong came to see me. I went to check on them, and they didn't seem that serious. Your third sister was reluctant to spend money at the hospital, so she said to wait and see. Who would have thought it would turn out like this? He regretted it somewhat. If I had known it would be like this, I should have desperately persuaded her to go to the hospital. But in reality, although the 3 sisters were blood siblings, once they got married and had their own families, their relationship wasn't as close, including things like urging each other to go to the hospital. Second brother, that's it. It's too late to say anything now. Zhong Tiyun sighed helplessly. The acid rain had only stopped for a little over a week, but on the 10th day, it suddenly started again. Fortunately, this time people were a little more experienced. Those without jobs didn't dare go out and stayed home. Those who went to work carried food and coverings with them. The wisdom of the masses is boundless. Although they didn't have the meticulously prepared acid rain suits like Zhou Shuan, they carried a basin with a makeshift handle inside, which they could place directly on their heads during acid rain for a while. The basin was covered with a thick layer of plastic sheeting or clothing. Some even sewed several raincoats together. Others brought helmets, carrying heavy, clanging electric scooter helmets on their backpacks wherever they went. Fortunately, before the apocalypse, J City was cracking down on riding electric scooters without helmets, so almost every household had several. This time, they proved extremely useful. When the acid rain started, everyone used their own methods, so injuries were generally minor. Even the very few seriously injured knew that neglecting them could lead to amputation, so they rushed to the hospital. Because the rooftops of both the Zhou and Qi families' houses were fitted with special glass resistant to acid rain, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu went upstairs to check when the second acid rain fell. Seeing no signs of corrosion, they breathed a sigh of relief. They then checked on the chickens and geese kept in their bedroom. Back in their bedroom, Qi Mingyu said, Actually, I met with the people Xiao Xiao sent these past 2 days. Zhou Shuan was surprised. Qi Mingyu continued, Xiao Xiao said the location for the base has been chosen and construction is underway. He wanted to ask if we were interested in participating in the base's construction? Zhou Shuan frowned slightly. Is he short-staffed? Qi Mingyu nodded, definitely. To prevent the secret of the base's construction from leaking, Mayor Lu will definitely select his most trusted confidants, so the overall number will be small. Moreover, I heard from Xiao Zhao's people that he suffered significant losses due to the last acid rain. Zhou Shuan knew that Xiao Xiao must have encountered difficulties to send someone to ask for their help. However, everyone now knows how terrifying acid rain is. Dad still needs to rest in bed for 6 months before he can move around freely. How could she and Qi Mingyu possibly leave at this time? Qi Mingyu, seeing Zhou Shuan's expression, knew what she was thinking and nodded. I refused directly without even having time to discuss it with you. I told that person about Dad and Grandma's situation and asked him to tell Xiao Xiao that we can't go for the time being, and asked him not to blame us. Zhou Shuan then said, We've known Xiao Xiao for so long, he's not a petty person. He'd definitely understand if we're in trouble. She and Qi Mingyu knew nothing about construction. The other party must want them to go because they lacked trusted confidants, making many things difficult to carry out, and needed their own people to provide support. Zhou Shuan then thought of something. Let's see if we can run into Minghua these next few days. She and her family are still staying at the factory. I think it would be quite suitable for her to go. Given Ming Mingyue's relationship with Xiao Xiao, her position at the new base would definitely be high, and it would be convenient for him to arrange things for his family. However, before she could even go to find Ming Mingyue had already arrived in a flurry. The first thing the other person asked upon meeting was, "Has Xiao Xiao contacted you?" Seeing her expression, Zhou Shuwan knew that Xiao Xiao had sent someone to tell her the same thing as Qi Mingyu, so she smiled and asked, "Are you planning to go?" Ming Mingyue nodded, then sighed, "Actually, I don't want to go. I'm doing quite well in the security team here, the pay is good, and I don't want to change places. But my parents' personalities are just like that, they're easily bullied. Just now, as soon as they got paid from the factory, they insisted on taking some supplies to visit my grandparents, and then my uncle and aunt gave them a severe scolding. Now they're even thinking about quitting their jobs at the factory." Zhou Shuwan was speechless. Ming Mingyue's parents were clearly used to being manipulated by her grandparents, and they only felt they weren't filial enough. It's unclear whether Ming Mingyue's impulsive personality is a case of too much of a good thing. So I think it's a good idea for me to go. I'm going on a secret mission, and I can use that as an excuse to bring my parents along, and then completely sever ties with my grandparents. It also saved me some trouble. Ming Mingyue was clearly used to it. Her tone was indifferent, without any dissatisfaction or disappointment towards her parents. Chapter 258. Then you must be careful of acid rain. Wherever you go, be sure to carry essential supplies with you, especially acid rain protection gear. Ming Mingyue glanced at Zhou Shuwan, then lowered her voice and said, "Actually, I heard that they already developed very convenient acid rain protection suits." Zhou Shuwan wasn't surprised. After all, they already developed air conditioning suits comparable to flight suits, so developing more convenient acid rain protection suits wouldn't be difficult. However, she didn't know why it hadn't been widely adopted yet. Ming Mingyue lowered her voice even further, "But things are chaotic up there now. Several major forces are fighting for territory, so these supplies haven't been distributed." Zhou Shuwan frowned. In her previous life, she had always lived at the bottom of society and knew nothing about this. But thinking about it carefully, she understood that the government's credibility was weakening, the military's influence was increasing, and in the apocalypse, resources were extremely scarce. It was normal for the major forces to fight over weapons, territory, and supplies. "We're far away, and it doesn't concern us here. We lost contact with each other. Everyone's just looking out for themselves," Ming Mingyue continued. Zhou Shuwan then pulled her aside to talk about other things. "Mingyue, I have another favor to ask of you. Actually, I already mentioned it to Xiao Xiao, but I'm afraid he'd forget once he's busy there. When you go to the new base, could you help us look at the newly built residential areas? Money isn't a problem, the closer to the city center the better, detached houses, or buildings with rooftop solar panels." Ming Mingyue nodded solemnly. "Okay, I understand what you mean. Don't worry, since I'm going, I definitely do what's best for our own people." Zhou Shuwan thanked her, then thought for a moment and added, "Could you also look at a few small, cost-effective apartments, preferably in the same building? My second uncle, third aunt, and other cousins all have good relationships with me, and we kept in touch even after the apocalypse. If I need to move, I naturally have to ask them. However, given their family circumstances, they would definitely only buy small apartments, not detached villas." Ming Mingyue, who didn't have any close relatives, was envious upon hearing this. "Your relatives are all very good." She had met her second uncle and third aunt and thought they were true elders, self-reliant, and able to help each other out from time to time, without needing relatives' help. She and Xiao Xiao weren't as fortunate as Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu. Because they had stockpiled hygiene products with Ming Mingyue, they owed her a favor. Therefore, the next time Zhou Shuwan went to find supplies, she specifically asked Ming Mingyue and Zhang Jia to go with her. She's now focusing her resource searches on energy and mineral resources. While searching for iron ore, she discovered a warehouse containing hundreds of coal stoves made of thick sheet metal, along with numerous exhaust pipes. Zhou Shuwan collected 2/3 of the stoves and exhaust pipes, and then, with Ming Mingyue and Zhang Jia, collected the rest. The two were quite delighted. Zhang Jia vividly remembered the video she'd seen before, and whispered, "I saw that viral video online saying that after the acid rain disaster, there will be extreme cold. I wonder if it's true." Ming Mingyue, being in the army, had heard more than Zhang Jia. "Whether it's true or not, let's keep these things. We can always exchange them for supplies later." "Yes." Zhou Shuwan's vehicle was used for transporting the goods. After scrapping the SUV at the hospital, Zhou Shuan took out another SUV from her spatial storage, the same size and model as the previous one. Qi Mingyu then installed the new tires and generator. By deliberately wearing the exterior a bit worn, no one noticed any difference from before. The coal stove had both large and small coal briquettes. It wasn't too heavy for 3 people to lift together. It was just quite strenuous. Meng Mingwei was panting heavily, then looked at Zhou Shuan. Are you afraid that if Xiaoyu comes, he get an extra share of the supplies, so you never call him? Zhou Shuan smiled. It's his turn to be on duty at the community gate today, he can't come. Besides, my dad and grandma at home need someone to take care of them, they can't be left alone. Meng Mingwei gave her an annoyed look, swallowing back the words she was about to say. How could she and Zhang Jia not understand? Zhou Shuan deliberately didn't bring Qi Mingyu along on both occasions, because nowadays supplies were distributed by headcount and also by labor capacity. Having an able-bodied man like Qi Mingyu meant he could do more work and receive more supplies. If Qi Mingyu came along, she and Zhang Jia certainly wouldn't let him lose out. But if he got his share, the two of them would receive less. Therefore, women often suffer from physical limitations when searching for supplies with men. Over 100 coal stoves were loaded onto the truck, along with the pipes. The 3 of them were drenched in sweat. Zhou Shuan sat there panting heavily. Meng Mingwei said, Wanlun drove here, I drive back. She had the best physical strength of the 3, and Zhou Shuan didn't refuse. As for where to place the coal stove, Zhang Jia and Meng Mingwei naturally had their own ideas. Meng Mingwei said to Zhou Shuan, Wanwan, there are 135 coal stoves in total. The 3 of us will each get 25, depending on the size. I plan to take this opportunity to bring them directly to the new base. Zhang Jia added, me too. Zhou Shuan was somewhat surprised. Mingwei, you're also planning to go to the new base? Zhang Jia nodded. I always been a contract worker in the security team, not a permanent employee, and my salary and benefits are lower than those of permanent staff. But if I go to the new base with you this time, my benefits will be significantly improved. I think it's a good opportunity. Meng Mingwei added, when I asked her the other day, Zhang Jia considered it, and said she wanted to go too. I think she's right. The new base is desperately short-staffed, and the first few batches to go will definitely get a head start. If it weren't for your family being tied up, I really would have advised you to come with us. Zhou Shuan knew that the head start she was referring to meant promotions, salary increases, and a leadership position at the new base. But neither she nor Qi Mingyu had their sights set on that. All they wanted in life was to stay with their families and live a simple, happy life together in the apocalypse. After they returned, Meng Mingwei called on a few brothers from the security team to help move the coal stoves away. Among the group that went, there were several convoys. They just stuffed some coal stoves into their vehicles. It wasn't much. After saying goodbye to them, Zhou Shuan went back to her family's affairs. She had already decided to exchange her family's eggs and goose eggs. Grandma Pang and Zhong Tian had been putting in a lot of effort feeding the chickens and geese on the rooftop. Besides the daily pet food, they always added some offal, chopped up, and fed it to the chickens. The chickens laid eggs even more frequently. Zhong Tian then revealed that she wanted to exchange eggs. Immediately, the Zhou and Qi families became very busy, with many people coming to exchange eggs every day. Now, only a small portion of the fast-growing chickens at the farm were laying eggs, and the number was very small, far from meeting the huge demand. The Zhou and Qi families' eggs had already made a name for themselves before anyone else. Therefore, many people came to their door. After a few days, Zhou Jianhai found it too noisy. The family discussed it and decided that the family living in the east-facing apartment on the first floor was unoccupied because the house had been flooded, and someone had cut down the windows and furniture to burn as firewood. The house was in terrible condition. The original owner hadn't returned, and the other survivors felt the conditions were too poor and didn't want to live there. So the house remained empty. Now, all vacant houses are considered community property. Zhong Tian paid a small rent to rent the house. She also had Zhou Shuan write exchange for eggs on a piece of cardboard and hang it outside the door, thus creating a makeshift shop. Every day, Zhong Tian and Grandma Peng would go downstairs with a basket of eggs, exchange them, and then come back up for new ones. Their prices weren't expensive because they were popular. Eggs could be replaced with compressed biscuits, canned goods, vegetables, meat, etc. The key was to enrich their household supplies. The two of them had something to do, and were happy every day, especially Grandma Peng. The fall she had taken before had completely drained her spirits, but once she started exchanging eggs, she regained her energy. Qi Mingyu, Zhou Shuan, and Moo Moo would go downstairs to keep an eye on things whenever they had free time. Because it was a residential complex surrounded by wire mesh and guarded day and night, the security was generally not a concern. Zhou Shuan and Zhong Tiyun even brought a basket of eggs to visit Aunt Zhong. Aunt Zhong still hadn't accepted the fact that her hand was crippled, and she cried every day when she thought about it. She already had a somewhat melancholic personality, and now it was even more pronounced. In just a week or two, Aunt Zhong had rapidly lost weight, looking remarkably similar to how she looked when she first arrived at Dongyuan residential complex after the apocalypse. This startled Zhou Shuan and Zhong Tiyun. Xue Tao and Xue Dong were both out and hadn't returned. Qianqian, fighting back tears, ushered the two inside, then sighed, "My mother-in-law has a deep-seated problem she can't get over. Lately, she's barely eating, seems distracted, and won't even see Chun Chun anymore." Zhong Tiyun's brows furrowed tightly. She strode into the bedroom, pointing at Aunt Zhong and berating her, "Are you still thinking about your damned husband? The sooner he dies, the better. He have done a good deed by helping you and the children. Otherwise, think about it, with his personality, always looking out for himself, stingy and petty, what kind of good life will you have after the apocalypse?" Aunt Zhong, wiping away tears, was being thoroughly scolded by her younger sister, especially with Zhou Shuan and Qianqian standing nearby. She was momentarily speechless with embarrassment. Zhong Tiyun pointed at her and continued, "It's just 2 fingers that are missing. It won't stop you from eating or drinking. Even Chun Chun has Qianqian to take care of her. Help out with household chores if you can, and let the kids do what you can't. Does anyone expect you to do anything against your will? That's right, Mom, we all want you to be healthy. These chores around the house are nothing, I can do them all by myself," Qianqian quickly declared. She was actually quite honest, and Aunt Zhong was also kind-hearted. The two got along very well. "Your right hand isn't very good, so learn to use your left hand from now on. How old are you? Giving up so easily?" Zhong Tiyun scolded, silencing Aunt Zhong, who had been teary-eyed. This third sister was a bit too sentimental. She was easily swayed and made mistakes back at her parents' home, and sometimes she needed to be scolded to wake her up. Fortunately, the 2 children weren't too much like her and her husband, especially after the apocalypse and moving to Dongyuan community. Influenced by Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan, their personalities had changed significantly. They were more thoughtful and decisive. What more could you want? You still have a supply of gasoline, and 100 tons of water stored with Wanwan. De Tao and Dongdong are doing well too. De Tao works at the Community Property Management Office, and Dongdong works at a cannery, coming home once a month. They're both earning money, life is good, and you're just getting hurt and becoming so despondent, ready to completely abandon your children?" Hearing Zhong Tiyun's words, Aunt Zhong quickly wiped away her tears and said, "Little sister, something has been weighing on my mind for a long time, and I'm bringing it up today. I also ask you and Wanwan for your help." "What is it?" Aunt Zhong said, "Chun Chun is all grown up, and your Wanwan is married, but Dongdong still doesn't have a girlfriend. Life will be tough for everyone, and Dongdong is so old, yet he still doesn't have a wife. How will he manage alone? Little sister, you and Wanwan are both longtime residents here and know each other best. Could you please help me think of any suitable girls and introduce them to Dongdong?" Zhong Tiyun was utterly at a loss for words. Aunt Zhong's thinking hadn't changed in all these years. At the very beginning of the apocalypse, she busied herself finding a partner for Xue Dong. After they went to the underground base, she was still busy finding him a partner. Xue Dong met a few, but none of them worked out. Things were basically the same before, and after the apocalypse, men had their considerations for women, and women had theirs. Aunt Zhong wasn't picky. She felt that as long as she was a woman who could bear children, it would be fine. But Xue Dong was only a young man in his early 20s, still hoping for love and marriage, and naturally wasn't willing to be picky. Furthermore, during this special period, those who truly loved their daughters didn't want them to marry out and suffer. At least at home, the family was together. Those who saw their daughters as a burden and wanted to make a fortune by marrying them off would ask for exorbitant sums, even promising each daughter off to several families. Some simply wouldn't marry off their daughters, only agreeing to lend them out for a few nights, with the man providing supplies. This way, they could have a long-term, stable relationship. Xue Dong naturally didn't want someone like that, and things never went smoothly. Aunt Zhong, however, couldn't see this. She only thought Xue Dong was too picky, and she often got angry and cried because of it. Now, the old topic was brought up again. It was still when the wound on her hand hadn't healed. A small patch of her face was corroded by acid rain, and now red flesh had grown over it. Her hand was wrapped in thick bandages, and she was thin as a rake, looking very pitiful. Zhong Tian gritted her teeth and nodded. All right, you don't need to worry about this for now. I try to find someone for Dong Dong. Qian, who was comforting Chun Chun, stiffened. Zhou Shuan happened to see her expression. From Qian's perspective, she certainly didn't welcome another completely unfamiliar woman into the house. Chapter 259. After the apocalypse, many families have several brothers living together, huddled together for warmth and less likely to be bullied. The Shui family's situation makes separation even less likely. Therefore, the arrival of a new sister-in-law could potentially compete with her for resources, and with Chun Chun's resources, especially if this sister-in-law also becomes pregnant, then things that originally belonged to Chun Chun will be shared with someone else. Leaving Annie's house, Zhou Shuan asked Zhong Tian, Mom, are you really planning to introduce Dong Dong to someone? Zhong Tian sighed, with Auntie's attitude, I can't bring myself to refuse. Zhou Shuan shook her head, I think it's unlikely. Shui Dong is full of expectations for love, but people in the apocalypse are only more realistic. Like her and Qi Mingyu, if they hadn't both stockpiled sufficient supplies and had their own space, so they wouldn't have had to worry about material things, they might not have ended up together. Zhong Tian said, I'm an elder after all, so I should do my best for Dong Dong. That's what she said, but after searching the neighborhood for a few days, she realized the difficulty of the matter. Aunt Zhong's family had resources, and lived a relatively comfortable life compared to others. Therefore, many people wanted to marry into Aunt Zhong's family, but these girls, whether themselves or their families, were only interested in exploiting Aunt Zhong's family. Such people were definitely eliminated at the first hurdle. However, the second type, a girl like Zhou Shuan, whose family had resources, and who was capable of supporting herself. Why would she marry Shui Dong, whose personality and abilities weren't particularly outstanding? Zhong Tian and Grandma Pang would go downstairs for half a day every day to sell eggs, and whenever she talked to Grandma Pang about this, she would sigh for a long time. Grandma Pang largely agreed with Aunt Zhong's point of view. Like Aunt Zhong, she came from a family with only boys, so she was eager to bring a wife into the household to bring good fortune. Zhou Mumu was still young, and Zhou Shuan was a girl, so Zhong Tian couldn't understand their eagerness. However, after talking about acquaintances, Zhong Tian asked Zhou Shuan, what do you think of your senior Zhang Jia? Zhou Shuan was somewhat surprised. Although Shui Dong was about the same age as Zhang Jia, he hadn't attended university, while Zhang Jia was a student at a prestigious university, making them a mismatch. Moreover, Zhang Jia was decisive, calm, and opinionated. Shui Dong, on the other hand, always seemed a bit immature. Zhong Tian, however, was unconcerned. It's the apocalypse now, everyone's just living together. As long as they can get along, that's fine. But no matter how Zhong Tian thought about it, Zhang Jia wasn't in Jay's city right now. Zhou Shuan also clearly stated that she wouldn't play matchmaker. Like Zhang Jia in her past life, she had experienced many hardships on her journey north, making her wary of men. Zhang Jia, having been betrayed by her closest relatives, was even more guarded. She felt Zhang Jia probably hadn't considered dating or marriage. Zhong Tian chided, you child, sometimes you're just a bit naive. Zhang Jia is all alone now, a young girl. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, how difficult is it to survive? She's only managing now because of your and Mingyu's help, otherwise, her life would be so difficult. How do you know if she wants someone to rely on if you haven't asked? Of course, if she doesn't want one, I won't interfere, but what if she does? Such a good girl should naturally be kept at home. Although Dong Dong is, as you said, a bit immature and not very capable, at least he's honest and doesn't have a fickle heart. Look how good Tao is to his wife and children. You can tell Dong Dong will definitely be a family man in the future. That's enough. This is thinking from the perspective of an elder. Zhou Shuan thought for a moment and realized she really couldn't determine whether Zhang Jia wanted to get married, so she could only say, okay, I ask her next time we meet. But I won't do anything beyond that. Alright, just ask for me, that's enough. Don't bother with the rest. Zhong Tian smiled helplessly, and continued tidying up the eggs on the rooftop. Zhou Shuan went downstairs and brought her father a bowl of light chicken soup, simmered slowly over low heat during the flood season, flavorful, clear, and fragrant. The soup contained 2 large chicken legs. Zhou Jianhai had been bedridden recently, resting his legs. Even with a tablet on his bedside table for him to watch TV, he was getting impatient. He picked up the chicken soup, flipped it over, and frowned. Keep the chicken legs for you and your siblings. Why are you giving them to me? I just have a few pieces of chicken. He reached for the 2 chicken legs. Dad, There are enough for everyone. Zhou Shuan quickly stopped him. You're worried I go hungry with Mumu. You eat them, everyone else has some. Zhou Jianhai pleaded, and finally gave Zhou Shuan a chicken leg, then asked, what about Grandma Peng? Yes, I'm going to deliver it now. Zhou Jianhai nodded. Zhou Shuan also brought Grandma Peng a bowl of chicken soup, lying that it was made from a frozen rooster. Grandma Peng didn't suspect a thing. 2 months later, acid rain fell repeatedly, and people went from initial discomfort to eventual numbness. The number of corpses on the roads, corroded by the acid rain, also increased. The ground was severely corroded, requiring extreme caution whether driving or cycling. Every time people went out, they carried heavy loads of supplies. Even the most careless person wouldn't forget. Moreover, because there were so many potholes, the most terrifying time wasn't during the acid rain itself, but in the first 2 days afterward. During these 2 days, the acid rain in the potholes hadn't evaporated, and anyone who accidentally stepped into them or slipped would suffer extensive corrosion wounds. Due to a lack of medical supplies, if not treated promptly, amputations like those suffered by Aunt Joan would occur. People even acquired weapons, trying every means to collect the acid rain from the potholes, storing it in corrosion-resistant bottles and jars, and then using it as weapons to attack others. Therefore, water guns became scarce commodities, fetching high prices on the market. Zhou Shuan knew that water guns would become important weapons at this point, but she never considered stockpiling them. Acid rain is a weapon that can inflict lifelong suffering on enemies. The physical pain and decay are truly despairing. In her past life, she had encountered many people attacked by water guns filled with acid rain. Therefore, she didn't want to become the one pushing acid rain towards even greater bloodshed. Acid rain is extremely corrosive. When people use water guns or containers to collect acid rain, they often line the inside of the gun with acid-resistant materials like raincoats or plastic sheets. Chapter 260. Even so, the water guns corroded after only a few uses and needed to be replaced. Therefore, water gun prices remained high, and they were constantly in short supply. Under these circumstances, apart from attending Dr. Zhang's traditional Chinese medicine classes every 3 days, Zhou Shuan's family no longer went out. When Zhong Tiyun and Grandma Peng went downstairs to sell eggs, one of Qi Mingyu or Zhou Shuan always accompanied them, fearing an accident might occur. 2 months later, Zhou Shuan was accompanying her mother and Grandma Peng to sell eggs when she suddenly heard a commotion outside. Zhou Shuan frowned. Mom, I go out and see. You guys pack your things. Okay. Zhong Tiyun, already quite well trained, stood up and helped Grandma Peng pack their things. They brought very little. The stools and tables were left unattended, only a basket of eggs and another basket specifically for the supplies people brought to exchange. The building next door is on fire. Zhou Shuan had just run outside when she smelled the heavy smoke. A chill ran down her spine. Following the gazes of the crowd, she looked up and saw flames engulfing the 3rd and 4th floors of the neighboring building. From inside came heart-wrenching screams. Without bothering to find out the cause of the fire, she shouted from the doorway, Mom, Grandma, we have to go back immediately. Zhong Tiyun and Grandma Peng, who had already packed their belongings, came out and were also shocked to see the raging fire. What should we do? Zhou Shuan quickly regained her composure. Qi Mingyu and Mumu had been at home with their father today. They should have heard the commotion by now. Mom, Grandma, let's go upstairs first. They were some distance from the burning building next door. It would take time for the fire to spread. However, it hadn't rained in a long time, and even if it did, it was acid rain. The weather was generally dry, and a fire could spread throughout the entire neighborhood in an instant. Wanwan, what do we do? Should we go put out the fire? Zhong Tiyun, panting, followed behind Zhou Shuan, pulling Grandma Peng along as she asked. Zhou Shuan shook her head. It's too late. The fire spread too quickly. In just a few minutes, the 3rd and 4th floors were already ablaze. Mom, Grandma, we need to leave immediately. Let's go back and pack our things. Residents from all floors had already come out, asking what was going on. When they saw Zhou Shuan and her group come up, they all crowded around. Zhou Shuan simply said, the building next door is on fire. Everyone, pack your things and go downstairs to avoid the fire. This was during the high-temperature season, when fires were breaking out everywhere. The underground base had already conducted evacuation drills for everyone. But most people didn't believe Zhou Shuan's words. Someone said sarcastically, it's different. What does the fire next door have to do with our building? You're telling us all to move out? Are you trying to steal things in the chaos? It was Aunt Zhang. That's just a clown. Zhou Shuan ignored her and instead looked at her thin daughter-in-law, Shui Wuwen, beside her. You better believe me. Given how dry it is now, even if the fire comes over, it will only take an hour or so. After saying this, she left the doubtful and hesitant crowd behind and led Zhong Tiyun and Grandma Peng upstairs. On the 6th floor, Qi Mingyu was indeed packing. Zhou Shuan quickly said to Qi Mingyu, Brother you guys pack your things first. Let Mumu help you. I take my mom to pack ours. Mumu is older now and understands that Grandma Peng is old and has difficulty walking, so her sister wanted him to help her brother-in-law's family. He didn't say anything and went over immediately. Qi Mingyu understood Zhou Shuan's meaning, nodded, and took Mumu and Grandma Peng back to his room. As soon as the others left, Zhou Shuan immediately moved her hands, and everything she touched disappeared into her spatial dimension. She even removed the electric heating equipment installed in the floor, and put it into her spatial dimension. Mom, quickly pack some things you can take out. Leave them outside as a cover. Zhou Shuan quickly put all the furniture, beds, supplies, refrigerator, air conditioner, etc., into her spatial dimension and rushed up to the 7th floor. There were two major problems on the 7th floor. A bunch of lively chickens and geese, along with numerous cacti, hydroponic vegetables, sweet potatoes, and potato sprouts. After hesitating for a moment, she placed all the planting boxes into her spatial dimension. However, the chickens and geese, she put only a small portion of them in, immediately stopped breathing, and lay limply on the floor. Living creatures couldn't be kept in her spatial dimension. Even after countless trials, at this crucial moment, Zhou Shuan couldn't help but sigh, wishing her spatial dimension could be used for planting. She simply picked up the remaining chickens and 3 geese one by one, and put them in cages. She carried a few things down, then had her mother go up and bring them all down. She quickly ran to Qi Mingyu's place. As soon as she opened the door, Qi Mingyu was leading Grandma Peng and Mumu out carrying pots, pans, blankets, and quilts, things they would need on the road. Zhou Shuan was very gratified. Living with someone on the same wavelength meant she didn't need to say a word. They could understand each other's thoughts. She nodded to Qi Mingyu. Brother you, I help you. Grandma Peng was surprised. Wan, you already finished cleaning up. Zhou Shuan shook her head. No, I only cleaned up the most essential things. Qi Mingyu had already said to Grandma Peng, Grandma, Wan and I will go upstairs and take a look. Okay. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu went upstairs. Without needing to say anything, they simply touched the rooftop and stored all the supplies, including several large freezers filled with frozen food stockpiled by the Qi family, into their spatial storage. The supplies for the underground safe house had already been stored in Zhou Shuan's spatial storage. So, what needed to be collected now was simple: the supplies, furniture, and appliances from the two houses. Qi Mingyu was about to go upstairs to disassemble the air conditioner when Zhou Shuan, already on a stool, touched it, and with a soft snap, the entire air conditioner, along with its wiring, disappeared into her spatial storage. Zhou Shuan then stored the outdoor unit next to it into her spatial storage. Brother you, take Grandma and Mumu downstairs. I finished collecting the supplies downstairs, and then bring Mom and Dad down to find you. Knowing the urgency, Qi Mingyu didn't stand on ceremony with Zhou Shuan, simply nodding before heading downstairs with Grandma Peng and Mumu, each carrying a pile of supplies. Some residents in their building were also tidying up, while others remained leisurely and unconcerned. Chapter 261. Seeing the three of them come down carrying large and small bags, still mocking them, Qi Mingyu ignored them, carefully escorting his grandmother and Mumu down the stairs. Finding an open space downstairs, he put the luggage there, and then prepared to go back upstairs. Grandma, Mumu, you stay here and watch the luggage. I go upstairs and carry Dad down. Okay. Go quickly, Wan and Tiyun can't carry to high, Grandma Peng said hastily. Mumu also said anxiously, Brother-in-law, I'm strong. I go upstairs with you, and carry more supplies down. Qi Mingyu shook his head. Mumu, Grandma is old and can't protect our things. You have to stay here and guard them. The task I assigned you is very important. You must take good care of the luggage and Grandma, understand? At this time, the neighborhood was already in chaos, with many survivors running around. Leaving Grandma Peng and a pile of luggage here was indeed worrying. Mumu immediately nodded. Okay, brother-in-law, don't worry. I have a bow and arrows. He had a small bow and arrows slung over his shoulder. Qi Mingyu went upstairs again, first carrying Zhou Jianhai down and placing him next to the luggage. Then, together with Zhong Tiyun, They went up and down several times, carrying down some of the larger pieces of luggage. One by one, the others also came down with their luggage, accompanied by the women's cries of despair. What are we going to do? Oh my God, the house is burned down. Where are we going to live? Zhou Shuan was still upstairs storing things into her spatial storage. Especially the tempered glass on the top floor, and the electric heating equipment on the Qi family's floor. The tempered glass was installed very sturdily, but with the spatial storage, Zhou Shuan could simply place her hand on it, and the entire pane of glass would disappear inside. Quick and efficient. The glass was surrounded by curtains, so no one would notice if it wasn't visible for a moment. After Zhou Shuan finally finished packing, she heard someone outside shouting, "The fire's coming! The fire's coming!" She looked out the window, and, sure enough, the entire 7-story building across the street was engulfed in flames, the flames spreading further in her direction due to the wind. She could already feel the intense heat of the flames. Wan, come down quickly. She heard her father calling her hoarsely from below. Zhong Tiyun and Qi Mingyu had also come downstairs by then, so she didn't hesitate. She grabbed a pot and ran down, not forgetting to store the 2 iron doors at the 6th floor entrance into her spatial storage. The neighbors downstairs also sensed the danger, and were frantically carrying their luggage down, but it was too late. Smelling the approaching fire, some dropped their luggage and ran down, while others dragged it down with all their might. The narrow stairwell on the 4th floor was completely blocked. People were screaming, crying, and cursing in the cramped space. Zhou Shuan looked around, and saw that the luggage in front was blocking the way. She grabbed the handrail and leaped down, landing right on the 3rd floor stairwell. Just then, Qi Mingyu arrived and exclaimed with delight. Wan! Zhou Shuan didn't have time to say more. Quick, it's blocked here. Before she could finish, Qi Mingyu rushed forward and helped her pull the luggage down. The luggage consisted of pots, pans, blankets, clothes, and food all bundled together, wrapped in 2 sewn-together sheets into a huge package. It was too heavy to carry or pull, which was why it had blocked the way. With a sudden burst of strength from Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan, the stitching on the bag tore open, and countless items tumbled down, scattering across the ground. The family, who were struggling to push it down from above, were furious upon seeing this and shouted, "What are you doing? Pick it up right now, or I make you pay." Before they could finish, someone kicked them in the backside, sending them hurtling towards them with a scream. Behind them stood Shui Wuan, petite yet surprisingly strong. She coldly carried her son down the stairs. The others hurriedly followed. The passageway was still crowded, but thankfully, there was finally enough space for one person to pass. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu had already run out. Once outside in the open space, Zhong Tiyun grabbed her hand, still shaken. "I was so scared." Just a few minutes later, the fire was upon us. She had just carried some luggage downstairs when she looked up and saw the entire top floor engulfed in flames. She was terrified. Zhou Jianhai and Mu Mu hurriedly called Zhou Shuan's name upstairs. Qi Mingyu, who had just returned from outside, had already run into the stairwell. "Let's go, don't stop." Fortunately, Qi Mingyu had just brought his own tricycle from the bike shed, carried all the luggage upstairs, and made room for Zhou Jianhai to sit down. The tricycle was rather small, and couldn't hold too much, so the rest of the luggage was divided among the group. They also had an SUV parked in the back parking lot, but after each use, Qi Mingyu would remove the wheels and take the generator off the vehicle, just in case someone took it. Even if the empty vehicle burned down, he wouldn't feel bad. "Let's get out of here quickly. We can't stay here any longer." In the blink of an eye, the buildings in front of them were already ablaze from top to bottom. The other adjacent buildings were in the same state. Zhong Tiyun looked towards Building 3, where chaos reigned. "I wonder how your second uncle and third aunt's families are doing. They move so much stuff." But the fire was spreading too fast, they couldn't even check on each other. They could only flee as quickly as possible. "Let's go, Mom. Let's get out of here first," Zhou Shuan said, pushing the cart while Qi Mingyu held the handles. Zhong Tiyun nodded, and together with Mu Mu and Grandma Pang, they carried their belongings and headed out. The property management was already using loudspeakers to urge people to evacuate immediately, and not to take too many supplies. Zhou Shuan and the others followed the flow of people out of the complex. Even the security guards at the gate were nowhere to be seen. They must have gone back to move their belongings. There were many people in the residential area. They followed the flow of people outwards, walking until they were about 2 miles away from the complex before stopping and turning back to look. At this moment, the entire complex was engulfed in flames, its light reflecting off the distant clouds in a crimson glow. Zhong Tiyun, Grandma Pang, and Moo all had tears in their eyes. We have to keep going out. This fire won't stop anytime soon, Chi Mingyu analyzed rationally. Dongyuan residential area wasn't an isolated complex. It was surrounded by commercial shops. Once the shops caught fire, the other adjacent complexes would also catch fire. Zhong Tiyun, unwilling to give up, glanced back into the crowd, but still couldn't see her second uncle or third aunt. Mom, since the heat wave, our complex has opened several more exits, specifically to prevent fires. Second uncle and third aunt must have left through one of the exits. Chapter 262. Zhou Shuan comforted her. Yes, Tiyun, their side is closer to the west gate. Maybe they went there with a flow of people, Zhou Jianhai added. Zhong Tiyun gave a bitter smile. I know, it's alright. In a natural disaster, it's all about fate. Jiping, Xuedong, and Xuedao are all men. They should be able to protect their families. She was too preoccupied with her own survival. Therefore, she hadn't even considered having her daughter and son-in-law look for relatives or help them. Life or death, it's up to fate. They continued walking without stopping. Those who had initially fled the neighborhood gradually dispersed in different directions, and the crowd thinned out. By this time, they had been walking for over an hour. Everyone was exhausted. I think we should rest for a while, Zhou Shuan suggested. Okay. Zhou Jianhai looked at Grandma Pang sitting on the rock beside him, feeling apologetic. Grandma Pang, you've gone to so much trouble. Grandma Pang waved her hand. It's nothing. I did so much work when I was young. Walking this little bit is nothing. Zhou Shuan gave everyone a thermos and offered them water. Grandma Pang took a sip and exclaimed in surprise, Wan, did you put sugar in this water? It's sweet. Zhou Shuan smiled and said, I just made brown sugar water for everyone today. I didn't expect it to come in so handy. Brown sugar can quickly replenish a person's energy. She had specially taken it out of her spatial storage and put it in everyone's thermos. Come on, since we're resting, let's all put our backpacks back on. There's some food and drink in them, as well as acid raincoats and first aid supplies. Zhou Shuan handed out backpacks to everyone, even Zhou Jianhai, who was unable to move while sitting in the car. Everyone must keep their backpacks safe. If they get lost, this is our last resort to save our lives. Everyone present nodded seriously. By this time, they had been walking for over an hour, but looking up, they could still see the distant horizon stained red by the fire, and the billowing smoke. We only saw the fire at Jian Mountain was terrifying before, but we never imagined it would actually be like this, Zhou Jianhai exclaimed. Wan, where are we going next? Zhong Tiyun asked. Zhou Shuan looked at Chi Mingyu. Brother Yu, what do you think? Originally, we were reluctant to leave home because we could survive the extreme cold there. But now the house is burned down, and we're homeless. I think we should go and seek refuge with Xiao Xiao and the others. Zhou Shuan smiled. I think the same way. Finding a new place to settle down is too troublesome. We're unfamiliar with the area, and nothing is convenient. In that case, let's go to the new base together. The two of them were the backbone of the family. Today, their decision to go to the new base under construction put everyone's minds at ease. Wherever they went, as long as the family was together and they had a goal, that was enough. Zhou Shuan then gave everyone a few small steamed buns, a few eggs, and a pot of warm treasure porridge. After a warm meal, they set off again. Chi Mingyu still didn't know where the new base was located. Neither Xiao Xiao nor Ming Mingwei had mentioned it. But Zhou Shuan knew. She led the way, and they headed northwest together. Because they were so close to the fire, and the surrounding survivors were all residents of the neighborhood, they weren't strangers to each other. Therefore, Zhou Shuan couldn't easily take out a new vehicle from her spatial storage. They had no choice but to walk. By evening, the family was too exhausted to walk any further. Chi Mingyu looked around and pointed to a building that looked like a commercial building ahead. Let's go, we spend the night there. We can rest properly. Zhou Shuan nodded. Okay. She winked at Chi Mingyu. Chi Mingyu nodded slightly. Since half an hour ago, their group had been followed. He observed closely. It was a small team of about 10 people, who must have seen the tricycle they were pulling was full of supplies. Now that they were out in the wild, with their elderly parents and children with them, they couldn't be soft-hearted anymore. If they acted, they had to kill. He was also now very focused on training Mumu's wilderness survival skills, so he turned and called Mumu over. The two whispered for a while, then Mumu returned to her original position, silently tightening her grip on the bow and arrow. Zhong Tiyun and Grandma Pang were completely unaware. Along the way, they encountered survivors dragging their luggage, either from their own neighborhood or neighboring neighborhoods. People kept leaving this direction, and others joined them. Therefore, they had no idea that their home was being watched. Upon reaching the next alleyway, Chi Mingyu pushed the tricycle behind a nearby building, with Zhou Shuan bringing up the rear. A few minutes later, someone stealthily followed. Just as he was about to peek ahead to see what was happening, a pair of large hands reached out from the alley, grabbed his neck, dragged him over, and with a quick and brutal twist, the man collapsed to the ground, lifeless. "What's going on?" The stalkers panicked and immediately grabbed their weapons and started firing. They also had bows and arrows, and their accuracy was quite high. One arrow, if Chi Mingyu hadn't dodged in time, would have hit him squarely. A little further into the alley was a shop. Grandma Peng and Zhou Jianhai were currently stationed there. Their tricycle couldn't fit in, so they were left outside. Both of them held their breath. Zhou Shuan, however, led Mumu and her mother back through another route. This small team of about a dozen people split into two groups. The first group kept watch in front, and the second group waited for an opportunity to strike. Suddenly, Zhou Shuan fired several arrows in quick succession, startling the group behind. "Over there! It's that woman! Brothers, grab your weapons." Having been hit by 2 arrows, the leader couldn't hold back any longer and immediately jumped out and shouted. The 7 or 8 men around him quickly grabbed their weapons. There were long knives, there were bows and arrows. Zhou Shuan calmly directed Mom, 7 o'clock. Mumu, 3 o'clock. She herself took charge of the opponents in the middle. The enemy outnumbered them, and were quite experienced. 2 of them even rushed towards them under the cover of their companions. Zhou Shuan could no longer shoot arrows, so she threw away her bow and arrows and began fighting. "Sister!" Mumu shouted. These 2 were surprisingly skilled, attacking Zhou Shuan together without revealing a single weakness. "Mumu, watch out for your side," Zhong Tian yelled. Although she was extremely worried about her daughter, the more tense the situation, the calmer she became. Zhou Shuan couldn't worry about that. She temporarily took charge. Mumu forced herself to calm down and quickly eliminated her 2 enemies, then turned her attention to the 2 fighting Zhou Shuan. Chapter 263. Caught between 2 attackers, Zhou Shuan staggered and fell to her knees. Since her rebirth, this was the first time she had encountered an evenly matched enemy. But as she knelt, Mumu, who had been afraid of accidentally injuring her, quickly seized the opportunity and shot an arrow into the arm of the man standing in front of Zhou Shuan. The man behind her immediately crouched down, grabbing Zhou Shuan's shoulder and neck with one hand and her neck with the other, trying to subdue her. But suddenly he screamed, his whole body trembling as he looked down. He hadn't noticed that the other man had produced a long knife, the sharp blade piercing his chest just as he approached. When did she get a knife? How come he hadn't seen such a long knife before? But he had no answer. He fell to the ground, closing his eyes in utter despair. Having dealt with one, the wounded man was no match for him. As he tried to escape, Zhong Tian shot him to the ground with an arrow, rendering him motionless. Wan! Chi Mingyu had already dealt with the others and rushed over. "It's nothing. Just a few scrapes on my face." Of the whole family, only Zhou Shuan was injured. Under the concerned gazes of her family, she quickly smiled and said, "I just put some medicine on it later." Her left cheek had been slapped, and it was now completely bruised and swollen. Even her left eye was bloodshot, showing how strong the opponent was. "Pa, this group must be no ordinary people. 2 against 1, how despicable." Zhou Jianhai angrily punched the wall. "We didn't expect them to have someone so skilled among their men, otherwise, Brother Yu and I would have switched places." Zhou Shuan gave a bitter smile. Chi Mingyu looked at her wound, his face full of self-reproach. The fight had frightened everyone around them away. Now, the alley was quiet, deserted. Let's go check out that building up ahead. We rest there tonight," Zhou Shuan said. "Okay. You need to ice your wound right away, otherwise it'd be even more swollen tomorrow." Chi Mingyu took Zhou Shuan's hand, leading her ahead. He had deliberately given her his space, so she could secretly take out ice to apply first. Although Zhou Shuan wasn't particularly concerned, her cheek was burning, and the ice made it less painful. She quietly took out a small ice pack, concealing it with her sleeve, and pressed it against her cheek. When they arrived at the building, they discovered that refugees had already moved in. This was a commercial building, all large single-level apartments. People who had escaped the fire sat in small groups, travel-worn, with bags salvaged from the blaze piled around them. Upon seeing Zhou Shuan and her family enter, they all cast wary glances their way. Zhong Tian cautiously said, "Should we go somewhere else? There are too many people here, it's not safe." Zhou Shuan and Chi Mingyu exchanged a look, the latter shaking his head, It's already dark. It's not suitable to travel any further. Besides, this is the only habitable building in this area. That alleyway we just passed was even less safe. Zhou Shuan nodded. I think so too. We're all exhausted. Let's just rest here for the night. Alright then. Zhong Tian helped Zhou Jianhai out of the tricycle. Xiaoyu, Wan, help carry your dad out. He's been sitting here all afternoon. He must be feeling terrible. Zhou Jianhai remained silent, afraid of causing trouble. Looking at her father's kind smile, Zhou Shuan made a decision. They took a tent from the vehicle, set it up, and tied the tricycle to it. Then the family crawled into the tent. Zhou Shuan had already taken out a basin and filled it with water from a thermos. The family took turns washing their hands and faces, feeling as if they had come back to life. Zhou Shuan then gave everyone a bowl of beef noodles. Grandma Pang's bowl was brought to her by Qi Mingyu. Grandma Pang was somewhat surprised and asked in a low voice, Xiaoyu, where did this noodle come from? It couldn't possibly be freshly made. Qi Mingyu lowered his voice. Grandma, I explain later. Don't let anyone overhear. Grandma Pang nodded quickly. Okay, Grandma won't say a word. She carefully ate her bowl of beef noodles, finishing it completely. Moo, having already been warned by her sister and brother-in-law, quietly finished her bowl of noodles. Beef is a quick way to replenish energy, so Zhou Shuan specially brought out a plate of beef slices and shared some with everyone. Each person also received a box of hot milk. After eating and drinking their fill, the group discussed their plans. Tomorrow, Wan and I will find a car and drive to the new base, Qi Mingyu said. My mom and I will go. Brother you stay here and watch over everyone. We have a whole tricycle full of supplies. If someone gets greedy, the rest of us will be in danger. Okay, let's use the distress signal flare as our means of communication. If there's any emergency, we use that. Alright. Once we find a car, we go straight to the new base. The fire in the old city is still spreading, and we don't know when it will stop, so we shouldn't turn back. As Zhou Shuan spoke, she glanced at Zhong Tian. The fire was still burning, spreading from one neighborhood to another, from the center of the old city outwards. They had already walked for most of the day, yet the smell of burning was still lingering in the air. Therefore, they absolutely could not go back. They could only head towards the new district or the suburbs. Zhong Tian understood Zhou Shuan's meaning and gave a bitter smile. Wan, don't worry, Mom knows what's important. Although I'm worried about your second uncle and third aunt, I'm content that we've been able to spend a few years together since the apocalypse. Everyone has their own large family to take care of. No one can look after others. We're not going back. Even if you wanted to go back to see them, Mom wouldn't allow it. Grandma Pang knew she was upset and gently patted her hand. Tiyun, everyone has their own destiny and fate. You can't force it. Let it be. Zhong Tiyun nodded emphatically. Zhou Jianhai added, Jiping and the others have all grown up and gained a lot of experience these past few years. They must have escaped with their families long ago, though they probably didn't bring much in terms of supplies, and will have suffered. But in the apocalypse, who doesn't suffer? Compared to others, the hardships they endured weren't so bad. Zhou Shuan also said, both families have some supplies stored with me. If we meet again, they have a chance to make a comeback. That's right, Zhou Jianhai nodded. With the whole family comforting her, Zhong Tian felt much better. That night, they still worked shifts. Considering the dangers of traveling during the day, Zhou Shuan, Qi Mingyu, and Zhong Tian didn't work the night shift, only Zhou Jianhai, Grandma Pang, and Mumu did. They changed shifts every 3 hours. Chapter 264. To make her family more comfortable, Zhou Shuan pretended to take sleeping bags from the tricycle and gave one to everyone. Grandma Pang was preoccupied and didn't pay much attention. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, the whole family got up at dawn. After breakfast, Zhou Shuan and Zhong Tian went out to look for a car. Grandma Pang, unaware of the situation, was worried. The cars parked on the road these days are all unusable. The wheels have been exposed to the wind and sun for a long time and are no longer usable. Where are you going to find a car? Let's try our luck, Zhou Shuan said with a smile. When she and Zhong Tian came out of the commercial building, they saw the thick black smoke in the distance and whispered, has the fire not stopped yet? It had been burning for a day and a night. Zhong Tian said, our neighborhood has a special location, right in the city center of the old town. There are too many commercial buildings and densely populated areas, so a fire would be extremely dangerous. But given the current conditions, the government simply doesn't have the capacity to handle such a large fire. Wan, in your dream, did our neighborhood catch fire too? Zhou Shuan shook her head. In her previous life, the heatwave only lasted a year. She arrived at the survivor base in the 3rd year after the apocalypse, which was last year, and had no idea what happened to the neighborhood afterward. But in this life, the heatwave was delayed by a year, and the base's establishment was also delayed by a year. The timeline was messed up. Other events must also be completely different from before. How exactly did the fire start? Zhou Shuan murmured. The heatwave had ended, and the last thing that should have happened was a fire, yet it happened right in our neighborhood. And it caused such enormous losses and panic. What she thought was also what Aunt Zhong, sitting there dumbfounded, was thinking. They were disheveled and filthy, fleeing in panic with a large group of people from the neighborhood, disoriented, just running wildly. The daughter-in-law carried her grandson, while her 2 sons and she each carried a meager amount of supplies they had managed to salvage. They hadn't dared to sit down and rest for a single moment all day. Just as Qi Mingyu had guessed, they escaped from the west gate, heading directly northwest. After traveling in this direction for half a day, they would reach the highway. The Xue family was completely panicked and followed the crowd directly onto the highway. The highway was far from the city and buildings, making it safer as the fire spread. But they never imagined that this trip would bring their family almost annihilation. They ran on the highway for most of the night, and when they finally stopped to rest, several men ahead of them, also fleeing in panic, picked up their weapons and began scavenging the meager supplies carried by the refugees. The moment someone resisted, they were stabbed. The person who resisted collapsed to the ground, covered in blood. The Xue family fled in such a hurry that they hadn't bothered to take any weapons. Even Xue Tao, who always carried a bow and arrow, only managed to carry half a bag of compressed biscuits before hurriedly pulling his wife and son downstairs. But thankfully, they were treated like unarmed ordinary people. The attackers knocked down the 2 men with a single punch, stole the half bag of compressed biscuits, the bag of canned meat carried by Xue Dong, and the biscuits, milk powder, sausages, and other snacks held by Aunt Zhong. These were the family's last supplies. When they were ruthlessly taken from them, Aunt Zhong couldn't bear it and cried, trying to grab them back. The other party brandished a sharp sword. Mom! Aunt Zhong was so frightened she dared not utter another sound, wiping away her tears and sitting there dumbfounded, wondering how the neighborhood could have suddenly caught fire. Zhou Shuan and Zhong Tiyun returned in a black pickup truck. The whole family was overjoyed. After tidying up, they pushed their tricycle to where the pickup truck was parked, loaded the supplies onto it, and Qi Mingyu secured the tricycle to the truck bed with sturdy ropes. The others squeezed into the front. The pickup truck normally had 5 seats in the front, but 6 could squeeze in. Qi Mingyu drove, while the others, as usual, kept watch on their surroundings. They glanced once more at the source of the fire in the distance, started the truck, and headed towards the new base. On the way, Qi Mingyu recounted the strange things he had discovered the day before. That Xue woman, Wan, didn't you say you knew her before and felt her personality shouldn't be like this now? Zhou Shuan nodded. In her memory, Xue Wuwen was the captain of a supply team, alluring and cunning. Although she wasn't particularly skilled in martial arts, she was adept at managing people, and especially skilled at using her feminine charm to win over men, making capable men willingly join her team. As a result, her unassuming supply team became famous throughout the base. Of course, rumors circulated that Xue Wuwen, who became the team captain through her body and feminine charm, had a bad reputation. At first, Zhou Shuan didn't care when she heard this. Until one time, when she was searching for supplies, she was targeted by several men who set a trap to capture her, and it was Xue Wuwen who happened to be there and rescued her with her men. Her reputation was bad. Zhou Shuan assumed the other woman was going to demand a high reward or force her to join her team. After all, regardless of her looks, she was still a very young woman. And young women were, in themselves, a resource. But Xue Wuwen only stared at her for a long time before saying, "How pitiful. If you have any difficulties, you can come to me." She then ordered someone to send her back. At the time, Zhou Shuan was very surprised, not understanding what she meant by "if you have any difficulties, you can come to me." She was terrified of being associated with the other woman, and even in later times, she never sought her help. When she met the other woman again in this life, she suddenly understood why the other woman had saved her and told her to come to her for help. It turned out that Xue Wuwen had recognized her as her old neighbor back then. Actually, when I went to pick you up yesterday, I found that only she and her child had escaped from their house. I didn't see Aunt Zhong anywhere, Qi Mingyu said. Zhou Shuan was taken aback. She thought about it carefully. Yesterday, she had only been focused on escaping downstairs, and hadn't paid attention to anything else. But thinking about it carefully, it was true. Shui Wuan had escaped alone yesterday, carrying her son on her back. Later, her family was busy loading supplies onto the tricycle, and hadn't seen her again. You mean, you suspect she set the fire? Is she trying to get back at Aunt Zhang? No, I just felt she was acting strangely yesterday. Her eyes and expression were. It was like she was a completely different person, Qi Mingyu said. It was chilling to look at. Zhong Tiyun couldn't help but touch her arm. Xiaoyu, what you're saying is giving me goosebumps. Zhou Shuan knew Qi Mingyu wouldn't bring this up without reason, so she looked at him seriously. Chapter 265. Qi Mingyu said, Wan, it's just a gut feeling. You have feelings for her, but if you see her again, be careful and on your guard. She's not simple. Zhou Shuan thought about it, and also felt that Shui Wuan, whom she met in this life, seemed vastly different from the one in her previous life. They were completely different people. She had always thought that Shui Wuan's personality in her previous life was because her mother-in-law had given her to men to earn money, causing a sudden change in her personality. But thinking about it carefully, what if that wasn't the reason? Then, what caused a person's personality to be completely different? Not only Zhong Tiyun, but the hairs on the back of Zhou Shuan's back also stood on end. Driving northeast, a few hours later, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu switched places. The family also had lunch together. Zhou Shuan took out several bowls of wontons, several meat buns, a plate of beef, a plate of boiled eggs, and a few pieces of chocolate, and several bottles of Red Bull from her suitcase. After a satisfying meal, everyone felt refreshed and quickly set off again. They were moving further and further away from the city, and no longer heading towards Jiyun Mountain. Having left the area inhabited by the survivors, they traveled through remote areas, seeing sights they wouldn't normally see in the city. For example, because the main roads were difficult to navigate, Zhou Shuan turned onto a side road, winding her way through unfamiliar terrain. In a shantytown near the roadside, she saw men and women being forced to haul goods like slaves, overseen by men who viciously cracked whips. The enslaved people were numb, not even looking up at the sound of the vehicle starting, just mindlessly going about their work. The overseers and the people from the shantytowns, however, gathered around to watch the commotion. Qi Mingyu gave Zhou Jianhai, Zhong Tiyun, and Mu Mu each a gun, and the four of them fired simultaneously in 4 different directions. The deafening gunshots startled them, and by the time they recovered, Zhou Shuan had already sped away. After the car had driven quite a distance, Zhong Tiyun said with lingering fear, "What's going on? This shantytown is like the old society. Outside of areas under government control, the restoration of the old social hierarchy and the enslavement of people is quite common. Otherwise, how could it be called the apocalypse?" Wan, drive west, Qi Mingyu said to Zhou Shuan, taking out a compass and checking the direction. Zhou Shuan nodded and drove in the correct direction. Having made a mistake once, Qi Mingyu carefully used a map and compass to guide Zhou Shuan from then on. It wasn't until dusk, almost dark, that they finally arrived at a village. This was the site of the new base under construction. This village was the residence of the original villagers, and the first group of builders brought by Xiao Xiao. Upon getting out of the car, they looked out over endless fields, but because acid rain had destroyed them, it appeared as a desolate wasteland. Zhou Jianhai was very familiar with the area and pointed to a spot not far away. There's a river flowing through there. This used to be a very fertile place. The new base was chosen here because of these superior geographical conditions. Expanding the flat fields outwards would be very convenient, whether for building foundations or constructing roads. Setting aside some land for greenhouse cultivation would be far more convenient than in the city. Moreover, there's a river here, making it easier to build factories around it to produce food and daily necessities. Perhaps due to the fire at Jiyun Mountain, the location of the government office was chosen to be as far away from mountains as possible. Therefore, within a radius of several hundred miles, there's no trace of mountains. This is quite remarkable. Jay's city borders a neighboring province with many mountainous areas. Finding such fertile, flat land without mountains was a considerable effort. Driving there seems a bit too conspicuous, Zhou Jianhai said cautiously. Qi Mingyu shook his head. It's all right, we need this vehicle to provide cover. Zhou Jianhai immediately understood his meaning. They were in a new place, and everything had to start from scratch. Therefore, supplies were crucial. Having a pickup truck capable of carrying goods would prevent others from noticing what supplies they were carrying, ensuring that whatever they produced wouldn't arouse suspicion. All right, let's keep going. Zhou Shuan looked into the distance and said to Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun, "Dad, Mom, you stay here and keep watch. Remember to keep your weapons handy. Xiao Yu, let's go ask ahead. Actually, they didn't need to ask. Someone had already reported it when a car entered the village. Soon, men in military uniforms approached, scrutinizing them with a look of disapproval. Halt! Who are you? This is restricted area. Outsiders can't just enter. All around, the new base was under construction. Qi Mingyu returned the salute, stated his and Zhou Shuan's names, and said, "We're here under the command of Captain Xiao Xiao." The soldier frowned slightly, but seeing Qi Mingyu's precise salute, he was clearly a soldier himself. He said, "Stand over there for now. You guys keep watch. Don't let your guard down." He then turned and walked back, obviously to inquire about the situation. In less than 10 minutes, two familiar figures approached, surrounded by several people. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Xiao Xiao and Meng Mingwei. Xiao Xiao looked at the two from afar, a smile blooming on her delicate, youthful face. Wan, Xiao Yu, you two are really something. I was just talking about you with Mingwei today, and I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Qi Mingyu greeted him with a smile, then looked him up and down, nodding. Captain Xiao, you become even more authoritative these days. Indeed, Xiao Xiao had been training at the new base for over half a year, and she had become increasingly composed and capable. Her calm eyes and composed demeanor were completely different from before. But with a smile, she returned to the kind and approachable Xiao Xiao. He patted Qi Mingyu on the shoulder, then turned to Zhou Shuan. She stood there smiling, dressed in a black tracksuit, her hair in a ponytail, her face fair and seemingly unchanged from when they first met. Wan, how have you been? Zhou Shuan nodded and smiled. When Mingwei came to see me last time, she said you've been promoted to captain. I even said I have to treat you to a drink when we met. And here it is. We brought some good wine today. Let's see if Captain Xiao will do us the honor. Since Wan has asked, how could I not be clever? Come to my place tonight and drink to my heart's content. Xiao Xiao grinned, then asked, I heard Uncle, Aunt, and Grandma Pang are all here? Chapter 266. Qi Mingyu nodded, quietly explaining the situation, and then smiled wryly. Our family didn't know where to go, so after thinking it over, we came to seek refuge with you and Mingwei. Meng Mingwei, who had been standing silently to the side, smiled and said, You come to the right place. We're short-handed, so we welcome anyone. Perhaps because she had left those awful relatives, Meng Mingwei looked much more energetic than the last time they met, her eyes bright and piercing. Zhou Shuan smiled and opened her arms to hug her. Mingwei, long time no see. Meng Mingwei warmly returned the hug. You silly girl, you wouldn't come when we asked you to. But we came to seek refuge with you right away. The two smiled at each other. Xiao Xiao said, Let's go, I go see the elders, and then arrange accommodations for you. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu exchanged glances and laughed. We really hitched a ride. We were worried we wouldn't have anywhere to stay, and would have to sleep in tents. If we had come earlier, we definitely would have slept in tents, Meng Mingwei sighed. When Zhang Jia and I came, we slept in tents for a few days. Xiao Xiao was worried about the safety of girls sleeping in tents, so she got a family in the village to give us a room. Zhang Jia and I slept there. But now the factory workshops have been repaired, so we sleep in the workshops with the other girls. It's warm at night. Zhou Shuan was taken aback. She looked at the large cluster of houses in the distance. Xiao Xiao and Meng Mingwei visited Grandma Pang, Zhou Jianhai, and Zhong Tian. Xiao Xiao even pinched Mumu's cheek, surprised. This child has grown so tall. I remember she only reached my waist before. A child in their early teens is at the age where they're growing taller, Zhou Jianhai said. Xiao Xiao had already heard about Zhou Jianhai's broken leg, so she asked about the injury with concern. When she learned he needed several months of rest, she nodded. You really need to take good care of your leg. Don't let it become a chronic condition. Yes, I'm the most useless person in the family right now. Even Mumu has a lot of responsibilities. I'm the only one with free time, Zhou Jianhai said, sounding somewhat forlorn. How can you say you're useless? Xiao Xiao said seriously, Uncle, you're the backbone of the family. The whole family depends on you. That's right. Dad, you're talking nonsense again, Zhou Shuan said. Xiao Zhao's father was also a soldier who died in the line of duty years ago. He now has a widowed mother and a younger sister. His words weren't entirely comforting. He genuinely envied that Zhou Shuan's father was still alive. All right, I take good care of her, so my daughter will always have someone to rely on. Zhou Jianhai patted Zhou Shuan's hand and laughed happily. Xiao Xiao had already made arrangements on the way here. Now she said, everything else is under construction, only the factory over there is ready. We partitioned off 2 small rooms with corrugated iron sheets. That'd be enough for your family. We talk about other things after the houses are built, Xiao Xiao said vaguely at the end. Okay, as long as we have a place to live, that's fine. Captain Xiao, just assign us tasks. Me, Wan, and Xiaoyu, the 3 of us can all do it. Mumu is young, but she can lend a hand too, Zhong Tian quickly said. Auntie, you're being too polite again. Just call me Xiao Xiao like before. Xiao Xiao's attitude was very warm and genuine. Zhong Tian became less reserved. On the way to the factory, Meng Mingwei quietly told Zhou Shuwan, Xiao Xiao couldn't explain it clearly earlier because after the base is built, not everyone can get a house. Besides the original residents, military and government staff will definitely be allocated houses. Everyone else will have to wait their turn. She looked around, lowering her voice even further. We remember what you entrusted to Xiao Xiao and me, and we're trying to find a way for you. The villas we liked are under construction. But there's a new rule. Besides the original residents, military personnel, and government staff, everyone else needs several layers of procedures and approvals to buy a house. It's incredibly troublesome. Originally, Xiao Xiao said that since your family has a lot of supplies, you could use several times more than others to secure a house. But now that you're here, it's even easier. Zhou Shuwan raised an eyebrow. In her previous life, the new base was bought by ordinary people with their supplies. She thought it would be the same this time, but she hadn't expected the rules to have changed. It seems that because of the prophetic warning in this lifetime, there were almost no casualties among the upper class, which is why housing at the base is in high demand, and new regulations have been introduced. Fortunately, they arrived early. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Mingwei, she said sincerely. Given our relationship, it's only right, Meng Mingwei replied cheerfully. The closer Zhou Shuwan got to the factory, the clearer its appearance became. Sure enough, it was the factory where she had spent 2 years during the extreme cold, later converted into a heated facility. Unexpectedly, this was her first stop at the new base. Because it had been flooded, the factory initially smelled musty, but after the recent treatment, it had improved considerably. The small cubicles they seen in their previous life hadn't been installed yet. Only simple little rooms had been partitioned off with sheet metal, presumably temporary living quarters for staff like Meng Mingwei. On the other side of the factory building were the washrooms. Zhou Shuwan strolled around the factory building as if revisiting an old haunt. Xiao Xiao personally led them to 2 smaller rooms further inside. Xiao Yu, Wan, here are your rooms for now. Mingwei, help them move in first. I come see you tonight after I'm done with my work. He was currently in charge of a huge undertaking, the construction of the new base, and was very busy. It was already quite kind of him to find time to visit Zhou Shuwan's family. Everyone urged him to go ahead with his work, promising to remember to come for drinks that evening. Xiao Xiao smiled and left. Meng Mingwei led her people to inspect the place, saying, the accommodations are simple, but they've been reinforced to protect against acid rain. There's running water and a toilet, so life is quite convenient. You can stay here for now. Also, there's a shortage of beds right now. I see if I can coordinate 2 bunk beds for you. Great. Thank you so much. Zhong Tian felt that all she could say today was thank you. After Meng Mingwei helped move a few pieces of luggage and was called away, she sighed, I was reluctant to let you join the water protection team back then, always thinking it was dangerous. But I never expected that the people we met were such benefactors. Otherwise, we would have been in real trouble here. The factory buildings could only accommodate staff. This family was fortunate to have friends here. Soon, Meng Mingwei sent people to bring over 3 bunk beds, the kind used in the factory's original accommodations. They were simple, but better than sleeping directly on the floor. Currently, this was the base, under construction, and everything was lacking. Having 2 bunk beds is already quite good. Chapter 267. The 2 rooms were simply divided up. One room was filled with 2 bunk beds, while the other room had 1 bunk bed and other household items. After discussing it, Zhong Tian said to Zhou Shuwan, Wan, you and Xiaoyu will stay next door. Your dad, Grandma Pang, Mumu, and I will share a room. This was specifically to make room for the young couple. Okay, we just stay here temporarily. The houses will be finished in a few months, and then we move in. After settling in, the family went with the staff to get entry and exit permits, making them legal residents and free to go out. Since they came under the guise of helping out, they couldn't just sit around doing nothing. Except for Zhou Jianhai, who couldn't walk yet, and the elderly Grandma Peng, Zhou Shuwan, along with the rest of the family including Mumu, went to see Meng Mingwei to inquire about the current situation at the base. Meng Mingwei was extremely busy. A former soldier, she had only been responsible for maintaining order during the post-apocalyptic years and had never handled base management before. Now, with the base newly established, she had to make many decisions. She was quite unaccustomed to it. Seeing Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu arrive, she quickly grabbed Zhou Shuan's hand. Wan, you come at the right time. I'm almost dying of busyness. You come to help me out. I sent Zhang Jia out to manage the hauling of goods, and she's been away for the past few days. I'm even busier now. Zhou Shuan had already asked Zhang Jia when she arrived and knew that she had led a fleet of trucks to haul away the base's most needed building materials, such as red bricks and lime, and wouldn't be back for at least a week. Zhou Shuan was actually happy for her. Being in charge of building materials meant she was trusted at the new base, and could use her time away to gather supplies for herself. I volunteered to help. Look, I brought everyone with me. She smiled at Meng Mingwei and said, just tell me what you need. Meng Mingwei then looked at Zhong Tiyun and smiled, I'm short-handed. Auntie, please don't mind me assigning you this. No, I'm always busy. I often help out at the vegetable greenhouses in the community. But I can only offer physical strength. I can't really help with the more delicate work. How can you not be helpful? Auntie, I already thought it through. You can help me with the bookkeeping. I heard Wanlin say. Well, you and Uncle used to run a hardware store, 2 shops, and business was booming. Now I'm in charge of receiving and storing all kinds of building materials. There's so much to do, so many things to do, and so much stock. I really need someone like you to help me. She paused, then continued, I used to only handle training, not these things, so I don't know anything about building materials. Auntie, I need your help to figure things out. She actually also managed a small team, but it was a makeshift group, including people from various government departments. The team wasn't united, and she didn't trust anyone. While her parents were trustworthy, they were honest, straightforward people who knew even less about building materials and hardware, the kind of people who would be taken advantage of without even realizing it. So, since arriving at the base and taking on this huge workload, Meng Mingwei had been working day and night, practically without a moment's rest. Zhong Tian glanced at Zhou Shuan hesitantly. This responsibility sounded so heavy. Could she handle it? Auntie, if you're worried about not being able to do it well alone, have Wan help out too. Don't worry, I'd be the one to check everything at the end. We have a small team, and we do a final check to make sure there are no mistakes. Zhong Tian finally understood Meng Mingyue's meaning. She wanted to have another pair of eyes in the team. Checking the goods and assessing their condition was something she was used to doing in business. Frankly, this was her forte, something she was even more adept at than growing vegetables or raising chickens and geese. She didn't refuse, nodding, okay, I try it for a few days, and see if I can get the hang of it. Meng Mingyue laughed heartily, whatever you say, but I'm confident you can handle it. She then looked at Zhou Shuan, who smiled wryly and slowly said, Mingyue, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that Xiaoyu and I have some things to do. After we finish, we join your team unconditionally, how about that? Meng Mingyue looked at the two of them suspiciously. What are you two going to do? This time, Qi Mingyu spoke first. Did Zhang Jia take his team to plunder those factories and building material plants? Yes, we need to establish a base now, and we urgently need these resources. Qi Mingyu said, Wan and I stockpiled a batch before. If the base needs them, we can use them to exchange for supplies. Meng Mingyue's eyes lit up. These things were in short supply right now, and she wouldn't refuse anyone. Moreover, she knew the character of Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu. The supplies they could offer would definitely be of top quality. Since we're the sellers, it's naturally not appropriate for us to be the receivers, Zhou Shuan said. That's true. Meng Mingyue nodded. Alright, Xiaoyu, to be honest, Xiao has already arranged a position for you, just waiting for you to adapt before you take office. But since you want to provide a batch of building materials first, I discuss it with Xiao and try to get a better understanding of your situation and secure the best possible benefit for you. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu both smiled with satisfaction. They weren't lacking in food or drink. During the most difficult time at the new base, they had brought out building materials to exchange for what they needed most. Okay, Mingyue, then we wait for your good news. After it's done, come to my house for dinner. I have meat and wine, I guarantee you eat your fill. Meng Mingyue gave Zhou Shuan a high five. Okay, then it's a deal. Zhong Tiyun and Mumu stayed behind to help watch over the goods. Mumu was young, and Zhong Tiyun didn't feel comfortable letting him work elsewhere, so she simply took him with her, letting him observe and learn. Whether he was paid or not didn't matter, It was just for experience. Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu then walked around the outskirts of the village again, vaguely seeing shadows of their past lives. She pointed to the factory building and said, "Actually, after the base is completed, that factory building will be located at the rear of the base. Next to it, several small factories will be built to produce compressed biscuits, canned meat, clothing, etc., to meet people's daily needs. This factory building has always been used as a dormitory, playing a significant role during the extreme cold period." Qi Mingyu followed her gaze and asked softly, "When I first entered the factory building, I noticed that your expression was off, 1-1. You used to live in the factory building, right? During the extreme cold period?" Zhou Shuan nodded and gave a wry smile. "I lived in the factory building for 2 years during the extreme cold. It was similar to when people lived in the underground base during the high temperature period. Each person had a small space, which was their daily living quarters." Chapter 268. Why did I prefer taking my parents to a cave deep in the mountains rather than to an underground base when we were at home? It's because of the 2 years I spent trapped in the greenhouse. I just couldn't stand being confined in crowded places. The constant noise, the cramped space, it was suffocating, uncomfortable, yet unbearable. She then laughed. "So when the earthquake happened, I was outside and luckily escaped. After the extreme cold, I prefer being in open spaces outside to being in a warm, safe indoor environment." Qi Mingyu looked at her with heartache. Zhou Shuwan wasn't being sentimental, she continued, "but actually, it's precisely because of the existence of greenhouses and underground bases that we ordinary people have the opportunity to survive. So, I'm very grateful to the government for all the efforts they made to ensure the survival of more people." Qi Mingyu gently touched her hair, paused for a moment, and then said softly, "Actually, before Xiao Xiao left, he called me aside and said something. He said that after the new base is built, it will need a large number of security personnel. The current military forces are all controlled by the military, which is on opposing sides with Mayor Liu. I'm the only special forces soldier he knows, and he wants me to help him train a group of qualified soldiers." He looked at Zhou Shuwan. I agreed. Zhou Shuwan looked up at him. Qi Mingyu said softly, "Back then, for my grandmother's sake, when the country needed me most, I deserted. I should have received a more severe punishment, but some of my superiors protected me. After thinking it over, I decided I should pass on the skills I learned to protect the peace of this base, which would also make up for my regret of deserting." Their bedmate, sharing their pillow day and night, knew each other intimately. Zhou Shuwan was well aware of his inner turmoil. Before, he hadn't had the opportunity, and he didn't want to join any faction within the government. But now, with the new base nearing completion, helping to train the base's security team was a perfect opportunity. It avoided many complicated factors and kept him close to his family. Therefore, she fully supported him, nodding, "Okay, brother you, after we finish our own business, I agree to let you go." Her voice was soft yet firm. "I used to be just an ordinary college student. Before coming to the base, I wandered the streets and suffered a lot. Only after arriving at the base did I learn some skills, such as self-defense techniques, from the officially published manuals. Now, by helping train the security team, you're helping all the survivors at the base, helping countless ordinary people like me." "Okay." Qi Mingyu gently embraced her. Because the base was desperately short of building materials and metals, like iron and aluminum, news came from Xiao Xiao within 2 days. The authorities agreed to let them exchange 5 truckloads of building materials, 1 truckload of steel, 1 truckload of red bricks, and 1 truckload of aluminum ingots for a 3-story villa. This was in the central urban area currently under construction. The villa area was a wealthy neighborhood. Exchanging it for other materials would have required an astronomical sum. But now, with this energy, they could exchange it at a more favorable price. Zhou Shuwan discussed it with Zhong Tiyun, and then took out 2 more truckloads of steel, exchanging them for 2 apartments near the central urban area. These 2 apartments were adjacent, intended for Zhong's second uncle and third aunt's families to live in later, if they were lucky enough to survive and find their way here. Zhong Tiyun was worried that the 2 families wouldn't accept the accommodations, so Zhou Shuwan said, "We can't wait for them to come before looking for a place to stay. The prices will only be higher then. Besides, Mom, you forgot, they have supplies stored in my space. We can let them exchange them for the supplies at the price we offered. This way, it wouldn't hurt their relatives' pride." Zhong Tiyun was relieved, then looked at the dark horizon and whispered, "I wonder if the 2 families are together. Where are they now?" Uncle Zhong and Aunt Zhong's families didn't live in the same building. After the fire, everyone fled in panic, and it was very chaotic. Zhou Shuan felt it was unlikely they were together. Moreover, for a family to arrive here safely, they would need considerable strength and luck. She looked at the worried Zhong Tiyun and didn't voice her thoughts. Not only her, Zhou Jianhai was also worried about his relatives. They were already incredibly lucky that their family could be together intact. For everything else, they could only pray for divine intervention. After securing the most important item, the house, Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu spent several more days unloading the supplies they wanted to exchange from their spatial storage, then hauling them back in by truck, discreetly. Meng Mingwei was very satisfied with the quality of the supplies, repeatedly saying that her persistent persuasion had paid off, securing such a generous discount from the higher-ups. When Zhou Shuwan asked about her and her parents' future accommodations, Meng Mingwei whispered, "We're not as generous as you. We don't have that many supplies. We just contributed some manpower, so the higher-ups promised that once the base is completed, each family will be allocated a house in the heart of the city, not a villa, just a regular apartment building." "That's not bad either," Zhou Shuwan said. "As more and more people learn about the survivor base, they will flock there. The base has expanded several times since its initial construction, but the closer it gets to the city center, the more expensive it becomes, outrageously expensive. In her previous life, many people couldn't afford houses. During the extreme cold, like her, they used all their supplies to exchange for the qualification to live in factory buildings. After the extreme cold ended, they lived in makeshift tents on the outskirts of the base, with no security whatsoever. In the last few years of the apocalypse, she lived in a tent. Whether sleeping or searching for supplies, a chipped axe was always by her side. It was her most precious and only weapon. Xiao Xiao's status is different now. He'd probably get a better house, Meng Mingwei said, still a little envious. Zhou Shuwan knew about Xiao Xiao's future achievements and wasn't surprised. Back then, because he used harsh methods to suppress the survivors besieging the office, Xiao Xiao was suspended from his duties. Those in the know understood that Mayor Lu wanted to protect Xiao Xiao. Later, he even sent him to build the new base. This was a position many dreamed of, yet Xiao Xiao obtained it with ease. He was in charge of the new base's construction and resources, and once the administrative hall moved in, Xiao Xiao's position would be unshakable. Recently, he had been promoted from second lieutenant to captain, and there were still promotions to come. Unexpectedly, in this life, she had become friends with the future head of the base. Zhou Shuwan smiled slightly. She had also had quite a bit of luck in this life. Chapter 269. "It's alright, we don't live far apart. We can help each other out," Zhou Shuwan said with a smile. Meng Mingwei then took her hand. "Wanlan, your place is all booked. Will you come help me?" Currently, Zhong Tiyun is helping Meng Mingwei, and Qi Mingyu is training the security team with Xiao Xiao. Zhou Jianhai is immobile, Grandma Peng takes care of the family, and Mumu is constantly running between home and Zhong Tiyun, so she's in high demand. Only Zhou Shuwan is still unemployed. She smiled slightly. "Sure, if I don't go to work soon, people will say I'm just sponging off my parents." Meng Mingwei was overjoyed and squeezed her hand tightly. "Good sister, I won't say much else, just thank you." The two smiled at each other, everything understood without words. Zhou Shuwan took advantage of the move to find a car and brought back a wheelchair. With a wheelchair, Zhou Jianghai's daily life became much more convenient. Aside from difficulty climbing stairs, he could take care of himself without much trouble and didn't need much help. Otherwise, Zhong Tiyun definitely wouldn't have wanted to go out to work. When they escaped the fire, Zhou Shuwan stored half of their family's chickens in her spatial storage, and the rest in cages, carrying them down from the rooftop. She then piled them in a tricycle, and followed them all the way to the new base. Zhou Shuwan was only thankful they hadn't encountered acid rain along the way, otherwise, the whole family, including the chickens and geese, wouldn't have survived unharmed. After they settled into the factory, Qi Mingyu found a place outside and built a simple chicken coop, then put the chickens and geese inside. Xiao Xiao took great care of these chickens and geese, even sending people to inspect them several times a day. He knew that livestock farming had already begun in the Dongyuan residential area. In his view, for the new base to operate normally and ensure a higher quality of life for residents, relying solely on previously stockpiled supplies would be insufficient. New sources of income were needed. Building vegetable greenhouses and livestock farms at the base would provide employment opportunities and increase the production of supplies, thus ensuring a stable supply. Among the supplies he brought were indeed a batch of hatching eggs selected from the researchers' flock. But since the base wasn't yet completed, they hadn't begun incubation. The Zhou family happened to bring lively chickens and rare geese, which could be raised at the base to provide them with experience. Therefore, The Zhou family wasn't worried about the chickens and geese being lost. Currently, only 12 hens, 2 roosters, and 3 geese remained. A while ago, the geese started laying eggs. However, perhaps due to the shock during the move, 2 of the hens stopped laying eggs. The 12 hens still managed to collect 4 or 5 eggs each day. The geese guarded the house and the chickens, so with them leading the hens and roosters, Zhou Shuan wasn't too worried. Qi Mingyu reported to Xiao Xiao's headquarters every day, and upon returning in the evening, he would build colorful tiles on the chicken coop. Zhou Shuan knew he was worried the coop wouldn't withstand acid rain, so he wanted to add an extra layer of protection. If she returned early, she would also go help. Recently, both of them had just settled into life at the new base, each with a mountain of work to do, leaving early and returning late, sometimes not even having time to see each other at noon, only spending a little time together in the evening before going to sleep. Feeding the chickens and geese and building the colorful tiles were rare moments, when the two of them could sit down and work together peacefully. Every now and then, the two would exchange a glance, a knowing smile, before returning to their busy work. Once, Meng Mingwei came to see Zhou Shuan and happened to witness this scene, staring at it for a long time. Until Zhou Shuan noticed her, washed her hands, and walked over, Meng Mingwei finally spoke softly, "Wan, seeing you like this, I'm starting to think about finding a man to date and marry." Zhou Shuan smiled, her eyes crinkling. "You need to find a man to date? Don't you already have one by your side?" Meng Mingwei was puzzled. Zhou Shuan then said, "Xiao Xiao, I think you two are quite suitable. You're already very good friends." Meng Mingwei shook her head. "Forget it, we can only be considered friends who trust each other. I have no intention of taking that step forward." "Why?" Zhou Shuan now felt that a relationship that developed over time was more solid than love at first sight. Meng Mingwei shrugged. "Maybe, in my eyes, he's not even a man. In his eyes, I'm not even a woman. There wouldn't be any hormones between us." Seeing her so absolute, Zhou Shuan smiled and shook her head. "Don't be so absolute." Meng Mingwei resolutely shook her head. "It's impossible between us." Seeing her firm attitude, Zhou Shuan appropriately changed the subject and didn't continue the discussion. A week after arriving at the base, Zhang Jia returned, travel-worn but in excellent health. She was still thin, but she had regained some of her former self from university. Her eyes were bright, and she spoke and acted with confidence. She brought several gifts to visit Zhou's parents and Grandma Pang, and after inquiring about Zhou Jianghai's leg, she said with self-reproach, "I didn't even know, otherwise, I would have definitely gone back to visit my uncle." "It's alright, it'd be almost healed," Zhong Tian quickly reassured her. "Your Uncle Zhou isn't that old yet. With proper care, his bones will heal. If he were a few years older, a broken bone wouldn't heal so easily." Zhang Jia glanced at the Zhou family members, then focused her attention on Zhong Tian's appearance. Zhou Shuan frowned slightly, noticing something odd about Zhong Tian's gaze, when Zhang Jia suddenly asked, "Auntie, Shuan, actually, I met a few people on the road this time. They said they were your relatives." Before she could finish, Zhong Tian excitedly interrupted, "Who did you meet? Was it my second brother? Or my third sister's family?" Zhang Jia had visited the Zhou family quite often and knew both families to some extent. Zhang Jia shook his head, saying, "No. The man I met called himself Zhong Baogua, with his wife and son. He looked very down on his luck and resembled Uncle Zhong. Since he also had the surname Zhong, I asked him a few questions." Unexpectedly, after a few words, he claimed to be Aunt Zhong's older brother. The family never expected to hear news of Uncle Zhong's family at this time. Zhong Tian was first taken aback, then her expression changed, and she snorted coldly, "I didn't expect them to still be alive and well." The two families had an extremely bad relationship. Ever since kicking that family out of the neighborhood, Zhong Tian hadn't thought about them at all. Hearing news of them now, she didn't know how to feel. Zhou Shuan, on the other hand, remained relatively calm and asked, "Senior, where are they now? Did you bring them back?" Zhang Jia shook his head. "We known each other for so long, and I never heard you mention your uncle, nor do I know anything about your relationship. Besides, I didn't know you had come to the new base. I just gave them some supplies, and told them to go back to J City on their own." Chapter 270. Zhang Jia is generally reliable. Zhou Shuan smiled gratefully at her, yet also puzzled. Zhang Jia led a group to collect building materials and other supplies. Their destination was likely the suburbs or remote mountainous areas with factories and mines. How could she have encountered Uncle Zhong's family in such a place? Zhang Jia explained, "I don't know the specifics, but I know that after their daughter got married, they relied on her husband's family for a living. The groom's family was quite powerful, with a group of thugs, weapons, and supplies. They didn't live in the city, but in a remote rural area. However, later, their son-in-law apparently had an accident, and his enemies sought revenge. They had to flee in panic, taking nothing with them, so they became extremely destitute and ended up wandering in the building materials factory area we visited. I just thought he looked a lot like Uncle Zhong from behind, and worried that something had happened to your family, so I went up and asked a few questions, only to find out he was your uncle. After a long silence, Zhou Shuwan chuckled. Zhang Jia's words were tactful, but everyone present understood. After the apocalypse, instead of moving to the city center under government control, they were going to the countryside outside the city. One can only imagine what kind of people Uncle Zhong married his daughter to. With thugs and weapons, this is practically organized crime. No wonder she hadn't seen them, since they were driven away. Zhou Shuwan had worried several times, afraid they wouldn't be able to survive outside, and would shamelessly come back to her second uncle or third aunt. Their relationship wasn't as strained as that between her eldest uncle and her own family. Unexpectedly, they had already climbed the social ladder. Although she had broken ties with her elder brother, and was disappointed in her two nieces and nephews, these two were still the younger generation, and Zhong Tiyun was still worried. I wonder why Xingyu didn't come with us. Since the man she married has lost power, is she also in grave danger? Zhang Jia shook her head apologetically. I'm sorry, Aunt Zhong, I don't know. Zhong Tiyun patted her hand and said softly, I'm already very grateful that you brought this news back. Child, Auntie truly thanks you. She sighed. After the apocalypse, almost all survivors experience death. I'm already very lucky. Your uncle and Wanwan and Mumu are both with me, and I lived in the same neighborhood as my second brother and third sister for several years. I'm content and have come to terms with it. This is already God's compensation to me. I can't ask for more. When disaster strikes, we can only look after our own families. No matter where we are, the greatest fortune is for our family to be safe and sound together. Yes. Annie, look at me, all alone, but life goes on as usual. Zhang Jia comforted her with a smile. These words almost brought tears to Zhong Tiyun's eyes again. She quickly stroked Zhang Jia's hand, and after a long while, sighed softly, You're a good child, you definitely have a good future. She was thinking about how she had promised to act as matchmaker for her and Shui Dong. Now, she didn't even know if Shui Dong was still alive. After seeing Zhang Jia off, Zhong Tiyun remained silent for a while. Zhou Shuwan and her father exchanged a glance, then got up and took Grandma Peng, Qi Mingyu, and Mumu out, asking her father to comfort her mother. The factory area was home to the base's staff, and the security was very good. As Qi Mingyu accompanied Zhou Shuwan to the chicken coop outside to check on the chickens and geese, he fed them and asked, Shuwan, how do you feel about your uncle's situation? Zhou Shuwan paused, meeting his concerned gaze, and smiled. Brother Yu, my mom can still understand, let alone me. I was reborn to be reunited with my family. As for my second uncle, third aunt, and cousins, I just do my best and don't interfere too much. Not to mention my eldest uncle's family. Relatives' relationships are built over time. From as far back as I can remember, my eldest uncle has always been causing trouble for my mom. The only times my mom had emotional breakdowns were because of him and my aunt. So, I dislike them since I was little, and don't have much affection for them. Correspondingly, he doesn't have any affection for me or Mumu either. If we bump into each other on the street, we probably won't even greet each other. So, don't worry about me being upset about them. She wasn't being sarcastic. To her, her eldest uncle and his family were like strangers. Whether they were good or bad, she didn't care. Zhang Jia just said that she gave Uncle Zhong some supplies, which they might use to go to Jay's city to find him, Uncle Zhong's second uncle, and Aunt Zhong's third aunt. However, a massive fire broke out in the old city. What will Uncle Zhong's family's expression be when they finally arrive, only to find the ruins? Zhang Jia led a team back with over 30 truckloads of building materials and metal supplies. The previously slow construction of the base immediately accelerated. The half-finished buildings that were under construction when they first arrived at the base were erected in less than a month. It was quite a feat for Xiao Xiao. Despite the extreme energy shortage, she managed to find several construction vehicles, including excavators and cranes. Although they were old and frequently broke down, significantly impacting the project's progress, these vehicles greatly alleviated the difficulty of construction. On their way back, Zhang Jia and his team encountered acid rain. Most were well protected and unharmed, but a few were caught in the downpour while outside. Therefore, after returning, Zhang Jia visited the Zhou family, and then focused on caring for his team members, leaving him no time for anything else. A week later, the base was hit by another acid rain. Large raindrops fell to the ground, bringing with them a pungent sulfurous smell. Xiao Xiao stood in her tin-roofed office, looking outside. The acid rain had settled on the ground, eaves, and buildings, creating a hazy, unpleasant mist in the air. The survivors were already used to it, simply donning protective suits and taking shelter inside the buildings, waiting for the acid rain to pass. This time, the acid rain was heavy, and Xiao Xiao worried that the roofs of the factory buildings housing most of the base staff might not withstand the corrosive effects. Zhou Shuan, however, was very experienced. At this moment, she and her family were busy setting up tents indoors, and covering the ceilings with 2 or 3 layers of tarpaulin. They also built a new chicken coop near the entrance to the factory, planning to move the chickens and geese inside once the rain subsided. This was something they had obtained permission from the factory manager that morning. Everyone knew that these chickens and geese were valuable these days. Although moving them inside would affect the air quality inside the factory, if raised well, they would have a steady supply of eggs. Everyone felt they could exchange the happiness of smelling their noses for the happiness of eating eggs. Recently, the Zhou family had laid more eggs, and would exchange them with other staff members without keeping it a secret. Chapter 271. A month later, Zhang Jia set off for the second time, leading her convoy of over 30 vehicles. Before departing, she met with Zhou Shuwan for a private conversation. After she left, Zhou Shuwan discussed it with Qi Mingyu and decided to go with Zhang Jia. Zhang Jia told her that the factories and mines they were visiting had abundant supplies, but with only 30 vehicles, the cargo they could carry was limited, and the rest was left to be exposed to acid rain. She then asked Zhou Shuwan if she was interested in going along. The base didn't provide supplies to their convoy, but they could keep 20% of the supplies they brought back for themselves. This was considered a benefit. Going out to find supplies was the most dangerous task. Without sufficient profit, they couldn't recruit people to go out and search for supplies. Moreover, the convoy members were all from the military, carrying weapons in their vehicles, so self-defense wasn't a problem. Zhou Shuwan's skills qualified her to also become a member of the convoy. But it also depends on her own situation. If she drives another car and goes with the convoy, they can look out for each other. Zhou Shuwan has heavy trucks in her spatial storage, so she wants to take this opportunity to stock up on supplies there. Qi Mingyu naturally wants to go with her. Now that they live in the new base and have 2 close friends, Xiao Xiao and Meng Mingwe, their safety isn't a problem. Even if they go on a long trip, the 2 of them aren't too worried. Therefore, Zhou Shuwan left some supplies at home, including 2 vacuum-packed bags of rice, 2 bags of flour, enough vegetables and meat for a week, a lot of instant noodles, self-heating rice, canned pork, dried goods like mushrooms and tofu skin, and weapons, before setting off with Qi Mingyu. Previously, Zhou Jianhai hadn't considered this, but one day, while eating self-heating rice, he suddenly discovered that the aroma of meat emanating from the heated rice and vegetables perfectly masked the pots of stewed meat, ribs, and braised meat stored in his spatial dimension. Therefore, every time the Zhou family ate, they would bring out several boxes of self-heating rice to conceal their presence. Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu's journey was far from peaceful, encountering 2 ambushes and firefights. Fortunately, the convoy carried enough weapons, and apart from 2 injured individuals, everyone else escaped unharmed. They traveled for over a month, driving large trucks a long distance, and witnessed the current state of other cities. Each city's government was intervening to minimize casualties. However, the apocalypse had lasted too long, and the geographical conditions of other cities were unfavorable. Some were too low-lying, others were near the coast and severely damaged by tsunamis. These cities' grain reserves had been submerged, leaving them without sufficient supplies and unable to cultivate crops normally for several years. Therefore, the cities they passed through could almost be described as hell on earth. Food and water were scarce, more than half of the city's buildings were destroyed, and the people were emaciated, their eyes bulging, their gazes blank and lifeless. Many people were selling children and women on the streets. As soon as the trucks approached, many survivors rushed from both sides of the road, shouting, "Give us some food! Give us some food!" Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu drove together, watching the people on both sides of the road. Qi Mingyu was deeply shocked. Even after the car had driven quite a distance, he was still looking in the rearview mirror at the people frantically chasing after the trucks, muttering, "So tragic." Zhou Shuwan, however, was used to such things in her past life. She gently shook her head. "Most people are pitiful after the apocalypse, but we can't save them, and the government is powerless. Look at these people, their skin is dark and yellow, their face is pale, and they have several potted cacti beside them. They survive for many days on cacti. But without the distribution of compressed biscuits, relying solely on cacti for survival can only meet the minimum needs of human survival, just enough to keep them from starving. Over time, other bodily functions will fail. The government of Yin, being one of the most people-oriented governments in the world, has been working hard since the apocalypse. Those air-conditioned suits, cacti, new material tires, and generators were all developed specifically for the apocalypse, even including previously top-secret aerospace technology. But even so, human effort cannot overcome nature. Jay's city is surrounded by mountains to the north and plains to the south. It boasts unpolluted water sources flowing from Jian Mountain, well-preserved food reserves that haven't been completely destroyed, and a dedicated government service center. Therefore, the people of Jay's city are luckier than those in the surrounding cities. After a pause, Zhou Shuan continued. Actually, in the later stages of the apocalypse, the government's technology for making compressed biscuits will improve again. The resulting food will be like the nutrient solutions described in science fiction novels. They extract all usable nutrients from wild grasses, tree bark, soil, cloth, and even building materials, then make compressed biscuits. They won't taste good, but they be filling and contain even richer nutrients. In this life, the government has received a profits warning, so I think this technology should be available sooner than expected. Then, all the survivors will no longer lack food. Qi Mingyu looked at her, his gaze filled with a tenderness and affection he himself hadn't realized. Wan, did you often eat those compressed biscuits in your past life? Biscuits made from building materials, from clay, you can imagine how bad they tasted. Zhou Shuan smiled, of course, because those compressed biscuits were the most affordable and cheapest. Most of the lower-class survivors ate them. But actually later, during the polar night, researchers grafted and improved the plants from that period, creating tuberous foods like sweet potatoes and potatoes. They weren't very tasty, but they were rich in starch, and could be steamed, boiled, stir-fried, or ground into powder and mixed with water. Back then, just like now, every household had several flower pots filled with these tuberous plants. I even had a lot planted in my tent, and I was always terrified when I went out, afraid they'd be stolen. Qi Mingyu gently took her hand in his. Zhou Shuan smiled at him. Although it sounds tragic, when you're in that environment, you just numbly survive, and you don't feel much suffering. What about the desire for food and drink? What about enjoyment? They don't exist. Everything people do is just to survive. Living well is truly incredibly difficult. Our cacti haven't been growing much since the temperature dropped, Qi Mingyu said. Zhou Shuan nodded. Yes, cacti are plants developed to cope with high temperatures. Now the temperature has been consistently in the 20s, which isn't suitable for cacti to grow. Only during the day is there enough sunlight. If they are carefully cared for, the cacti won't easily die, but they will grow very slowly. Chapter 272. By now, the cactus has essentially lost its primary function during periods of high temperatures. Qi Mingyu turned his gaze from the rearview mirror inside. I hope the higher-ups can quickly develop new high-yield crops, or better technologies for extracting nutrients from food. Zhou Shuan squeezed his hand. They definitely will. Thinking about it carefully, although the existence of the prophet would reveal her identity as a reborn individual, it was actually a very fortunate thing for all the survivors. The survivors of this life could suffer less and have a greater chance of survival. Zhou Shuan pondered for a moment, then asked, Brother Yu, what do you think of that prophet now? Qi Mingyu sometimes thought about the girl's fate. Even if she was reborn, the experiences of her past life had a huge impact on her. So after her rebirth, she was actually in a state of extreme mental collapse, which is why she revealed her identity as a reincarnated person, attracting the attention of relevant personnel and leading to a secret arrest operation. She will lose her freedom, be under close surveillance, and may even be used for human research. To avoid revealing her identity as a reincarnated person, we all called her the prophet. When I left, she experienced several emotional breakdowns, unable to distinguish between reality and dreams. Being imprisoned and studied, I think after all these years, her mental state must be severely damaged. Zhou Shuan remained silent for a long time. Wan, you absolutely mustn't tell anyone about your reincarnation. Qi Mingyu turned to her, earnestly admonishing her. Zhou Shuan nodded. I know, Brother Yu, I'm not that stupid. A month later, the convoy successfully returned to its new base. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu accompanied the convoy, collecting a large amount of metal energy, building materials, and other machinery needed for the future production plant. They drove their own truck, traveling with the convoy simply for convenience and mutual support. The convoy had no authority over them, so the two enjoyed considerable freedom. When they found a large mine, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu would avoid the convoy's sight and go to other areas to stockpile supplies. Therefore, apart from the two of them, no one knew how much supplies they had stockpiled. On the way back, they only brought a truckload of gasoline. They used equipment to sabotage 2 gas stations they passed, extracting all the gasoline. Actually, gasoline was in short supply after the apocalypse, but the shortage was due to a lack of equipment to extract gasoline from gas stations. In reality, after the apocalypse, the population plummeted, cars ceased to exist, and gas stations maintained pre-apocalyptic gasoline levels. If someone like Zhou Shuan had a convenient, portable space and ventured into remote areas, finding gasoline supplies would be incredibly easy. When the two returned home, travel-worn, they were warmly welcomed by their family. Mumu pouted, clearly dissatisfied. "Sister, brother-in-law, you two went out without me." Zhou Shuan felt apologetic. It was their first time traveling to another city, and she was worried about the dangers on the road, so she hadn't wanted to take Mumu along. Qi Mingyu had many insights from the journey. If Mumu had come along, she would undoubtedly have matured much faster. Life is the best teacher. Next time I definitely take you," Qi Mingyu said with a smile. "Is it dangerous on the road? Has anyone tried to steal our supplies?" Zhong Tian asked hurriedly. "Of course there has been, but we have plenty of manpower and weapons, so they didn't get anything. Only 2 of us are injured. The convoy has a doctor and first aid supplies, so don't worry too much, they recover after a while." Zhong Tian frowned. "Jia is too brave. Hearing what you all said made my heart pound. How can a girl like her lead a convoy out like this?" Zhou Shuan, however, didn't see this as preferential treatment from Meng Mingwei towards Zhang Jia. Zhang Jia was a very righteous girl. Having experienced much after the apocalypse, and later learning archery and martial arts, she was much more mature than her peers. Most importantly, she had no ties, and was the most trusted. Therefore, Meng Mingwei gave her the position of convoy leader because she valued her character and talent. "Mom, when did you start calling senior sister Jia?" she asked with a smile. Zhong Tian said, "Actually, I initially thought of introducing Jia to Dongdong because I thought she was a good person. After having this idea, when I looked at Jia again, I felt she was just like my own daughter, independent and capable. Although she's experienced misfortune, she doesn't wallow in self-pity. She's been very grateful for the supplies we provided, and she even specifically asked you to go with the convoy to find more supplies. Isn't that just blatantly trying to give us a free ride? I really think Jia is a truly wonderful girl." As she spoke, her mood darkened again. She then thought of the families of her second uncle and third aunt, whose whereabouts were still unknown. The reason their families rushed to the new base after the fire was because they knew more about the situation than others, but her second uncle and his family were unaware of this, so it was impossible for them to have fled here. Now, all they hoped for was that they could find a new place to settle down and support their families through farming. "Mom, in a few months, the new base will definitely be completed. They announced it then, and uncle and aunt will definitely come to the new base," Zhou Shuan comforted her. Zhong Tian nodded. "Your second uncle has a good eye for things. We discussed it before, and I remember you mentioned that the government might build a survivor base. I believe that as soon as they hear the news, your second uncle and his family will definitely come to the new base." "Yes, Mom, we already reserved a house for them. We're just waiting for them to arrive safely." Zhong Tian once again prayed to heaven for the safety and well-being of her second brother and third sister's families. Unbeknownst to her, her beloved second uncle was encountering her eldest uncle's family. Both families were equally disheveled, but the difference was that Uncle Zhong's group had supplies. Although exhausted, they were in good spirits. But the group of people with Uncle Zhong's side were all starving, their eyes gleaming, and they were skin and bones. Uncle Zhong had a deep scar on his face, as if he had been stabbed. If it weren't for the group of refugees sitting there talking, and Uncle Zhong recognizing his second brother's voice, Uncle Zhong might not have recognized him. They were heading towards the city, while Uncle Zhong and his group were fleeing from the city to the suburbs, all on foot, and they happened to run into each other. Uncle Zhong himself was also going to seek refuge with his second brother, so seeing them like this, how could he not cling to him? As soon as he recognized him, he rushed over and cried out about his miserable fate. Chapter 273. Uncle Zhong was honest. Even during the years of the apocalypse, he would occasionally think of his elder brother and worry about how his family was doing. Later, after several years of not seeing each other, He and his wife even discussed whether his brother's family was gone. Aunt Zhong, however, had long seen through the true nature of Uncle Zhong's family. Extremely selfish and self-serving, only wanting to leech off their parents and siblings without giving anything in return. Therefore, she was countless times grateful that Zhou Shuan and her group had helped drive Uncle Zhong's family away. Otherwise, with the powerful Zhou Shuan in the Zhou family, but her own children and father being weak-willed, they could only let Uncle Zhong's family be bullied. Now, seeing Uncle Zhong and his group rushing over, recounting their family's misery over the past few years, she couldn't hold back any longer and said, "Brother, sister-in-law, it's not just you. After the apocalypse, whose family isn't struggling? Everyone's just gritting their teeth. Look at us now. Our houses in the neighborhood are burnt down. So many people are homeless. The fire is raging. It's almost set the old town ablaze. We're just grabbing whatever supplies we can and running for our lives. We've been sleeping in the open for days, haven't had a proper meal." They and Zhou Shuan's family lived in just 2 buildings, but during their escape, they were swept away by the panicked crowd and forced to leave through the north gate. They wanted to turn back, but the fire was too intense, and they could only escape on foot. They couldn't go back, and could only desperately head north. They reached the outskirts of the city, and looked up to see mountains blackened by the fire. The family discussed it for a moment, and Uncle Zhong said, "The north is a continuous stretch of high mountains, not many people live there. Third sister and little sister's families definitely won't come this way. We have to go south. Should we find a new place to settle down after we get into the city?" Aunt Zhong asked worriedly. She looked at her exhausted son, daughter-in-law, and daughter, whose faces were covered in soot. "We only brought food and water downstairs. It's not safe to sleep outdoors tonight." Jiping added, "If it suddenly rains acid again, we'd be in big trouble." The family, remembering the suffering of those who had been drenched by acid rain before, nodded with lingering fear. Yushuan, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. "Will Aunt and Sister Wanwan be waiting for us in the south of the city?" The Zhou family's place was indeed closest to the south gate. Going south led to the new district, where many resettlement sites were located. "Okay, then we turned back," Uncle Zhong decided. It wasn't just them who wanted to go back. The other refugees who had fled in panic to the outskirts, far from the fire's reach, finally realized they had nowhere to go north, so they all turned around and headed towards the new district along the outskirts. The new district was also one of the hardest hit areas by the tsunami, with many buildings destroyed. Uncle Zhong and his family arrived late again. Several of the better resettlement communities had already been taken. They had no choice but to keep walking south, and before they could settle down, they ran into Uncle Zhong's family returning from elsewhere. Seeing that Aunt Zhong was being rude, Uncle Zhong reverted to his old patriarchal manner. "Xianjin, it's been so many years, and you're still as short-tempered as ever. After the apocalypse, you lived in Tian's house. You didn't suffer much hardship, did you? You're much better off than us. Your nephew and niece suffered terribly with us." Xianjin gritted his teeth, glanced at Uncle Zhong's family, and then asked, "I was just about to ask, why are there only a few of you? Where's Xingyu?" The eldest uncle's family's expressions changed. After a long pause, the eldest aunt, Ding Yanhua, managed a weak smile. "She's already married. What would she do with us? She should stay with her husband's family." Xinjin frowned slightly. Yushuan was a few years younger than Xingyu, but she had reached marriageable age in recent years. However, she had vetted all the eligible men in the neighborhood, and none were suitable. Either the men themselves were incompetent, or their parents were unsuitable. The old neighborhood had experienced significant population outflow, and few people returned after the apocalypse. Therefore, there weren't many suitable partners. She envied the Zhou family for their advantageous position. Zhong Tian had snatched a remarkable neighbor as her son-in-law. His abilities, skills, personality, and looks were impeccable, even surpassing her own son. Although she wanted to find someone like that for Yushuan, her daughter's gentle and introverted nature made it impossible. She also doted on her daughter, and had long discussed it with her husband. Unless it was a marriage of convenience, like the Zhou and Qi families, she would rather not marry her daughter off, and would take her with her wherever she went. The world was in chaos, and women's status had changed. They were now considered commodities. What if she misjudged the family and married her daughter off to a scoundrel family, who would send her away to earn money, or subject her to other humiliations? That would be the death of her. Weren't there countless cases in the neighborhood where, because the daughter-in-law was weak and her family wasn't around, the whole family, including the husband, would cut back on her food? There were even cases of sending one's own daughter away to earn money for sex. Xinjin dared not gamble. But she hadn't expected Xingyu to get married so quickly. Her sister-in-law, Ding Yanhua, used to love her child dearly. Why was she in such a hurry to marry her off? Now that she's returned from fleeing the war, she doesn't even bring her daughter with her. Does she really trust her daughter's husband's family that much? She wanted to ask a few more questions, but Uncle Zhong impatiently changed the subject. A married daughter is like water spilled from a bowl. Let's not talk about Xingyu anymore. Baojun, what are your plans now? Since the community is uninhabitable due to the fire, where are you going? His sharp eyes swept over Uncle Zhong's family, wondering where his younger sister's family had gone. He didn't know that Aunt Zhong's family also lived in the Dongyuan community. Uncle Zhong sighed. We're also looking for a place, but recently, because of the fire, there are too many people fleeing, and the resettlement points are all crowded. Zhong Qinghui then asked what his parents were thinking. Uncle, what about Aunt's family? Why aren't you with them? Uncle Zhong shook his head. We can't care about each other anymore. We got separated and haven't seen them for days. I don't know how Tiyun and brother-in-law are doing. Uncle Zhong coughed lightly. Don't worry too much. Wanwan is a proud child. She wouldn't let her parents suffer. Uncle Zhong frowned. Mei, big brother, how can you say such things? No matter how capable Wanwan is, she is still a girl. She's fleeing from disaster. Who knows what danger she might encounter? Zhong Qinghui snorted coldly. What danger? Wanwan's trained. Who can bully her? Aunt and uncle are also very capable. There's nothing to worry about. Uncle Zhong glanced at him. There were things he couldn't say directly to his older brother, but he could still say something to his nephew. He glanced at the two children timidly following their mother and said, Qinghui, why are your two children so thin and weak? Chapter 274. The Zhong family was already quite thin, but the two children were even thinner. If I remember correctly, they were now 14 or 15 years old, but their height hadn't changed much compared to a few years ago. Their eyes were dull and lifeless, clearly showing they hadn't had a good life in recent years. The third and youngest sisters also had children, but Chun Chun and Mu Mu had been well cared for by their family in recent years. Compared to Qinghui's two children, they were worlds apart. Looking at Zhong Qinghui's wife, Zhong Kai-ai, she was also extremely thin. Her figure was so flat that she didn't look like a woman at all. One could believe she was a thin man. Zhong Qinghui chuckled. Life's tough after the apocalypse. Supplies are scarce, so naturally the two children have suffered. He noticed his second uncle's gaze on his wife, and quickly put an arm around Kai Kai, saying, My wife is so worried about the elderly and children, she doesn't eat anything herself, letting them eat first. She's gotten incredibly thin these past few years. Kei Xinjin and her son, daughter-in-law, and daughter exchanged glances. They had all seen the momentary stiffness and fear in Kai Kai's eyes when Zhong Qinghui pulled her aside. Kei Xinjin immediately understood Zhong Kai Kai's situation at her uncle's house. A woman without her own family by her side, especially with harsh in-laws and a cruel husband, knows how difficult life would be. She felt pity and took Kai Kai's hand, saying, Poor thing, come, sit down and talk to your younger brother and sister. It's been so many years. Zhong Qinghui reluctantly let go, but still gave Zhong Kai Kai a warning look. The latter shrank back and sat down with Yu Xian and Xiao Fei. Over there, Uncle Zhong squeezed next to Uncle Zhong's second uncle, trying to get information out of him. Kei Xinji listened as the honest Uncle Zhong's second uncle recounted almost everything that had happened over the past few years, trying to signal to him, but to no avail. He was so anxious he wanted to pinch him. Zhong Qinghui was also sitting there, inquiring about Wanwan's family. Finally, Jiping interrupted their conversation. Uncle, where are you all planning to go? Uncle Zhong's first uncle hesitated, then slowly said, We originally came back to live with our brothers and sisters, so we could look after each other. Second brother, you don't know, your eldest brother suffered terribly out there this time, all alone. Uncle Zhong's second uncle nodded repeatedly. Kei Xinjin couldn't hold back any longer. She stepped forward and pinched Zhong Erjiu's back hard. As he jumped up again, she quickly pressed down on his shoulder, glaring at him fiercely while smiling gently. Look at you, you're still calcium deficient. Calcium deficiency causes cramps. Come on, let me rub it for you. Without another word, she pulled Zhong Erjiu aside. Uncle Zhong still wanted to follow, but Jiping, quite perceptively, sat in the spot where his father had been sitting and asked about Uncle Zhong's family's experiences over the past few years. Uncle, during the high-temperature season, we lived in the underground base, thinking we'd run into you eventually, but we never saw you. Have you been living in the countryside these past few years? How did you get through the flood season and the high-temperature season? Kei Shinjin pulled Uncle Zhong aside and whispered a scolding to him. Why can't you watch your mouth? Why are you telling him about your younger sister's family? Didn't you see he had ill intentions? Uncle Zhong, having just been pinched, also realized what was happening and was filled with regret. I didn't think too much about it. It's been a few years since we've seen each other, and he's still my older brother, so I didn't think too much about it. Kei Shinjin, however, repeatedly emphasized, you need to understand, your eldest brother and his family came back empty-handed, with hardly any supplies. They've been constantly inquiring about us and your younger sister's family, just trying to see if they can get something out of us. Our family is already struggling financially, but your younger sister's family might be even worse off. Don't cause them any trouble. Uncle Zhong nodded obediently, but when he returned, his expression had hardened, unlike before when he was completely unguarded with his eldest brother. Uncle Zhong was answering Jiping's earlier question. Before they returned, they had actually made up a story on the way. Actually, Xingyu married into a good family. They're wealthy, have plenty of supplies, and many brothers. Xingyu's father-in-law is a prominent figure in the area and values our family highly, so he warmly invited us to live with him. We've been living here for several years. Jiping smiled outwardly, but frowned inwardly. How could Xingyu's in-laws be so understanding? Were they really willing to support a family like ours for nothing? Where do you live during the heat wave? During the flood season, we can live on the top floor. But during the high temperature period, without a second basement level, which is in a cave deep in the mountains, the heat would likely be unbearable no matter where you were. Uncle Zhong laughed calmly. Country folks don't live like city folks. But the city has its way of life, and the countryside has its. We expanded a few basements from our sweet potato cellar, and the whole village lives underground, so it's not so hard. That made sense. Jiping remained silent. Uncle Zhong continued, actually, when we lived in the underground basement, we were just gritting our teeth and enduring it. There were so many people, and we only had a tiny space, barely enough to turn around in. The whole family ate, drank, and relieved themselves in that one spot. Thinking about it now, I feel like I can't breathe. Uncle Zhong then asked, so, are your younger sister and her family also living in the underground base? Uncle Zhong's second uncle replied vaguely, of course, there's no way to dig a cellar in the city, it's all like this. Sigh, brother, we didn't have many supplies when we escaped this time. We can't even feed our own family. How much supplies do you have? Could you lend us some? Upon hearing this, not only Kei Shinjin, but even Jiping and the other younger relatives looked at Uncle Zhong's second uncle with new respect. The latter was just honest, not stupid. He had already quickly thought it through in his mind. His elder brother's family had returned penniless, but his own family didn't have many supplies either, barely enough to last 2 or 3 months, so they absolutely couldn't share any more. Therefore, he bluntly stated the unpleasant truth up front. This would also prevent his elder brother from harboring any illusions and ruining their brotherly relationship. Uncle Zhong was taken aback, then smiled wryly. Second brother, I was thinking of borrowing some supplies from your family. Look at us, the few of us, we don't look like we have any supplies at all. Jiping quickly interjected, Uncle, it's not that Xingyu's husband's family is so good, but why didn't they send more supplies when you didn't come back? Uncle Zhong's eyes flickered, his expression turning serious as he looked at Jiping. He was already quite dissatisfied with this younger generation member, Jiping. But he suppressed his displeasure and said calmly, our family has been bothering them for so many years, of course we can't ask for their supplies again. We have hands and feet. You know you have hands and feet? And you still dare to ask your own brother for supplies. Kei Shinjin curled his lip, his disdain for his older brother growing even stronger. Chapter 275. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu went on several more trips with the convoy, all to other areas. They acquired many supplies not available in Jay City, and witnessed post-apocalyptic lifestyles in other cities. They even reached coastal cities, but those cities had all been submerged by rising coastlines, leaving only the vast ocean as far as the eye could see. The convoy was here to search for water. Since the fire that destroyed Jian Mountain, water resources in Jay City had become increasingly scarce. The reason the new base was built in its current location was because the construction team searched throughout Jay City and neighboring cities, and only this village still possessed natural groundwater. The water quality was not polluted. However, the exploration team clearly stated that while this groundwater could provide temporary relief, it could not completely solve the water shortage crisis for humanity. More water sources still needed to be found. Zhang Jia's convoy then added a water exploration team. Their task was to search for water sources in each new location they visited. In the years following the apocalypse, floods, extreme heat, and acid rain polluted almost all water sources on Earth. They needed to wait for nature to purify them before they could be used. But who knew when that would take? Therefore, supply convoys had to coordinate with exploration teams. Their primary task wasn't finding supplies, but finding water. However, after searching several cities, they found nothing. At this point, someone in the convoy suggested checking the coastal cities. In the post-apocalyptic world, humanity's living space was drastically reduced, land area decreased, but ocean area gradually increased. There was no naturally occurring freshwater, but seawater could still be utilized. The convoy was at its wit's end, so they came to the seaside to investigate. They actually wanted to reach a coastal city and discuss with the survivors how to extract freshwater from seawater at minimal cost to solve humanity's water crisis. However, looking at the vast ocean before them, and seeing on the map that this was clearly a city, they were all stunned. So, unbeknownst to them, the low-lying coastal cities had already been submerged by the ocean? Zhang Jiao was at a loss. After discussing it with the exploration team leader, they set up tents near the sea and settled down temporarily. Everyone was exhausted from days of travel. Zhou Xuan borrowed tools from the exploration team and went to the beach to test the seawater. The ocean was vast, and even the previous floods and acid rain hadn't polluted the water. Therefore, the ocean water quality was currently acceptable. If new technologies could be developed, then the idea of using seawater to solve humanity's water crisis could be realized. Taking advantage of the others' inattention, she reached her hand into the seawater, tentatively checking for fish, shrimp, and other seafood. However, the ocean was vast, and after only a short while, she began to feel dizzy. Seeing this, Qi Mingyu quickly pulled her away from the water, then said disapprovingly, "Wan, you're too reckless." His tone was stern, his brows furrowed, but his eyes held deep concern. Zhou Xuan could only smile wryly. "I was just checking if there were any fish. Whether you have it or not, you must act within your means," Qi Mingyu said seriously. Zhou Xuan nodded. "Okay, I understand, don't be angry." Qi Mingyu frowned at her. "Are you still feeling unwell? Why don't you go sit over there for a while?" Zhou Xuan did feel a little dizzy, so she followed his suggestion and sat down, then stared blankly at the light blue sea. This was the northern sea. The water wasn't deep blue, but rather had a faint bluish-green hue. It was cold by the sea. Qi Mingyu took off his coat and draped it over her shoulders, asking, "What are you thinking about?" Zhou Xuan snapped out of her reverie, wrapped her coat tighter around herself, and said, "I was thinking about how humanity solved the water shortage crisis in my past life. Was there a way?" Zhou Xuan shook her head, somewhat annoyed. "Back then, I was at the very bottom of society, toiling away every day just to fill my stomach. Water was scarce, but among the relief supplies sent from the base, besides compressed biscuits, there were water delivery teams who would patrol the perimeter of the base every few days, distributing water by head count, 1 ladle per person. The survivors at the bottom of the hierarchy only survived because of this ladle of water. But thinking about it now, given the extreme water shortage at the time, the fact that the base could distribute clean water for free must have meant it was using groundwater. This situation continued until the drought. Everyone was short of water. Not only the land, but even the concrete surface cracked. The base changed from distributing water every few days to every 7 days, giving each person only 200 milliliters of water. Really only 200 milliliters. People needed to use those 200 milliliters to survive until the next 7 days. Perhaps recalling those difficult times, Zhou Xuan's hand trembled slightly. Qi Mingyu quickly and gently grasped hers. Zhou Xuan smiled at him. "I was lucky once. I found a case of water purification tablets. So I collected all the sewage I could find and purified it with the tablets, which is why I barely managed to survive the drought. But other survivors at the bottom of society might not be so lucky." She licked her dry lips, took 2 thermos cups from her backpack, and handed one to Qi Mingyu. Taking a sip of the warm, sweet water, he felt as if he had returned from a nightmarish memory to a beautiful reality. Zhou Xuan took a few sips of water, then shook her head. At least back then, people hadn't overcome the technical challenge of extracting fresh water from seawater. Who knows what will happen in this life? Qi Mingyu also looked out at the vast sea and said softly, "Things will work themselves out eventually. This time, our government is prepared. Since we can develop air-conditioned clothing, cacti, and new tire materials during periods of high temperatures, then we can develop even more advanced technologies to extract fresh water during droughts." Hearing him say this, Zhou Xuan felt more confident. This technology is too difficult. We need to be patient." "Yes. Be patient, and there will always be a good result." Qi Mingyu smiled gently at her. Zhou Shuan nestled in his warm embrace and whispered, "Brother Yu, I never told you this before, but thank you for all these years." Qi Mingyu hugged her tighter and whispered back, "Me too, Wan. Thank you for choosing me and trusting me even in this apocalypse. Besides Grandma, you're the closest person to me in this world. No matter what the future holds, no matter when this apocalypse ends, we always be together, supporting each other, trusting each other, and growing old together." Chapter 276. Perhaps it was because they were by the sea, the azure sky, the rolling waves, and the boundless ocean calmed all their emotions. Qi Mingyu uttered the most beautiful words of love he had ever spoken to her. Zhou Shuan looked back into his eyes and nodded with a smile. Okay. They stayed in a tent by the sea for 2 days. During these 2 days, people dispersed during the day to search for usable supplies. After all, the ocean was rich in resources, and those of them, far inland, lacked fish, seaweed, and other marine resources. At night, unsure if it was a safe place, the convoy took turns keeping watch. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu also searched for resources during the day. However, the sea had submerged the entire city, and the nearest point to the coastline was a desolate wasteland. They might have to drive tens or even hundreds of kilometers to find any sign of life. Therefore, they couldn't even ask the locals for directions. They hadn't expected this situation when they left, and since they hadn't brought a boat, they couldn't go out to sea to investigate. Zhou Shuan tested the storage capacity of her spatial dimension again, managing to draw seawater from 2 storage boxes, along with the fish and shrimp inside. Not much. The fish and shrimp died immediately upon entering the space. Zhou Shuan deliberately moved them to an inflatable swimming pool, separating them from the other fish. Although she had tested the water quality and found it to be acceptable, she wasn't sure if the marine life posed any danger. She planned to test it properly when she returned. After 2 days, apart from Zhou Shuan's slight success, everyone else was at a loss. On the 4th day, Zhang Jia gazed at the waves crashing against the shore, hesitated for a long time, and was about to tell someone to pack up and head home. Just then, the convoy suddenly shouted with delight, "Look, there are people fishing over there." Everyone was startled and looked up. Sure enough, in the distance, people were rowing boats to fish. Everyone was overjoyed. At least this trip hadn't been in vain. Rising sea levels made it difficult for the exploration team to even find places to probe for groundwater. Let's drive over there and take a look," Zhang Jia ordered. With plenty of manpower, they quickly dismantled the tents, loaded them into the vehicles, and drove towards the shore. Upon arriving, they realized that the fishing boats looked like a fleet of fishing boats. Vehicles of all sizes were parked on the shore, modified 4-wheelers, 3-wheelers, and 2-wheelers. Several armed men stood guard on the shore, while a dozen small boats, filled with people, were fishing in the sea. Upon seeing Zhou Shuan's convoy suddenly appear, the people on the shore immediately went on alert, raising their guns and shouting, "Don't move!" Zhang Jia and his group were startled. They hadn't expected this group to be armed with firearms. As the other side raised their weapons, Zhang Jia's group quickly drew their own weapons and aimed them at the other side. Zhou Shuan also took out a pistol and stood shoulder to shoulder with Qi Mingyu. While keeping watch ahead, she carefully observed the group and concluded that they were well trained and had a clear division of labor. They were unlikely to be a civilian organization. At the very least, they were a team from a small base, working together to search for supplies. Both sides were tough opponents, but the convoy clearly had more men and more weapons. The fishing team, however, didn't make any rash moves. Zhang Jia naturally breathed a sigh of relief. They were there to inquire, not to engage in a firefight. She immediately said, "Don't misunderstand. We're also here to find supplies. We're just unfamiliar with the area, so we came to ask about the situation." She proactively showed weakness to lower their guard. Sure enough, the men on the other side softened somewhat. They exchanged glances, and one of them, a man in his 40s, with a clear leader's air, shouted, "Where are you from? What are you doing in our territory?" Zhang Jia replied, "We're facing a severe water shortage where we're barely surviving, especially the elderly and children at the base, who are all sick from lack of water. So the base sent us out to find a water source, and that's how we ended up at the seaside." Before she could finish, she was met with a mocking laugh from one of the thin young men on the other side. "Looking for water at the beach? You're dreaming. Can you even drink seawater?" Zhang Jia remained unfazed. "We found it bit by bit. If we had no other choice, we wouldn't have come to the beach." Seeing that the group was armed but only defensive, not attacking, the leader began to believe Zhang Jia. Looking at their ages, middle-aged and young, men and women, Everyone had bright eyes, and their vehicles and equipment far surpassed theirs. They didn't seem like a gang of thugs who liked to double-cross each other. He waved his hand. Young lady, I believe you. How about this? I count to 3, and we all put our weapons away at the same time. Zhang Jia nodded. Okay. 1, 2, 3. The leader and Zhang Jia waved simultaneously, and both sides lowered their weapons. Seeing that the other side had no intention of engaging in a firefight, both sides breathed a sigh of relief. The atmosphere then became much more relaxed. The leader stepped forward and introduced himself. We're from the Qingyang base. My surname is Jiao. You can call me Lao Jiao. And you, where are you from? The new base in J City didn't have a name yet. Zhang Jia casually replied, we're from inland. We don't have a base, it's just a small city. There are still cities like this? Lao Jiao's surprise didn't seem feigned. Their city, near the coast, had suffered heavy losses and had been consolidated into a base a few years ago, relocating the survivors there. In recent years, they hadn't called it a city, but rather the base. This was normal. When a city couldn't function properly, to ensure the survival of more people, the government, along with local entrepreneurs and the military, would establish small bases. After all, ensuring the normal operation of a base is much simpler than ensuring the operation of an entire city. It also consumes far fewer resources. That's how it is in all coastal cities here. No wonder old Jiao was so surprised. Yes, we still live in the city. It's just that the water shortage is so severe that we came out to find a water source, Zhang Jia asked earnestly. Senior Jiao, how do you solve your water resource problem here? Old Jiao gave her a very worried look. Not only him, but the people behind him also watched the group cautiously. Zhang Jia and the others understood, water resources were a closely guarded secret and couldn't be revealed casually. It seems they really made the right choice coming to this coastal city. Perhaps they find something great. Chapter 277. Since the acid rain season started, everything on land has been corroded by acid rain. Even clean water resources are gone. Are the fish your people catch in the sea safe to eat? Someone from the convoy asked. The young man who had just scoffed sneered, nonsense, otherwise we wouldn't have come all this way. You know, acid rain can fall at any time on the roads now, and we don't have as many vehicles as you. Being exposed to the elements would definitely result in injury. His attitude was rude. The man who had just asked the question showed some anger on his face, but quickly suppressed it. Zhou Shuan keenly grasped the key phrase in his words. All this way. Is your base far from the sea? This time, Lao Jiao answered first. Yes, establishing a base by the sea is the most unreliable option. The sea is not calm, so bases by the sea are all far from the surface. We only come to the sea to fish when needed. Zhou Shuan nodded and said nothing more. Zhang Jia looked around, then smiled and said to old Jiao, Senior Jiao, since we met, may I ask you for some advice on how to survive at sea? Old Jiao chuckled and replied, of course. The ocean is so vast, you can catch fish anywhere. We're happy to share everything we know. There were only 5 or 6 people on their side, while Zhou Shuan's group had over 40. Zhang Jia and old Jiao sat together, discussing how to fish at sea, and how to catch the most fish in the shortest amount of time. Qi Mingyu stared intently at the group, then at the people at sea, and finally gently tugged at Zhou Shuan's hand. Let's go take a look over there. Okay. Zhou Shuan glanced at him and nodded. After the two of them walked a little further away, Qi Mingyu spoke up. There's danger. Zhou Shuan nodded. I noticed it too. Besides the weapons they're carrying, they definitely have other weapons hidden on their backs, waists, and legs. Moreover, although old Jiao appeared kind, Zhou Shuan, having witnessed the wickedness of the world in the apocalypse, still saw a fleeting glimpse of calculation and ruthlessness on his face. Not only him, but the young men behind him also wore expressions of deep wariness and impatience. Zhang Jia should have noticed too, Qi Mingyu said. They don't outnumber us, so they don't dare to act rashly. It's best to avoid a conflict. With the two sides so close, casualties are inevitable if a conflict breaks out. Zhou Shuan's gaze fell on the fishing fleet at sea. Their boats were old and dilapidated, just ordinary rubber dinghies plus 2 speedboats. The people on board were fishing, while glancing in their direction. Zhou Shuan suddenly said, You said we outnumber them by a factor of 2. If we want to defeat them without lifting a finger, what should we do? Qi Mingyu's eyes also turned to the fishing fleet on the sea. After a moment's thought, he said, You mean they want to tamper with the food? Zhou Shuan nodded confidently. That must be it. How long has it been since we inlanders have seen truly fresh meat? Fish is a rare delicacy. Once they catch fresh fish and bring them ashore, They can feign enthusiasm and offer us grilled fish or something. Our people won't easily refuse. Chi Mingyu seemed thoughtful. What's wrong? Chi Mingyu said, I told you on the way here, I had a vague feeling of being watched. Zhou Shuwen's expression sharpened. You mean they're the ones watching us? Chi Mingyu shook his head. I'm not sure. But thinking about it carefully, the timing of their appearance is too coincidental. Exactly the time we've been stopped at the beach these past few days. But, if they're people who make a living by killing and robbing, would they have the patience to wait for us for 2 days? Chi Mingyu frowned slightly. Yes, we've been here for 2 days before they showed up. The two discussed for a long time without reaching a conclusion. Finally, Chi Mingyu said, better safe than sorry. Quietly remind our people here again. Okay. When the two went back, Zhang Jia and Old Jiao were already chatting happily. They were discussing how their respective bases had survived floods, heat waves, acid rain, and other natural disasters, and what types of natural disasters might occur in the future, and how to prevent them. Someone brought up the question of how a series of natural disasters were caused. Both sides then joined the discussion. Some people hold superstitious beliefs, thinking that historically, Earth experiences a mass extinction every few million years, leading to a major reshuffling of life. Others are conspiracy theorists, believing that Earth, as scientists say, is a hellish place used by an advanced civilization to house prisoners, and now that the civilization is tired of it, it's using a few simple tricks to destroy Earth. Just then, Zhou Shuwan and Chi Mingyu arrived, and Zhang Jia asked, Wanwan, what do you and Xiaoyu think? Chi Mingyu looked at Zhou Shuwan. Seeing everyone's attention on him, the latter thought for a moment and said, Actually, I heard a very interesting theory. What? It said that the reason Earth experiences so many natural disasters, floods, heat waves, acid rain, and possibly even extreme cold and polar nights in the future, is because changes that we can't detect must have occurred in the solar system, or even the Milky Way galaxy, affecting the rotation and revolution of regions. Earth has broken free of its original orbit, and is flying towards the unknown reaches of space. This is just like what's depicted in the movie Escape from Earth. When Earth leaves the solar system, due to various objective factors, humanity experiences apocalyptic disasters like floods, blizzards, and extreme cold, ultimately forced to hide underground and struggle for survival. Their current situation is remarkably similar to that in the movie. Yes, Wanwan, what you said is actually quite possible. Zhang Jia suddenly realized. Only if Earth's rotation and revolution trajectories changed could a series of dazzling and inexplicable natural disasters occur. But why? Someone else asked. Zhou Shuwan shook her head. This is just something I heard some people speculate about. Actually, this was news she heard from the base many years after the apocalypse. At that time, she couldn't withstand the damage the polar night inflicted on her body and fell seriously ill. Lacking money for treatment, she could only huddle in her tattered tent, waiting to die. Then she heard someone say these words outside the tent. At that moment, her whole body was numb and aching, drenched in sweat, and her vision was blurry, but somehow, those words entered her ears very clearly. Then, her body adapted to the polar night, and slowly recovered. Indeed, compared to the other survivors around her, who had suffered years of ravages in the apocalypse, Zhou Shuwan ate well, drank well, slept well, her skin was ivory white with a faint glow, and her features were delicate. She was clearly a beautiful woman with a refined air. Chapter 278. Old Jiao stared intently at Zhou Shuwan for a couple of seconds, when suddenly Chi Mingyu stepped in front of her, his gaze unfriendly. Old Jiao quickly chuckled, this young lady knows quite a lot, and looked away. But Chi Mingyu hadn't missed the fleeting look of amazement and greed in his eyes. He was now absolutely certain these people were up to no good. Because of the strong wind at the beach, Zhou Shuwan's hat kept getting blown off, so she simply took it off, revealing her face. Chi Mingyu pulled Zhou Shuwan's hand aside, took a scarf from his backpack, and wrapped it around her face, covering only her eyes. Zhou Shuwan smiled and gave him a reproachful look. It's not that dramatic. Chi Mingyu's expression was indifferent, but his entire demeanor screamed, I'm very unhappy. Alright, let's find a way to notify the others, and tell them to prepare, Zhou Shuwan said. Great. Actually, it wasn't just the two of them. Zhang Jia and some other experienced people also noticed something was amiss. After the fishing team docked, the other side very warmly invited them to eat grilled fish together. They had even brought firewood with them, found an open space, quickly started a fire, built an iron rack, and then placed the clean fish on the rack to grill. The enticing aroma filled the air. The people in the fishing caravan had been living a life of hardship for the past month, eating only dry rations, and at most, a can of meat every 2 days. But how could canned meat compare to the aroma of this barbecue? Immediately, the people in the caravan's stomachs began to rumble. Old Jiao's group exchanged glances, secretly pleased with themselves. As they were sprinkling seasoning onto the fish, Zhang Jia suddenly shouted, "Now!" The men on the convoy's side immediately jumped up, firing with lightning speed while rolling to the back of the vehicles for cover. Old Jiao's men reacted quickly, but were caught off guard. Before they could even draw their weapons, half of them fell. Seeing the heavy casualties on his side, Old Jiao paused, then sneered, "You're asking for it," and shouted, "Attack!" His feigned middle-aged naivete vanished, replaced by a cold and ruthless demeanor. Before he finished speaking, 70 or 80 agile men, armed with firearms, suddenly emerged from behind. They charged towards them, shouting, "Kill them all! Kill them all!" The men on the convoy's side were dumbfounded. No one expected so many people to suddenly appear on the other side. Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuwan immediately understood why the other side had waited 2 days to catch up with them. After discovering the convoy that day, they found weapons, equipment, and dozens of fully functional trucks on board, and their hearts were set on looting. Then, they spent 2 days coordinating their manpower, formulating a plan, and making thorough preparations before revealing themselves. When the 70 or 80 men charged at them, amidst the hail of bullets, Qi Mingyu grabbed Zhou Shuwan, pinned her down, and held her firmly, then relentlessly returned fire. Their cover was just a large, protruding rock, utterly ineffective against the fierce attack. Hearing the screams of the convoy members around them, and watching Qi Mingyu shield them from the danger alone. Any bullet could strike Qi Mingyu at any moment. Zhou Shuwan, watching the enemy charge towards her, suddenly gritted her teeth. "Brother Yu, I'm sorry." She swiftly activated the button on her bracelet. A blinding white light flashed, and silence fell. She felt a tingling sensation throughout her body, but it quickly subsided. Zhou Shuwan opened her eyes, and saw that everyone in her path, both friendly and enemy, was convulsing and collapsing unconscious. Of the 100+ people present, only Zhou Shuwan remained conscious. This bracelet was a high-tech military product, equipped with a protective mechanism for the wearer, which was why she was unharmed. She herself had only received a slight electric shock when she activated the button. She laboriously pushed Qi Mingyu off her, carefully surveyed her surroundings to ensure there was no danger, and then checked on Qi Mingyu's condition. Judging from the look of it, he was probably knocked unconscious, just like when they surrounded Jiang Lin, and his life wasn't in danger. She breathed a sigh of relief, then stood up expressionlessly, casually pulling a sharp dagger from Qi Mingyu's ankle. She walked over, and slit the throats of all the men on Lao Jiao's side. The enemy was in the shadows while she was in the light. This was no time for mercy. Zhou Shuwan wasn't sure how many others were lurking in the darkness, eyeing them. All she could do was kill as many of their men as possible with minimal losses. Blood from her neck dripped onto her hands, but she remained unfazed, picking up the dagger and moving on to the next person. Far away from her lay a man, who hadn't been completely knocked unconscious, lying motionless. He couldn't move or speak, but he had witnessed everything Zhou Shuwan had done. He blinked, desperately trying to convey his desire to live to Zhou Shuwan. Zhou Shuwan felt she might also be affected by the electric shock she had just received. She could see the pleading, despair, and reluctance in his eyes. Her eyelashes trembled, but her hand steadily placed the dagger against his throat. In his despair, crimson blood gushed out. Zhou Shuwan stood up, expressionless, and walked to Lao Jiao's side, binding his hands and feet tightly with nylon rope. Only after doing this did she check the casualties on her side. Judging from the wounds, at least 5 were dead, 6 were seriously injured, and a dozen or so were slightly injured. The medicine in her spatial storage couldn't be exposed. Fortunately, they had brought a doctor and medication with them. She took medicine, bandages, and alcohol from the car, first bandaging the wounds of the seriously injured, then those of the slightly injured. Then, they moved all the enemy corpses together, forming a long line of cover, and with great effort dragged their men behind it. This way, even if more enemy soldiers attacked, they wouldn't be so passive. After finishing all this, Zhou Shuwan quickly cleaned up the pile of fish scattered in the fishing nets from the battle, and placed them on a rack to grill. These fish were all still in the nets, and were clean. Qi Mingyu slowly woke up only after smelling the aroma of the grilled fish. Almost instantly, he jumped up, his hand already reaching for his weapon. But then, the weakness and soreness in his body caused him to kneel on the ground. Zhou Shuwan turned her head and saw him, her face filled with surprise. "Brother Yu, you're awake?" Chapter 279. Qi Mingyu realized what had happened. He looked around, then smiled bitterly at her. "You defeated me again." He was referring to the grenade Zhou Shuan had thrown during the siege of Jianglin at the warehouse. Zhou Shuan smiled, walked over, helped him up, and asked cautiously, "How are you? Is anything hurting?" Qi Mingyu shook his head. "It feels similar to last time. A dull ache and numbness all over my body, like after being electrocuted." His words trailed off. His gaze fell on the row of corpses piled up in front of him. Without exception, of the 90-odd corpses, apart from some shot, the rest had all had their throats slit. He paused, his throat suddenly tightening, and he gripped Zhou Shuan's hand tightly, unable to utter a word. Zhou Shuan remained calm. "Brother Yu, I was worried they might send more, so I built a protective wall of corpses for us." Qi Mingyu nodded, clenching and unclenching his fist, then patted her back a few times. "You did a great job." He smelled the aroma of grilled fish and smiled. "It smells so good. I want to try the fish Wan grilled herself." He was the first to wake up because he and Zhou Shuan had been close together. When Zhou Shuan's bracelet unleashed a powerful electric shockwave, half of his body was within the protected area, so he suffered less impact and woke up quickly. He grabbed a cooked fish, tore off the skin, sprinkled some salt that Zhou Shuan had taken from her backpack, ate a couple of bites, and then suddenly said, "Once everyone wakes up, don't speak, let me do the talking." Zhou Shuan was taken aback, and after a long pause, she nodded. She didn't actually have much of an appetite, but she still took the half-fish Qi Mingyu offered and ate it all. Then she smiled and said, "It's been so long since I had such fresh grilled fish. We're in for a treat today." After the two of them had eaten 2 fish and were full, Zhang Jia and the others gradually woke up. Their reaction was almost identical to Qi Mingyu's. They quickly jumped up to retaliate, but when they realized what had happened, they saw a very high pile of corpses in front of them. Zhang Jia clicked her tongue, looking at Qi Mingyu who stood silently smiling to the side. "Xiao Yu, did you kill all of these?" Qi Mingyu nodded. "I have a high-tech weapon from the military, which I always carry with me. Seeing our heavy losses, I knew we might be wiped out if we didn't act. So without thinking, I threw the weapon. After you were all stunned by the electric shocks, Wan and I killed the enemies to prevent future trouble." He explained it so naturally and casually, as if killing 70 or 80 people in one go wasn't his doing. A moment of silence. After a long while, Zhang Jia finally managed a dry laugh. "You guys are amazing. Thank you for saving us." Her gaze towards Qi Mingyu held a hint of awe. The others felt the same way. Zhou Shuan didn't speak, only gazing at the tall figure standing protectively before her, thinking how fortunate she was. "So this is what it feels like to have someone willing to share joys and sorrows with you." She finally revealed a genuine smile. The group first settled the wounded, then sat down for a delicious grilled fish meal, and then discussed what to do next. Clearly, they had killed over 90 able-bodied men from a local base. This was a blood feud. They couldn't stay here any longer. They had to find a new foothold. However, they couldn't just turn back now. The mission they brought from the new base wasn't finished. They hadn't found a water source. The vast ocean was rich in fish resources. They needed to find a way to utilize it. After a moment's thought, Qi Mingyu said, "Since we can't go back, let's continue south along the coastline." "Good." Zhang Jia nodded. "That's the most suitable way." "Okay, let's pack up and get ready to leave." This group of men was used to living a rough life outdoors, and they wanted to take anything good they found. Here was no exception. Like plucking feathers from a passing goose, they loaded the other side's dozen or so boats onto their own trucks, along with dozens of uneaten fish and fishing nets, and the weapons of the men they had just encountered. As they loaded the pistols, rifles, and long knives into the car, Zhang Jia wondered, these people clearly seem like gangsters, so why do they have so many weapons? Qi Mingyu thought for a moment and said, "I estimate that after the coastal city was flooded, the casualties were heavy, including those of the local government and military. If someone were to put on a diving suit and dive underwater, they would definitely find firearms." Zhang Jia nodded thoughtfully. "Right. When the tiger is away, the monkeys reign supreme. So the security along the coastline must be very chaotic, and the private bases here should all have a certain number of weapons. We must be careful on our journey from here on out." "We listen to you, Boss Zhang." The people in the convoy responded in unison. Zhang Jia was young, and being a woman, most of the convoy initially distrusted her when she first took over the group. But gradually, her composure and calmness throughout the journey earned their trust and reliance on their female leader. Therefore, everyone affectionately called her Boss Zhang. Zhang Jia blushed slightly, but calmly raised her head. "All right, let's get ready to go." Everyone got into their cars and started the engines. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu shared a car, their own. Qi Mingyu was driving, and Zhou Shuan looked out the window and asked, "It's been so long since we heard anything. Why hasn't Boss Dong's base sent anyone to check?" Qi Mingyu glanced in that direction casually. Two possibilities. First, most of the able-bodied men in the base have been mobilized, so even if they wanted revenge, they wouldn't have the strength and could only cower. Second, someone has already secretly followed us. There might be a trap they set ahead. Zhou Shuan thought about it carefully, and felt that both reasons Qi Mingyu mentioned were likely true. She whispered, "We have to be extra careful from now on." Qi Mingyu responded, and reached out to hold her hand. When he inadvertently touched the bracelet on her left wrist, he suddenly said, "The bracelet I gave you is worthless now." The bracelet she was wearing now had no self-defense function. At best, it was just a rather unique wooden bracelet. Zhou Shuan didn't seem to care much. "It saved so many of us. This bracelet has already fulfilled its greatest value." Chapter 280. Qi Mingyu looked at her seriously for a moment, then suddenly turned back to driving, promising, "1-1, I get you an even better bracelet when we get back." Zhou Shuan chuckled, "Aren't all the weapons you hoarded here with me? There shouldn't be any better weapons than this wooden bracelet, right?" The hand grenades they had were only a few. Their reaction time was half a minute slower than the bracelets, and their coverage area was smaller. That's why Zhou Shuan decisively used the bracelet today. Qi Mingyu didn't say much, only that you know when we get back. Zhou Shuan became curious. Did Qi Mingyu have more weapons hoarded? They drove south for over an hour. After what felt like another 50 kilometers, they slowed down. This time, everyone was especially careful, only stopping when they saw people fishing on the shore. Because this fishing team included elderly people, children, and women. Their fishing boats were rudimentary, many being bamboo rafts woven from bamboo, a common feature of the south. The fishing nets they cast into the sea were also quite worn. These elderly people, women, and children all had flushed cheeks, thin figures, and large knuckles. The flush on their cheeks was from the year-round sea breeze, and their large knuckles were due to the susceptibility to rheumatism at the seaside. Zhang Jia and the others observed for a long time before sending out a few of their most skilled communicators to inquire about the surrounding area. The rest of them stayed to observe. After the team members returned with their information, they discussed the situation further before Zhang Jia decided to temporarily establish a camp there. The scouts returned and reported that the elderly people, women, and children they had seen belonged to a small base nearby. After the floods and tsunamis submerged the coastal city, they were among the few who escaped. During the heatwave, they hid underground, and once the heat subsided, they all moved back to the coast to fish for a living. This small base had a small population, perhaps around 1,000. They were all survivors of the shipwreck. After the city was destroyed, they lost their homes, their hard-earned supplies, and their weapons. Besides their base, countless other bases, large and small, stood along the coastline. Without government leadership, they were a disorganized mess. Countless battles had taken place between the bases, large and small. Larger ones had absorbed smaller ones, and those of similar size would also fight and merge with each other. Gradually, fewer and fewer people survived. The reason their base, named Red Star, still had so many survivors was because its leader was a loyal and charismatic man who knew how to win people over. Early after the tsunami, he led his men diving down and found plenty of weapons and supplies. He was also willing to take in the elderly, children, and other vulnerable groups. Gradually, people flocked to Red Star Base. Slowly, the small base, which originally had only a few hundred people, grew into a medium-sized base with around 1,000. The reason the convoy was able to gather information so easily was because the other side assumed they were also seeking refuge at the base. Red Star Base warmly welcomed survivors. After listening to Zhang Jia's explanation, Zhou Shuan raised an eyebrow. The leader of this private base is actually a chivalrous, courageous, and resourceful hero? No wonder she didn't believe it. In her past life, traveling from south to north, she had almost never encountered a private base willing to accept the elderly, children, and other vulnerable groups. All private bases operated like local tyrants. "Don't rush, let's observe further," Qi Mingyu said. "Since we're here to investigate water resources, let's set up camp here first and familiarize ourselves with the surrounding area." While they were discussing this, an old man sitting on the beach cleaning his catch whispered to a young man, "Go back quickly and tell the base leader that dozens of unfamiliar faces with vehicles and weapons have arrived." The young man responded and quickly rode away on his motorcycle. Zhang Jia and his group stayed there for 2 days. During these 2 days, they didn't disturb the people from the Red Star Base who had come to fish. They each sent boats and men, busy fishing from morning till night. They had only caught enough fish for the group to eat in the next few days. They still needed to stockpile some to take back. However, the salt they brought wasn't enough, so Zhang Jia personally spoke with the other party and agreed to exchange 50 jin of fish for 100 jin of salt. Salt wasn't scarce by the sea. The Red Star base didn't have much of anything, except for seafood and salt. But the other party clearly stated that their self-sifted salt wasn't as fine as the premium salt sold before the apocalypse. The grains were somewhat large and coarse, barely qualifying as coarse salt. But it was enough for stir-frying and pickling fish. Upon seeing the finished salt, Zhang Jia hesitated for a moment before deciding to accept the batch. The privately made salt was poorly processed. It wasn't white, but rather a pale yellowish color with a sandy sheen. However, it was still acceptable to taste. The convoy members became even more brazen in their fishing. Every day, one group would go out to sea to fish, while the rest would stay on the shore, cleaning and salting the fish. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu had also gone out to sea several times. At first, when she used her spatial ability to directly store fish from the sea into her space, she felt dizzy and lightheaded. But gradually, perhaps she got used to it, or perhaps her willpower strengthened. She could then use her spatial ability to sense a radius of several hundred meters around her, and store all the fish and shrimp within that range into her space. It was incredibly profitable. To avoid interfering with the convoy members' fishing, she and Qi Mingyu used the motorboat, riding several hundred meters further than the others. Zhang Jia was a little worried, and after 2 attempts to reassure her, she began to understand. Perhaps Zhou Shuan and her husband were just using this opportunity to have a date at sea. She decided against trying to persuade them further, thinking it would be pointless. After all, one of these men was a special forces soldier, capable of anything from land to sea, and the other was more shrewd than most. Ordinary dangers wouldn't faze them. A few days later, after another transaction between the convoy and the Red Star base personnel, a sense of trust was established. Zhang Jia then began inquiring about the source of the Red Star base's water supply. Like old Jiao before her, the people here were tight-lipped about the origin of their water. Frustrated, Zhang Jia decided to meet with the Red Star base commander. She reasoned that since the Red Star base commander was known for his foresight, he should understand that they had traveled thousands of miles from the north to the south to find clean water resources to solve their base's water crisis. If they possessed the technology to extract fresh water from seawater, they should certainly share it. The Red Star base commander agreed to the meeting. Chapter 281. After learning about this, Zhou Shuan decided to go with Zhang Jia to meet them. Qi Mingyu naturally went along as well. Zhang Jia also selected several skilled team members to go to the Red Star base. The Red Star base was just a small base with a population of a little over 1,000, housing residents from nearby cities that had been submerged. Called a base, it was actually the closest village to the coast. The original village houses, plus later additions, made the base quite large. High walls were built around the village to protect against enemies. Armed guards were stationed at the base entrance. Upon seeing the group, someone approached to verify their identities, demanding that Zhang Jia and his group leave their weapons, and conducting a body search to check for any weapons they were carrying. Everyone was somewhat displeased. However, they had inquired beforehand and knew that this was the rule at the Red Star base. No one, not even long-term residents, could enter with weapons. Zhang Jia, Zhou Shuan, and the other women went to one room, while Qi Mingyu and his group went to another. What made things a little easier was that the inspectors were all male. After the inspection, they got dressed and went outside. Qi Mingyu was already waiting at the door, his usually composed demeanor showing a hint of urgency. His expression relaxed when he saw Zhou Shuan. Zhou Shuan smiled at him. "How come you were so fast?" Qi Mingyu nodded. "Men are faster at taking off their clothes. It's more troublesome for women to put on and take off their clothes." Zhou Shuan smiled, letting Qi Mingyu take her hand. Zhang Jia came out from behind and, seeing this, joked, "Clearly you two are very close." Deliberately trying to envy a single people. "Exactly," everyone echoed. Most of those who ventured out to search for supplies were alone, without any worries about the future. Zhou Shuan gave Zhang Jia a reproachful look. Once they were a little further away from the crowd, she asked about Zhang Jia's ex-boyfriend. "Have you contacted each other since?" Zhang Jia shook her head. "No, all communication was cut off after the apocalypse. How could we contact each other? But he wouldn't let me leave, and I had a huge fight with him before coming back. After going through so much hardship, when I finally got home and managed to contact him, he answered my call and immediately said, 'I don't want a selfish girlfriend, and hung up. I was so angry I cried my eyes out, and then I never contacted him again. Zhou Shuan knew Zhao Kueishu's personality from her previous life, so she wasn't surprised by his attitude at all. However, in this life, although Zhang Jia couldn't stay with her parents and family, she had at least escaped that scumbag Zhao Kueishu. That was a lucky thing, wasn't it? Just as Zhou Shuan was thinking this, she heard an uncertain voice beside her. Jia, is that you? Zhou Shuan and Zhang Jia looked up simultaneously, and upon seeing the man's face, Zhou Shuan's eyes narrowed. Some people just can't stand being talked about. The man before her, with a weathered face, a full beard, and skin and bones, was none other than Zhao Kueishu. If it weren't for his plan to sell them both out with Lin Yuang for supplies in her past life, that vicious face would be deeply etched in Zhou Shuan's mind. Faced with such a disheveled Zhao Kueishu, Zhou Shuan wasn't even sure she would recognize him. It was her ex-boyfriend, whom she had been deeply in love with, and Zhang Jia recognized him after a moment's hesitation. Kueishu? You? She hesitated, looking him up and down. Zhao Kueishu lowered his head somewhat self-consciously. His shoes were tattered, revealing dirty toenails. But the next moment, he immediately raised his head, his eyes filled with eagerness and surprise. Jia, is it really you? When you came in from the base entrance just now, I suspected it was you, but I didn't dare to recognize you. I never thought I'd see you again in my life. I really been looking for you. As he spoke, he took 2 steps forward, stretching out his arms as if to hug Zhang Jia. The team members on either side of Zhang Jia immediately stopped him, their tone very rude. What are you doing? Stay away from our captain. Captain? Zhao Kueishu muttered to himself, then quickly glanced at Zhang Jia and the people around her. Clearly, Zhang Jia was dressed neatly and cleanly. Although she wasn't as fair-skinned and beautiful as before the apocalypse, she wasn't too thin either, and she had a tall, energetic figure. She was surrounded by 7 or 8 men and women who were obviously trained in martial arts, and they called her their captain. It seems Zhang Jia is doing quite well after the apocalypse. Zhao Kueishu's eyes suddenly lit up, but the other team members were already urging Zhang Jia. Captain, Base Commander Zhao is still waiting. We need to hurry. Zhang Jia had just recovered from the shock of seeing her ex-boyfriend. She nodded blankly, looked at Zhao Kueishu, unsure what to say, and after a long while, finally uttered, I go first. She had just taken a step forward when Zhao Kueishu immediately rushed over. Jia, I have something to tell you. But he was stopped. Zhao Kueishu desperately tried to move forward, but he was no match for the strength of the convoy members. He could only shout as he pushed, Jia, you can't go. Jia, I really miss you. You don't know how much hardship I endured traveling north from S City to find you. I ended up here, fell seriously ill, and had to stay temporarily. Jia, I was determined to find you. Zhang Jia looked at him, somewhat dazed. You came here to find me? Zhao Kueishu nodded. Yes, I came to find you. After we parted ways, I was furious that you left without saying goodbye, so I said some foolish things. Later, when communication was cut off, I couldn't contact you, so I decided to go north to find you. He knew his words had moved Zhang Jia, so he stopped struggling forward and stood still, smiling at Zhang Jia as gently as he had before. However, he was now emaciated, his face filthy, and his beard unkempt. His gentle smile was eerily unsettling. Zhang Jia bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and then said, We have things to do. We talk when we're done. Okay. I wait for you at the base entrance. Zhao Kueishu readily agreed. As long as he guarded the base entrance, he wouldn't have to worry about losing her. After the apocalypse, he had suffered terribly, so he would cling tightly to Zhang Jia like a piece of chewing gum, making sure she could never shake him off. Zhang Jia led the group forward again. This time, however, she seemed lost in thought the entire way. Zhou Shuan glanced at her, but remained silent. Chapter 282. Although she didn't want Zhang Jia to have any more contact with Zhao Kueishu, there were some things she couldn't directly advise him against. Especially now, Zhang Jia was clearly moved by the other man. Any advice from others would only provoke Zhang Jia's resentment, and the effect would be counterproductive. The others in the convoy didn't seem to care much. Having lived in the apocalypse for so long, the separation and reunion with family or lovers was almost a daily occurrence. Zhang Jia meeting his ex-lover in this small town near the south wasn't a big deal. When they finally arrived at the meeting place, seeing the figure stand up from the desk, Zhou Shuan mentally cursed again. Today I really encountered a ghost. No, I encountered the evil spirit of an old friend. No wonder this base commander's surname is Zhao. It turns out he's the ambiguous figure Zhou Shuwan entrusted with taking revenge on Lin Yong Zhaochong. Unexpectedly, he's here as a base commander, and even founded a base. A low-level gangster from his past life has transformed into a protector of a base in this one. The difference is truly astonishing. Zhaochong greeted everyone politely, but when his eyes met Zhou Shuwan's, he visibly froze. Then, he suddenly remembered who she was and exclaimed in surprise, "It's you." Zhou Shuwan smiled warmly. "Base Commander Zhao, long time no see." She stood there, as if meeting an old friend. She showed no sign of panic. Zhaochong spoke first. What you said back then." He immediately realized it was inappropriate to discuss that matter in such a public place, and wisely kept quiet. Zhang Jia's gaze swept between the two of them, then he asked curiously, Wan, do you two know each other?" Zhou Shuan nodded. "I met her once when we were in college." "Oh, so it seems Base Chief Zhao is also from S City? Nice to meet you." Zhang Jia extended his hand to shake hers. Zhaochong, being a leader managing a base, only lost his composure for a moment before quickly regaining his composure. He smiled at Zhou Shuan, then shook hands with Zhang Jia and gestured for everyone to sit down. Qi Mingyu pulled Zhou Shuan's hand and sat down on a nearby sofa. The sofa was rather small, just enough for two people, and even a little too intimate. He did this deliberately, to assert his ownership over Zhaochong. Zhaochong was slightly surprised, but didn't take it to heart. He didn't have romantic feelings for Zhou Shuan. It was just that she had accurately predicted what would happen before all the news broke, even indirectly changing his life, which piqued his curiosity. His surprise stemmed from the fact that the man Zhou Shuwan had asked to break her leg 6 months later was clearly someone with whom she had a past relationship, and it seemed she had started a new one. Zhang Jia had come with important business. After a few pleasantries, he went straight to the point, asking how the local water resources were being managed, and whether they had the technology to convert seawater into freshwater. Zhaochong's willingness to meet also indicated he had ulterior motives. He didn't mince words, stating frankly, "Yes, our area is all seawater," which was originally inedible. But 2 years ago, during a heat wave, we ran out of freshwater resources. Since the apocalypse, this area has been embroiled in war and conflict, and the higher-ups are powerless to govern it. They don't allocate any resources to us, so we have to find our own way. We obtained the cactus through special means, and a top student from a prestigious university specializing in mechanical equipment conducted experiments, ultimately solving the problem of extracting freshwater from seawater. He then sold it to us at a high price, and the person who got it subsequently sold it to other bases. But we all agreed that these technologies could only be revealed to the survivors living by the sea, and not to anyone else. This is to prevent anyone from trying to take our ocean resources. They relied on the sea, had no shortage of food, and possessed a continuous supply of water resources. Therefore, many locals considered it a blessed land, and were unwilling to share it. That's why they were so wary of the convoy inquiring about this matter. After Zhaochong finished speaking matter-of-factly, a member of the convoy immediately retorted, "The sea isn't yours alone." This was a very impolite remark. The people behind Zhaochong immediately sharpened their gazes. The atmosphere instantly became tense. At this moment, Qi Mingyu slowly asked, "But, is Base Chief Zhao's directness in stating this matter also for some ulterior motive?" Although he asked a question, his tone was very certain. Zhaochong smiled. "That's right, I do want to use this technology to exchange for something with you." Those around him seemed surprised by his intentions, and someone immediately shouted, "Base Commander Zhao, you mustn't." Zhaochong glanced at them calmly. "I am the base commander. Since you elected me for this position, you should trust my judgment and not question my decisions." It was clear he held considerable authority within the base. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent. Zhou Shuwan looked at the mature, composed, and measured man before her, finding him completely different from the naive young man she had once known. People grow up, including herself and everyone else. "What do you want?" Zhang Jia asked. Zhaochong then said, "Our people have been in contact with you, and know that your city has production lines for compressed biscuits and canned food. Our coastal city has been completely submerged. Even if we could salvage some resources, it would be impossible to assemble a complete production line. Because we live by the sea, we don't lack food. But the daily catch of fish is very limited. If we encounter a few strong winds or heavy rains, we can't go out to fish. Then, for those few days, the people at the base will go hungry. If we had 2 complete production lines, our 1,000+ people could be completely self-sufficient. Currently, food production lines are extremely valuable. I don't know the situation in other cities, but J City only has 2 processing plants, each with a few production lines. Even with continuous production day and night, they can barely supply the city's surviving population. Exchanging seawater extraction technology for 2 production lines is a huge price to pay. Zhang Jia pondered for a moment and shook his head. I'm sorry, I can't agree to that directly. I need to go back and talk to my superiors to see if it's possible. Zhao Chong wasn't disappointed. He only knew that Zhang Jia and his group came from a northern city, so he guessed that their buildings and factories hadn't been completely destroyed by the tsunami and should be able to produce food normally. Upon further inquiry, he learned that the convoy's staple food was compressed biscuits and canned meat. Chapter 283. Their people even traded fresh fish with the other side, bringing it back to taste. It was quite good. At least, it was better than eating only fresh, salted, or pickled fish for every meal. Eating only one type of food year after year would lead to a monotonous diet. Therefore, Zhao Chong decided to give it a try. Okay, you guys discuss it. Zhao Chong smiled at the group. It's just a suggestion. Naturally, it's best if everyone feels it's beneficial. Seawater purification technology was urgently needed for Zhou Shuan and her group. However, the new base was far from the coast, and transporting seawater from east to west by truck would be extremely costly. Therefore, Zhang Jia and the others couldn't make a decision, and could only return to let the base leaders discuss it. After Zhang Jia and the others left, Zhao Chong looked at Zhou Shuan. Zhou Gunyun, would you mind talking to me alone for a while? Qi Mingyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Zhou Shuan looked at him. Brother Yu, let's go together. Qi Mingyu's expression softened. Zhao Chong's gaze swept between the two of them, revealing a hint of innocent curiosity, but he tactfully refrained from asking about their relationship. They went into a room and closed the door tightly. Zhao Chong politely asked, would you like some tea? This manner was somewhat similar to when he went to Xiao Zhao's place. Could it be that rising from commoner to a new social class has changed one's hobbies, leading to a love of tea? Zhou Shuan smiled inwardly and shook her head. No need for that. Commander Zhao, I didn't expect to run into you here. Although both are in the south, as city, and this region are in different provinces. She never imagined that Zhao Chong, who had been so successful in S City in her past life, would end up here as a base commander. Zhao Chong was equally surprised, letting out a soft sigh. Actually, we had no choice. A tsunami nearly destroyed the entire city. Those of us who survived had no choice but to flee north by boat. Then, as more and more people gathered along the way, we were all disoriented and didn't know what to do. There were many robbers and murderers on the road. It was extremely dangerous. A few people couldn't possibly make it north safely. So I made a tough decision. I gathered everyone in the city together, and then we helped each other, and together we arrived here safely. Because of their numbers, the robbers avoided them from afar. Therefore, their journey north was relatively smooth. Zhao Chong was also quite shrewd. With no one in charge among the large group, he didn't hesitate and immediately took control of distributing manpower, weapons, and food. He was a decent person himself. His previous part-time job as a thug was out of necessity. Once he seized power, he took good care of the elderly and children. The men, armed, walked in front and behind, while the women, children, and the elderly carried their packs in the middle. When distributing supplies, the men who had contributed labor received an extra third of the food, and the women, children, and the elderly were not deducted either. Therefore, Zhao Chong was very popular. After arriving here, seeing the proximity to the sea, abundant marine resources, and existing empty villages, he settled down. He also gathered several groups of surviving locals and outsiders who had fled to the area, and the Red Star base grew larger and larger. He then had another idea, leading his men, risking their lives, to dive to the seabed and find a batch of weapons, which further ensured the safety of the Red Star base. When the extreme heatwave struck, he led his base to expand and deepen the existing cellars in the village. Then several families squeezed together to live. Life in the cellars was certainly not as comfortable as in the underground base in J City, so everyone developed skin diseases. Fortunately, they gradually adapted to underground life. Food and supplies were still obtained from the sea. Due to the high temperatures, many fish in the sea died, floating belly up on the surface. Fortunately, while Zhao Chong ordered the cellars to be dug, he also had people fish day and night, sun-drying and pickling them. Once the sea fish had all died from the heat, they ate the stockpiled sun-dried and pickled fish. But while they had food, they lacked water, and people suffered from severe illnesses due to dehydration. It was at this time that a young college student improved seawater purification technology. He knew the principle of purifying seawater into freshwater, and, based on this, improved upon it into a simpler and less expensive method. With this method, the people were finally temporarily safe. Once the heatwave ended, the ocean's powerful self-purification ability carried away all the fish killed by the heat, greatly reducing the seawater's toxicity. People's lives gradually returned to normal. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu listened to Zhao Chong's story, both somewhat surprised. Your journey has been truly difficult. Zhao Chong smiled wryly. That's the difference between being a regular army and not. I did want to lead the entire base to find the government and the military, but we had no vehicles, no gasoline, and the furthest government base was over 100 kilometers away, too far. We didn't know what unexpected things might happen along the way, so I hesitated and didn't take action. Zhou Shuan earnestly suggested, actually, I recommend you continue north. The south is low-lying, and if another earthquake or something happens, the danger is too high. The north isn't safe either, but there's no place in the world that's 100% safe these days. You have to choose the lesser of two evils. A base with 1,000 or so people is simply too small to withstand a large-scale enemy invasion. In the later stages of the apocalypse, as resources dwindle, governments at all levels will move to newly built bases, and entire cities will be abandoned. Then, they will become the domain of criminal forces. At that time, small bases like Red Star will only become strongholds for bad guys. Therefore, Zhou Shuan advised Zhao Chong to move ahead of time. She didn't explain it very clearly, only vaguely reminding him a couple of times, and Zhao Chong's expression immediately became serious. Okay, since it's your suggestion, I definitely take it seriously. He already felt that Zhou Shuan knew some inside information. He chuckled again. Actually, I thought you asked me how that matter went as soon as we met. I didn't expect you to be so composed. He was referring to the matter Zhou Shuan had asked him to break Lin Yoyang's leg. Zhou Shuan smiled. Actually, when I heard you say S City was destroyed by the tsunami, I guessed his fate wouldn't be good. Zhao Chong then said, back then, you left behind a bunch of supplies, and a few ominous words before disappearing. I hid the supplies first, then investigated that Lin Yuang guy and found out what he'd done. Since he's a shameless person, I figured it was just breaking a leg. I'd done that many times before, so I didn't think much of it. Later, as more and more areas were hit by ice storms, and then torrential rains and floods soon followed, people started scrambling to buy supplies. That's when I realized what you meant by sending these supplies in advance. The supplies you sent were enough for my sister and me to eat and drink for several years. I don't have much savings, and even if I bought all the supplies, I wouldn't be able to buy much. Especially my sister. Without the supplies and nutritional supplements you sent, she might not have survived. Zhao Chong looked at Zhou Shuan, sincerely thanked her, and continued, I'm very grateful to you. 6 months later, as we agreed, I found Lin Yuang, who was forming a gang, and broke his leg. I was worried he wouldn't recover, so I and a few others put his leg into the floodwaters. The floodwaters were very toxic. His leg definitely won't heal. Zhao Chong said these harmlessly, then looked at Zhou Shuan, seemingly wanting praise. Zhou Shuan was taken aback at first, then smiled helplessly. So Lin Yuang died long ago? She'd been thinking about him for so many years. She even secretly vowed to kill him herself when they met again after the earthquake. But, with his wound soaked in poisonous water, Lin Yuang certainly wouldn't have survived. Zhou Shuan didn't feel much regret. Having poisonous water invade his wounds and internal organs was an extremely painful way to die. It actually fulfilled her initial expectation. Zhao Chong honestly shook his head. Actually, I didn't see his body either. The tsunami came quickly, and all the survivors began to flee. He had a leg injury, so even if he wanted to escape, he couldn't move properly. He must be dead. Zhou Shuan looked at him and solemnly thanked him. Commander Zhao, thank you. He solved her biggest problem. Zhao Chong quickly waved his hand, then glanced at Qi Mingyu, who was practically invisible beside him, and couldn't help but ask, Miss Zhou, could you tell me why you knew about it so early? His question was subtle, yet Zhou Shuan understood perfectly. Zhou Shuan smiled slightly and pointed to Qi Mingyu beside her. This is my husband. He heard some things and told me. That's why I knew what happened later, stockpiled supplies in advance, and found someone to help me get revenge. She didn't explicitly say that Qi Mingyu was a retired Special Forces soldier, only giving a vague explanation. Zhao Chong suddenly realized. No wonder. There's a really popular video online that predicts almost all the natural disasters humanity will face after the apocalypse. The only problem is, the timing of the disasters in that video is inaccurate. Zhou Shuan sighed inwardly. It wasn't that the predictions were inaccurate, but rather that many things had changed in this life, and the timing of the disasters was different. Having cleared up his doubts, Xiao Chong said to Zhou Shuwan, "Without the supplies you gave me, my sister Ying and I definitely wouldn't have survived. So I owe you 2 lives. If you ever encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to come to me. I help you without hesitation." Xiao Chong's words demonstrated his chivalrous character. He was fearless and grateful. Zhou Shuwan asked with a smile, "Your sister's name is Ying? How old is she now?" Xiao Chong quickly replied, "She's already a teenager, and incredibly capable. I manage all the affairs of the base now, so I basically don't have to do anything at home anymore. Ying takes care of most things." "That's very capable," Zhou Shuwan praised. "By the way, Miss Zhou, if you don't mind, why don't you come to my house for a meal? You can also try Ying's cooking. We also grow hydroponic vegetables. I have her stew a pot of sauerkraut fish for you." Zhou Shuwan glanced at Qi Mingyu, who nodded slightly, and she agreed. Xiao Chong was quite capable, and of good character. Having more friends meant more opportunities, and Zhou Shuwan didn't mind getting closer to him. When she arrived, she brought 2 fresh fish and a can of pork. Xiao Chong kept scolding her and Qi Mingyu for being too polite, but he still carefully put the can of pork away. "Now that we're by the sea, we're not worried about not having fish, but other meats are extremely hard to find. Even compressed biscuits and canned meat are rare for the locals." Ying was a girl almost 14 years old, not very tall, but with a shrewd look. She had a very good relationship with Xiao Chong, like siblings. The 4 of them enjoyed a lively meal. The rest of the convoy were busy stockpiling supplies. But since they were on the trip, Zhang Jia and his team, besides fishing and making pickled fish daily, also traded with the locals for local specialties. These included various types of fish and seafood from the coast. Living by the sea doesn't guarantee a daily catch enough for a family, so the people at the Red Star base are skilled at making sun-dried or pickled fish. If they have seasonings, they first prepare the sauce, clean the fish, then cut off the head, spread the body out like a bird spreading its wings, and evenly coat it with the sauce. Then they hang it to air dry or air dry it, avoiding direct sunlight to preserve the protein and ensure the fish retains its freshness and delicate flavor. Fish dried in this way has a unique flavor, hence the name sweet sun-drying. Some people don't like fresh fish and prefer this sweet sun-dried fish. This is different from the smoked fish made by Grandma Pang, but it has its own distinct flavor. Not only did Zhang Jia and his group exchange some of this sweet sun-dried fish with the locals, but Zhou Shuwan also exchanged other supplies for a lot, filling a large truck to the brim. However, no one knew exactly how much sweet sun-dried fish he had exchanged, and naturally no one knew that Zhou Shuwan also had hundreds of kilograms of sweet sun-dried fish stored in her spatial storage. Fresh fish were even more plentiful. The ocean's resources are inexhaustible. The Red Star base occupies a wharf, where the catch is abundant. Other bases, large and small, also have their own fishing areas. To show his sincerity, Xiao Chong specifically allowed the convoy to fish in their fishing area. This wharf was much easier to fish at than other places the convoy had previously caught. In the same amount of time, and with the same net, they harvested twice as much as before. Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu rowed a small boat together. The latter cast a net to catch fish, while Zhou Shuwan used her spatial abilities, touching the surface of the sea and absorbing the surrounding fish and seawater into her space. 5 days later, the group bid farewell to the people from the Red Star base and drove away. Watching the vehicles disappear into the distance, Xiao Chong recalled Zhou Shuwan's warning and realized he should be prepared for the worst. The world would only become more chaotic in the future. Their current location was already rife with infighting and mergers between large and small bases, making it extremely dangerous. If something uncontrollable happened, how could he protect his sister and everyone at the base? But where could he escape to with so many people? Zhou Shuwan and her group came from the north in search of water. This indicated that the north was water scarce and unsuitable for long-term human habitation. Xiao Chong racked his brains for a new relocation site. Chapter 284. The convoy moved slowly along the winding road, the wheels churning the dry ground with a dull thud. In the distance, the withered yellow mountains were shrouded in a thin layer of mist, creating a hazy and oppressive atmosphere. The distance to the sea was considerable. Even the familiar scent of ocean waves was gone. Zhou Shuwan sat in the car, gazing wearily out the window. The convoy's jolting caused her body to sway rhythmically, but she was clearly preoccupied. Qi Mingyu glanced at her, but remained silent. Finally, the convoy came to a stop, and everyone disembarked to rest and eat by the roadside. Zhou Shuwan also got out, found a place to sit, and began to eat some dry rations. At this moment, she glanced at Zhang Jia seemingly casually and asked, "Senior, how did your talk with Zhao Kueishu go?" Zhang Jia put down her beef jerky and sighed, with a complicated expression. At the Red Star base, as expected, she was stopped by Zhao Kueishu as she came out. Zhao Kueishu was eager to win Zhang Jia back. As soon as he saw her, he began to ramble on and on. "Jia Jia, I missed you so much. Since the apocalypse, I've been searching for you. Do you know how hard it's been for me?" He was emotional, his eyes filled with tears, and his voice trembled slightly, trying to move Zhang Jia in this way. However, Zhang Jia felt completely calm, without a ripple of emotion. She quietly looked at the man before her, patiently waiting for him to finish recounting the hardships he had endured searching for her since the apocalypse. After Zhao Kueishu finished speaking, she calmly questioned him, "You said you've been searching for me?" "Yes, I never given up looking for you," Zhao Kueishu said hurriedly. "What about your parents?" Zhao Kueishu was stunned, stammering, Jia, as city was completely destroyed, including my hometown. I haven't heard from my parents at all. They must be." His eyes were filled with tears, looking at Zhang Jia with pitiful, weary, and sorrowful eyes. Zhang Jia remained calm, but every word was like a sharp sword, piercing Zhao Kueishu's heart. "Zhao Kueishu, do you think I still believe you by now? How much of what you said is true?" Zhao Kueishu's face turned pale. He tried to explain, but Zhang Jia didn't give him a chance. She continued, "You come to me now just to use me as a long-term meal ticket. I won't be deceived by you anymore." With that, she turned to leave. Seeing this, Zhao Kueishu grabbed her hand, his expression agitated, and said, Jia, you can't do this to me. I've given so much for you, how can you be so heartless?" His eyes were filled with anger and resentment. Zhang Jia looked at him coldly, her eyes devoid of any warmth. "Zhao Kueishu, we already broken up. I don't need to listen to your lies. If you truly love me, you wouldn't have said those things. If you truly loved me, your first thought upon seeing me wouldn't be what benefits I could bring you." Her words struck Zhao Kueishu's heart like heavy hammer blows. His expression changed, and he angrily released her hand, shouting, "Zhang Jia, don't make false accusations." Zhang Jia smiled contemptuously. She couldn't even muster anger now. Ignoring him, she turned and left. Undeterred, Zhao Kueishu continued to follow Zhang Jia, relentlessly professing his love. Jia, I really can't forget you. Let's start over, okay?" His tone softened, a stark contrast to his earlier anger. Looking at him, Zhang Jia felt utterly unfamiliar with him. Indeed, they hadn't seen each other for years. The passionate love of their youth had completely changed with adulthood and the harsh realities of life. She was fed up, and had the persistent Zhao Kueishu driven away. Before leaving, Zhang Jia had someone investigate Zhao Kueishu's behavior after the apocalypse. Upon learning that Zhao Kueishu had been robbing and stealing at the Red Star base, his character utterly despicable, she realized she had misjudged him, and became even more determined. Unbeknownst to her, as the convoy departed, Zhao Kueishu stood on a high point, gazing in the direction they had gone, silently vowing, "Zhang Jia, I will find you and make you regret treating me like this." In truth, only Zhou Shuan knew that there was a reason why Zhao Kueishu's life had ended so miserably. Lin Yuang had lost a leg and was missing, and S City had been destroyed by the tsunami. Zhao Kueishu lost the chance to meet Lin Yuang, and naturally, he could no longer participate in his harassing and exploitative acts. Hearing Zhang Jia's words, Zhou Shuan comforted her, "Senior, men can't fill your stomach. If you haven't met the right one, find someone decent enough to satisfy your physical needs. It's fine on your own, no need for internal conflict." Zhang Jia chuckled, thought carefully, and then said seriously, "Shuan, you understand perfectly well. I'm fine on my own now." Zhou Shuan smiled but remained silent. She had always known Zhang Jia was a strong and independent woman. They had overcome such terrible circumstances in their past life. How could they possibly give up now? She would never let a man affect her life. Once the convoy resumed its journey, Qi Mingyu finally spoke, looking at Zhou Shuan. Wan, did you ask Zhao Chong to deal with Lin Yuang because of something Lin Yuang did to you?" Zhou Shuan paused slightly, then sighed softly. There were some things she didn't want to mention, so she briefly recounted Lin Yuang's misdeeds in her past life. Her voice was calm, as if she were telling a story unrelated to herself. But Qi Mingyu could sense the turmoil deep within her heart. Her initial coldness towards strangers, her fear of being touched, and so on, all of this now made sense. Anger blazed in his eyes, but he suppressed it fiercely. After a long while, he reached out and tightly grasped Zhou Shuan's hand. Wan, if only I had known sooner. If only he had met her in his past life. If only he had helped her. Zhou Shuan shook her head, forcing a smile. It's all in the past. Now that you're here, I'm not afraid of anything. Qi Mingyu gripped her hand tightly, whispering a promise. Wan, don't worry, I protect you from now on. I won't let you get hurt again. We never be apart. Zhou Shuan closed her eyes, feeling his warmth and determination, a strange sense of peace welling up inside her. Perhaps, being reborn was God's compensation to her. In this life, she had a loving family, a lover who reciprocated her feelings, and friends who shared joys and sorrows. Therefore, even in this apocalyptic world, she had the courage to start over. Zhou Shuan leaned quietly on Qi Mingyu's shoulder, a gentle breeze bringing a touch of coolness. A complex emotion flickered in her eyes. She had thought she would personally put an end to those past grievances, but she hadn't expected fate to have already made its arrangements. This was for the best. Her feud with Lin Yuyang was finally over. Qi Mingyu, however, frowned deeply. Years of experience as a special forces soldier had given him a keen sense that things weren't so simple. Although he hadn't met Lin Yuyang, someone as cunning and treacherous as Lin Yuyang, who had even built his own power base in the apocalypse, would never let her die so easily. Wan, we can't let our guard down. Qi Mingyu's voice was low and serious. Zhou Shuan looked up and nodded slightly. When they passed through the next city, Qi Mingyu made a request to Zhang Jia. Zhang Jia, we have some matters to attend to, and may need to temporarily leave the group. Zhang Jia hesitated for a moment, then nodded. They hadn't known each other for long, but these two were capable and intelligent, and wouldn't put themselves in danger. Moreover, Zhang Jia knew that whenever they went off to do something secretive, they would return with supplies that others couldn't find. So she said to them, okay, be careful. We wait for you here. The team needs a rest. They didn't have much gasoline, and would need to refuel at gas stations along the way. This required luck. Sometimes, gas stations had plenty of gasoline, and they could fill up their trucks and load the rest onto their vehicles. But sometimes, the gas stations near the main roads were already empty. Qi Mingyu led Zhou Shuan away from the convoy, traveling along a road that was almost completely destroyed. After driving for over an hour, they stopped at the foot of an abandoned building. This was also a suburban area, surrounded by desolation. The building may have once been magnificent, but now only ruins remained. Qi Mingyu explained that this had been a temporary base he used during missions, known only to him. He had hidden some of the weapons his superior had given him here, hoping they might come in handy in a critical moment. He had planned to take these weapons with him when he came to the south. Qi Mingyu led Zhou Shuan through the half-collapsed building, found the stairs, and went down to the basement. They stopped in one of the rooms. The door was somewhat rotten, and a strong musty smell filled the air. He frowned, took out a flashlight, and the weak beam swept across the dimly lit basement. The basement was dark, with a dry, musty smell. Both of them covered their noses. In a corner of the basement, several boxes sat covered in a thick layer of dust. Qi Mingyu walked over and carefully opened one of the wooden boxes. The box creaked, the sound particularly jarring in the quiet basement. Inside, various weapons commonly used by the military were neatly arranged: Type 95 assault rifles, Type 92 pistols, grenades, smoke grenades, and some weapons Zhou Shuan didn't recognize. They gleamed with a cold metallic sheen under the flashlight beam. Wan, put this on! Qi Mingyu took out a bracelet, the very one he had given her before. Zhou Shuan was pleasantly surprised. You still have a bracelet? It was a pair. I separated them, took one with me, and kept the rest here. Qi Mingyu carefully put the bracelet on Zhou Shuan's wrist. Use it the same way, be careful when using it. Zhou Shuan admired the bracelet on her wrist and joked, even if it knocks you out again, it's okay? Qi Mingyu smiled gently. Of course, as long as you're safe. A warm feeling welled up in Zhou Shuan's heart. Wan, put the rest of the weapons into your spatial storage. Okay. After leaving the basement and reaching the surface, Qi Mingyu gazed into the distance, at the place where he had once been stationed and trained. A trace of worry appeared in his eyes. He wondered how his instructor and former comrades were doing now. They hadn't been in contact since they parted ways. The apocalypse had changed the fate of so many people. He only hoped they were all safe, somewhere sheltering ordinary people. Or perhaps they had already returned home and reunited with their families. They had successfully rejoined their unit. Zhang Jia and his team were resting. They had exerted themselves greatly, drenching themselves in sweat from pumping out the gasoline. Seeing the truck approaching in the distance, Zhang Jia was delighted and began waving from afar. After eating, they set off again. This time, things didn't go so smoothly. They encountered another robbery. The robbers numbered about 20, and they were armed with firearms. A fierce firefight ensued. The scene was chaotic, bullets whistled through the air, making sharp whistling sounds. Vehicles and the ground were struck by bullets, producing ear-piercing impacts and explosions. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder, making it difficult to breathe. Zhang Jia and his men were already quite experienced, but their opponents, who made a living by robbing for years, were not to be underestimated. The fighting was well organized, and their attacks were fierce. The convoy outnumbered them, and for a time, they couldn't overpower them. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu also joined the battle. Qi Mingyu's automatic rifle spat fire continuously, each shot accurately hitting vital points, and enemies fell one by one. Zhou Shuan used grenades and smoke grenades to provide cover for Qi Mingyu. After a fierce firefight, the enemy finally couldn't hold out and began to retreat. But the convoy wouldn't allow it. Zhang Jia's somewhat hoarse voice rang out in the smoke-filled air. "Keep going, everyone. Finish them off in one fell swoop." With a series of gunshots, the last few enemies fell dead. Zhang Jia directed his men to quickly clear the battlefield. Although the convoy also suffered losses, fortunately only one vehicle was damaged, and a few people were injured. The damage wasn't too serious. They retrieved the enemy's weapons and bandaged the wounded. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder and blood, and exhaustion etched itself on everyone's faces. Zhang Jia approached and patted Zhou Shuan's shoulder, his voice still hoarse. "Wan Xiaoyu, are you two alright?" Zhou Shuan shook her head, her gaze shifting to the wounded team members, her brow furrowed. "We're fine, but we need to treat our wounds quickly to prevent infection." Zhang Jia nodded, then glanced at the sky. "We need to find a safe place to rest." With several more wounded in the convoy, it was no longer safe to continue. "I know a place," Zhou Shuan said, "the one we saw when we left during the day, not far from here, an abandoned factory. We can go there." "Okay." Zhang Jia quickly organized the team, placing the wounded in the vehicles before slowly driving away. Chapter 285. It was already dark when they arrived at the abandoned factory. The factory gate was ajar, and the inside was pitch black. After checking the area to make sure no one was there, the group unloaded the wounded and some supplies from the trucks. Their trucks were loaded with seafood supplies they had obtained from the Red Star base. Fearing they might get lost if left outside, Zhang Jia found a relatively spacious workshop and drove all 30 large trucks inside. He then locked the gate. Then, they cleared a space, lit several bonfires, and the flickering flames illuminated everyone's faces. The wounded were placed by the fire, and the team members began to busy themselves. Some were on guard duty, some were treating the wounded, and some were preparing food. There was fresh fish and dried fish. Their dinner was grilled fish with compressed biscuits. Having been away for several months, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu had also followed the crowd and didn't often eat alone. So, they joined the others for grilled fish and compressed biscuits. In the end, Zhou Shuan quietly slipped a piece of chocolate into Qi Mingyu's mouth. The latter savored the chocolate's unique sweetness and smiled slightly at Zhou Shuan. "Wan Xiaoyu, the doctor just told me we probably have to stay here for a few more days," Zhang Jia said, her expression worried. The wounded from last time had received proper treatment at the Red Star base and were almost fully recovered. But this time, the wounded had all been shot and, after undergoing basic surgery, needed several days to rest. Although staying at the factory was unsafe, she was the team leader and couldn't abandon anyone in the convoy. Zhou Shuan nodded. "Okay, we set off once they're better." One appears to be slightly injured, but bullet fragments have entered his lung, causing bleeding. "It's estimated." Zhang Jia's voice lowered, his expression grim. The wounded were in a space partitioned off behind a curtain, a measure requested by the doctor to provide a quiet environment for them. He couldn't be disturbed while performing surgery on the wounded. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu also looked in that direction, their expression somber. They both knew what internal bleeding meant. If this were before the apocalypse, there might have been a chance for treatment, but now, they could only watch helplessly as the wounded awaited death. A long silence followed, then suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps. "Captain, there's a situation outside." A team member rushed in to report, his voice echoing in the empty factory, breaking the tranquility. "What is it?" Zhang Jia immediately stood up, his movements swift and decisive. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu also stood up, their eyes meeting in an instant, a tacit understanding forming between them. They didn't say a word, silently picking up their weapons, their eyes filled with vigilance. Someone's coming, a team member said urgently. Those resting on the ground also moved quickly, grabbing their weapons. Zhou Shuan arrived at the factory gate, taking out her binoculars to look into the distance. It was a somewhat staggering group. Seemingly just after a firefight, several were injured. But without a doubt, they were all armed, charging directly towards them. Stop them! Don't let them in! Zhang Jia immediately ordered. The team members quickly formed formation, guns pointed outwards. One of them fired a shot into the open space outside. The loud gunshot echoed in the darkness. The group of people jolted, immediately stopping and looking warily towards the factory. Zhang Jia and his group were very careful. Even though they were staying at the factory, they were careful not to reveal themselves, lest they be discovered and wiped out. Therefore, the other side didn't notice that a group of people was already inside the factory. At this moment, a woman's voice from the group shouted, "Heroes, we mean no harm, but many of our people are injured and urgently need a place to treat them. Don't worry, we leave at dawn." Traveling at night was too dangerous. Their vehicles had all been destroyed, and they could only escape on foot. This voice sounded familiar. Zhou Shuan frowned slightly. Could it be someone she knew? She picked up her binoculars and continued to watch carefully. Upon closer inspection, she noticed something amiss. It turned out that this group was actually a group of women. She had encountered a group composed entirely of women in her previous life. Could it be? She narrowed her eyes, listening to Zhang Jia's conversation with the other person. "I'm sorry, we also have wounded here. To ensure their safety, I can't let strangers in." The woman's voice paused, seemingly weighing something, before finally speaking again. "The factory is so big, we only need one workshop. How about that? You can send someone to monitor us. If you hand over all your weapons, I can consider it," Zhang Jia continued. This was based on the practices of the Red Star base. "No." The other person refused decisively. "Then I'm sorry." Zhang Jia's words were unyielding. "What should we do, Sister Hong? This factory is the closest. If we find another place to stay, at our current pace, it will take at least another hour, but several members of the team can't hold on any longer." A woman whispered to the woman who had called out. Sister Hong also hesitated, biting her lip. At this moment, the rather robust, injured woman she was supporting gritted her teeth. "Give in to their request. We already suffered too many losses tonight. I can't afford to lose any more team members." "Okay." Sister Hong finally agreed to Zhang Jia's conditions. Only after the other side surrendered all their weapons did Zhang Jia have the factory gates open to let them in. At this point, the people in the convoy realized that this was actually an all-female team. The woman leading the way, though injured and being supported, was robust, with a firm and powerful gait. A long scar ran from the corner of her eye to her chin. But upon closer inspection, this scar didn't make her look ugly. Instead, it added to her dignity. Even her injury didn't diminish her dignity in the slightest. Her eyes were sharp as knives, her gaze sweeping across the surroundings before finally settling on Zhang Jia and Zhou Shuan. "Thank you," she said hoarsely. In this situation, it was Zhang Jia, as the team leader, who should speak. Zhou Shuan took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. She knew Qinfen didn't recognize her, but the feeling of reuniting in a foreign land was wonderful. She couldn't help but smile at Qinfen, her face full of goodwill. And then, there was Sister Hong, who had always been by Qinfen's side. In her past life, she had been Qinfen's most loyal confidant, managing many of the team's miscellaneous affairs. But at this moment, Zhou Shuan's smile, in Sister Hong's eyes, looked like a weasel offering New Year's greetings to a chicken. After all, their group had just confiscated their weapons. They were truly at the mercy of their captors. She glared warily at Zhou Shuan. Zhou Shuan gave a bitter smile, and remained silent. Although she trusted this team she had briefly worked with, Zhang Jia had her position as team leader, and was responsible for the entire convoy. Therefore, she could only remain silent. All she could do was try to avoid conflict. Zhang Jia pointed to the adjacent workshop. "Your people can rest over there for now, and leave immediately after dawn." Her gaze fell on the wounded in the opposing group. Some were being carried, others were being helped along by their teammates. These were all women, young, middle-aged, and a few elderly. But from their gait, it was clear they had received good training. Their stances were stable, their steps light, indicating they possessed a certain level of martial arts skill. That's right, only people like these can form an all-female army. Zhang Jia also had a good impression of these women, but for the sake of the entire convoy, he still firmly said his words about leaving as early as possible tomorrow. Qinfen didn't say much, only nodded. "Okay." Traveling at night is too dangerous, and there are wounded soldiers who urgently need treatment. Tomorrow, when they are able to move, they can leave. When they arrived at the next workshop and just sat down, a young girl came in and whispered to Sister Hong, they sent people to watch us at the door. Sister Hong's eyebrow shot up. How many people? Chinfen asked. Men and women? The girl was taken aback. 2 women, she exclaimed. Chinfen relaxed slightly. Sister Hong, she said, send a few alert women to keep watch outside, in shifts tonight. We can't let our guard down. Sister Hong vaguely understood. If the other side harbored ill intentions, they would have sent the largest group of men to monitor them. But instead, they sent only a few women. It seemed they considered that since they were women, it would be more convenient to send women to monitor them. This also indicated that the other side had good intentions. After understanding this, the anger on Sister Hong's face gradually subsided. She pursed her lips. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. But these people don't seem like people from the south. Their clothing and speech were more like those of northerners. Chinfen had been wounded in the abdomen by an arrow. The wound wasn't deep, and had been treated briefly. She turned slightly to the side, her brow furrowed, clearly in pain. She whispered, Sister Hong, did you see that? The young man standing next to those 2 women, judging by his posture and the way he held his gun, he looks like a retired Special Forces soldier. Chinfen, having retired from the military, knew a bit about the habits of Special Forces soldiers. Sister Hong, being an ordinary person, didn't notice anything amiss, only saying enviously, Captain Chun, did you see that? They're all carrying guns. When they came in, I saw 2 machine guns mounted on the wall. Although Chinfen was very capable, and had maintained the training of the women she had gathered, they were now quite disciplined. However, they were just a small, self-organized group, fighting alone, without strong supplies or support. They were a group of women, and they wouldn't recklessly seize each other's territory, supplies, or weapons. Therefore, even now, their team still didn't have a single firearm. Chinfen shook her head. This team's background is not simple. Let's just rest here for a while, and then leave tomorrow. No trouble. Sister Hong, go check on the wounded. Do we have enough first aid supplies? Okay. Sister Hong arranged for Chinfen to stay in a room in the workshop, which used to be a clean room and was relatively clean. There were plastic sheets on the floor, so she laid out a piece of clothing and let Chinfen lie down. She walked out. Just as she stepped outside, she heard the person guarding the entrance shout, Outsiders are not allowed in here. Sister Hong went out and saw the young woman who had smiled at her earlier standing at the workshop door. She frowned. What are you doing? Her tone wasn't polite. Zhou Shuan didn't care. In her past life, besides Chinfen, the person who taught her and Zhang Jia archery was Sister Hong, who had a sharp tongue but a kind heart. Your people are injured. I have brand new, unopened alcohol, cotton swabs, bandages, and some wound powder here. I see you have a few people with medical knowledge with you. Have them take a look, and if it's okay, use it on the injured. Zhou Shuan said, handing over 2 full bags. Sister Hong was taken aback, glancing at the contents of the bags. One bag indeed contained the first aid supplies they desperately needed, while the other bag contained compressed biscuits, canned meat, and other food. She looked at Zhou Shuan suspiciously, finding it hard to believe that after several years of the apocalypse, there would still be such a kind person. What are you up to? Zhou Shuan smiled slightly. Just another woman. She didn't linger, turning and leaving after saying that. Sister Hong watched her retreating figure, unsure whether to trust her. However, she still handed the 2 bags of supplies to the team's doctor. Calling her a doctor was a stretch. She had worked as a nurse before the apocalypse, but after the disaster, she was forced into the role of doctor. Upon inspection, she found that both the medicine and food packaging were intact. Sister Hong thought for a moment and made a decision. Don't eat the food yet. We still have enough for 2 meals. The alcohol and bandages are urgently needed, so use those first. Alcohol can't be faked. After returning, Zhou Shuan sat by the campfire, clearly preoccupied. Qi Mingyu had already guessed that Zhou Shuan knew this group. Her kindness and her initiative in delivering supplies were so unlike her usual self. But with so many people around, he didn't voice his questions. Seeing her so distracted, she asked, What's wrong? Zhou Shuan was still somewhat dazed. So we arrived in Xiangqing? Yes, it's dozens of miles from here. Our unit was stationed nearby before, so I'm quite familiar with the terrain. What's wrong? Zhou Shuan gave a bitter smile and fell into deep thought. In her past life, when she and Zhang Jia left Chinfen's unit, Sister Hong was full of reluctance, seemingly scolding but actually showing deep concern. Once you two head north, who knows what dangers you encounter? You might be locked in a cage like sheep. Being a sheep was one of the most tragic fates for survivors in her past life. Outside the government-established bases, some humans gradually lost all sense of morality, becoming even more wicked. Some people specifically hunted survivors, locking them in cages like sheep. Caged meant they were simply given a little water and a tiny bit of food each day, just enough to keep them alive. When hunger struck and supplies ran out, they would carve pieces of flesh from the caged people like butchers, or simply sever a leg or arm, giving them a quick, painstaking treatment to prevent them from bleeding to death before eating roasted mutton. Those imprisoned in the cages lived without any dignity. Zhou Shuan and Zhang Jiabei were nearly captured by these people once on their journey north. Chenfen rescued them in time with reinforcements. And that place was Xiangqing. Chapter 286. After her rebirth, with the company of her family and Qi Mingyu, her days were peaceful and happy. Some unpleasant memories from her past life had been subconsciously forgotten. However, at this moment, Zhou Shuan suddenly remembered the two-legged sheep incident. She turned to Qi Mingyu, her tone resolute. "Brother Yu, I want to go to Xiangqing in the next few days." Qi Mingyu, of course, wouldn't object, nodding. "Okay, I go with you." Seeing Zhou Shuan's serious expression, he tentatively asked, "Wan, what happened in Xiangqing? Is it related to what happened before?" Zhou Shuan nodded. The people in their team all lived in the workshop, so there were many people and much gossip. Many things were difficult to say aloud. She nodded. "I explain in detail another day." Qi Mingyu frowned, but still nodded. "Okay." In the middle of the night, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu were sleeping in the tent when they suddenly heard urgent shouts and hurried footsteps outside. Then she heard someone burst into the workshop door shouting, "Where's the person who delivered our supplies today? Let her out! Did you tamper with the emergency supplies? Let her out! You're taking us in for some other reason." Zhou Shuan instantly woke up. That voice, it was Sister Hong's voice. The person who delivered the emergency supplies? Wasn't that herself? Could there be something wrong with that bag of emergency supplies? She immediately sat up. Qi Mingyu also woke up, squeezed Zhou Shuan's hand, and said in a low voice, "Don't panic, let's go see what's going on." Zhou Shuan nodded, and together with Qi Mingyu, they came out of the tent and went to the door. Hong Jia, who had been stopped outside, immediately pointed at Zhou Shuan, her face contorted with rage. "Tell me, what exactly did you do? Why did our captain suddenly develop a high fever, and his wounds turned black after using the alcohol and bandages you provided?" Zhou Shuan frowned, pushed past the guard, and hurried off to Chenfen's workshop. Wan! Zhang Jia rushed over, grabbed his weapon, and followed. Worried that Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu might be in danger going there alone, he specifically assigned several skilled men to accompany them. Hong Jia, seeing this, naturally followed as well. "Where does your captain live?" Zhou Shuan asked urgently. Hong Jia hesitated for a moment, but she wasn't stupid. Seeing the genuine anxiety on Zhou Shuan's face, she nodded and pointed to one of the rooms. "This way." She opened the door and let Zhou Shuan in. The others in her team were also somewhat skeptical of Zhou Shuan, and one of them called out disapprovingly, "Sister Hong." Sister Hong shook her head. "It's all right, we have a few more people watching over them." Since their team's doctor couldn't determine the condition of their captain and the other injured members, they were desperate and had to try anything, hoping that a checkup might bring a chance of recovery. Zhou Shuan went straight to where Chenfen was lying, and saw that her face was as pale as paper, her forehead covered in cold sweat, her breathing rapid, and her body trembling uncontrollably. Looking at her wounds, they had indeed turned black. Her expression was grave as she asked Sister Hong, "What happened?" Sister Hong shook her head. "I don't know either. Before she went to sleep, the captain seemed all right, but when I woke up just now to check on her, she looked like she'd been poisoned, her lips were blue, and her wounds were black. The other injured members are the same." Another teammate, who had been taking care of Chenfen, anxiously replied, "She was shot in the abdomen with an arrow. We thought she was fine, but it happened suddenly in the middle of the night." Qi Mingyu looked at Chenfen's wound, paused, and said, "Let me check on the condition of your other wounded." He was the retired Special Forces soldier the captain had mentioned before. Sister Hong trusted him more than Zhou Shuan, so she nodded and led the two to the workshop. After examining all the wounded, Zhou Shuan looked at Qi Mingyu. "How is it?" Qi Mingyu nodded. "Not bad, it's a poison called aconite. The arrow that attacked you was coated with aconite." "Aconite?" Sister Hong had never heard of this poison before and asked anxiously, "Is there any hope?" Qi Mingyu then looked at Zhou Shuan. Just as he rushed over, Zhou Shuan had just left the tent, then went back to put on her backpack, just in case the other side needed emergency medicine in her spatial storage. Zhou Shuan didn't keep her in suspense any longer, nodding directly, "I can cure this poison." She took a box from her backpack, opened it, and inside were dozens of neatly arranged black pills. This silenced Sister Hong, who was about to question whether the woman was staging a poisoning and then saving someone act. Zhou Shuan then took a strange square bag from her backpack, unfolding it from left to right. It contained silver needles. So this woman really was a doctor? A traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? Sister Hong's gaze towards Zhou Shuan completely changed. Zhang Jia, unable to bear her earlier attitude towards Zhou Shuan, coldly explained, "This is Dr. Zhou from our caravan. She studied traditional Chinese medicine for several years under a renowned family of practitioners. She knows basic massage, acupuncture, and pulse diagnosis. She can also cure this aconite poison you mentioned." Hong Jie gave an awkward smile. "My apologies, Dr. Zhou." Zhou Shuan, who had inexplicably become Dr. Zhou, smiled at Zhang Jia, then focused her attention and carefully inserted several needles around Chinfan's abdominal wound to stop the bleeding. She also inserted needles at several acupoints on her body, and the unconscious Chinfan suddenly vomited a mouthful of black blood. Hong Jia and the other team members were very meticulous. "Is she better?" Zhou Shuan shook her head, then took out 2 pills, and fed them to Chinfan before letting out a slight sigh of relief. "My medical skills are limited. I only used a few acupuncture needles to prevent the poisonous blood from spreading, and to make her vomit the poisonous blood out of her body. But this only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. Take this box of pills, and have Sister Fan take 2 pills with warm water, 3 times a day. You should see results tomorrow." Sister Hong hurriedly took the box, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, "Can this really cure poisoning?" Zhou Shuan smiled at her. "Although my medical skills are limited, these antidote pills were prepared for me by a very famous traditional Chinese medicine doctor before the apocalypse. They are specifically for treating aconite poisoning. You shouldn't have any here." "Yes, but further south, due to the unique geographical environment, aconite is abundant there. The people there are skilled at using aconite to make poison, which they then apply to arrows. I came south with our convoy, and just in case, I brought some of these pills with me. I didn't expect they actually come in handy." Before Sister Hong could ask anything else, a team member suddenly pointed at Chinfan and said, "Sister Hong, look, the captain's complexion is much better." Since the pills were effective, Chinfan's complexion improved significantly within minutes, no longer as pale as paper. Chapter 287. Seeing this, Sister Hong was overjoyed. Forgetting to apologize for her earlier rudeness, she grabbed Zhou Shuan's hand. "Dr. Zhou, please save our other sisters too." Zhou Shuan had been in Chinfan's team for a while, and had received their care. Even without Sister Hong's request, she wouldn't abandon them. She put away the silver needles, and said decisively, "Let's go." "Thank you, Dr. Zhou." Sister Hong hurriedly led the way. Zhou Shuan performed the same acupuncture on the other wounded, then fed them pills. Once their condition stabilized, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Dr. Zhou, how much is your house call fee? We're out here, and don't have enough supplies. We have to wait until dawn to have our sisters go back and give more." Sister Hong's words were interrupted by Zhou Shuan. She smiled slightly. "No need to be polite. It's fate that we met. I admire you all so much for being able to form a team of women after the apocalypse, helping and caring for each other. So, I'm willing to treat you for free." Sister Hong paused, then looked at Zhou Shuan more closely. This time, even the oblivious Sister Hong could sense Zhou Shuan's goodwill towards them. However, no matter how closely she looked, she couldn't recall ever seeing this beautiful young woman before. Zhou Shuan didn't intend to explain too much, nodding, "I'm in the next workshop. If there's anything else, just call me." "Oh, okay, thank you, Dr. Zhou. Also, I was too anxious just now, and my attitude was a little bad. Please don't take it to heart, Dr. Zhou." Sister Hong stammered an apology. Zhou Shuan shook her head. "It's only human nature, I won't mind." After she and Qi Mingyu's group left, Sister Hong watched her departing figure, still wondering, could it be that this Dr. Zhou really saved people out of kindness? And that whole box of antidote, given away so easily, without a second thought. In the post-apocalyptic world, medicine is incredibly expensive, priced exorbitantly, but whether it was the previous alcohol, antibiotics, or now the antidote pills, she gave them away without batting an eye. That's too generous. Sister Hong couldn't help but mutter. Although their team was entirely composed of women, and hadn't suffered too much hardship since the apocalypse. Everything they ate, drank, and wore was found by their own hands. They always lived frugally, unlike Zhou Shuwan who lived so extravagantly. Hongjia suddenly sniffed loudly. Back in the day, I owned a company. Forget medicine, I could buy sports cars and villas without batting an eye. Everything changed after the apocalypse. Everyone fell silent. Suddenly, one of the team members who had been following them said, Hongjia, did you hear that? That Dr. Zhou called Captain Fen. She knows the captain's name. Does she know him from before? Hongjia immediately realized, yes, she definitely said Sister Fen just now. Is she an acquaintance of Sister Fen? No wonder she was so generous. Zhang Jia had also heard Zhou Shuwan unintentionally say Sister Fen, and felt that Zhou Shuwan's behavior had been very different since meeting this group. So he asked curiously, Wan, do you know these people? Zhou Shuwan thought for a moment, and then said, I wouldn't say I know them personally, I only heard some of their stories. Their leader, Qin Fen, is a retired soldier. After the apocalypse, she witnessed too many women being reduced to mere objects, sold from family to family and husband. So she decided to form an all-female team, independent of men, to support themselves. Not only that, their team has also rescued many sisters from imprisonment. That's why I admire them so much. Zhang Jia couldn't help but feel a deep respect. This Captain Qin Fen is truly remarkable. Zhou Shuwan nodded. Previously, she had never thought of doing anything for Qin Fen's team. As someone who had been rescued by them, she occasionally wondered what they were busy with, whether they were constantly searching for supplies. But now, she suddenly realized that fate had brought her back to Qin Fen's team. Was it a warning that she needed to do something to change their fate? In her past life, after she and Zhang Jia left for the north, had Qin Fen also encountered a similar attack and died of poisoning? The next day, Zhou Shuwan heard news that Qin Fen had woken up and wanted to see her. There was nothing wrong with that. So Zhou Shuwan went to see Qin Fen. Qin Fen was feeling much better and was sitting there taking her medicine. After swallowing the pill, she politely invited Zhou Shuwan to sit down, then looked her over for a moment and asked, Dr. Zhou, I heard you saved me and my teammates. Thank you. Zhou Shuwan shook her head. It's nothing. Just a small favor. A small favor, but not everyone is willing to do it. Qin Fen was strong and beautiful, with a somewhat masculine appearance. The scar on her face was one Zhou Shuwan had never seen in her previous life. It must have been from an accident that happened in the last few years. Dr. Zhou, do you know me? Qin Fen finally voiced her question. Zhou Shuwan shook her head, and recounted what she had said to Zhang Jia the previous night. Qin Fen, however, was still full of questions. Where did you hear about this? I didn't know our team was so famous. She had only been discharged from the army when the apocalypse struck. Unable to find her family, and witnessing the tragic fate of too many women after the apocalypse, she decided to help women. She didn't think her actions were anything special. Her team was struggling to even have enough to eat. Who would be singing their praises? Zhou Shuwan smiled. Sister Fen, you are a heroine. And the precious thing about a hero is that they are great without realizing it. I just happened to overhear people discussing it on my way south. The next night, when I saw you all, and heard your surname was Qin, I guessed. They're talking about you. Besides, even disregarding all that, the fact that you're all women is enough to make me want to help you wholeheartedly. Qin Fen stared at her intently, then suddenly said, Dr. Zhou, you're also a great hero without realizing it. Zhou Shuwan was taken aback, then shook her head and smiled. No, I'm not a hero. She wasn't actually a hero. Whether in her past life or this one, her wish was simple, to stay with her family and safely survive the apocalypse. Therefore, whether it was helping to establish the new base like Ming Mingwe, or willingly becoming the team leader with the highest risk factor in searching for supplies like Zhang Jia, she never considered it. Qi Mingyu was the same. Between righteousness and family, they would definitely choose the latter. Between greatness and ordinariness, they were willing to choose the latter. Chapter 288. Sister Fen, who attacked you this time? Zhou Shuwan asked. Qin Fen, seemingly lost in thought, gritted her teeth and smiled bitterly. A bunch of inhuman beasts. Our team fell into their trap. If it weren't for our men having some combat experience and fighting their way out, we probably would have been wiped out. Zhou Shuwan paused for a moment, then asked, Sister Fen, who are you referring to as beasts? Qin Fen looked at her and frankly said, You're from the north, so you're not familiar with the situation here. During the flood season, the south was actually far more severely affected than the north, especially after the tsunami. The coastline rose rapidly, and countless coastal cities were either destroyed by the tsunami or submerged by the sea, completely sinking to the bottom. Less than 1/10 of the population survived. These people had no supplies, no rescue, so they began to kill each other. Some of them even died. Having lost their humanity, they banded together, setting traps to hunt survivors and surviving by cannibalism. Over time, this behavior eroded their morals, making them increasingly depraved, sparing no living person who passed by. Our Finxia team didn't operate in this area before. We only recently arrived. Then they targeted us, capturing several of us. Yesterday, we went to rescue people, but we fell into a trap they had set long ago, almost suffering total annihilation. Chinfen said, her voice tinged with sorrow. Even if we weren't completely wiped out, our team of over 100 is now down to 40 or 50 people. Half of us are dead or wounded. Besides those captured, we couldn't even bring back the bodies. Those corpses are left there, serving only one purpose, to be cooked and eaten. Chinfen's expression was one of overwhelming grief and indignation. Her hands gripped the bow and arrows beside her pillow tightly, as if she were about to raise them to attack the enemy at any moment. Zhou Shuan was now absolutely certain that the group of inhuman villains Chinfen spoke of were the same people from Xiangqing. She looked at Chinfen. So you're preparing? Before she could finish, Chinfen nodded decisively. Yes, as soon as I recover in the next couple of days, I take people to rescue my people. Just thinking about them being locked in cages, being arbitrarily violated, having parts of their bodies cut off to feed those hungry wolves, makes me want to rush over right now. If we're a second late, they might lose an arm or a leg, and even if we rescue them, they'd be crippled. Zhou Shuan also nodded solemnly. Yes, a second late means a life. She seemed to have made up her mind, looking at Chinfen. Sister Fen, I'm going to rescue those people you mentioned. Chinfen was stunned, coughing a few times in her excitement, and it took her a long time to stop. Zhou Shuan asked. You're going to rescue our people? Not just for that, Zhou Shuan said earnestly. After hearing about cannibalism in Xiangqing, I felt that if I had the chance to come here, I must bring them all to justice. We can't let such heinous acts go unpunished. Chinfen thought for a moment, then said cautiously, although you mean well, they have a large number of people. I estimate at least 150 or 160, all able-bodied young men, and they also have firearms. Even if your entire convoy goes with them, it'd be a drop in the ocean. It's far too dangerous. A determined look flashed across Zhou Shuan's face. Don't worry, she said. No matter how difficult it is, I try. Eradicating those people in Xiangqing was a wish she and Zhang Jia had made in their past lives. Xiangqing was far from the sea and wasn't submerged by the ocean, but a tsunami destroyed half the city. The survivors fled, and from some unknown time, the city was occupied by a group of cannibalistic villains. Whenever survivors passed by the city, they would send elderly people, delicate and beautiful women, or even young children, feigning pitifulness to lure compassionate passers-by into their homes, trap after trap. Once inside, escape was extremely difficult. In their past lives, Zhang Jia and Zhou Shuan, naive and inexperienced, were deceived by a naked woman lying half reclined in the middle of the road, her body covered in bruises. The woman lay there pitifully, screaming for help. As women themselves, she and Zhang Jia exchanged a glance and decided to go closer to investigate. The woman had fallen at the intersection of a narrow alley, surrounded by tall buildings, with a confusing alleyway behind her. Zhou Shuan and Zhang Jia had previously discussed the situation, deeming the location too dangerous and preferring a less desirable, more secluded route. At least it would be safer with more open space. However, to save the woman, they went anyway. Just as they reached her, the woman gave them a sinister smile. By the time Zhou Shuan sensed something was wrong, it was too late. A dozen or so armed figures rushed out of the alley. Sharp arrows were pointed directly at her and Zhang Jia. People who had been lying in ambush appeared on the rooftops. Their weapons also pointed at the two. They were practically trapped. When those ruthless men bound them to their limbs and placed them on a small cart, Zhang Jia bit her lip, repeatedly apologizing. Because she was the one who first suggested rescuing the girl. She had a chivalrous heart at heart. Seeing a naked woman lying in the middle of the road, she couldn't pretend not to see her. They were taken to the enemy's large camp by the cart. Along the way, they overheard bits and pieces of conversation about what to do with the two women. Some said they looked delicate and young, and stewing their flesh would be delicious. Others said stewing was too wasteful. They should just keep them in cages for a while, then cut off their arms or legs and roast them to taste. One person even joked with the still-naked man, saying that if there wasn't enough flesh from the two women, then they should eat her. The woman followed the men closely, allowing them to touch her without any dignity. She even actively sought their touch, flinching at first before offering a trembling, fawning smile. I'm still very useful. I can bring you more food. In their eyes, humans were nothing more than food. Zhou Shuan and Zhang Jia trembled with fear, exchanging glances, both feeling their end was near. Just then, several arrows were suddenly shot at them, hitting the unsuspecting men squarely. After a few screams, the remaining men became more vigilant. Chapter 289. Chinfa appeared like a hero with special effects, a bamboo tube full of arrows slung over her back. With her strong waist and long legs, she charged and leaped towards them, firing several arrows in quick succession. The people pulling the carts fell one after another. Finally, the naked woman cried out for mercy, claiming that she had been forced into her actions by the men, that she had no choice but to survive. Her voice choked with tears, sobbing uncontrollably, but Shenfen showed no mercy, killing her with a single arrow. Then she led her men to rescue Zhou Shuan and Zhang Jia, who were tearful, and had almost thought they were going to become someone else's food. At that time, Zhou Shuan and Zhang Jia were so frightened that their legs went weak, and they couldn't even walk. Shenfen then had several team members support them, and they quickly left the scene. Based on the timeline, this happened 2 years ago. At that time, Shenfen only had a few dozen men, and the group in Xiangqing hadn't yet acquired firearms. That's why Zhou Shuan and Zhang Jia escaped so easily. After the two ate, and their terrified spirits returned to their places, Zhang Jia and Zhou Shuan said indignantly, "Wan, if we have the chance, we must wipe out those evil people. Who knows how many more people they harm if they live on?" Zhou Shuan nodded vigorously. But she was actually not as capable as Zhang Jia. Zhang Jia had some martial arts skills, and was strong, and she had been fortunate enough to have him protect her along the way. That's why she began to learn archery and bow-making from Chinfen and the others. However, later, after several attempts to capture Xiangqing, they found that the city had sufficient troops, and they couldn't take it, losing several of their sisters in the process. They had no choice but to leave that place. Now, Reborn, 2 years have passed since she first encountered the group. Their power has grown, and their arrogance has increased. Zhou Shuan thought long and hard and decided that this cancerous growth should be eradicated. Chenfen's poison hadn't fully dissipated, so she didn't disturb her further, speaking for a short while before returning. Upon returning, she immediately told Qi Mingyu her plan. As a soldier, Qi Mingyu had already wanted to eliminate the cannibalistic gang when Zhou Shuan mentioned them. However, the disparity in strength between them was too great, so he only planned it in his mind for now. Now, hearing Zhou Shuan's idea, he didn't rush to reject it. After careful consideration, he asked Zhou Shuan, "What method do you plan to use?" The two were outside the workshop, in a spacious and relatively safe area. Zhou Shuan said that cannibalistic gang kills without blinking an eye. If we tell the convoy about this, Zhang Jia will definitely bring everyone in the convoy to help. But I'm worried about casualties. So, after thinking it over, I feel it's best to do this alone. Before she finished speaking, she was tapped on the forehead, her brows furrowing slightly. "Of course not alone, you still have me." Zhou Shuan smiled slightly. "I know, I haven't excluded you. Perhaps this is what it feels like to completely trust someone." From the moment she decided to eradicate the cannibalistic gang, Qi Mingyu had always been part of her plan, never excluded. Qi Mingyu's lips curled up, in a pleasant mood. Zhou Shuan then whispered her plan to him, and upon hearing it, his face darkened considerably, and he immediately rejected it. "No! I absolutely will not agree." Zhou Shuan planned to go in as bait, working with Qi Mingyu from the inside to take down this cannibalistic gang. This was the first time in all their acquaintances that he ever given her such a cold shoulder. Don't even think about something this dangerous. Zhou Shuan, however, felt her plan was foolproof. How could it be wrong? "I have that bracelet you gave me on my wrist. If any danger arises, I press this button." Before she could finish, Qi Mingyu laughed angrily. "So, this bracelet is your trump card for playing the hero?" His repeated outbursts of anger made Zhou Shuan a little irritated as well, and she remained silent, with a sour expression. Qi Mingyu took a deep breath, calming himself down. What he needed to do now wasn't to be angry with her, but to persuade her, lest she abandon him in a fit of anger and go off alone to do this extremely dangerous thing. "Wan, your past experiences have clouded your judgment of danger," he patiently said slowly. "This cannibalistic gang is a group of extremely vicious, ruthless, and inhuman beings. After they catch their prey, don't they search them? What if they suspect the usefulness of your bracelet and take it off? What if they're even more ruthless and break your legs to prevent you from escaping? Are you prepared to pay such a high price to eliminate this cannibalistic gang? What if something happens to you? How am I supposed to explain this to Mom and Dad, and Mumu? He spoke earnestly, without a hint of blame. Zhou Shuan listened intently, pondered for a moment, and then said, "You're right. I was too reckless. If anything unexpected happened in her plan, the consequences would be unbearable." She closed her eyes, admitting that Qi Mingyu was right. Perhaps it was because she had seen too many acquaintances from her past life since arriving in the south, that she was being influenced by her past thoughts and memories, making her thoughts anything but calm. She sighed deeply and looked into Qi Mingyu's eyes. "Brother Yu, I believe you. I do whatever you say." Qi Mingyu immediately felt a pang of tenderness for her obedient nature. He couldn't help but gently pull her into his arms, whispering, "Wan, don't worry, I handle everything. Even if you act recklessly, I clean up the mess for you." Zhou Shuan leaned on his broad shoulders, listening to his strong heartbeat, and couldn't help but smile. "Okay." For the next 2 days, Qi Mingyu visited Qinfen and Sister Hong, inquiring in detail about their understanding of the cannibal gang, especially regarding the terrain. Then he went out with Zhou Shuan twice to conduct on-site surveys of the terrain. Qinfen knew exactly what they were up to, and while she was excited and thrilled, she was also secretly anxious. Several days had passed since the members of Finxiao's team were captured, and every second of delay increased the danger for them. 3 days later, when she realized Qi Mingyu and his team were about to move, Qinfen immediately asked to join their squad. She could tell that Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu didn't want the convoy to discover their actions, so she secretly pleaded, keeping it quiet. Zhou Shuan instinctively wanted to refuse. But Qi Mingyu thought for a moment, and then said, "Wan, bringing them along will be helpful." He whispered a few words to Zhou Shuan, who hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Okay. Sister Fen, you can take them, but you absolutely must obey our commands." Chapter 290. Qi Mingyu said they didn't need too many people, just a dozen or so to distract the cannibal gang. Qinfen then selected a dozen skilled women from her team to accompany her. The poison she had been poisoned with had been completely cleared after several days of rest. The night was as dark as ink, the outline of Xiangqing faintly visible in the moonlight, like a lurking beast waiting for its prey. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu quietly lay on the roof of an abandoned building, their eyes peering through night vision goggles, locking onto the cannibal gang's stronghold in the distance, a 5-story old office building. This entire floor was the cannibal gang's territory. The plan remains unchanged. We wait for Qinfen and the others to distract the enemy, then infiltrate from the flank, Qi Mingyu said in a low voice. Zhou Shuan nodded, her hand tightly gripping the automatic rifle she had taken from her spatial storage, her heart beating steadily. "Is it time?" she asked softly. Qi Mingyu glanced at his watch. The time was perfect. He nodded. According to the plan, they should have already begun their operation. On a clean main street, surrounded by tall buildings, below which lay a maze of winding alleyways. Suddenly, a group of ragged women appeared on the main street. It was Qinfen and her team. They wore tattered clothes, their faces smeared with mud, their hair disheveled. The heavy footsteps were particularly noticeable in the darkness. The cannibalistic gang's guards carefully observed the dozen or so women through their binoculars. After observing for a few minutes and confirming that no one else was around, he excitedly whispered to the men behind him, "Quick, some good stuff." Several guards behind him, playing cards in the dark, immediately became excited upon hearing this, grabbing their guns and daggers and crawling over. 2 binoculars scanned the group. The one in the middle has a good figure. "Shaw, you have to look for the fat ones. Where are the fat people after the apocalypse? They can't even get enough to eat. Fat women are the rarest, they feel good to hug, taste better, and are more juicy." This comment was rather nauseating, and the others chirped at it. "Shoo!" their leader suddenly warned in a low voice. It turned out that the group of women below seemed tired and sat cross-legged on the ground. 2 of them were covering their faces and sobbing softly. "Is this a trap? How come so many women suddenly appeared in the middle of the night?" Another cannibalistic guard suddenly asked. "Observe carefully, see if anyone is hiding in the shadows." The leader's voice was solemn. "Okay." Qinfen and the others sat there, their breathing slightly rapid, mingling with the smell of dust and rotting flesh in the air, making one frown. They were the best chosen from Finxiao's team, and they had come prepared to fight to the death. So, aside from nervousness, they weren't exactly afraid. Qinfen's eyes scanned the surroundings warily. She could keenly sense that the cannibalistic gang had noticed them. "Don't cry too loudly, Xiaoman. You and Ame pretend to be fighting over supplies. The rest of you go and try to persuade them." she whispered. The others nodded, accepting the order. A short while later, the guards heard an argument coming from below. Looking down, they saw several women fighting over a single compressed biscuit, the argument escalating to the point of a brawl. Watching women fight is really interesting. Another person whistled excitedly. Be careful. Don't let your guard down, the former leader said warily, glancing around. Hey, I don't think it's a trap with just a few women, one of them said casually. Have you forgotten how we fought a female gang the other day? Stop talking nonsense, go get the boss and have him gather the men, we're probably in trouble. It has to be said, the leader who could command a group of night watchmen was quite capable. His keen observation and insight were excellent. Chinfen heard footsteps coming from all around, and knew the enemy had taken the bait. A smile appeared on her lips. Sisters, the enemy is here, it's time for our revenge. She gripped a weapon hidden at her back. The other women did the same. After waiting a few more minutes in the darkness, several members of the cannibal gang emerged from the shadows, their eyes greedy and cold, like hungry beasts spotting their prey. Weapons in hand, their footsteps echoed through the ruins, each step seeming to herald impending death. The women trembled with fear. These members appeared to have been tricked, but in reality, each was closely observing their surroundings, wary of a sneak attack. They deliberately sent only a few to probe. These men were the vanguard, the first to act. But even as the vanguard approached, there was still no movement. The vanguard lowered their guard, grabbed the woman who had collapsed to the ground in fear. It was Xiaoman, and grinned, baring his teeth. Little girl, don't be afraid, brother is here to help you. Xiaoman trembled in his hands. She was the thinnest of the dozen or so people. Still no movement. The others were more relieved and waved their hands. It's nothing, a false alarm. More people emerged from the shadows. Judging by their numbers, there were at least 20, all armed. Just then, Chinfen suddenly shouted, take cover. The women who had been fighting had somehow opened a manhole cover beneath them, and simultaneously, countless tear gas canisters exploded in the air, releasing a pungent smoke and odor. Quick! Chinfen shouted to her team. She and her team had already donned masks in an instant, except for Xiaoman, who was being held captive. But Chinfen had already drawn her bow and arrow and fired, hitting the man in the arm. The man screamed, and Xiaoman seized the opportunity to escape. The smoke stung her eyes, preventing her from opening them. She could only lie on the ground, coughing and tearing up, but the other team members wouldn't abandon her. Chinfen fired while providing cover for the other team members to jump down the manhole cover. Two other team members, supporting Xiaofen, finally reached the manhole cover and jumped down. Meanwhile, the cannibals realized they'd been tricked, but unable to see anything, they could only raise their guns and fire wildly, wounding several of their own men. Don't fire wildly, you hurt your own people, someone shouted hoarsely. But how could anyone remain calm in panic? Gunfire continued. The women who had caused all this had already jumped down the manhole cover. Chinfen restored the manhole cover to its original position and led the women, bending low, through the narrow passage. Quick, faster! They had rehearsed this moment several times. Chapter 291. It was another life-or-death situation, so everyone moved with lightning speed, disappearing into the end of the passage in the blink of an eye. Ambush! Quick, we're going to provide backup. Up in the office building, the gunfire and screams below had already thrown the cannibalistic gang into a panic. They were well trained, and small teams rushed out armed. Now, Qi Mingyu whispered. He and Zhou Shuan quickly slid down from the roof, silently approaching the factory's side entrance. The factory interior was dimly lit, with only a few dim light bulbs emitting a faint glow. The two moved like ghosts through the shadows, avoiding the patrolling guards. Go down. Qi Mingyu pointed to the stairs. Their target was the office building's basement, where humans were kept in cages. Along the way, people continued to come down with weapons to provide support. No one expected anyone to infiltrate this hellish place where everyone ate humans. Zhou Shuan and her companion's journey was remarkably smooth. Their footsteps were light and silent. They reached the top floor and, through a crack in the door, could see several members of the cannibalistic gang drinking and making merry, seemingly unaffected by the chaos outside. Qi Mingyu made a gesture, and Zhou Shuan nodded. The two simultaneously kicked open the door and opened fire. The cannibalistic gang members didn't even have time to react before falling into pools of blood. Both of their guns were silenced, and the noise outside was so intense that almost no one noticed them. Who's there? Inside the room, someone was patrolling and had heard the commotion of the bodies falling. Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan exchanged a glance and nodded. The former stood in front, Zhou Shuan back to back with him, focused intently on the movements behind them. The moment the door opened, Chi Mingyu fired his gun. Bang, 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 several shots rang out, and several people who rushed out fell to the ground before they could even react. This was the real prison center. From the basement of the office building, hundreds of survivors were imprisoned, their cages densely packed, their expressions a mixture of numbness, fear, and agitation as they stared at Zhou Shuan and her companion. Those looks were chilling. Chi Mingyu didn't immediately unlock the cages. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings, making sure no enemy was missed. Zhou Shuan approached an iron cage. She took a deep breath. Several women, elderly people, and children were locked in this cage, their eyes filled with fear and despair. "Don't be afraid. I'm here to save you," Zhou Shuan whispered. She quickly opened the cages and whispered, "Get out." Each cage was locked, there were no keys, and no time to look for them. Zhou Shuan and Chi Mingyu simply used their pistols to unlock them all. Once the cages holding them were opened, some people rushed out to escape, while others, numb from being imprisoned for so long, simply sat there motionless. "Go!" Zhou Shuan didn't have time to waste, and fired a shot into the open space. Only then did the people react, scrambling to escape. Their commotion attracted attention outside, and someone shouted, "They're in the basement. They're trying to rescue people. Hurry up!" Chi Mingyu yelled, "Go this way." Chen Fen and the others suddenly appeared from a manhole cover at the basement entrance, took out several explosive charges, and blew open one side of the basement wall, which was built like an iron barrel. "Go!" She and her team led the people outside. It was unrealistic to have so many people jump underground. So, they could only lead them through the alley behind the office building, hoping for a chance to survive. Chi Mingyu stood guard at the door, his hand already switched to a machine gun. The sound of spent cartridges hitting the ground never stopped. Zhou Shuan quickly opened all the cages, and more than 200 people ran out. "Hurry!" But those remaining in the cages were the incapacitated. Some had lost one or two legs, and were unable to move. In the chaotic crowd, Zhou Shuan even saw a person lying there quietly, his arms and lower body completely gone, like a living dead. She didn't know how he had survived. His face was dirty, but he was clearly handsome. He looked at Zhou Shuan and whispered something. His voice was very soft, as if he no longer had the strength to speak. But Zhou Shuan still heard what he said clearly. He said, "Kill me." Zhou Shuan looked at him expressionlessly. He didn't flinch, he smiled at her. His smile was gentle. Zhou Shuan raised her gun and pointed it at him. Several people beside this man were unable to move, but they all shuddered in terror. "No, don't kill me." Desperately trying to hide, but the man didn't move. "I'm sorry," Zhou Shuan whispered, and she gently pulled the trigger. She thought, if she were him, she would also beg any passerby to kill her. This living hell. Liberation is the best choice. A bullet struck the man's brow, but the smile on his lips was relaxed and joyful. This was probably the most carefree smile he had in a long time. Zhou Shuan didn't realize her eyes were welling up. She turned around, took a machine gun from her spatial storage, and fired resolutely at the cannibalistic gang members rushing in. Thankfully, the cannibalistic gang had built the basement like an iron tower to prevent their prey from escaping. Besides this door, there was only the wall that had just been blasted open. As long as Zhou Shuan and Chi Mingyu held this position, the survivors could escape safely. Zhou Shuan had countless weapons in her spatial storage. Once the cannibalistic gang members had gathered in front of her, she threw a grenade. With a loud thud, at least half of them fell. The remaining men were filled with fear. They cowered and dared not charge forward again. Zhou Shuan turned her head, and saw that everyone except the disabled who couldn't escape had left. Chen Fen, along with some young and strong men, carried and lifted the remaining people out. She gritted her teeth. "Let's hold on a little longer." Chi Mingyu remained calm. "Don't worry, we deployed ample weapons, they can't escape." On their way to the basement, they had already hidden numerous bombs disguised as discarded rocks in the corners. All of them were timed. Sure enough, the next second, deafening explosions rang out simultaneously, drowning out screams. The entire building trembled. A cold smile appeared on Zhou Shuan's lips. Since seeing the man whose lower body had been severed, the shadow that had lingered in her heart had finally dissipated somewhat. "Prepare to retreat immediately," Chi Mingyu ordered. Chen Fen and the others had already retreated from the breached wall. Chapter 292. Thick smoke billowed, dust flew, and the shockwave from the explosion shook the building, sending rubble and shards of glass raining down. Chi Mingyu shouted, "Go!" and pulled Zhou Shuan towards the exit. Zhou Shuan glanced back at the now almost ruined underground cage, a cold glint in her eyes. The two retreated along their pre-planned route, skillfully dodging the falling debris. Just as they were about to rush out of the building, several frail and beautiful women suddenly appeared opposite them, being held hostage by members of a cannibalistic gang, stumbling towards them. They cried and pleaded, "Save me, save us." The sudden turn of events made Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan stop. Qi Mingyu frowned, his sharp gaze sweeping over the hostages, then at the cannibalistic gang members hidden behind them. The men wore ferocious grins. One tall man arrogantly shouted, "Get out of the way, or I blow their heads off." They were accustomed to cruelty, and showed no hesitation in killing. The words had barely left his lips when a gunshot rang out, and the woman in front of him fell to the ground, her blood instantly staining the floor. The other women screamed in terror, but were held back by guns pointed at them, too afraid to move. The scene descended into chaos. Zhou Shuan's gaze swept over the women, the familiar posture, the familiar scent. She calmly raised her gun, the dark muzzle pointing at them, and sneered, "What, you thought we'd be fooled? These women are your kind. Half of the hundreds of prisoners held in the basement are their doing. They're more hateful than ordinary villains, feigning innocence and pitifulness, luring countless people into this den of iniquity, where they lost their lives, living like animals." The image of the young man who closed his eyes, and gladly accepted death flashed before her eyes again. She had personally witnessed the cannibalistic gang using hostages as bait in her past life, so she recognized at a glance that these women were not true victims, but accomplices who had willingly chosen to join them in order to survive. Qi Mingyu frowned, his gaze sweeping over the women. Although they were also thin, they appeared healthier and much more spirited than those imprisoned in cages. Their eyes, filled with panic and a hint of guilt, confirmed Zhou Shuan's judgment. "Brother, you fire!" Zhou Shuan pulled the trigger first, the bullet whistling through the air. Qi Mingyu followed without hesitation, the gunshots echoing through the ruins. The cannibalistic gang members, not expecting the enemy to fire while they were hostages, panicked and fell with screams. Some of the women taken hostage were shot to death, while others, terrified by the deaths of their captors, crouched on the ground, trembling and unable to move. After all the enemies were eliminated, 2 women remained alive on the ground. One of them was exceptionally beautiful. Even in the midst of war, her beauty remained undiminished. Knowing that men were more compassionate, she wept pitifully, tears streaming down her face, and begged Qi Mingyu in a trembling voice to spare her, without even glancing at Zhou Shuan. Qi Mingyu looked down at her, his tone icy. "Have you ever used survivors as bait to capture them and eat them?" The woman cried even harder, choking back sobs as she explained, "I didn't. I just wanted to live. They forced me. If I didn't agree, they would kill me. I fought back. Look, I'm covered in wounds. I almost got eaten too. I did it to survive. Please, please let me go. I just wanted to live." She spoke haltingly about her grievances, as if she truly had no choice in the situation. She frequently wiped tears from her face with the back of her hand, revealing her slender, pale wrists, making her appear even more pitiful. Another surviving woman joined in the cries, "Please spare us. We were forced into this. We really didn't want this." She hugged herself tightly, her body trembling with fear, looking utterly helpless. The shadow of the ruins enveloped them, making them appear even smaller and more pitiful. This was a habit naturally developed from living under the enslavement of men for so long, constantly feigning pitifulness and weakness. Zhou Shuan knew all too well how difficult it was for women to survive in the apocalypse due to the vast difference in physical strength. She had experienced it all in her previous life, so she understood even more deeply. To the best of her ability, she always held a deep sense of pity and compassion for women. She spared Zhao Shenqian's punishment, rescued the women imprisoned in the suburbs, helped the homeless Zhao Jia several times, aided Qianqian, and developed a deep sympathy for Qinfen. This time, she risked her life to rescue the women imprisoned here as food. But she refused to pity these women held hostage. They were pitiful. She believed most of them weren't willing accomplices to the cannibalistic gang, many were forced. Therefore, they could only submit to the gang's tyranny. But how could this be considered living? Helping evildoers lure and attack passing survivors, feeding on the corpses of their own kind. Such behavior was too cruel, too cold-blooded, and the women who chose this path had little humanity, no moral compass. They had already witnessed the greatest evil in the world. Once they left, they would only become more cruel. Zhou Shuan never considered herself a good person, nor did she feel entitled to judge others. But now, the gun was in her hand, and the lives of these women were in her hands. She simply chose not to let them leave alive. She pointed her gun at them and whispered, "Do you think the 200-odd survivors who already escaped will let you go?" The 2 women, who were weeping bitterly, froze. We really know we were wrong. The alluring woman sobbed, almost breathless, reaching out to grab Chi Mingyu's clothes, but he subtly dodged her. Zhou Shuan's eyes were icy cold as she pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Ah! The gunshot pierced the air, and the woman closest to Zhou Shuan screamed and fell to the ground. The alluring woman screamed in terror, collapsing to the ground, trembling, staring in disbelief at her companion's corpse. Her face was deathly pale, her lips trembling, but no sound came out. Blood spread from beneath the fallen woman's body, staining the gravel and dust on the ground. A heavy, pungent smell of blood filled the air. Chapter 293. Zhou Shuan expressionlessly sheathed her gun, glancing coldly at the alluring woman slumped on the ground. The woman raised her head in terror, tears blurring her vision. She crawled towards Zhou Shuan, kowtowing repeatedly and begging for mercy. Please, don't kill me. I'd do anything. Please give me a way out. Her pleas were incoherent, her voice hoarse, every word filled with despair. Zhou Shuan stared at her expressionlessly, then resolutely pulled the trigger. The woman seemed to know her death was imminent, suddenly shouting, "Don't kill me. I know a lot of things, I'm useful, I'm really useful." Zhou Shuan paused. The woman, her alluring eyes wide, spoke urgently, "None of you know who the leader of what you call the cannibal gang is." Zhou Shuan shrugged. "Once this building is blown up, whoever it is, won't survive tonight." "No, you're wrong. The cannibal gang was founded by a woman. She loves women, especially toying with them, and she likes to disguise herself as a survivor, a victim of cannibalism, and hide in an underground cage. I didn't see her today. She must have escaped with those survivors." Zhou Shuan and Chi Mingyu's expressions hardened. Chi Mingyu stepped forward, his voice sharp, "Explain yourself." "Really?" The woman's lips trembled as she desperately said, "She doesn't appear often, but every time she does, she selects a few young, beautiful women from the basement and takes them away. After that, those women never appeared again." A flicker of fear crossed her eyes, and her body trembled even more violently. "I don't know where she took them, but I know they're probably in grave danger." The alluring woman spoke rapidly, as if afraid a bullet would pierce her head at any moment. Zhou Shuan and Chi Mingyu exchanged a glance, both seeing shock and gravity in each other's eyes. A woman who liked to disguise herself as a victim and mingle among the survivors, with such a vicious mind and cruel methods, was far more dangerous than they had imagined. Chi Mingyu crouched down, grabbed the alluring woman's collar, and said in an icy tone, "Since you and she are both women, why didn't she kill you?" The woman's face turned deathly pale, her eyes flickering, and she stammered, I'm not good looking, she doesn't like me." Zhou Shuan sneered, "You think we believe your lies? If you don't talk, I shoot you dead and end your suffering." She pressed the gun directly against the woman's forehead. The woman gritted her teeth and said, "I seduced her younger brother. He's the second in command here, and he values me, so she didn't harm me. But later, her brother got tired of me and gave me to his subordinates. I guess the madam thinks I'm dirty, which is why I survived until now." "Madam?" Zhou Shuan frowned. "She doesn't often appear in public, so everyone just calls her madam. Those locked in the basement have no idea of her true identity. Of all the survivors, I'm the only one who's seen her. I'm useful. I can help you catch her. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me." "What does she look like?" Zhou Shuan pressed the gun against her forehead harder. "She's very unremarkable, nothing special. She looks harmless, innocent, pitiful, and weak. Anyone who sees her wouldn't suspect she's the leader of this vicious gang. So only I can help you." Zhou Shuan sneered, "That's not necessarily true. Not all the cannibal gang members are dead." "What?" The woman's eyes widened, but Zhou Shuan struck her hard on the back of the head with the butt of her gun, and her body went limp, unconscious. "What do we do?" she asked Chi Mingyu. "We have to get back quickly." Without daring to delay, Chi Mingyu took the rope Zhou Shuan handed him, tied the woman's hands and feet together, and carried her outside. Zhou Shuan released a motorcycle from her spatial storage. Chi Mingyu, with her and the woman strapped to the back seat, sped off. Chi Mingyu parked the motorcycle in a safe area some distance from the office building, then took the rocket launcher Zhou Shuan retrieved from her spatial storage and aimed it at the teetering building. 5 rockets, is that enough?" Zhou Shuan asked. Chi Mingyu nodded, "Enough." He skillfully operated the rocket launcher, firing 5 rockets in succession. After a series of deafening explosions, the office building collapsed completely, becoming a pile of rubble. Countless villains, who had murdered and cannibalized their own kind, were buried along with the building. Qi Mingyu rode his motorcycle, carrying Zhou Shuan, in the direction Qinfen and the others had fled. Along the way, Zhou Shuan was filled with worry. She didn't know if Qinfen and the others were safe, nor did she know if the leader of the cannibalistic gang had truly infiltrated among the survivors. Fortunately, nothing irreversible had happened yet. Qinfen and the others, along with the people rescued from the underground cages, temporarily settled in a large supermarket at the prearranged location. The guards Qinfen had sent out stood watch at the entrance, while several snipers on the rooftop closely monitored the surrounding area. Before setting off, Zhou Shuan had given Qinfen several guns, but due to the time constraints, Qinfen and her team hadn't had time to practice. Worried that not being used to pistols would hinder their work, they continued using her usual bow and arrow. For sniping now, they were all using pistols. Hearing the roar of a motorcycle approaching, everyone tensed up immediately, raising their weapons. They only breathed a sigh of relief when they saw it was Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu. "Zhou Shuan, Mingyu, are you alright?" Qinfen quickly walked over and asked with concern. Zhou Shuan shook her head and jumped off the motorcycle. "We're fine. How about you? Are you injured?" Qinfen also shook her head, pointing to the empty supermarket behind them. "We're safe for now. It's well hidden here, we shouldn't be discovered." "How are things?" Qinfen asked. "We heard a lot of explosions from here, but we didn't dare go out to look. In fact, the 5 rockets were very powerful. They hadn't run very far on foot, so they could clearly feel the ground trembling, like an earthquake. Their base has been completely destroyed. Most of their men are dead, but a few managed to escape beforehand, which we can't worry about now. We can only be more careful in the future. Their population is too small, and to avoid casualties, apart from Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu, who are highly skilled and daring, the others haven't engaged the enemy directly. But this is an acceptable outcome. Without their main base, countless dead and wounded, and the remaining survivors fleeing, they won't pose much of a threat. A few more guerrilla tactics in the next few days, and that should be enough." Chapter 294. Their most important task now was to bring the 200-plus survivors back safely. "Great. Thank you so much. We rescued all the members of our team who were captured. 2 died, but that's a stroke of luck amidst misfortune," Qinfen said gratefully. She wanted to say something more, but Zhou Shuan stopped her. To avoid causing a disturbance, Zhou Shuan had covered the woman tied to the motorcycle with a burlap sack before they arrived. So no one noticed the woman tied to the motorcycle. Zhou Shuan slightly turned her head, gesturing for Qinfen to come aside and talk. "Sister Fen, there's something I must tell you," she said in a low, serious voice. "The leader of the cannibal gang may have infiltrated among the survivors we rescued." Qinfen's expression changed. "What?" She instinctively glanced back at the survivors sitting or lying in the supermarket. From the entrance, she could see Qinfen's team distributing compressed biscuits to them. They didn't get many, each person could only break off a piece, but no one complained. After being imprisoned, these people were given only meager rations each day to keep from starving. They had barely managed to run, but now they were completely exhausted. After receiving the compressed biscuits, they desperately stuffed them down their throats. Their emaciated appearance made it hard to connect them with the ruthless cannibalistic gang. The woman tied to the motorcycle is someone the cannibalistic gang specifically said to lure victims into a trap. Zhou Shuan pointed in the direction of the motorcycle, briefly recounting the woman's words, and whispered, "Right now, our most important task is to confirm whether what she said is true or false, and then find the female leader." Qinfen frowned. "We haven't heard of this either." "Okay, I understand. I have my team cooperate with your operation." She first arranged for the rescued team members to rest separately on the second floor, then questioned them one by one. Sure enough, they were all completely clueless, knowing nothing about the matter. They had only been imprisoned for a few days. It was normal that nothing unusual had been discovered. Qinfen then arranged for several team members to search discreetly in the crowd, while the rest increased vigilance, closely monitoring the movements inside and outside the supermarket. Zhou Shuan walked to the motorcycle, untied the sack, and dragged the unconscious woman to the storage room at the back of the supermarket. The storage room was dimly lit, and the air was filled with dust and a musty smell. Zhou Shuan bound the woman's hands and feet, ensuring she couldn't escape. Zhou Shuan pinched the woman's philtrum forcefully, the unconscious woman's eyelids fluttered, and she slowly woke up. Seeing the unfamiliar surroundings and the cold, stern Zhou Shuan before her, she struggled in terror, letting out muffled cries of despair, like a trapped animal. "Behave yourself," Zhou Shuan snapped, tightening her grip. The woman winced in pain, her struggles lessening, her terrified eyes darting back and forth between herself and Qi Mingyu. Zhou Shuan drew a dagger from her waist, pressing it against the woman's neck, her voice icy. I'm asking you, what does the leader of that cannibalistic gang look like? The cold blade grazed her skin, and the woman trembled, tears welling in her eyes. She shook her head desperately, uttering incoherent pleas for mercy. Won't talk. A cold glint flashed in Zhou Shuan's eyes. The dagger lightly sliced through the woman's skin, drawing a trickle of blood. The woman cried out in pain, pleading, I talk. Please don't kill me. Speak. Zhou Shuan urged sharply. The woman sobbed, haltingly describing the cannibalistic gang leader's physical characteristics. She wasn't tall, very thin. Her hair was short. She wasn't particularly attractive. As she spoke, she glanced fearfully at Zhou Shuan's face, afraid she hadn't described in enough detail, and angered her. Zhou Shuan turned to Qinfen. Sister Fen, do you have any art students in your team? Qinfen thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, Xiaoya studied art in university. She's very good at drawing. The female team member named Xiaoya was quickly called over. Zhou Shuan took a notebook and pen from her backpack and handed them to her. Zhou Shuan had the woman repeat her description, and Xiaoya quickly began to draw. Even though she hadn't drawn for several years, her professional art skills allowed her to quickly rediscover the feeling of her early sketches. With focused concentration, her pen flew across the paper, and in just a few minutes, a portrait of an ordinary-looking woman appeared. A little thinner, slightly higher cheekbones, thinner lips. The woman carefully examined the portrait, cautiously offering her suggestions. Xiaoya revised the details several times based on her descriptions, until the woman hesitantly nodded. That's about 70 to 80% like her. Qinfen immediately took the portrait, examined it closely, and said in a low voice, I go to the supermarket to look for her. Zhou Shuan, Mingyu, I leave this to you. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu nodded, watching Qinfen leave the storage room. A short while later, Qinfen returned, shaking her head gravely. I couldn't find her. She handed the portrait to Zhou Shuan. Over 200 people, I had them check each one against the portrait, but none of them matched. A sense of unease welled up in Zhou Shuan's heart. So, the female leader had already escaped? What a clever tactic. While Qinfen was leading her people out in the chaos, she seized the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. A possibility suddenly occurred to her, and she looked at Qi Mingyu. Qi Mingyu had the same thought, his gaze sharpening instantly. The most urgent task now is to find the escaped cannibalistic gang leader, and the other cannibalistic gang strongholds. He walked up to the bound woman. Tell me, are there any other strongholds? Upon hearing that the cannibalistic gang leader had escaped, the woman visibly wavered, her eyes darting around, hesitant to speak. Qi Mingyu drew a dagger from his waist and pressed it against the woman's neck, his tone icy. If you don't speak, I kill you. When working with Zhou Shuan, he habitually stood beside her, protecting her and letting her make the decisions. She remained silent during interrogations, seemingly a very taciturn person. But this sudden outburst of words carried an overwhelming killing intent. The woman trembled with fear, crying and begging for mercy. I talk. Please don't kill me. I know there is indeed a stronghold, and a small team is stationed there. She gave the location. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu didn't dare delay. They told Xiaoya to watch the woman and immediately hopped on their motorcycles, speeding towards the address provided by the woman named Li Yin. However, when they arrived at their destination, they found it empty. Everything had been moved out. They had clearly evacuated beforehand. Everyone inside has already left, Qi Mingyu said, his voice low and somber, looking at the empty room. Chapter 295. Because of the massive explosion, the air in Xiangqing was filled with a strange smell, a mixture of scorched earth and blood. Qi Mingyu frowned. Zhou Shuan patted the dust-covered corner of her clothes and said coldly, the evacuation was swift. At this time, the sky was already turning a pale white. A new day had begun. The two, exhausted from a night of running around, briefly discussed the situation and decided to first return to the supermarket to meet up with Qinfen, then lead the refugees back to make further plans. Meanwhile, Zhang Jia, having heard the commotion in Xiangqing last night, immediately guessed what Zhou Shuan and her companion had been doing and understood why they had kept it a secret from her. She was both annoyed and worried, and was considering whether to lead a team to provide support when she heard the guards say there was movement outside. She hurried out and saw a group of ragged survivors walking towards them in the distance. Looking closer, she immediately cried out anxiously, Wan? Xiaoyu? Zhou Shuan greeted her with a smile and got off the motorcycle. Zhang Jia quickly came forward and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the two were safe and sound. Then, Her gaze fell on the crowd gathered outside the factory, and shock and worry appeared on her face. Who are these people? Zhou Shuan explained to her, and Zhang Jia finally understood what had happened. She couldn't help but pat Zhou Shuan's shoulder lightly and complained, "Such a big thing, and you and Xiao Yu didn't even discuss it with me. Although I can't do much, I could at least bring people and weapons to support you." Zhou Shuan knew that Zhang Jia was genuinely worried about them, and quickly smiled and apologized a couple of times. Zhang Jia shook her head helplessly, giving her a silent glare. "I settle the score with you later." With that, she turned and arranged for the convoy to help settle the survivors. She commanded with composure and efficiency, demonstrating a decisive and efficient work style. Qinfen watched from the side, increasingly admiring Zhou Shuan and Zhang Jia's convoy. Looking at the ragged, emaciated crowd, not only Zhang Jia, but everyone in the convoy felt a surge of sympathy. Especially those among the crowd whose arms or legs had been severed, their wounds crudely bandaged and still bleeding. The convoy had over 30 large truckloads of supplies, and at this moment, they couldn't worry about anything else. The team members unloaded several bags of compressed biscuits and pickled fish from the trucks and distributed them to the survivors, also bringing over several buckets of water, giving each person a small bowl. Clean water flowed down their parched lips and into their throats, and some couldn't help but cover their eyes and sob. Only now did they seem to finally feel like human beings again. The medical team began treating the wounded, disinfecting and bandaging them. Having worked all night, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu hadn't even had time to eat, and only now did they feel ravenously hungry. They sat with Zhang Jia and Qinfen, eating food and discussing how to settle these disaster victims. "We're just a temporary convoy. We don't have the capacity to feed so many people." Zhang Jia broke the silence, his tone worried. "Besides, most of them are locals, and they might not be willing to follow us far from their homeland to the north." Qinfen nodded in agreement. Yes, after being detained for so long, they definitely want to find their relatives and friends. How could they leave so easily? Qi Mingyu pondered for a moment, then suggested, "Once these people have recovered somewhat, we distribute some supplies to each of them, and ask for their opinions on where they'd like to go. But if some truly have nowhere to go, we can't abandon them." Qinfen considered for a moment, then slowly said, "There are the most women here. I'm willing to take them in." "Sister Fenyu." Zhou Shuan was somewhat surprised. Qinfen explained, "Our team is entirely women, and our weapons are all homemade bows and crossbows. These women will have readily available weapons, and after teaching them some self-defense techniques, they can become a fighting force. They won't be a burden to us. Moreover, these women have suffered greatly after joining Qinfen's team, which is entirely female. They shouldn't feel any resistance." A warm feeling welled up in Zhou Shuan's heart, and she sincerely thanked Qinfen. "Sister Fen, thank you." There were too many people around to say much more. When the two were alone, Zhou Shuan asked Qinfen if she would like to go with them to the new base in the north, and then explained the advantages of the new base in detail. "The new base is under construction. It's being built by our J City government. Vegetable greenhouses and livestock farms will be built in the future, along with several production lines for canned meat and compressed biscuits. There are military personnel and security guards at the base. It's semi-military managed, and there's a place for women and vulnerable people to live. It's very safe. Your team won't be scattered. You can go out and find supplies on your own, or you can work at the base and earn a wage. It's much better than you wandering around here." Actually, seeing Zhou Shuan's convoy and their orderly way of getting along, Qinfen had already given it some thought. Now, after hearing Zhou Shuan's words, she felt this was a rare opportunity. "I think about it carefully," Qinfen nodded, her gaze firm, "and I also asked the team members for their opinions." "Okay." Zhou Shuan smiled. Although the 200 people had been rescued, the cannibalistic gang leader was still outside, and the stronghold was deserted, perhaps secretly spying on the factory's movements. Therefore, the factory was now in greater danger. Zhou Shuan advised Zhang Jia and the others to leave first, not wanting to implicate the convoy. Zhang Jia, however, insisted on staying. She wasn't that noble. She simply felt that in this crisis, she and the convoy couldn't leave, and they should contribute whatever they could. "Wan, I know you're worried about us, but we're all adults, and we take responsibility for our choices," Zhang Jia said frankly. The other members of the convoy also said they wouldn't leave, and would leave together after this crisis was over. Zhou Shuan was both helpless and moved, and could only discuss with Qi Mingyu how to draw out this potential force. Although we destroyed their headquarters, they must still have weapons. "Being surrounded here in the middle of the night would be too dangerous," said Qi Mingyu. "That's not necessarily true. They only have a little over 100 people in total. At least 2/3 died when the office building collapsed. The remaining people, at most, won't exceed 50. Even if they surround us, their strength is limited. Zhou Shuan thought for a moment and nodded in agreement with Qi Mingyu. Okay, let's discuss how to keep watch tonight. We arranged 2 shifts, one for daytime duty and one for nighttime duty. We also bring Chunfin's team together, because we need to defend not only the outside but also the inside. Qi Mingyu's gaze fell on the workshop where the survivors were temporarily staying. Chapter 296. This place isn't necessarily safe. Among those they rescued, some might have ulterior motives. Or perhaps the female leader didn't escape at all, and is still hiding among these 200+ people. Here, only Qi Mingyu has extensive experience in surprise attacks. Therefore, he was tasked with arranging for the convoy and Finxia's team members to rest and maintain vigilance in shifts, focusing on the factory's perimeter and the workshop where the survivors were located. While patrolling, he instructed his team members to be vigilant, closely monitor their surroundings, and report any unusual activity immediately. Inside the factory, Zhou Shuan and Zhang Jiaqing checked the supplies unloaded from the vehicles: compressed biscuits, canned goods, medicine, and various weapons and tools. She carefully redistributed the supplies, prioritizing the needs of the convoy members and Chunfin's team, replenishing their supplies. Chunfin's team, together with the convoy members, used discarded materials in the factory to build simple fortifications, reinforce the gates and windows, and set up traps and obstacles around the factory. Night fell, and the factory was quiet. Everyone seemed to be resting. But 2 teams of men took turns on guard duty, patrolling back and forth, vigilantly watching their surroundings. On the distant hillside, several pairs of eyes gleamed in the darkness. After a long while, the figures disappeared into the night. The next morning, acid rain began to fall again. It was truly a case of misfortunes never coming singly. Because the factory had been abandoned for a long time, many parts of the roof had been corroded by acid rain, creating holes. Now, rainwater dripped down through these holes, forming small puddles on the ground. Inside the factory, everyone was busy repairing the leaks. Some were using plastic sheeting and planks to try and plug the holes, others were using buckets and basins to catch the dripping rainwater. Still others were using tools to inspect the factory structure, looking for ways to reinforce it. The air was thick with a damp, acidic smell, making it difficult to breathe. The 200 or so survivors living in the adjacent workshop were a larger group, and it was difficult for them to remain calm in the face of the leaks. Some were quickly burned by the acid rain, screaming in pain. The others were also caught in a tense situation, the atmosphere in the workshop on the verge of exploding. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu had to come out to coordinate, arranging for people to patch the holes in the roof. Suddenly, a muffled sound came from outside the factory, breaking the busy atmosphere. Qi Mingyu was the first to notice something was wrong. He abruptly looked up, his sharp gaze sweeping towards the factory gate. Turning his head with a serious expression, he exclaimed, "Something's not right outside." Zhou Shuan immediately became alert as well. Gripping her gun tightly, she quickly walked to Qi Mingyu's side and followed his gaze. Outside the factory gate, a group of people wearing acid-resistant rain suits were approaching the factory. They carried various weapons, their eyes fierce, their intentions clearly hostile. Even more shocking was the tank following menacingly behind them, its tracks grinding against the ground with a muffled roar. They actually have acid-resistant rain suits. Zhou Shuan's tone was grave, her brows furrowed. Moreover, the style of these acid-resistant rain suits was unlike anything she had seen before. The clothing, hat, gloves, and shoe covers were all integrated, and the face shield was designed like an air-conditioning suit, completely transparent, not obstructing vision at all. These acid rain suits, judging from both their material and style, seemed to be newly developed products. How could these monsters who feed on their own kind possess newly developed acid rain suits? But that wasn't the point right now. Having acid rain suits meant these people could move freely in the acid rain, while their own side, apart from the convoy members, had none of them. If they fled in panic and got soaked by the acid rain, the consequences would be unimaginable. They even have tanks. Qi Mingyu's face also turned extremely grim. Could it be that the troops left these heavy weapons behind during the retreat, allowing these cannibals to snatch them up? He gripped his gun tightly, his mind quickly racing to find the only way to resolve the current crisis. He whispered something in Zhou Shuan's ear, then shouted sharply, "Everyone, crouch down. The cannibal gang is attacking." Chunfin and Zhang Jia's men had also spotted the attackers. Instantly, gunfire, artillery fire, and screams mingled together. Zhou Shuan turned and ran quickly towards the workshop where the large trucks were parked. 200 people were huddled together, panicked. She gritted her teeth and squeezed through a corner, then glanced back. Qi Mingyu, already wearing acid-resistant rain gear, was leading his men, firing as they charged out. At this point, the enemy was still some distance away. If it weren't for the heavy sound of the tanks, they might not have been able to spot them in time. If they rushed into the tank's attack range, the consequences. Zhou Shuan closed her eyes, trying not to think about the horrific outcome. She ran to the back of the workshop, already wearing her acid-resistant rain gear, and plunged into the heavy rain. In her haste, she didn't bother putting on acid-resistant boots. Her shoes immediately hissed and crackled from the corrosive acid. But she couldn't care less, because her teammates were all rushing forward. She couldn't let anyone discover the secret of the spatial dimension. Gritting her teeth, she rushed to her truck and pulled a long, rectangular weapon from the cargo bed, a rocket launcher. Since the attack on the office building that day, this rocket launcher had become public knowledge, no longer a secret weapon. However, what Zhou Shuan took out today wasn't an ordinary rocket launcher, but an anti-tank rocket launcher from her spatial dimension, a personal combat weapon capable of easily destroying tanks. Qi Mingyu had received the anti-tank rocket launcher from the armory that day. This was the weapon he had just told Zhou Shuan about. Only this weapon could be used without arousing suspicion, ensuring their safety. After Zhou Shuan took out the rocket launcher, a deafening artillery barrage erupted from ahead. Her heart skipped a beat. A tank attack. She turned and sprinted forward as fast as she could. The workshop that had been standing there moments before had half a wall blown away. The survivors, who had taken cover beside the wall, were all buried there. Some had been hit directly by the shelling, blood and corpses littered the ground. Zhou Shuan's lips trembled as she looked ahead. The scene ahead was also one of utter devastation, but thankfully, Qi Mingyu's hiding place hadn't been hit. He was unharmed, crawling out from among the rubble. Zhou Shuan breathed a sigh of relief and shouted, "Qi Mingyu." She wasn't very familiar with this weapon. The enemy had to do it. Bullets were flying everywhere. How to get through was another big problem. Chapter 297. Qinfen, seeing it from afar, immediately understood what Zhou Shuan was holding. She immediately shouted, "Cover Zhou Shuan! Cover Zhou Shuan!" Her men had been given several pistols, but that wasn't nearly enough. They had to resort to the oldest cold weapons, bows and crossbows. Zhang Jia and the convoy immediately moved up to meet them. With their support, Zhou Shuan finally managed to deliver the rocket launcher to Qi Mingyu. Qi Mingyu took the rocket launcher, and without hesitation, aimed at the slowly approaching tank and decisively pulled the trigger. A rocket shot straight out. It struck the tank, which was indiscriminately reaping human lives. Boom! A deafening explosion. The tank shuddered heavily, and then stopped motionless. Qi Mingyu fired another rocket. The tank tried to retreat, but it couldn't move at all. Qi Mingyu fired another rocket, its long tail of flame striking the tank precisely. The violent explosion instantly engulfed the tank, sending flames soaring into the sky and billowing thick smoke. The previously arrogant cannibalistic gang was now thrown into disarray. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Charge! Taking advantage of the enemy's disarray, Zhang Jia led his team out of the factory, engaging the enemy in fierce combat. Qinfen and her team, lacking acid-resistant rain suits, couldn't rush outside and provided cover from behind with arrows. The sounds of gunfire, shouts, and explosions mingled together, adding a touch of liveliness to the long silent town. Ultimately, the 40 or 50 attackers were all wiped out. As the smoke cleared, a heavy stench of blood filled the air. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, everyone breathed a long sigh of relief, their tense nerves finally relaxing. It's finally over. Zhang Jia wiped the sweat from her brow, her voice tinged with exhaustion. Qinfen nodded. Yes, we survived. This time, it's all thanks to Wan. Qinfen turned to Zhou Shuan, her eyes filled with gratitude, and brushed a strand of sweat-dampened hair from her temple. If it weren't for you, we'd probably... She didn't finish her sentence, but everyone understood the implication. Everyone's gaze fell on the rocket launcher in Qi Mingyu's hand. Who knew these two were some kind of superhuman, managing to obtain such a treasure? Zhou Shuan smiled wearily. Qi Mingyu, however, keenly sensed her unease. He didn't immediately press her for details, but instead turned to Zhang Jia. Jia, arranged for people to clean up the battlefield and collect the spoils. The acid rain was still falling. Once it stopped, there would be nothing left. Zhang Jia responded, and immediately began organizing the cleanup. Outside the factory, the slain cannibalistic gang members lay scattered on the ground. the air thick with the stench of blood and the metallic smell of acid rain. Some members of the convoy began collecting weapons and ammunition, as well as some usable supplies, and most importantly, the acid rain suits worn by the victims. Qi Mingyu frowned and approached Zhou Shuwan, scrutinizing her closely. Zhou Shuwan didn't want to appear too vulnerable, forcing a smile. "I'm fine." But the beads of sweat on her temples and her slightly swaying body betrayed her. Qi Mingyu immediately noticed, his brow furrowing. Without a word, he simply picked Zhou Shuwan up. Surrounded by people, Zhou Shuwan felt somewhat embarrassed. Qi Mingyu, however, kept his lips tightly pressed together as he carried her to a relatively secluded corner of the workshop. The corner was piled with discarded machine parts, covered in dust, and the air was thick with the smell of machine oil and rust. Carefully placing her on the machine's workbench, he examined her closely. He then noticed that while the soles of her shoes were relatively intact, the uppers were badly corroded, revealing large, swollen patches of instep scalded by acid rain, some areas even beginning to ulcerate. Zhou Shuwan couldn't help but gasp. Qi Mingyu clenched his fist, then relaxed it. "Get the first aid kit out," he said softly. Zhou Shuwan took out a first aid kit from her storage space and handed it to her. Qi Mingyu took it, opened it, and took out disinfectant, gauze, and ointment, gently treating her wounds. The stinging sensation from the disinfectant made Zhou Shuwan tremble slightly, but she endured it without making a sound, only gripping Qi Mingyu's sleeve tightly. "It'd leave a scar," Qi Mingyu said suddenly after a moment of silence following the emergency bandaging of the wound. Zhou Shuwan knew he wished he were the one injured. So she smiled and comforted him. "This is the biggest crisis we faced since the apocalypse. Think of it this way. I only injured the back of my foot. Even though it leave a scar, it won't affect my mobility. That's already very lucky." Seeing her voice trembling slightly from the pain, yet still trying to comfort herself, Qi Mingyu couldn't hold back any longer. He suddenly pulled her into his arms and whispered, "Wan, I swore to myself I would never let you get hurt again." But now, right under his nose, she had suffered such a serious injury. "I should have gone with you." He wouldn't look at Zhou Shuwan, burying his head in her shoulder, his voice filled with self-reproach and guilt. Just now, he could have gone with Zhou Shuwan. Then she wouldn't have had to rush to deliver the weapon to him in time, disregarding the acid rain along the way. Zhou Shuwan's feet weren't injured, only the insteps were corroded. This was because she stepped directly into a relatively deep pit of acid rain. She didn't know whether to be thankful or not that only her insteps were injured, and her legs weren't affected. Zhou Shuwan reached out and hugged him back, whispering, "Actually, it doesn't hurt that much, I can bear it. Before, I didn't have any acid rain protection, but I had to go out to find supplies, so my hands, face, back, and feet are covered in acid rain corroded wounds. There was no medicine, they all healed on their own. Really, brother Yu, these little injuries are nothing, I don't care at all." She wanted to comfort him, but the more nonchalant her attitude, the more heartbroken he became. He hugged Zhou Shuwan tightly, remained silent for a moment, and finally spoke, "It won't happen again." Zhou Shuwan was startled, wanting to say something, but then fell silent, simply hugging him back silently. At this moment, the factory was a scene of bustling activity, and no one noticed them. Zhang Jia and Chenfeng were directing their team members to carry the injured survivors into the factory building, while several medical personnel were urgently treating the wounded, disinfecting, and bandaging them, working tirelessly. Scattered on the ground were clothes and debris corroded by acid rain. The air reeked of disinfectant and blood. Reporting to Captain Zhang, a total of 12 slightly injured, 3 seriously injured, and 42 dead. A team member reported to Zhang Jia, taking off his hat and wiping the sweat from his face, his voice heavy. The deadliest were the unarmed survivors. Chapter 298. Qi Mingyu helped Zhou Shuwan back to their private tent. After settling things in, Zhang Jia and Chenfeng came in to check on her. Zhang Jia looked at Zhou Shuwan's foot with concern. "Wan, does it hurt?" Zhou Shuwan shook her head, forcing a smile. "It's alright, the medicine made it feel much better." She didn't want everyone to worry, so her tone was deliberately light. Zhang Jia scratched his head anxiously. "I didn't expect those cannibalistic demons to have acid-resistant rain suits and tanks, otherwise we wouldn't have suffered so many casualties." Zhou Shuwan looked at Zhang Jia. "What's the casualty situation?" Zhang Jia's expression immediately darkened, his voice low. "A total of 42 people died, 3 were seriously injured, and 12 were slightly injured. On our side, 5 were slightly injured and 1 died." Zhou Shuwan said softly, "I don't think things are that simple. The cannibalistic gang is just a civilian organization struggling to survive. Yet they have these new acid-resistant rain suits and tanks. It's all very strange. Chi Mingyu nodded, his gaze deep. These things need to be thoroughly investigated. He got up and poured Zhou Shuan a cup of hot water, saying nothing, just standing quietly beside her. After drinking the hot water, Zhou Shuan felt warmer, but then she thought of the most crucial point. Where is the female leader? We haven't found her. Chinfen said gravely. We checked every body. There were no women among them. We don't know if Li Yin was lying. But based on Chi Mingyu's years of interrogation experience, he shook his head. I observed her micro-expressions. She didn't seem to be lying. Besides, Wan and I have questioned her many times, and each time her account was largely consistent, leaving no obvious flaws. Are there any survivors? He asked. Zhang Jia replied. One of them didn't die completely. I already instructed the doctor to treat him well. We can't let anyone die. Good. Chi Mingyu nodded. I go check on him later. It would be even better if I could get more useful information. Unfortunately, the cannibalistic gang member who had been given intensive care died from blood loss in the middle of the night. After hearing the news, Zhou Shuan thought for a moment and said directly, we can't stay here any longer. Even if that female leader is cunning and doesn't dare to show herself, the two attacks have basically wiped out the cannibalistic gang. Even if she wants to form a new group, she needs time and manpower. I think we can leave after the wounded have recovered for a few days. Chi Mingyu agreed. They've been out long enough, it's time to go back. Waiting here in vain is pointless, except for the possibility of unpredictable enemy attacks. Outside the window, acid rain continued to drizzle, the raindrops pounding against the dilapidated factory buildings with a monotonous, dull sound. A shadow fell over everyone's hearts. The enemy was in the dark while they were in the light. This feeling was truly unsettling. But Zhou Shuan's words made perfect sense. Time was precious, and they couldn't waste any more time here. After discussion, Chinfen's team ultimately decided to go with them to the new base to start a new life. Of the rescued survivors, there were still about 170 or 180. Some decided to find their friends and family on their own, some insisted on being lone wolves, distrustful of others, and others wanted to join Zhou Shuan's team for protection. Since they had rescued people, they had to see it through to the end. Zhang Jia and his team had brought back a lot of supplies from the beach, and after discussion, they decided to allocate a truckload of supplies to provide food and drink for the survivors. They were government employees, and the supplies they brought back, besides their individual portions, were all handed over to the government. Therefore, it was normal for them to use one vehicle ahead of time. They would wait until the survivors were capable of surviving independently. Then we rest for 3 more days, and set off after the acid rain stops, Zhou Shuan finally decided. Okay, Zhang Jia and Chinfen responded simultaneously. The rain continued, and the factory gradually quieted down. Zhou Shuan looked at the gray world outside, her brow furrowed. The disappearance of the cannibalistic gang's female leader made her uneasy, like a time bomb, not knowing when it would explode. Chi Mingyu interrogated the woman named Li Yin again, but didn't get any more useful information. But, if neither she nor Chi Mingyu was guilty, then the cannibalistic gang's female leader was real. If Li Yin hadn't been taken in by the female leader's brother for a period of time, then probably neither of them would have known about this. These events also revealed that this woman was meticulous, ruthless, and extremely vengeful. She didn't know where she could find the acid rain suit and tank. Perhaps she knew someone higher up. From now on, we must be much more careful. Chi Mingyu arranged for several team members to take turns monitoring Li Yin, closely observing her every move to prevent her from contacting the outside world or escaping. Li Yin huddled in a corner, her eyes darting around, nervously biting her nails. The next day, the acid rain hadn't stopped. Zhou Shuan carefully examined the captured acid rain suit. Wearing gloves, she meticulously examined every detail of the suit, from the material to the workmanship, trying to find some clues. Wearing her acid-resistant rain suit again, she walked with Chi Mingyu to the tank wreckage. They crouched down, and he gently stroked the cold metal shell, lost in thought. Although the tank was destroyed, it still provided a lot of information, such as its model, production date, and signs of use. He was now certain that this was the tank their unit had used when they were stationed here. But where were the unit and their commander now? How did these cannibalistic gangs acquire such a heavy tank? He didn't tell Zhou Shuan his doubts, only noting down the tank's serial number. Zhang Jia distributed one of the dozens of acid-resistant rain suits captured to each member of the convoy. The remaining dozen or so were given to Chinfen's team for them to distribute among themselves. As for the captured weapons, they were temporarily lent to Chinfen's team. The journey north would involve many dangerous places, and having effective weapons would ensure everyone's safety. Whether individuals could possess firearms at the new base depended on the new base's regulations. Chen-Fen used these few days to organize her team members to teach the survivors basic self-defense skills, such as how to use simple weapons, how to evade attacks, and how to survive in dangerous environments. The survivors studied diligently, their eyes gradually lighting up with hope. But 3 days later, they hadn't made it. Because of the persistent acid rain, the factory roof was corroding more and more severely, threatening to collapse at any moment. Inside the factory, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, anxiety and unease etched on everyone's faces. Zhang Jia paced anxiously, looking up at the incessant raindrops, and murmured, "When will this rain stop?" Qi Mingyu arranged for all the supplies to be moved to the higher-lying workshop, and for the factory structure to be reinforced. "Hurry up! Bring over all the usable supports," he shouted, taking off his coat to reveal his strong forearms, and joined his team in moving usable machines, tables, boards, and other items from the workshop. Sweat quickly soaked through his clothes. Outside the factory, acid rain poured down, washing everything in its path with a piercing hiss, like countless venomous snakes flicking their tongues. Seeing this, Zhou Shuan joined the effort to move supplies. She discreetly took out stronger plastic sheeting and waterproofing material from her storage space and handed it to the team members, who were repairing the roof. "These should be more corrosion resistant," she said, pointing to the plastic sheeting in her hand. "Try to seal all the holes." The team members took the materials, nodded gratefully to her, and then returned to their intense repair work. The sky was overcast, the factory was dimly lit, and the air was thick with a damp, acidic smell, making it difficult to breathe. Chen-Fen organized the survivors to make simple rain gear and shelters from discarded materials. She skillfully cut tattered plastic sheeting into appropriately sized pieces, then tied them to wooden sticks with rope to create makeshift rain shelters. "Everyone, try to shield yourselves as much as possible to reduce the harm from the acid rain," she shouted as she demonstrated, especially the elderly and children. "They need to be extra careful." The survivors followed suit, though rudimentary. It was better than nothing. 5 days later, the acid rain finally stopped. "The rain has stopped. The rain has stopped," someone shouted, and the pent-up panic and despair of the past few days finally erupted, cheers echoing through the dilapidated factory. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, shining brightly on the acid-washed ground. The air was filled with the fragrance of earth, mingled with a faint, lingering astringent smell of acid. Everyone rushed out of the factory, greedily breathing in the fresh air and basking in the long-awaited sunshine. Children ran and played in the open space, their laughter ringing out, as if the apocalypse had never happened. "We finally overcome another hurdle," Zhou Shuan said softly, turning to Qi Mingyu with a slight smile. Qi Mingyu nodded, his gaze sweeping over everyone, and said in a deep voice, "It's time to set off." Although it would be safer to walk after the acid rain, once the puddles dried, the factory simply couldn't continue operating. They needed to leave, as soon as possible, and find a new place to stay. "There are too many people now. Our current vehicles are simply not enough," Zhang Jia said, frowning, her tone grave. Chen-Fen's team also numbers several dozen people. Several people remained at their headquarters, and needed to be taken along as well. "There should still be usable vehicles in Xiangqing," Chen-Fen suggested, especially at the cannibal gang's headquarters. "They always use cars to get in and out. They should still have some vehicles left." Qi Mingyu nodded in agreement. Team leader Chen is right. "We can try our luck there." He turned to Zhou Shuan. "Your foot." Zhou Shuan's foot injury had mostly healed, she smiled. "It's alright, almost healed." Qi Mingyu didn't say anything more, only silently tightened his grip on her hand. After some discussion, they decided to risk traveling to Xiangqing to find usable vehicles. Qi Mingyu arranged for Chen-Fen's team and the survivors to ride in other vehicles, while he carefully helped Zhou Shuan onto a truck, settling her in the most comfortable position. Zhang Jiaqing counted the number of people, and after confirming everyone was accounted for, he started the engine, and the convoy slowly drove away from the dilapidated factory, heading toward Xiangqing. Qi Mingyu had Li Yan's hands and feet tightly bound, and a claw stuffed into her mouth to force her to speak and communicate. She was then placed at the back of the convoy, so people could watch her and not worry about her causing trouble. Li Yan inwardly grumbled, but there was nothing she could do. To survive, she had to be a coward for now. The convoy traveled for about 2 hours, and gradually, scattered buildings appeared on both sides of the road, ruins and ruins, a scene of devastation, telling the story of the disaster that had once struck. "We're almost in Xiangqing," Zhang Jiaqing's voice came from the driver's seat, his tone heavy. Qi Mingyu sat up straight, his eyes sharpening. Zhou Shuan took a deep breath and gripped her gun tightly. The female leader hadn't been captured, making Xiangqing dangerous. However, to speed up their return journey, they had to take the risk. Qi Mingyu divided his men into 3 teams, one led by Zhang Jia, ready to provide support from behind. One team, led by Sister Hong, would protect all the survivors. The third team, led by him and Chenfen, would search Xiangqing for vehicles. Chenfen was familiar with the terrain and knew where vehicles might be available. Zhou Shuan, however, was placed in the survivor's position due to her foot injury. She was somewhat displeased, but knowing Qi Mingyu didn't trust her, she obediently agreed. Zhang Jia sat in the driver's seat, occasionally checking the convoy's progress in the rearview mirror. Further ahead, the outline of Xiangqing gradually became clearer, the distant ruins of high-rise buildings appearing particularly desolate under the gloomy sky. Zhang Jia and Sister Han led the last team. She frequently had the team stop, directing members to search for supplies in abandoned roadside shops. The team members advanced cautiously in pairs, searching for anything potentially useful: food, medicine, clothing, even a few candles that could still burn. "Hurry up, be careful." Chenfen stood by the roadside, map in hand, her eyes scanning the surroundings warily, occasionally brushing her wind-blown short hair. A stray dog darted out from the ruins, barking fiercely at one of the team members. Sister Hong reacted quickly, raising her crossbow, and with a whoosh, the bolt accurately struck the dog in the head, and it fell to the ground. The surrounding team members were startled, then breathed a sigh of relief. Chenfen and Qi Mingyu, following plan, led the team straight to the former stronghold of the cannibal gang, the dilapidated office building. The streets surrounding the office building were littered with abandoned vehicles, some badly corroded by acid rain, others relatively intact. They seemed to have been left behind by the cannibal gang. Qi Mingyu directed the team to begin inspecting the vehicles, searching for anything still usable. Chenfen forcefully pulled on the door of one of the cars, a musty smell wafted out. She fanned it with her hand and frowned. Several team members worked together to push a sedan that could still be started to the side of the road, and found a pickup truck, but the number was far from enough. "Keep searching," Qi Mingyu said firmly. Finally, they found a vehicle at the entrance to an underground parking lot not far from the office building. The entrance was blocked by collapsed buildings and debris, as if deliberately obstructed. Chapter 299. After clearing away the debris at the entrance, a rusty iron gate was revealed. Qi Mingyu easily unlocked it, revealing over 20 vehicles of various types parked inside. These must have been left behind by the cannibal gang. Working together, the group gathered all the found vehicles. Qi Mingyu then assigned several male members of the convoy to perform basic repairs and modifications to improve safety. This was something they were used to doing. Some members replaced usable tires from other vehicles, some repaired engines, and some reinforced the chassis, working diligently. They also salvaged parts from abandoned vehicles, reinforcing the chassis with sheet metal and wooden planks, and even made makeshift crash barriers from old tires. Once all preparations were complete, the convoy reorganized and departed Xiangqing, continuing its northward journey in a grand procession. After the acid rain, the road conditions were even worse, especially since they also had to dodge acid rain potholes. The convoy had been bouncing along the uneven roads for half a day, and the tires were almost completely corroded. Zhang Jia glanced at his watch and ordered a short rest at an abandoned gas station by the roadside. The gas station building was dilapidated, with peeling paint and a crumbling sign, exuding a desolate, post-apocalyptic atmosphere. Fortunately, the supermarket next to the gas station looked relatively sturdy. The group parked their vehicles below the gas station to protect themselves from the potential acid rain. After getting out of the cars, everyone stretched their aching limbs. Some people took out water bottles and gulped down water, some ate compressed biscuits, some checked the condition of the vehicles, and some checked if there was any gasoline left in the gas station, preparing to refuel and take the rest with them. Everything was orderly and efficient, busy but not chaotic. Zhang Jia arranged for her team members to take turns on guard duty. The other survivors and members of Chenfen's team went into the convenience store and sat down to rest. The convenience store was a mess. Shelves were overturned, goods were scattered all over the floor, covered in dust, and it looked like no one had passed by. Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan found a relatively clean table, spread out a map, and carefully studied the next route. At the current pace, it will take at least 3 more days to reach the next major city. However, this is just an ideal estimate. Various unforeseen circumstances may arise along the way, so the exact time is difficult to determine. We must wait until the road surface is completely dry before we can continue. We don't have that many tires to begin with, And if we break down again, it will be terrible. Zhou Shuan said, to be on the safe side, we must camp here tonight. Zhang Jia, also worried about the female leader of the cannibalistic gang, nodded upon hearing this. We're now over 100 kilometers from Xiangqing, so we should be safe. Even if they're incredibly capable, can they relentlessly pursue us forever? This was a joke, but it reflected the underlying anxiety in everyone's hearts. The cannibalistic gang's power far exceeded their expectations, and everyone was deeply wary of them. Alright, then let's rest here. Qi Mingyu made the final decision. Zhang Jia and Qi Mingyu discussed the matter, and decided to arrange for 3 groups to take turns keeping watch, as before. These 3 groups consisted of the convoy, Chen Fan's team, and the survivors, monitoring and supervising each other. Especially the survivors, who had yet to gain Zhang Jia and his team's trust. Zhang Jia and his team only agreed to bring them to the new base out of humanitarian considerations. As night fell, the gas station was shrouded in dim light, the air thick with a strange smell of gasoline and food scraps. Qi Mingyu stayed by Zhou Shuan's side, taking out a first aid kit to retreat her foot wound. He carefully removed the gauze. The skin around the wound was no longer red and swollen, but some small blisters were still visible, gleaming faintly in the dim light. He used a cotton swab dipped in iodine to gently wipe around the wound, his movements as gentle as if handling a precious piece of porcelain. Zhou Shuan frowned slightly, feeling a stinging pain, and instinctively tried to pull her foot back, but Qi Mingyu's large hand gently pressed it down. Bear with it, it'll be over soon. Actually, it doesn't hurt much anymore, Zhou Shuan said softly. Qi Mingyu changed the dressing, rebandaged the wound, and looked up, meeting Zhou Shuan's gentle gaze, a warm feeling welling up in his heart. You still need to be careful. Mom and Dad will definitely criticize me for not taking good care of you when we get back, and Grandma will scold me too. Zhou Shuan pursed her lips and leaned on his shoulder. It's the apocalypse. Getting injured is normal. It's just that our family is usually very careful, so we're making a big fuss about a little injury. You? Seeing her still arguing, Qi Mingyu couldn't help but reach out and tap her forehead. Zhou Shuan smiled slightly. The convenience store only had 2 floors and wasn't very spacious. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu didn't bring out the tent. Like everyone else, they simply laid out an inflatable mat on the ground and lay down to sleep fully clothed. Qi Mingyu half embraced Zhou Shuan, his other hand lightly gripping the pistol at his waist. The surrounding air was filled with the sounds of snoring. People, exhausted from a long day, had drifted off to sleep. Zhou Shuan also drifted off to sleep. Suddenly, she sensed something amiss and jerked her eyes open, her gaze sweeping sharply across her surroundings. A dark shadow flashed past in the distance, moving with incredible speed, almost in the blink of an eye. A chill ran down her spine, and she immediately became alert. Before she could speak, Qi Mingyu also noticed the movement. He quickly stood up, drew his gun, and gestured to Zhou Shuan. He then silently took out his own gun and left. At the convenience store entrance, directly opposite the gas station, more than 30 large trucks loaded with supplies were parked. It was already 3 or 4 in the morning, the time when people were most likely to doze off. By the moonlight, a dark figure was crouching beside one of the trucks, holding a crowbar, trying to pry open the lock on one of the trucks. And that truck was none other than Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu's car. The grating sound of metal scraping against metal was exceptionally clear in the silent night. Qi Mingyu narrowed his eyes, silently aiming his pistol at the other man. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a shout rang out beside him. Run! We've been spotted. The dark figure lunged to the side, and Qi Mingyu's shot missed. The deafening gunshot jolted everyone awake. What's going on? Has someone fired? Chaos erupted at the scene. In the dim light, Qi Mingyu recognized the man's face. He was somewhat familiar, one of the survivors who had agreed to travel north with him. Seeing he had been exposed, the man knew things couldn't end well and shouted, "Attack!" Before the words were even finished, several dark figures darted out from the shadows of the gas station, their bows gleaming coldly, and fired in Qi Mingyu's direction. Chapter 300. They didn't know where they got their weapons. Be careful. Zhou Shuan had an injured foot and walked slowly. Qi Mingyu had gestured for her to stay inside, but she refused and had already tiptoed out. Seeing this, she took out her pistol and fired at the shadowy figures. One of her shots blocked an arrow fired at Qi Mingyu. Qi Mingyu reacted quickly, rolling twice on the ground before firing. 2 shots rang out, and 2 archers fell to the ground. Seeing the situation was bad, the other 2 threw away their bows and arrows, and quickly disappeared into the night. On the other side, Chen Fan emerged from behind the car and chased after the fleeing people. She was agile and incredibly fast, catching up with one of them in the blink of an eye. A flying kick sent him sprawling to the ground. Before he could even get up, Chinfen pressed a gun against his head. "Don't move." The man lay on the ground, hands covering his head, trembling. Zhang Jia chased after him and, together with Sister Hong, fired, taking down the last man who had run away. Sister Hong grabbed a rope and ran over. From noticing the anomaly to subduing the men, only a few minutes had passed. Zhang Jia looked back at the restless convenience store. Qi Mingyu said to her, "You go and calm them down. Wan and I will interrogate them." "Okay. Speak. Why did you steal?" Chinfen pressed down hard on the muzzle of her gun, her voice filled with intense anger. The person she was shooting was a woman, a survivor, who had volunteered to join their team. Now, this had happened to her team. How could she not be furious? The woman answered in a trembling voice, We just wanted to find something to eat. We meant no harm." "Just wanted to find something to eat?" Zhou Shuan followed, sneering, "I think you planned this all along. Several people, men and women, with clear roles, and armed. How do you explain that?" As she spoke, she kicked at the scattered arrows on the ground with her toe. It's understandable that the woman joined Chinfen's team, and was given weapons. But the person who picked the lock was clearly a man, just an ordinary survivor. Where did he get the weapons from? The woman bit her lip, remaining silent. The woman lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly, as if she was desperately suppressing something. Qi Mingyu walked up to her, squatted down, and said calmly, "I know you're scared, but honesty is the only way out." He paused, his sharp gaze sweeping over the woman. "You should understand. We don't lack these supplies, but we care a lot about betrayal." The woman trembled, suddenly raising her head, a flicker of fear in her eyes. Her lips moved a few times, but she still didn't speak. At this moment, Sister Hong led over another captured man, his face bruised and swollen, clearly having been treated. Sister Hong shoved the man roughly next to the woman. He stumbled a few steps, nearly falling. Seeing this, Sister Hong walked up to the woman, squatted down, and said coldly, "If you don't tell the truth, you face the consequences." She pulled a dagger from her waist, and brandished it in front of the woman. The woman's face instantly turned deathly pale, her eyes filled with terror. Her lips trembled as she recounted the entire story. It turned out that this group was the remnant of the Xiangqing cannibal gang. The leader, Zhao Chong, was formerly a squad leader in the cannibalistic gang. After the gang's downfall, he and a few others, by a twist of fate, disguised themselves as survivors and joined Zhou Shuan's factory. When the cannibalistic gang attacked with tanks, they were unarmed and dared not act rashly, never expecting the enemy to be defeated. They also noticed that Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu's trucks contained advanced weaponry and abundant supplies. Now that the cannibalistic gang was gone, retaliation was irrelevant. Their priority was survival. They planned to infiltrate the convoy, steal its supplies, and escape. Under the cover of night, they sneaked into the gas station, attempting to pry open the car locks and steal the supplies, but were discovered by Qi Mingyu and his group. The woman recounted her story haltingly, occasionally glancing at Zhao Chong with a hint of fear in her eyes. Zhao Chong, head bowed, remained silent, his face so grim it seemed to drip water. After listening to the woman's confession, Qi Mingyu's face darkened. He stood up, exchanged a glance with Zhou Shuan, and said to Chinfen, "Tie them all up. We set off first thing tomorrow morning, after Zhang Jia has gathered all the information." Chinfen nodded, and immediately arranged for her team to tie up Zhao Chong and the others. Several team members led them to a corner of the convenience store, and tied them securely to a pillar with ropes. After blindfolding them, they took Zhao Chong to the innermost room. Firmly bound to a chair, Zhao Chong struggled a few times, but ultimately gave up resisting. He raised his head, glaring fiercely at Qi Mingyu and the others, his eyes filled with venom. Zhou Shuan waved her hand, and Li Yan, bound hand and foot, was brought over. The two men exchanged a glance, both extremely surprised. Li Yan hadn't shown herself to the survivors, so Zhao Chong had no idea she had been captured. Seeing her now, he was first startled, then enraged. "You bitch, tell me, did you betray me?" He was merely the leader of a small, insignificant squad among the cannibalistic gang's 200-plus members. Li Yan only vaguely recognized him. She didn't know him well. Her limbs had been bound for days, and she was only given a little compressed biscuit and a sip of water each meal. She was already too weak from hunger. She didn't want to play any tricks. She just wanted to quickly atone for her crime, so that Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu would release her. Ignoring the other person's angry rebuke, she hurriedly nodded. "He's the captain of one of the squads. I didn't expect him to infiltrate as well." You better be careful, the leader might be behind us. Shut up. You stupid woman. Zhao Chong was practically furious. So your leader really is a woman? Zhou Shuan sneered. She looked Zhao Chong up and down. I actually suspect you're not here to steal supplies, but to tip off your old master, so you're hiding here as an informant. Zhao Chong choked, and after a long while, he said stiffly, the cannibal gang is already destroyed. Even if the leader isn't dead, it's too late to turn the tide. If I really wanted to coordinate an attack from within, I should have acted in Xiangqing long ago. Why wait until now? Besides, I didn't know the leader wasn't dead. When the enemy attacked with tanks, they were terrified hiding in the workshop. Those guns and cannons were all aimed at them. Dozens of survivors died. They survived because they were lucky. So Zhao Chong wasn't lying. They were always living on the edge, and no matter which faction they were in, as long as they were ruthless, they could do well. It didn't matter if they had to stay in the cannibal gang.